Lisa Sully, Chris Blaine, the Aquinas Choir with Leaps and Bounds, Paul Kelly's, and I'm sure that your version is better, quite frankly. Well, can I say thank you to the Outer Sanctum, Angela Pipos too, for your support. Thank you, Nicole Hayes. Your tip again?
I'm going GWS. Sorry.
GWS. Emma Race?
I'm from Tigerland.
Tigerland.
I'm
Kate Sear?
also Tigerland. Richmond by 11.
Oh, by 11. Alicia sometimes.
Tigerland GWS. I don't know. I just don't know. She's on the Marlin
Yellow and
picket
black.
fence.
Lucy Race?
Yellow and black.
Tess Armstrong, yellow and black.
Tigers Dion for Norm Smith.
Angela Pipos?
Draw extra time.
Oh! And who's the Norm Smith medal? And look who's on the radio after 10 o'clock. It's Billy Baxter and the Could Have Been Champions. A round of applause for Billy.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Boy, it's great to be here, and that's going to be a hard act to follow.
Oh, well, not when you've got Greg Champion. He's going to sing the songs.
Yes, it's going to be a hard act to follow.
It is going to...
I'm only joking. No, Champs has got some fabulous stuff for our audience today to share, and it's so great to see a show preceding us here this morning. This is what the community of the ABC is about. I love it.
Well, it's what the community of football is all about. I mean, the Could Have Beens are absolute staples of the football entertainment calendar. And how many years is it that we're going to be doing our outside broadcast?
This
175. 175 years the Could Have Been. And you guys are all staying around for the Could Have Been?
Yay! Thank you. That's lovely, and congratulations, Libby, on the Pies Premiership.
Oh, in 1958.
No, the VFLW.
Oh, the VFLW. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So that's fun. And I can't pick a winner today, so I'm going to toss a coin at the conclusion of our program. But we have some terrific guests on today. We've got mothers and fathers of the players. We have former players themselves, and Ian Cover, who many people know and regard highly, has been working on a very funny thing to say.
Well, we look forward to that. Can I thank you, Billy Baxter, for joining us once again? Thank you to the Outer Sanctum. Woo! Thank you to our choir. And thank you mostly to you for turning up and being part of our BYO breakfast. Christopher Hollow, producer. Thank you, Christopher.
Yay.
Thank you to our ABC team, Tim and to Stu and to Julian. Thank you, guys. And we hope that you could hear us loud and clear across Victoria on ABC Radio Melbourne and ABC Victoria plus ABC Digital. I'll be on the radio tomorrow for the wash-up. Go Giants!
Mary McDonald with ABC News. Good morning. Die-hard football fans who camped outside the MCG during the week have secured seats to watch today's AFL Grand Final between Richmond and GWS. The gates opened to MCC members at 8 o'clock this morning, where thousands of people had been lining up to score a prime position to watch the match. Amelia Lynch slept at the MCG overnight with her husband and young son.
Oh, we came about 9, so we had dinner at first. He's only 7, so we came after dinner and brought a swag, got comfortable and went to sleep.
Meanwhile, speaking at the traditional North Melbourne Grand Final breakfast, the Federal Treasurer Josh Frydenberg paid tribute to GWS's rapid rise to the top. Mr Frydenberg says the Giants have come a long way in a short time.
But what a great story the Giants are. From the early days with Kevin Sheedy at the Rudy Hill RSL to now on the big stage, all in less than 8 years and 7 Prime Ministers.
Canadian police have revealed new details on the murder of 3 people, including Australian man Lucas Fowler. Glenn Moray reports.
23-year-old Lucas Fowler and his 24-year-old American girlfriend, China Deese, were found dead on a remote highway in British Columbia in July. The body of a 64-year-old Leonard Dick was found 4 days later. Today, police say the 2 teens involved recorded videos admitting to the murders, but it's still not known just why they did it.
The investigative theory is that McLeod and Schmigalski came across Lucas Fowler's van and targeted Lucas Fowler and China Deese for unknown reasons. They shot and killed the couple before continuing up through to the Yukon.
Police say McLeod shot Schmigalski before shooting himself in a suicide pact.
The Democrat-controlled US House of Representatives has taken its first concrete steps in the impeachment investigation of President Donald Trump, issuing subpoenas to the Secretary of State and scheduling depositions for other State Department officials. The BBC's David Willis reports.
The deposition orders were sent out on behalf of the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs, Intelligence and Oversight Committees, which are investigating the extent to which President Trump jeopardised national security in his dealings with the government of the Ukraine. 5 State Department officials, all of whom were mentioned in the whistleblowers report, have been ordered to give evidence. The subpoena issued to Mike Pompeo relates to documents concerning meetings between members of his staff and members of the Ukrainian government. 2 previous deadlines for producing those documents have been missed, and he has now been given a week in which to comply with the committee's demand.
The UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been formally referred for potential investigation into whether he committed the criminal offence of misconduct in public office. The Independent Office for Police Conduct has been asked to assess allegations of a conflict of interest over the PM's alleged friendship with a US businesswoman. It's alleged Mr Johnson gave the woman public money and privileged access to foreign trade missions while he was the Mayor of London. Mr Johnson has denied the allegations. Road safety barriers are being installed on 8 of the most dangerous roads in Melbourne South East in an effort to reduce the road toll. In the latest rollout of the flexible wire rope barriers, sections of the Frankston Freeway, Western Port Highway, South Gippsland Highway and the Murray-Dark Highway will have them installed next month. Roads Minister Jala Pulford says the safety barriers have already proven to be successful on rural and regional roads in Victoria.
The kinds of crashes we're talking about are ones that people rarely survive. And so if people hit a barrier instead, they'll get a frightful shock and they might have a bit of damage to their car and we might have a bit of damage to the barrier, but it's so much better than the alternative.
3 sailors have described their dramatic rescue by a cruise ship in the Pacific Ocean off New Caledonia. Francine Norton reports.
Cousins Kevin and Chris Doran and their Vanuatu shipmate Ben Johnson had been sailing a yacht from Vanuatu to the Gold Coast when the propellers became tangled in a huge ship's mooring rope early Thursday morning. Chris Doran says it was very unlucky.
How do you hit a piece of rope in the middle of the ocean?
They sent out a distress call and jumped into a life raft when the yacht began sinking, but their fortunes turned around with a P&O ship, the Pacific Dawn, not far away. Captain Alan Dockeray says he didn't have to change course.
Well, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? You've got to go and help them.
The unexpected guests underwent medical checks on board and were treated to a special lunch and new clothes.
To the weather now, and there's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, isolated showers in the southeast clearing by early afternoon, fine elsewhere. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower over the eastern suburbs this morning, otherwise dry with a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 developing, also 16. Monday, cloudy and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
My brother married an American con artist.
You marry someone, you feel like you really know them.
But he really didn't. By the end, my folks were broke and homeless. I've been on her trail and it's taken me all over the world.
She got on the wrong side of the local mafia.
She witnessed murder.
I'm Ollie Wards. Join me for Snowball, the latest instalment of the ABC's true crime podcast, Unravel.
She's walking just in front of me, bro.
Where? To listen to Snowball, subscribe to Unravel
I see her.
on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I see her.
Good morning and welcome. You're listening to ABC Radio Melbourne and we're coming to you live from the MCG this grand final day. We're the could have been champions. It's good morning to Greg Champion.
Good morning, everybody. Hi.
Andy Velez.
Hello, everybody.
Torch McGee.
Hello, everyone out there.
Billy Baxter.
Hello again.
Ian Cover.
Good morning, Richo, K-Legs and footy fans.
And I'm Jeff Richardson. And if you're listening at home, you can tell there's a whole lot of people who are here very early for the grand final. Hello, everybody. Lovely to have you down here. Some have got tickets, some haven't.
I'm very nervous.
What about?
Well, we're sitting up so high, Billy. I'm worried about you. You get nosebleed at heights.
I've been sucking on barley sugar, so I should be all right.
Well, we all know grand final day is a day for all of footy, not just the 2 competing sides. I hopped on the tram to come in this morning. First supporter I saw was wearing a Fitzroy scarf.
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
Well, there's one out in front of us right here.
Yes, there's another one.
But what does that mean? Because the omen is, when you walk onto a race course...
That's right.
The first person you see with connections to a horse, you back that horse.
Well,
but you can't back Fitzroy today because they're not playing.
And the whole racing analogy gave me another problem. The next person I saw was Kevin Sheedy walking around the MCG carrying the Caulfield Cup. So what do I do with that?
Well, he's a giant, though.
Well,
well, I'll give you one.
Give me one.
I was making my way along Wellington Parade. Like I was playing the role of a West Coast Eagles supporter because I was walking along looking up at tall buildings. and I noticed they'd taken the name off the tall building over here and given it a new name. And coming out of there, because that's where the Giants stay.
They're staying over at the artist formerly known as Conrad's.
Yeah, and a man came out the door only about 15 minutes ago, and he was heading up Wellington Parade, flanked by 3 security blokes. They had the suits on, the earpieces. I thought, is the US president
is
here?
Is this Joe Biden?
Yes, Joe Biden's here. And it was Phil Davis. Oh. It was Phil. So I said, good luck today, Phil.
Was he wearing the glasses?
Yeah, he had the glasses on, the ponytail, and he had those same runners on he trained in yesterday, the leggings. I said, g'day, Phil. I said, good luck today. Yeah. And he said, how are the Cats going to go next year, Tony? Straight up. Straight up. That was Phil Davis. Oh. And he was walking okay.
He wasn't limping?
No, he looked good, George.
Good.
And what a final series we've had. How about last Saturday? Was it afternoon or evening?
Oh, well, can I tell you?
It's a long time ago. I can't remember.
Can I tell you?
Tell us.
I'll do short story long, as opposed to long story short. I was in the car in parts of rural and regional and remote Victoria, Billy.
Yes.
And my car broke down.
Oh. No.
And I was there that long. Day turned into night.
Yes.
And I didn't have not one man in a yellow van. I had 2 because the first one came and diagnosed what I'd already told them was wrong with it. And
then
said,
drove away.
Yeah, he said, no, I'll send the tow truck. I got back in the car. When he arrived, the Giants had skipped away to a 33-point lead. And I went, well, I'm not so fussed.
Straight after 3/4 time.
Yeah, I think it's good. I'll sit back here and luxuriate in the knowledge that Collingwood's about to get flogged. And by the time he'd done the analysis, which I told him about, I got back in, and here come the pies! Oh, gee, I said, he'd gone. Anyway, the car got fixed and the Giants hung on.
For 7 minutes,
yeah,
they
I
hung
know.
on, without a score being.
Do you know what was wrong with my car?
What was wrong with your car?
I had a flat battery. It was because I was listening to the footy. If that had so much time on.
Well, thank goodness for the ABC. So even though you were far, far away in remote and rural Australia, you were still able to hear the game thanks to the ABC grandstand.
Wasn't it exciting?
Oh. But nothing more exciting than the grand final, which is today. And joining us, as is the tradition on grand final day, is the secretary of the MCC, Stuart Fox. Foxy, another grand final. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Now, there's a whole lot of people out here who want tickets, Foxy.
Yep.
That's what he looks like after he's finished here. You can follow him around.
This time last year there was this queue, wasn't there?
There was.
You've got it organised this year?
We have. No, we've had a very good morning. 5,500 members in the walk up, so I think we will release some more tickets to restricted members at 11 o'clock today. A very limited amount, but I think we'll top up just to make sure the reserve's full.
So will people need to get in queues for that?
No, all electronic.
Okay.
We tried queues last year and that didn't work, so electronic is much quicker.
So 11
o'clock.
That's in less than an hour. The last remaining tickets will be released.
Got no idea what that means, releasing reserve tickets electronically.
I'm more concerned with the fact, Greg, that will this have any impact on the tickets that I'm going to scalp after the program?
Highly likely.
That's unfortunate.
Now, Stuart, do you keep a record of which teams your members barrack for?
We do.
How many GWS members are there?
Single figures. There's quite a lot of Richmond though, but let's say you have 130,000 MCC members.
Yep.
We probably have around 12,000 Richmond members, but you have to be a full member to obviously access grand final day. So that brings it down to about 5,000 members who are eligible.
What is a half member, Foxy?
Anyway, look, it should be a good day today.
How does the barracking ladder go, Stuart? Like of the MCC members, which team has got the most support?
Oh, pretty obvious. It's Melbourne, but I can tell you, Richmond, Collingwood, Essendon are right on their heels, and I don't think it's far away where they'll exceed Melbourne members because the MCC is truly now for everyone.
It's our ground, Stuart.
It's multicultural. It's multinational.
You've got that breakdown of the teams they support. Can you give us the breakdown in order of APS schools?
No.
So obviously a very different week and a very different day for everyone here, not just in the cricket club, but the whole of the MCG. If it had been a Richmond-Collingwood game.
Yeah. It would have been a difficult day for us from a management point of view. That would have presented some challenges, but I still think it's going to be a great day, and I think we'll go very close to filling the stadium.
You wouldn't have been releasing any tickets electronically, Foxy, because the Pies fans wouldn't know what that means.
No, they'd all just be printed out in someone's factory somewhere.
And Stuart, just to settle the endless arguments that you have with people, what is the official capacity of the MCG? When it's full, what's the number?
100,024 is the official capacity of the MCG. And that excludes all of the staff that work here. There's 3,500 people rostered on today.
Over and above that.
I noticed last night during a cross on one of the television news services for the weather, the sprinklers were on in the background, and it was raining at the same time.
Correct.
Is that normal practice?
I did ask the question this morning because I saw the same footage, but it's very common. We actually didn't get a lot of rain at the G, so we got some good showers around it, but that was its last drink of water, and you should see it this morning when you go in. I've not seen the grass in better condition for a grand final day.
And how about where the goals are? And have you changed the alignment of the goals to last weekend?
No, they're exactly the same.
They're exactly the same.
But they do
move them
during
slightly,
the year, don't they?
No.
Not anymore?
No, we don't. No, because we actually... I mean, you'll see when you're running a ground, the worn areas are usually in the goal square.
Yes.
We just replace the turf now. And that... so there's not a blade of grass
it's a magic
out of whack
trick.
Today.
There you go.
So I wasn't sure about OH&S when you... Because if you roll some new turf out and a bit doesn't stick down, someone could trip over it. I've done that at home.
Technology's changed these days, Tover.
And sure, the other thing, talking about the grass, I did read also that the surface gets mowed, 4 times in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. They mowed it last night. They mowed it again this morning. Even the centre square gets mowed by a little hand mower.
Yeah.
But look, when you go in, have a look, everyone, you'll see just the most beautiful lines across the ground.
Are you on the mowing roster? If it's got to be mowed 4 times...
I would kill to be on the mowing roster, to be honest.
What's it running at on a stimp meter?
Yeah.
Now, Stuart, that's very interesting. The goals no longer get moved anymore. Here's another thing that intrigues me. How do we know that the 50-metre line is really 50 metres? Who measures it?
Oh, the AFL do, and we do.
The AFL? That fills us with confidence.
They send images back from a drone to the Ark.
Are we going to get any serious questions?
This is very serious.
Do they just get out there with a trundle wheel and just walk around the boundary?
No, I can tell you it is exactly 50 metres.
Okay, excellent. And you got lots of commitments today, or do you just? Are you on one of the scanners at the gate?
On the turnstile.
Are you checking that barcodes are up?
It is a busy day, but 12:30 we've obviously got some dignitaries in the building and we look after them. But no, it's a busy day, and we're just hoping it's a good day for everyone. It's we want a safe day and just an enjoyable day for everyone. It really is a special day to enjoy.
And who's the most dignified of your dignitaries?
Good question, Billy.
Oh, they're everywhere. I mean, ScoMo's in the building.
Shame. Thanks for the warning.
Yeah. Marnus Lubashane is in the community room.
Is
wow.
Wow.
I've got a really good idea for a song about mum or something.
To the tune of
Dankeschön.
Hey,
So, that's fantastic. In answer to Billy's question of who is the most dignified dignitary, a Prime Minister and a cricketer. They split the difference.
I saw Nathan Lyon as well, Foxy.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of the team are in, the Australian cricket team are in, and obviously every politician's here. Yeah, but there's a whole lot of logistics just around having the Prime Minister in. You know, there's a huge security intel around him, and there's logistics around all of that.
Stuart, we couldn't get her to come on the show, but I'm very intrigued on it. You'll be sitting next to her, obviously, at the lunch. I want to know who Gladys barracks for, the Swans or the Giants?
Good question.
I have no idea.
Can you find out?
I'll find out and report back. Shall I text it through?
Yeah,
good
please.
idea.
I'll go and ask it.
And the most important question, have you got enough spots for the 50-year members this year?
Yeah, that's highly contentious, that one.
Well, it got thoroughly tested round one, didn't it, when Geelong and Collingwood played Friday night?
Yeah. No, we like to look after our 50-year members for obvious reasons. It's very cheap membership, but we do want to get them in and seated.
With the miracles of modern medicine, the 50-year members are an ever-growing demographic category.
It's a worry.
And does the AFL, as well as yourself, measure that 50 years?
No, just us.
Actually, Chris, our producer's got a bundle of emails to give you to take away that came in on the morning of that Saturday after that first Friday night game. Yeah. But people were saying, bring this up on your show. I'm a 50-year member and I couldn't get in. There was no seat last night. It's not worth me paying my $14 a year.
No, they let you know if we're doing something wrong, the 50-year members. There's usually beautiful handwritten letters coming to me.
If you've got any complaints about your experience today, we'll give Foxy's mobile out after the break.
It's just the antisocial behaviour number. That actually goes straight to Stuart's phone in his pocket.
It rings in his pocket. Stuart, it's a huge day for you, and thanks for taking time out, as you do every grand final day, to come and talk with us. All the very best. It's the celebration not just of football, but the MCG itself today.
Right. Thanks for those difficult questions too.
Have you got that family day on tomorrow that normally is
family day tomorrow. If anyone wants to come and get on the turf, it's the only time in the year where you can.
He said get on the turf.
Yes, on the turf. Into the long room, wherever you want to go tomorrow.
Open to everybody.
Yeah, 11 till 4 p.m.
Fantastic. Stuart, thanks as usual.
Thank you.
And all the best for the rest of the day. Stuart Fox, Secretary of the MCG. How's it? He was a bit evasive about the 50-metre arc. I mean, the AFL measures it. We can all rest easy now knowing the AFL's doing it.
I think they used to measure it at the SCG as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Princess Buck. Do you reckon that team from the Arc have been down there all night last night watching the footy marathon and practising just, reviews and the like?
That was the Lost Arc, I think.
Speaking of the Arc,
yes.
Why stop at scores? Why can't they... If you're going to use it every time someone kicks a goal or a point, well, why not every time the ball goes out of bounds and every time a free kick's paid?
Yeah, let's turn it into an 8-hour game.
The game could go forever, and every single decision could be referred back upstairs. But that's where the logic leads.
Yeah.
Now, it's good. We're welcoming people back to the show who've been with us before. Stuart Fox, of course, joins us every grand final day here with the Could Have Beens on ABC Radio at the MCG. And we're welcoming back someone we spoke to a couple of seasons ago, the mum of one of the most attractive and exciting players in footy at the moment, the Giants' Nick Haynes. Welcome back to the Could Have Beens, Shelley Haynes, Nick's mum.
Hello, Shelley.
When did we last speak to you, Shelley?
That was 2 years ago.
2 years
and
ago.
And I'd flown from Darwin to Sydney on a 6 a.m. flight.
That's right.
You got me early.
And that was to go and watch Nick play, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that day?
it was in the final that day against West Coast, I think it was. So.
Has he bought you your own plane now?
No. You'd think he would. I think, he's earning a bit more money than I have.
Now, Shelley, tell us about Nick's footy background. He was drafted in the first GWS draft, which was 2011. Where had he been playing his footy before then?
He did his junior football in Somerville, down past Frankston. And then until he was about 12 or 13, and Frankston Rovers, he went there. Had a break from footy for 3 or 4 years after he broke his arm and decided to go off and do other things.
Like 3 or 4 years
off.
As a teenager?
Yeah, so he didn't go back. He went skimboarding and doing all those things down at Frankston Foreshore, and then his mate said, can you come back and play in the under-18s? We need a player. So he went and played for Frankston Bombers in the under-18s.
And he must have played pretty well then to be elevated up to the TAC.
Well, he didn't straight away. He played another year in the Frankston Bombers seniors team as an under-18. Then he went to Stingrays as a 19-year-old, as an overager. So he did all right in that grand final. He kicked 3 goals, but the recruiters thought he kicked 6, but that's okay. we'll take that.
and Shelley, what's the family background? Are you all sporty people?
I have a netball background.
Yeah.
Played netball at a fairly high level, and his dad was a good footballer from Bendigo, played Golden Square with the Greg Williams.
So the whole thing of the TAC squad and the possibility of getting drafted was something you were all fairly fluent with.
Look, it wasn't in Nick's mind. We the Stingrays had invited him along along with 70 other kids to that day, and yeah, we had to actually drag him along to that. He never thinks he's good enough. So we recognised that he had some talent. So yeah, we basically had to push him out the door and say, get out there and show your stuff. So look, the Stingrays was a great year and a great year for him to be looked at, and he then came through and won the Stingrays Best and Fairest.
And at what stage during that year did the family realise that he actually was a chance to get drafted?
When we had recruiters hanging around and player managers wanting to, get Nick on board, and his dad and I said, look, he hasn't been drafted yet, he doesn't need a player manager. His dad and I can look after his finances and things like that. So, yeah, look, halfway through that season, he was showing some really good form, and when the player managers were knocking on our door, we knew he was something coming up.
And did you hope that it was always going to be GWS because you had that orange coat in the wardrobe? You think, this will work in nicely.
Yeah, good question. We all grew up voting for St Kilda.
Saints.
And his dad and I and all of our 3 kids voted for St Kilda. And living in Frankston, they were training at Seaford.
Yeah.
There was a hope that, he could still live at home. And
he's done very well for a chap from Frankston.
I'm just thinking, over the time Nick has been up in Sydney, has he found many similarities between Frankston and Sydney? It's near the water?
It's near the water. There's some beaches there. Yeah. Look, he's into his surfing, so wherever there's a wave, he's happy to be. So.
You worry, see, the football clubs have so much control over players, and I worry about Patrick Dangerfield. He goes surfing. I don't want him to hurt himself. Does Nick's...
Yeah, look,
okay?
They're not super keen on the boys doing anything too outrageous during the season, obviously, but that's, in the break, that's what he does. He, gets away from all of that and takes some risks, I guess, in his other activities.
And Shelley, we hear a lot about the Giants when they first started, and they got all the boys to go and live at Breakfast Point, and they sort of treated them like a big family. How did Nick enjoy that?
Yeah, look, there was the excitement of being drafted, and then it was the reality of that, we're living in Sydney, and, I'm sure the boys didn't even know where Blacktown was. And,
we sure don't.
But, yeah, we say there's probably some similarities between Blacktown and Frankston. But, yeah, no, it was a good idea to put the boys together, and it kept, you can imagine 17 to 19-year-old boys in a new big city not knowing where they, were doing, and so I think to keep them together was a good idea. But then the boys had the choice of staying or then moving out, which Nick then elected to go out and live with some of the other players.
And where do they live? What's their suburb?
They're in Balmain, so...
Of course. Which is, of course, Balmain are the Tigers.
That's right. And they don't cry.
Yeah, no, don't mention that. But most of the boys are around there, Roselle. So he lives with Adam Kennedy, and he has lived with Adam for a number of years.
And because Adam's an original too, isn't he?
Adam is an original, but Adam's a bit dirty because he actually got pre-selected, so he as a young 17-year-old, so he didn't actually go through the draft and get a number attached to him. So, Nick, known as number 7.
And Shelley, I suppose the family now is regular travellers up to Sydney, which you may not have been before. So have you done the Harbour Bridge climb and all of those things?
Have done that, but learnt fairly quickly not to hire a car because driving in Sydney is just ridiculous.
So you've got your Opal card.
Yeah, got my Opal card, got the public transport happening, so, yeah.
You're listening to Could Have Been Champions on ABC Radio right around the world, and we're talking to Shelley Haynes, mother of Nick, GWS Giants star. Because you don't have the Darwin leg of your travel anymore. Have you finished up at the netball?
Finished there in August last year.
Shelley was running netball for the whole of the Northern Territory for a while.
Did you lose the full support of the board?
It was my decision. So, luckily to say, and yeah, look, John and I drove back via the West Coast. We took 3.5 months to come back home in our camper trailer. So, yeah, look, we were ready to come back. Yeah. It was end up being 4 years.
Very Don Pike of you.
Yeah. and have you spoken to Nick this week, and more particularly this morning?
No. We decided that Sunday, Monday was the time to get the ticket situation sorted because, you know, we've got family, we've got obviously his mates, and, you know, trying to accommodate that. So it was get that out the way, and then we said to him, we're going to leave you alone now for the rest of the week. You just concentrate on what you've got to do. So.
Even a text?
Oh, no, I might a bit later on, but they're probably on the phone ban now. So, yeah, look, I gave him a text on Thursday night, and that'll see him through.
Were you here last Saturday afternoon watching the game?
Oh, yes.
How'd you cope? How'd you cope?
No, I didn't cope because I was in the Ponsford stand and all the play was down the far end in that rugby scrum that was happening, and I couldn't see
for 7 minutes.
It was intense. Yeah. It was, I might have done the Kevin Sheedy wave with my scarf around.
You know what Nick would probably love, and this would be a top stir as well, if the Giants salute today, as he goes up to get his premiership medallion, just wet the corner of your hanky and go up there and get a little bit of Vegemite or whatever it is off his face, just like a good old-fashioned mum would do.
Wouldn't he just love that?
And he's a super player. He's fantastic.
Shelley, he has had a marvellous season. Everyone loves watching him play.
And win, lose or draw, where's the function tonight?
We're heading down to Crown Palladium.
In the camper van?
No.
Park it on the forecourt.
Yeah. We should have thought of that. Yeah. No, they'll. Yeah, we'll be down there supporting him either way. So, yeah, can't wait.
It's a fantastic day. Shelley, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Yeah. Shelley Haynes, everybody.
And she's got the orange overcoat on.
She's got the orange overcoat.
And the scarf. And the badge got Nick on the badge.
Oh,
and number 19.
Now, we're just going to take a short commitment from the studio, and we'll be back with Footy Songs with Greg Champion.
Hi, I'm Costa Georgiadis from Gardening Australia. Everything the ABC does is for you, and you can help shape what we do with our online feedback community, ABC Your Space.
I like being able to have a say on my favourite programs.
It's good to know they're paying attention to us.
Love our programs? Help shape the ABC. Join Your Space.
Every Australian has a stake in the ABC.
It's only fair that we get to have our say.
Visit abcyourspace.net.au.
You're with the Could Have Been Champions, Jeff, Ian, Billy, Greg and Torch.
Thank you very much, Unc. You're back at the MCG on Grand Final Day on ABC Radio Melbourne with the Could Have Been Champions. And as we promised before we took that little message from the ABC, we'd be back with Footy Songs with Greg Champion. And Greg, you happen to have your guitar with you.
Yeah. Is it up, Tim? There it is. All right. The listeners did not ease up this week, Richo. In fact, they went hard, just trying to squeeze one more on air before the end of the season.
People still have fabulous ideas for Footy Songs after all this time.
Well, they had ideas.
Okay.
And Doug Long is a regular. Folks, let's just warm up with the Tiger tune. 1, 2, 3. Oh, down at Tigerland, we got some rippers down at Tigerland. There's Dion Prestia and Tom Lynch from the Suns, Hooley Essendon, making no big statements, but the flag's already won. And down at Tigerland, we've got Josh Caddy from the Suns via Geelong. We are stacked with recruits who are Rudy to toot. And at the Tigers, we won't give them back, cause they love Tigerland. Well, that's enough sucking to the Tigers now. So there's been a host of Giant songs, and let's start with this one. Pass this along, Andy. And it's an Andy favourite. He asked for it. So let's go, Farnsey, Where the Ghouls Try and Understand It. And when we sing Ghouls, we do need to explain that Caden from Caroline Springs called Torch and said, "Who are the ghouls?" And Torch said, "What do you mean?" And Caden said, GWS. Ghouls. So now we call them the Ghouls. Does that sound in tune?
No.
Right. I put new strings on.
Well, that was a mistake.
At 6 this morning.
They're just begging, Greg.
Now I can't see my tuner.
Use your ears.
Oh, well, we get on
That's funny, it was in tune when you bought it.
What's this song called, Billy?
Tuning. It's a Chinese folk song.
And if I ever get it properly in tune, Billy, I'm going to have it welded. Yep, she's out all right.
Here's at 11.
Thanks, George.
It's the first time Chappie's played sitar on any of his songs.
How we sound now?
Closer.
Close.
Start with the chorus, chaps. 1, 2, 3, and
Where the ghouls try and understand it, where AFL's fantasy. Whoa, whoa, where the ghouls and we're all top draft picks, 'cause the AFL had a dream. Whoa, whoa.
I said, yeah, we're all top draft picks. We were Tack Cup guns, oh yeah. And when we play our home games, gotta tell you, nobody come and sing it out.
Where the ghouls try and understand it, where the latest league idea. Whoa, whoa, where the ghouls and we're all top draft picks, make the finals every year. Whoa, whoa.
And it's all true.
Next song up. When, and by the way, that was a Bob Smith and Warrigal who had the idea. And
Very good idea, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Is that his real name?
It's a bit suspicious, isn't
I
it?
think he's had a lot of trouble booking into motels over his lifetime.
Well, funny you should say that, Co, because our great friend John Nutting, ABC announcer, he checked into a New Zealand motel. He said, she said, "Name please." He said, "John Nutting." She said, "We don't have a reservation. We've got one for a Mr. Nothing."
He was coming out of Victoria Park one day, and one of the fans said, "Hey, Nutting, you're nutting."
That's worse for his son, Nathan.
Sorry, who?
I'm loving the sounds you're getting out of that guitar, Greg. They're very avant-garde.
This is giving great encouragement to buskers everywhere.
Isn't it?
Hey, down on Princess Bridge, they're saying, "I'm a chance."
Can we go up to Wellington Street and get the guitar-playing bunny to come down here and play for us?
Is he the rabbit or the Darth Vader?
That's right. He's morphed into Darth Vader.
Oh, yeah, I prefer the rabbit.
Yeah. The guitar got so much work this week, being grand final week, that they wore the strings out and left me no choice but to change them.
Is anyone here that knows anything about music? Good. You can get away with it, right?
What's this one, Greg?
Doug Long and Richard Evans. Zach Merritt way back in round one.
He fought the boar and the boar won. He fought the boar and the boar won.
Lucky Neil up in Brisbane.
He fought the boar and the boar won. He fought the boar and the boar won.
for getting injured, he was hotly tipped for all Australia. Just have to ask Dustin Martin.
He fought the boar and the boar won. He fought the boar and the boar won.
Cripps, Tim Kelly, almost everyone.
They fought the boar and the boar won. They fought the boar and the boar won.
Now, at the risk of sounding like serious football talk,
it's a big risk.
well, I don't think we can let any Saturday go without a bit of Saturday morning serious football talk.
Yeah.
In the case of Matt de Boer, who do you think he'll go to? Are there people like, there's 100,024 in the ground, and they're all going, where's the ball going? I heard Robbo say.
He's been to everyone, but he's never been to me.
Torchy doing his annual gag.
I know, that could be the funniest thing you've ever said, Torchy.
Had an email
An issue that could have been champions on ABC Radio. We're live at the MCG. It happens to be grand final day. A whole lot of people are here wanting to hear songs, and we're just acting the goat.
Sorry. Torchy kicked a goal with his first key league football.
Yes.
And today he's got a laugh with his first ever gag.
What's next, Greg?
Had an email yesterday from Patty from Reservoir. She suggested we do this one that she tossed up some time ago. Traditional owner James Rain. I'm going to the MCG, and sadly there's no D's. I hope they let me take my rug to spread across my knees. Can I park in Yarra Park in my Range Rover? What the heck, I might take my Jaguar. What a big concern, it's hard to learn. Getting in the ground, is a barcode up or down?
Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Yeah, and up, yeah, and up.
Up what frustrates is at the game. It's so hard to know which way the barcode goes.
Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Keep your barcode up. Yeah, and up, yeah, and up.
Now's the time, champion.
Rushing him through.
Oh, no.
One more. And this was Andy's request. We're going to tell you how to get down to the MCG if you're from Western Sydney.
Are there any tall buildings in Western Sydney?
No. Yes, Penrith Leagues Club. Andrew Henderson sent it in a while back, the idea, that is. If you're going down to the MCG, I want you to take this little old tip from me. You may travel from just about anywhere, but let me tell you just how to get there.
There's Jollymont Terrace and Jollymont Lane, Jollymont Station if you come by train. If you're on Wellington, did you know you can take a right turn into Jollymont Road?
I can sense this crowd wants to rock. You can footbridge over from Soccer Park. You can try Gosh's Paddock if it's not too dark. Take the Swan Street Bridge from Kingston, Maine. Risk Richmond Station on a V-line train. There are trams on the north and on the south sides. You can take that joyful Jollymont ride. If we're walking from the city, there's a top way to go. You take the William Barrick Bridge past Jollymount Road. And there's
Jollymount Terrace and Jollymount Lane, Jollymount Station if you come by train. If you're on Wellington, did you know? You can take a right turn into Jollymount Road.
Jollymount Road. Jollymount Road.
Jollymount Road.
Everybody.
Jollymount Road. Jollymount
Hot crowd.
Thank you, everyone. You're listening to Could Have Been Champions on ABC Radio Melbourne and Radio Victoria, Radio Australia, Radio Universe. We're coming to you live from the MCG here on Grand Final Day. And it's time for us to talk to some of the good people who've got... The game doesn't start for hours and hours and hours, but hundreds of people are here in the park already just soaking up the atmosphere, and lots of them have chosen to come and be here and watch us do the show. Thank you all for coming here and helping us make the show. Ian Cover has got the roving mic now and he's moving out into the crowd.
Yes. Can we just start with the usual time-honoured gag, Richo?
I've lost sight of you in the crowd, Ian.
I'm over here.
I can see his hand.
I can hear you. Oh, you can. Oh, yes. Thank you, Billy.
There's so many people here. No wonder I've disappeared in amongst them. In fact, I'm on a huge stage here. I feel like I had a dream. This is fantastic.
Let's meet some of these people.
Well, I'm going to go down here because it's also traditional always to welcome. She's here every year. First in, Rosemary here, our Melbourne...
Lorraine.
Lorraine. I haven't seen you since last year, Lorraine, so how are you today?
Very well, thanks, Herb.
Good, terrific. And I have to ask the question, how'd the D's go this year?
Not particularly well.
Did you come along? Did you stay and stick with them?
We came to every game and I stayed till the end no matter what.
That's where you're going wrong.
Just stay there for a minute, Lorraine. Andy, did you come to every game and stay right till the end?
Absolutely not.
He needs to have some learnings.
Certainly does.
Learnings, my goodness.
Now, I've got something for you because you've been sitting on this concrete for years, and you know you were here last year, and you recall we had Dr. Angelina Russo with us, who was knitting the beanies. Yeah. During the course of the year, she's actually knitted. I haven't even unwrapped this. She has knitted. I'm not sure whether it's a cushion or a rug. It's probably a rug for the members to put over their knees.
Oh, come on.
And she's done it, and you might like to unwrap that and show it the crowd later. She's knitted it with a positional heat map on it.
Really?
So we've got to have a look at that. That's for you,
Lorraine.
Lorraine. All right, that's terrific. Okay. Now the man next to me here, also sitting on the concrete, just enough for his trousers to ride up. Can you come up on the catwalk here, sir? That'd be terrific. Just come up here. Just stand here. I'll stand in, so I need to do the DAC action. There you go. Now look, just pull the trouser leg up, and what do we see?
Oh,
the giant socks. Have a look at that.
But they're special. They're not like footy socks. They're, a fashion statement.
No, I wouldn't be wearing them on the golf course. At my club, they have to be white.
Unhook his belt. We'll see if he's got the undies.
What's your name, sir?
Andrew.
And you barrack for them, or you just...
Yeah, I barrack for them.
Or you just found those socks at the op shop.
When did you graduate from NIDA, Andrew?
The kids couldn't think of anything to buy for Father's Day. They went to the sock shop and all that was left was 80 pairs of giant socks. So how long have you been following them?
3 or 4 years.
Oh.
I've been a member for 3 or 4 years.
And who did you follow before they were invented?
The West Coast Eagles.
Oh, I don't mind that. Yeah. I don't mind that. You're not supposed to change clubs, but in this case, we're happy with that. Got a favourite player?
Toby Green.
Toby Green. All right, back to your seat. No, good luck today, Andrew. It's great to have you in. He's got the...
Good on you, Andrew. Big hand for Andrew, everybody. A Giants fan.
You might have noted I did take out the positional heat pack. It was a positional
heat map rug
in the outside football tote bag. Now, lots of people here with their bags today. I want to see one that someone's got a really crappy, a bad old bag that's falling apart.
A bag that needs replacing.
There's someone up here on stage who's got one that's pretty crappy.
Billy Baxter. Just show us. Just can you hold your bag up? And this is what you're going to have to beat. All right.
I've had mine for I think 40 years, and these boys always try and
get you to take a new one.
It's still good.
Oh, look at that!
It's a little bit broken. That's right.
Wow. He won't give it up.
But it's mine.
Anyone able to match that for?
Has anyone got a bag as beaten up and disgraceful as that one?
This is just starting to fall apart here. Look at this. Is that yours? It's Dad's. Now, hang on. What's your name, Dad?
Rob.
And who do you barrack for?
Well, Richmond.
The Tigers scarf was a bit of a giveaway, so I just thought I'd check. And is this your son with you?
Yes, it is.
What's your name?
Gil.
And you barrack for?
Geelong.
Geelong. I'm going to have a bit of a chat with you. Nice to have met Dad.
Can we get family services come and talk to Rob?
Yeah,
something's gone wrong in that family.
What? So how did that come about? That you made a very good decision early in life.
Well, it's a bit of a story.
How are we going for time?
Let's hear the story.
Well, I used to be a Richmond fan. I'll say that. When wearing my Richmond jumper against my brother in the backyard, Mum realised we couldn't both be playing against each other, but both in a Richmond jumper. So she had the great idea, get a black T-shirt, a white T-shirt, cut it up, give me a Collingwood T-shirt.
Oh.
So I went for Collingwood for a year. That was not a good year for me.
It is quite a story.
It is.
He's a 3-club man. Yeah. Don't worry about Andrew, just changed once.
And then neighbours caught on, gave me one of their old Geelong, I think 2006 member hat.
Okay.
So I had some official merch. Asked Dad, can I go for Geelong or would you like me to stick with Collingwood? He made the right
that
choice.
was a pretty easy one.
And the great, you got the cap in 2006, and then the next year they won a flag, and then 2 years later, and then another. Look, you can have the carry bag for that. There you go. Hey, you got the Collins tote bag.
Gets the outside football official tote bag.
Are you both going in today?
No, just me.
That's all right. You let a GWS person in. That'd be nice.
That's very Frank from Callisto.
Yeah, just leave the kids out.
Leave the kids out here on the concourse.
The older brother, what's his name?
Jonah.
And you stayed with the Tigers. And how many flags you seen?
Just one.
You've seen 3, haven't you? Very good.
Another example of neglected children.
Anyway, now, any other... there's a Tiger fan here. There's a few Tigers. It's good to see there's a fair smattering of orange and charcoal down here. Here's one actually really kitted up in the gear. Got the jumper on and all. Hello there.
Hello.
Name?
Ursula Russell.
And Ursula, barracks for?
GWS.
Who did you break before they were invented?
I didn't have a team.
You waited all your life and just...
I waited all my life. We moved here when I was 16 and my dad jumped on the Swans, but I just didn't. I just waited. And then Kevin Sheedy put his hand down from heaven one day and said, come along for the journey. So I did. Yeah.
And so are you from Sydney?
I grew up in the western suburbs of Sydney.
Oh, you're genuine. This is western suburbs of Sydney.
We found the one.
I've always made the claim that I'm Kevin Sheedy and Charlene is love child.
Champion, is that on the playlist today? Is Charlene a song?
No way.
Can someone...
No, oh, what a shame.
Okay, no, it's a shame. Anyway,
that one. El Paso.
Yeah,
El Paso.
El Paso, champs, yeah.
Well, that's true. And Ursula's got a ticket. I think you've listened.
Yeah,
Ursula, have you written to the show in the past?
Yes, I wrote to the show earlier on with a song that you didn't
I
play.
did it for you.
No, you didn't play the song. It was called Dusty's Not Going to Win a Brownlow. So
that's a little mean-spirited, isn't it?
Feeling there, Ursula.
It was to the tune of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. So
Good, well.
It might have been a bit highbrow.
Yeah, well, you heard...
That's what you get from the western suburbs of Sydney.
Madam, I think you'll find it's pronounced Beethoven.
Imagine the champ's tuning his guitar for that one.
No, can you make your way back to the stage now?
Some special guests have
because
arrived.
We've got some very special guests arrived. You're with the Koodameens live here on Grand Final Day at the MCG on ABC Local Radio, and we welcome now to the microphone. We spoke earlier in the show to Shelley Haynes, mum of Nick, who plays on the back line for the Giants. So we're keeping it back line here, and we welcome Cecily and Chris Floston, who are the parents of Nick Floston, plays on the back line for Richmond. Chris, Cecily, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, tell us about Nick's footy background. Who did he play for as a kid?
Well, Nick played for Eltham Footy Club in Melbourne. Yep. Started Auskick when he was about 4. And, we basically played all these games at Eltham, made it to the Northern Knights and Vic Metro and the AIS. So he's had a fairly good pathway to Richmond, I guess.
Just another legendary Eltham product.
Yes, there's quite a few actually. There's Caddy, Zacharakis,
Bontempelli.
Bit of a gun. And there's a couple others
Actually, Chris, I remember because my son was down there at the time. I think Nick was picked in the playing under 18s when he was fairly low age, wasn't he not? Was he still an under 16 at that time?
Yes, he was. He did play a few games with Caddy when he was captain of the Northern Knights team.
Now, Cecily, Chris, have you two got a sporting background yourselves?
I'd be a no, more through lack of opportunity, I guess.
Yeah.
Chris more so. He's a grade squash player and rower as well, state rower.
Wow.
Which state, Chris?
New South Wales. I actually grew up in New South Wales.
Ah, okay.
That's GPS, not private school.
So, and when did you move to Victoria?
1985. 85, yeah.
So how long did it take you to get up to speed with footy?
Quite a while, actually, because we really just got involved with our children's footy. Nick was a difficult child when he was young, and the child's psychologist or whatever suggested we take him to footy to burn off some energy. So.
Let's just say he's playing on doctor's orders.
So the two of you are there watching him play footy.
I wasn't.
Ah.
We have 2 sons. The other son played for Research Football Club, so I was tracking him around all over the place while Chris was with Nick, tracking Nick around. So I didn't actually see Nick play for many, many years.
And the whole time you're having to learn the rules of this game
Correct.
You were unfamiliar with.
Correct.
At what stage did you think, I finally understand football?
It's still to come, really.
I don't think Cess quite understands the game yet. She's too busy talking usually when it's being played.
But Nick picked it up pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, I taught him all he knew, but I never played footy myself. He always enjoyed his football. He was always keen to go and play and practice. And when he was a kid, I used to kick the football in the backyard, and he was happy to kick it for an hour and a half. And I'd never run after it, so I always told him, if you don't kick it towards me, I'm not going to get it.
He had to go and get it himself.
Yeah, that's right. So he learned to kick straight.
Now, Cecily, Chris, how well do you remember draft year? And obviously he was good enough, you knew there was a chance, but he could have gone absolutely anywhere. What were your thoughts when the draft was looming?
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Well, being interstate ourselves, Cess and I, we weren't too concerned whether he went interstate. And we didn't find out till about half an hour before the actual draft that he was going to Richmond.
And how did you know before the draft that he was going?
Oh, well, when I say half an hour, we're on the table.
Yeah.
And the cameras come round, and Ollie Wines was picked before him, and we were invited. So the AFL invites top 20 players to the draft, so he's in a good chance.
Something was going to happen.
Something's going on, yeah. So, but we didn't really know till just before that he was being selected.
And it was a Melbourne club, so he didn't have to move away. You must have been very happy.
Yes, we were, but Richmond didn't have a good reputation at the time.
Tell us more about that.
Well, I'm not saying that. 37 years,
Yeah.
so we're a little bit worried about that, but we're sort of pleased he didn't go interstate because it's nice to have him around occasionally.
And did he stay living at home for a while after he was drafted?
Yeah, he was there for about a year or so, and then he went out for a while and came back for another 6 months. So, he stayed there for quite a while after he was drafted.
And where is he now?
He's in Albert Park.
Of course.
He's probably around here somewhere.
Have you spoken to him this week?
Yes, he came around after the Geelong game and basically slept. And Seth sent a text this morning.
Yeah, I sent a text this morning as I do ahead of each game, and basically just to sort of say have fun, enjoy the game. And I always get a thanks mother back, but today I put on it from mum and dad, and I got a thanks fam back.
Thanks fam.
Yeah, very nice.
Did you?
Now,
and that's it.
Cecily, let's just go back to Research Football Club. But Nick's brother, his name's
Tim.
Tim. Is he still playing?
He does actually. He's now in Townsville.
Wow.
With the Army, and he plays AFL up there. So he enjoys that.
But you don't go up there to watch his game.
No. Mind you, he comes down here quite a bit to watch Nick.
Okay. And were you here in 2017, Cecily?
Chris and I were, but both children were overseas, unfortunately, so they missed everything. But yes, Chris and I were certainly here.
And for the listeners at home, judging by your dress today, you're not going to the official lunch. You've got the jeans and the Richmond club tops on and all that sort of stuff. So are you in the cheer squad or...?
We're halfway up level 4 in the Southern Stand.
Can't they do better than that for you?
Well, our children got the better tickets. And they're going to the room after the game, but we can't make it.
So that's been the story. You've been sacrificing for your children.
That's right.
And it's not stopping any time soon.
and we believe that the Giants are going to be down at Crown tonight. So where's Richmond's function? Across the road. Okay.
And the Giants are staying there. Can't they work that out better than that?
That's right.
You'll be going in there and they're checking out. I mean, the foyer's going to be crowded.
They'll be wanting to because it'll be quite noisy. Cecily, Chris, have the most wonderful day today, and thank you so much for joining us here.
Good luck.
It's our pleasure.
Yeah, good on you.
Chris and Cecily Vlosten. Nick and Tim's parents. Yeah, Tim playing up in Townsville with the
And Nick, it was a high draft pick, Richard. You followed the Tigers.
Yeah,
and
first round.
And they're always under pressure, the high picks, and he took a bit to sort of find his feet, but now he's an absolute gun, isn't he?
Terrific.
134 games. I think that's about when you come into your own, at the risk of sounding like serious football.
Well,
I've got a fair way to go then, have I?
we spoke to Nick Haynes' mum earlier, Shelley. He's played 127 games.
That's my point.
Nick Blossom played 134. They both play on the back line. They both play a very similar style of game.
And I think if you have a look through the Richmond lineup, there's a lot of Northern Knights in there too.
Yeah.
Dylan Grimes, Trent Cotton.
Have they got a football factory out there?
How do they do it?
Only Richmond seems to know about it.
How do they do it? Look, we're coming up to the news, champs. Can we squeeze in another song to keep everyone in a good mood? Going up to the news.
I've got a mini song for you, Richard.
That'll do.
And it's the one that's going to push your buttons because it's about Sheets.
And
it doesn't require the guitar. John Oak sent the idea only yesterday, I think, or the other day. Here we go. Who's the one who coached the Dons and when he left invented GWS? It was Sheedy. Who's the one who scaled the Blue Mountains and then he went and built the Trevi Fountain? Sheedy. And who invented dental braces and first put wheels on suitcases? It was Sheedy. Who was he who built the Parthenon plus the Hanging Gardens of Babylon? Who invented the hot air balloon and put a man upon the moon? It was Sheedy. Who designed the Hubble telescope and should be the first Australian Pope? Who dreamed up the polio vaccine and thinks there's hope for Toby Green? Sheedy.
Kevin Sheedy, where would we be without him? We ran into him earlier this morning before the show and he was in great form as always. It's coming up to news time here on ABC Radio Melbourne. Don't go anywhere though. Have a listen to the news. Find out what's happening out in the world.
And program to join us, Craig Lambert and Dale Flea Waitman.
Straight after the news. You're with the Coonamans live at the MCG. We'll be back after the news. Stay tuned.
ABC Radio.
There's lots of possibility.
Mary McDonald with ABC News. Good morning. Security has been stepped up around the MCG precinct ahead of the AFL Grand Final between Richmond and GWS, which kicks off in just a few hours. The Tigers will be vying for their second premiership in 3 years, while the Giants will be hoping to create history by winning their first AFL Grand Final. Earlier this morning, thousands of MCC members queued outside Gate 2 in the hope of securing a coveted seat. Madison Sims and her boyfriend were camped at the MCG since Thursday night and came well prepared.
A mattress, some food, a deck of cards, and some really good conversations. It was worth it, but very cold in the morning.
Meanwhile, speaking at the traditional North Melbourne Grand Final breakfast, the federal opposition leader Anthony Albanese says he's a Hawthorn supporter who can empathise with those who follow rival Geelong. He says the Cats were the minor premiers who fell over when it mattered most.
I do have some sympathy for Geelong supporters out there because they finished top of the ladder only to lose out when it really mattered. It was a bit like the last couple of years in Canberra.
The Federal Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, who also spoke at the breakfast, says he thinks today's grand final will be close. But he says if the experts are anything to go by, the Giants should win the premiership.
It's going to be a close contest, and I didn't think that GWS would win until I opened the papers this morning and saw that Newspoll has them 10 points behind. Given our recent experience, I think they're a sure thing.
Canadian police say 2 teenagers who killed 3 people, including Sydney man Lucas Fowler, showed no remorse in a video they filmed after the murders. Mr Fowler was killed in July on a remote highway in British Columbia, along with his 24-year-old girlfriend, China Deese. 64-year-old Leonard Dick was also found dead 4 days later on another highway. Kevin Hackett from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police says the teens were operating alone.
We believe that no other suspects were responsible for the 3 homicides or were involved in any way. The murders appear to be random and crimes of opportunity with no known motive.
Hundreds of thousands of people have marched in cities and towns across Canada, joining the global climate strike movement. Organisers say around 500,000 people have taken part in a strike in the city of Montreal, positioning the event as one of the largest environmental marches in history. Swedish climate change activist Greta Thunberg has told the crowd it's important people keep demonstrating until the message is heard by world leaders.
Today, we are millions around the world striking and marching again. And we will keep on doing it until they listen.
Meanwhile, a commotion broke out during the event in Montreal when a man was arrested for reportedly attempting to throw eggs at the Canadian Prime Minister. Justin Trudeau and his family had been marching with demonstrators when the incident occurred. The state government is continuing its rollout of road safety barriers in a bid to drive down the road toll. From next month, the flexible wire rope barriers will start being installed on high-risk roads in Melbourne's southeast, including the Frankston Freeway, Western Port Highway, South Gippsland Highway and the Murray-Darling Highway. The Roads Minister Jala Pulford says the upgrade is part of the $1.4 billion Towards Zero Road Safety Action Plan.
For those times where good people doing the right thing make a very small mistake, a momentary lapse of concentration or something like that, having barriers in place in these high-speed, high-volume roads can save lives and avoid serious injuries.
3 sailors who were rescued by a cruise ship off New Caledonia after their yacht sank say their experience hasn't put them off sailing. Australian cousins Kevin and Chris Doran and Ben Johnson from Vanuatu were sailing to the Gold Coast when their propellers became entangled in a ship's mooring rope early Thursday morning. The P&O's Pacific Dawn rescued the men from their life raft in the Pacific Ocean. It docked in Brisbane this morning. Kevin Doran says he became worried when their yacht started sinking.
I was manning the hand pump trying to keep the vessel afloat, and these guys are running around upstairs doing stuff, and I said to one of the guys, "Don't leave me here, don't leave me here."
To the weather now, and there's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast for the state. Isolated showers in the southeast, clearing by early afternoon. Fine elsewhere. Cool and partly cloudy across the south, but a little milder and mostly sunny over the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower over the eastern suburbs this morning. Otherwise dry. We're heading for a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 developing, also 16. Monday, a cloudy day and a top of 15 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
The ABC, celebrating the UN Year of Indigenous Languages.
Did you know the original name of the Bundaberg suburb of Wangara is Wangara in the Tarablang language, and it means burning mountain? Find more place name stories at abc.net.au/thisplace. For news, local stories and to find out what's happening in our region, stay tuned right here on your radio, online or on the ABC Listen app.
Hello and welcome back to the MCG on Grand Final Day. You're with the Could Have Been Champions on ABC Radio Melbourne. Good to have you listening and wonderful to have all these people who are here today. Game doesn't start for ages. Not everyone out there's got a ticket, but it's great to just be here at the G and be part of it. Let me reintroduce the panel. Greg Champion.
Good morning again.
Andy Belair.
Here we go, everybody.
George McGee.
G'day, everybody.
Billy Baxter.
Quit looking at me, will you?
Ian Cover.
Hello again.
And I'm Jeff Richardson, and we've got the guests just keep coming on the show this morning. We've got two Richmond legends joining us, a former number 3 and a former number 4, and that's a magical number at Richmond over the generations. Would you welcome Dale Flea Waitman?
Good morning, Flea.
And Craig Lambert.
Hey, boys. Hey, Lambert, you've got a... What scarf's that? GWS scarf?
Well, I do come bearing gifts for Richo, because I know he's an absolute Richmond tragic. So, Richo?
He's got a gift for you.
Craig has brought me a giant scarf.
Oh,
thanks, Craig.
That.
I'll put it on for now.
A lot of people don't know that Richo actually is a big Tigers fan.
And for those who don't know, Craig wore the number 4 at Richmond and was a fantastic player. Went up to Brisbane and played a lot of games up there, and then you've moved into the what is now growing player welfare area. But when you first started doing it, Craig, at Brisbane, it was a pretty new thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Rich. It was sort of like, that's the northern states. Obviously, retention's a huge thing in regards to one being able to draft the right player, but then also being able to create a really good environment that they want to stay there. So when I unfortunately left the Tigers, and that's another story in itself, because I had 7 unbelievable years there with the great bloke to my left here, Dale Waitman.
Keep going.
Yeah. I'll get to you later on. But that welfare retention, that genuine care, that support environment that you can put around these players, I did learn that when I went to Brisbane Bears, who become Brisbane Lions, and obviously they went on to win 3 grand finals in a row. And to get the opportunity to go to GWS back late 2010 with my wife, and to see them here today against the mighty Tigers, the Giants, watching these young players, some of the stories you go back to when I was 17, 18 years of age, and the homesicknesses, expectations, everything, every gamut of emotion you can think of being away from their families. To see them here on the centre stage, MCG, you feel really proud that you had the opportunity to have a small part in their careers.
So
Craig, you almost got us sympathetic to the Giants there.
Almost. Craig is look, this can't be too hard being a player welfare manager. I get the idea you just go around handing out scarves to people.
Mate, it was as I said, I'm a Melbourne boy through and through. I sort of,
Danny, so everyone from Danny, they're knocking off your cars right now. All these mates.
So Coz, the hardest thing, obviously, the welfare component, we've all been involved in footy, is that the one thing, and Flea will probably attest to this, is that footy players can see through bullshit better than most. So the ability to be able to connect with them, not just them but their families. I think the blueprint of the GWS Giants was always, we weren't going to draft a player, we're going to draft a family. So the whole families were going to come along for the journey. And yes, there were some big times at the Palace Hotel, Coz, a few beers and all that. So that's all part and parcel. But it was very strategic. Gubby Allen was the one who had the blueprint in regards to who he wanted to recruit. And obviously you got the Lamberts there, and we had Dale Holmes early as our CEO, Dave Matthews, Kevin Sheedy, who's the godfather of the Giants. It was a great crew. Those 5 years I had there to be able to build a club, as I said before, it's something that can never be taken away from me, and I just hope it's a fantastic match today.
And here we are on a grand final day, and Dale, you've been there before. Grand final day as a player. Talk us through it.
Well, I can't remember. It was 1980. We won one in 82. I can't remember yesterday. But I still remember the celebrations. Now, that was what it's all about. That's the thing, and that's one thing where I still work at the Tigers. I've been there 20 years. They're not too sure what I do, and I'm not going to tell them. Because then they might start checking on me. But the thing about it is that they've come over here, they're embracing the grand final. They've embraced the parade. They embrace everything. We've got 100,000 members at the Tigers, and they embrace them all. They get out there, and that's one of the things that comes from Dimmer. He wants them to, you don't often get a chance to play in the game, so we come along, enjoy it, meet your fans, get out there and play your best. You know, enjoy the experience, and that's how, you know, I suppose when I was, my first one in 1908, I was 20. You know, the best thing about it, I only played 3 years. There was 3 years of pre-seasons. That's what kills you. I was 6'8" before I started.
It was only a matter of time before we started talking.
Well, big blokes, fair dinkum. They can't mark the ball around the ground. All they do is take up space. Fair dinkum, they do.
And
But,
talking of 6'8", Dale, you were part of that Mildura push along with Mark Lee. How's he going?
The big general? Now, the big general's been a policeman for 20 years. He's in Mildura, still hasn't arrested anyone. It's not because you don't like anyone, you just can't fill out the paperwork. You're not that's why I was quite happy to be this side. A lot smarter than the big blokes.
Hey, I'm just thinking that you two stand together here at the broadcast, and as Richard said, one wore number 3 and wore number 4. You had adjoining lockers.
We did. We did.
But Coase,
were you good mates?
Let's get the story crystal clear here. Were you number 3 straight away, Dale?
No, I wore number 43.
Right. So I feel really honoured that I got a chance to wear number 4. But they didn't rate me too highly early. I was number 53. So after about 6 or 7 rounds, I think Mark Eustace wore number 4, and back in the late 80s, I used to always wear a long sleeve, obviously, and you only have the long sleeve training jumpers from number 1 to number 6. So I used to wear number 4. So I come to training, and all of a sudden, Flea goes, geez, you've jumped into Wally Eustace's grave pretty quick.
He got pissed off to, will I say pissed off?
No.
He got nicked off to Sydney, halfway through the year.
And I didn't know this, so I'm just wearing my training jumper number 4 that I've always worn all pre-season. And he goes, mate, you should get up to head office, go and see Cameron Swab and see whether you can get number 4. And I said, well, I'd love to get out of this number 53, I can tell you that.
It was a bit heavy.
And I would have been happy 30 or down, to tell you the truth. And but then I didn't really know the significance of the great number 4 of, Dusty, Jeff Rains, Royce Harts. It's just
and Wally Eustace.
But it's just a very special jumper. And for me, actually, to get that jumper, I had to go through the whole board, and they went through the importance and significance of that jumper, and pretty lucky to wear it for 7 years.
Yeah. And Dale, you talked about 1980 and 1982, and then you had that long period of no success, really. And what's different now about that time?
Well, completely different, because we played in the finals the last time.
What's different?
And it's good. Oh no, and we the club really mucked up in those after 82. Did a few things that weren't real flash, and actually we just didn't plan properly. It was all hit and miss. It was all done spasmodically. Look, we were still doing all the same training and working hard, doing all that kind of stuff, but there was no success. Now they've actually got people in there that's really well resourced. Like in that time, we had they talk about recruiters. Now, recruiters are most important, but because they're the people that you're coming. You only had to see it this year when the first 5 or 6 games we had after so all our good players out. But the kids that they recruited in the system, the VFL system that was coached by Craig McRae, the next line with Lammy, they came in and they just knew what to do. They played their role, got in there, and we probably shouldn't have. There was a couple of games there. Look, we played Port Adelaide and Freo and Freddle. We had very inexperienced sides. Got over the line. That's why we're here now, because we've got good depth. It's well organised. Everyone wants, and you go to the footy club and everyone wants to be there. That's the beauty of it. They want to be there. They want to help each other. And it's not just the players, it's the whole club, and that's what makes us a good one.
And Craig, obviously that's what you were trying to build when you first went to the Giants when it started. You were recruited to be part of it. You wanted people to want to be there. What can you tell us about some of there would have been babies who were basically in your care, who are going to be watching out there playing today? What are some of the scrapes you had to get them out of?
Well, there's so many. I did an SEN interview about 6 days ago, and your mind goes racing back to those early days in, first 2 years. And I remember Toby Green. It's a funny. I know Toby Green. There's a lot of people in Melbourne. He's not their favourite player, but I tell you what, every club would want him to be on their side. I know that. And he's got an amazing heart, and he does the occasional silly thing, which he puts his hand up. But Toby Green, when he was about 18, because I've always said to any player, and so has my wife, that if you meet me halfway, there's nothing we won't do for you. But you've got to meet us halfway. And Toby Green, his battery had gone flat in his car. Right? So he rang us up, my wife, Mel and I. So we drove to Breakfast Point where they were staying, got the chargers, charged it up, and I said, Tobe, now listen, you need to drive it for about 10, 15 minutes to make sure it recharges. It goes all over at Lambo, don't worry about it, all over it. 25 minutes later, we're back at our house, get a phone call. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Lambo. It's flood again. I said, did you drive it for 10, 15 minutes? He goes, around about 5. I said, no, 10, 15. I said, all right, we went back around, charged it back up again. I said, please, Toby, please. 15 minutes, drive it around, it'll be fine. All over at Lambo. Back 30 minutes again. I promise you not. Phone call, I go, are you shitting me, Toby? He goes, it's flat again, Lambo. So then I drove back with my wife. We charged it up. I said, mate, I'm doing it with you now. I'm in the front seat with you. We're driving for 30 minutes, and then you can drive me home. So there's a million of those stories where you get a chance to show that you really do care about them more than just the player. And to see them now, we had a bit of a function yesterday with all the families and all that. They're a special group of kids that are young men now, special families. As I said, I just feel really honoured that went there kicking and screaming, to tell you the truth, because I'm a bit of a homeboy. I like security, and Flea will tell you this. I can stress a bit, but
stress a bit. Mate, unbelievable. He's got every pill in the whole world. He's got he could have been a chemist. Too much crap he's got in there. What's wrong? Oh, I'm not really worried about this. Oh, I've got a sore hammy. Is it taut? No. I said, what's wrong with you, mate? Come on.
But it was my wife who was the one who pushed me over. So she just said, listen, how good would this be to go to a brand new club, be able to try and build a culture from scratch? And those 5 years were pretty magical for the Lamberts, I can tell you that.
So who are you voting for today?
Well, that's a good one, and I knew you'd ask me that one.
We asked the hard questions.
You asked those, and that's why I love this, mate. Growing up, playing for the Tigers in the mid-'80s, which was tough. Then getting drafted to Brisbane Bears, it was tough. It was this radio station that kept me going, trust me. Right? The best radio station of all time. They have fun, they have respect, I love you to death. So it's not going to go down well, this, guys, with the Tiger Army. Because the Tigers won it in 2017, which I brought my whole family, it was a special, special day, special weekend. Craig Lambert, I'll be back for the Giants today.
There you go.
Someone's got it.
Controversial.
Someone's got it.
You're dressed, Flea, as if you're going to some official function today, too.
Yeah, I'm puff-nosing
very
today,
well
people.
dressed.
Are you sitting with the Prime Minister?
Well, no, he's not allowed in my room. That's how it works. No, I got an invite, and into the MCC committee room.
Oh, if you don't.
I'm going to enjoy it. I may never be allowed back in again, but I'm going to
we might need to get General there, Mark Lee. He might get his first arrest.
The General wouldn't arrest me. I've looked after him too long.
You may not even get in there now because you're not supposed to go public about the fact you go there.
So Dale is in the committee room of the Melbourne Cricket Club. Craig, where will you be watching the game?
I'm on level 2, which is nice, but I'll be having a 4 and 20 pie and maybe a couple of beers. So
the Lamberts have got a whole bay in level 2. You have. Well, you've got 40 tickets off me. You got 30 GWS. You got some off the Brisbane line.
That's not accurate. Oh, you looked after me, but not that well.
But you made a fortune. He flew in a helicopter.
Flea has missed his career. Stand-up comedy for Flea.
Well, both of you are going to have a great day. Only one team's going to win. It's in the nature of grand finals. But as a very wise man said to me once, there are no losers on grand final day. It's just a very special day. Craig Lambert, Dale Fleetwood. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
And does Craig want his scarf back, or is Richo actually going to hang on to it? You'll find something.
It's a very unusual shade of charcoal, isn't it, that one?
It is. Wonderful.
You could have been champions. We're live here on Grand Final Day at the MCG.
Richo, when they were together at Richmond,
yes,
who was wearing number 2 and who was wearing number 5? Because it would have been interesting being either side of them at their lockers.
Well, there were a few rotated through those. Yeah.
We'll look that up.
More than one in each occasion. So don't want to put someone above the other. You are with the Good Means. We are live on ABC Radio Melbourne, coming from the MCG on Grand Final Day. We're just going to cross back to the studio for a couple of moments and be right back with Footy Songs with Greg Champion.
Picture this. ABC Radio in your car, streaming online, via the ABC Listen app, and now ABC Radio on your TV. ABC Radio is everywhere, anywhere, even on your TV. From RN and News Radio to Double J, ABC Kids Listen, and your local capital city ABC radio station. Search your TV's electronic program guide to find your favourites. ABC Radio. Hear it on your TV.
You're back with the Coulda Beans. Over to you, Jeffy. Thank you very much, Unk. It's Grand Final Day, and it's look at it, building out here at Yarra Park. You're back with the Coulda Beans on ABC Radio, and as promised, more songs from Greg. He hasn't changed guitars, which is a worry.
And as he gets into position, just advising listeners right around the world and here that we don't run the Norm Smith sweep anymore. You might recall there was an issue last year. I think it was going to be printed, wasn't it, up in Sydney by the then Chief Executive Officer of the ABC. And unfortunately, she moved on and the printing didn't get done. So, and then we were not doing it. So,
and I think the last winner of the sweep in 2017 is standing right over there, Tammy Mills from The Age newspaper.
Yeah. Oh, it is too.
Where's Tammy?
Yeah.
Where's Tammy?
Hi, Tammy.
Well, if she asks you any questions, just say no comment, because she obviously already knows everything.
She's right onto that story that General Lee hasn't arrested anyone.
Oh, that's right.
That's a big.
Yeah, well, if
crime
she
story
rings up, don't take the call, because she's obviously got you completely already. Champs, how about some songs?
Gee, the crowd gets bigger every year. Who's on the Tigers? Who's on the Giants? Who wants them both to lose? A little bit of Marl.
Hey, what happened over in Adelaide, by the way? Did the grand final get played last week?
Glenelg got up.
Oh!
Yeah.
So Chad Corns we spoke to would have been very happy about that.
Yeah, disappointing for Port. That was their 47th flag gone begging. Seriously. Little bit of mail.
Oh, you got some mailbag before songs. Sorry, Greg. Yes, what have we got there?
Sure. Rob Horan writes,
Yep.
I should have seen it coming last week. The signs were there before the match, and he's a Pies man. They played Hotel California in the ground. We've gone on air this year as saying there's a gentleman, regular contributor, Mark Burke of Smith's Gully. Every time he hears Hotel California, he leaves the venue. And they played it before the game. I should have left, said Rob Horan. And the result speaks for itself. Tressida writes, 140 old people going to Townsville with me for the AFL Masters National Carnival. The over 50s, 55s and 60s are defending the national titles. And Jerry Jezza Watts writes, you guys are my team. Have you thought about your own footy jumper? I need a jumper that I can wear. And he could have managed to design one. He says, long time, sad, miserable, loyal, hopeless, Demons fan. Can you relate to that, Andy?
Yes. Is that Trash?
No, Trash is going to Townsville for the Masters.
And where does he live? Somewhere in Melbourne?
Yeah, Carrum Downs.
Carrum Downs. So he leaves home at Carrum Downs and says, I'm going outside. I may be away for some time.
I also have an update from the Melbourne Cricket Club.
Oh yes. You're the only one that gets them.
Indeed. I'm a full member.
A full of it member.
Apropos of what we were talking to CEO, my boss, Stuart Fox, about, all 50-year member seating has been exhausted.
Oh, well. Gee. tell us something else, like the sky is blue?
Well, at least it's going out on the wireless rather than the internet, so they'll actually be aware of it.
And anything there, Andy, about tickets being released to restricted members?
Yeah, they've also been exhausted, Torch.
One of our long-time listeners is Reeve McLennan. He now lives in Brisbane.
Is he here?
Standing out the back here.
Give us a wave, Reeve.
I think he was over here. I was speaking to him before the program.
Actually, he's just getting his...
And he gave us this idea.
Yeah.
Just the idea. Just the one line. I'm Steve Canilio of Western Sydney, although I'm really West Australian. They say I'm pretty quick, a number 2 draft pick. Today I won't be playing. A giant from the start, the Ghouls are in my heart. Though I do not like orange, in the end they will know I'm Steve Canilio in the black and orange, 'cause I just love those giants. Those giants, they'll do me. Those giants, they'll do me. I just love my giants. Come on, Giants. Come on, Giants. Win that flag for me. Okay, don't win the flag, I don't mind. And
Do you think anyone's ever called the Greater Western Sydney team the Giants? Because like you've got the D's, you've got the Tigers.
You're onto something, Andy.
I think
the Giants.
The Giants could work.
Look, 2 listeners chose Hotel California as an epic narrative.
But in an attempt to empty the stadium.
They just both suggested that it would make a good tune for this week, Richo. And Steve Dennis plus Danny O'Donnell. So here we go. I'm going to turn it up a little bit, Tim. Oh, this is tedious.
This could go for some time.
News at 12.
Glad that's over. On a day when the barcodes must be up, never down, I drove in from Western Sydney, got lost in Thomastown. I asked a lady in the servo, can you tell me how to get to the MCG? She said, I never heard of it. 12 hours since I drove away from Punchbowl Bowling Club. I got directions to the G in a scary Faulkner pub. They told me, get yourself to a big street called Punt Road. And when you get to Hoddle Street, just an hour or 2 to go. Welcome to the Giants Tigers Grand Final. For a frightened soul, straight from Punchbowl. Where do you park at the AFL Grand Final? It's a different world to Penrith RSL. And now I'm in a line and I've got to pass security. I never seen this kind of thing in Western Sydney. Finally, I'm in my seat. There's a deafening PA. I ask myself, is this why I came all this way? The hot dogs are twice the price of Abdul's in Liverpool. On the ground they kick at rubbish bins with kids' football. A behavioural awareness officer is telling me you can go to the toilet but you can never leave. Welcome to the Giants Tigers Grand Final. For a frightened soul, straight from Punchbowl.
Albia Park at the AFL Grand Final. It's a different world to Penrith RSL. And oh no, here it comes again. Oh dear. Listen to. I think it's got some nice effect on that. All right. You're right. I don't know how to get out of this. All right.
You're listening to the Could Have Been Champions on ABC Radio. We're coming to you live on Grand Final Day from the MCG. And songs are always big on Grand Final Day, Greg, and you've raised the bar yet again.
Well, we have, yes, it's a fresh one. You don't want to go doing fresh material on the big show. Just do the same old crap. No, we're going to shuck up to the Tigers now. It's time to do something sensible and sensitive to Richmond fans. And Chris has got the lyrics for the chorus.
And if you've heard us talk about Chris during the year, he's our producer. And
thanks, Chris Hollow.
He played 24 games for St Kilda, 24. and
how many draws did you play in, Chris? Torch played in 2.
How many goals did you kick, Chris?
Yeah, but he's got you. He filled the hole in front of Plugger at training. Who'd you fill the hole in front of? Bobby Skilton.
John Surrolls.
So John Surrolls. He wouldn't have got to the hole. Chris, though, his whole life's been leading up to holding up a piece of cardboard with some words written on it for the crowd to sing along.
Kobe, also, there's a gentleman there. Are you holding up a Chris Hollow fan card?
Oh, wow,
that's great. You had your own footy card, Chris. Wow.
And he's wearing a Collingwood jumper, that man.
Andy was our producer for about 15 years.
And I got the sack.
No, he refused to hold up the cardboard. So he lost the support of the team.
Greg, this must be a very important song if it requires cardboard.
Yeah, because the crowd is going to join us on the chorus.
Okay.
By on bonny train lines, by on Yarra Park, where the sun shines upon Pump Road Oval, there me and my cronies have sung the tiger song in the bonny parks around Pump Road Oval. So ye take the Swan Street and I'll take the Bridge Road, and I'll be at Pump Road before ye, where me and my cronies sing Tigerland again in a bonny parks around Pump Road Oval. 'Tis there that we worshipped the feet of Royce Hart, Captain Blood, Jimmy Jess, and old KB. 'Tis there we've seen victories and tragedies as well, singing Hail Tigerland, Punt Roll Oval. So take the Swan Street and I'll take the Bridge Road, and I'll be at Pond Road before ye, where me and my cronies sing Tigerland again in a bonny parks around Pond Road Oval, where me and my cronies sing Tigerland again in the bonny parks around Punt Road Oval.
Beautiful singing, folks.
That was almost moving. And just like Craig Lambert, we nearly started to feel something for Richmond then. But it's gone now. So there's one more song on the list here, chaps, and it's the old coconuts, the bunch of coconuts.
Oh, lovely.
So we are going to give it. Some of the boys think the bunch of coconuts is a great sing-along. So let's
I do.
Talk up the Giants.
Am I wrong for thinking that?
Yes. Oh, we'll soon find out. Have a sing. Oh, everybody, are you ready? And
Yes, I am.
2, 3. Oh,
How good are the Western Sydney Giants now? There they are everyone to star. Big ones, tall ones, lots of first-round picks. On almighty salaries, enough to make you sick. Oh, every season they'll be there or thereabouts. All the kids who jumped on Kevin's bus, they're set up for life if they stay out of strife, proving Kevin Sheedy is a genius. Singing, Kevin Sheedy is a genius. Kevin Sheedy is a genius. Lots of first-round picks, enough to make you sick. Singing, Kevin Sheedy is a genius.
Once more, singing,
Kevin Sheedy is a genius. Kevin Sheedy is a genius. Lots of first-round picks, enough to make you sick. Singing, Kevin Sheedy is a genius.
Great champion, everybody. Greg, of course, we'll be back for one final sing-out to take the show out as we traditionally do. But joining us now here at the ABC Radio broadcast point, busiest day of the year for him, one of the voices of ABC Radio football, Alistair Nicholson. Al, happy grand final day.
Thank you, Richo. Great to be here. Sound like a Welsh choir out there, don't it? It's fantastic.
Am I right in saying, for someone like you, a career sports journo, grand final day is just about the pinnacle?
Oh, absolutely. It's so exciting, Richo. I got off the train down at Richmond. They've got the live site down there at Punt Road today, and there were a cast of thousands waiting to get into the ground today, and it gives you a lot of nervous energy walking, up towards the MCG, and it's kind of pinch yourself stuff to be part of it today.
Now, we're finished here in just 22 minutes. What time do you press the on button on your microphone?
So we've got Limo and Ange and the team coming up from midday. They've got a big show, and then we're on from 1 o'clock. So that's when we'll get into the real analysis and what's going to take place today.
2:30, the ball's bounced. Not just the whole of Australia. There's people listening to Grandstand's coverage of the grand final all over the world, and you're responsible with bringing it to them. The pressure.
I'm out of here.
So, Al, I'm out in the crowd. You probably can't see me. But, so many people here. They've come down from the live side. During the week, have you had a little, bit of training and then worked out who takes the first bounce?
It'll usually be, so whoever hosts the call, which I'm doing today, you hand it over to the co-commentator to take the first bounce today. So Clint Wheeldon's going to take the first bounce.
Did you have the first bounce last year in your first grand final?
I did. It was a great moment. Yeah, I loved it.
Well, now what we need is an umpire to stuff up the first bounce, and then...
it's an anti-climax.
Hey, but you had the call at the end, though, didn't you? When Dom Sheed was lining up.
I got that goal, and then Clint Wheeldon. See, you got to do the right thing by the bloke from Perth if West Coast's going to win a grand final. So you can call the last sort of 40 seconds or so, but there were a few stoppages. So I reckon he called for about 2 minutes at the end there, but he got the Eagle has landed line in at the end.
And this year, have Ultimo sent somebody down from the Parramatta office just to represent GWS in the call?
The ABC doesn't work in Parramatta, I don't reckon, does it?
Haven't we got a regional station in the Western Sydney area?
I'm not sure, Kobe. That might be a good place for the Coulterbeans to go in retirement, I reckon, and get things cranky.
Now, most listeners will know this. Alistair Nicholson, the voice of football on the ABC, is from Tasmania. So
that's the next team.
That's a lot of support.
GWS today,
Tasmania.
give us another 8 years and it might be Tasmania.
8 years?
8 years.
You'll be kicked out of the Tasmanian team ginger up squad for too much pessimism.
Should happen more quickly.
8 years.
Clearly what they need is to get Sheeds down there. He makes it work. He's a genius. We just heard
Absolutely.
it.
Well, the Tasmanian Premier was at the North Melbourne Breakfast this morning and he walked on stage to the tune of I want it all. I want it all. Yeah, it was brilliant.
In all seriousness, Alistair, you think it will happen?
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% right. I thought maybe in my lifetime it might happen. I was really hopeful, but in the last sort of couple of years, I think they've got the right people behind the push and it will happen.
They've formed a task force.
They have. That'll fix everything.
When you do a task force, it's gonna...
Absolutely.
No looking back now.
The task force is going to report back after 3 years ago, it was never a very good idea.
And Al, how do you prep for a grand final broadcast? Because it's the ultimate in that particular code's calendar, and so many people are listening. Do you take the footy out into the backyard and kick it up in the air and
have a bit of a think?
Have a bit of a think and ruminate?
I've been a bit of a disengaged father at times the last couple of days, so we'll be out kicking the football, but then I'm thinking, what happens if Jeremy Cameron takes a hanger in the game and I get hit in the face with the ball, that kind of thing. But they ground your children, don't they? And they're always up for a kick, so plenty of studying. Feels like I'm doing exams at university over again, but broken up with a few bits of basketball or kick the footy in the park with the boys. But you do think a lot about scenarios that might play out within the game, and then you've got to learn the stories of the participants as well, because look at GWS, for example. We have this perception of them being this team full of high draft picks. There are actually some really good stories of struggle in that side as well, players who didn't initially get a crack who are here on grand final day, and that's a huge part of the day. If they're successful, you need to...
both sides. Grand Final Day throws up these amazing stories. Alistair, I know you've got to go back and memorise numbers, so we can't keep too much longer.
And we're fascinated how you're actually able to call the footy and not have resources like, a live ladder or a positional heat map. We just don't know how you get through it.
How can you possibly call a game without having those things to look
at?
And
now who's kicked the last 10 inside 50s, that sort of thing. I mean, it must be difficult. It's a very challenging gig. And the selectors have met. Who's got these special comments jobs?
We've got Mark McClure, so he's going to be a lot of fun today. Yep. And Brad Sewell, dual premiership player at Hawthorn as well. So Sellers and Sully are two today.
Sellers will be a lot happier. He's not so grumpy these days because Carlton's coming good, aren't they?
He's been fantastic. He's up and about. He's pumped. Lots of listeners like to get in touch with him as well on the text message. That's always fun.
And don't forget to ask about the 1974 reserves.
Absolutely.
Award that you won. Okay.
Alistair Nicholson, ABC's Voice of Football.
Enjoy the day.
As you heard before, Ian Cover's out and about in the crowd, but we need to get you back here. You're back, Ian.
We're making judgments on the run.
There you go. I'll switch your microphone.
Good, we're back.
That's better. Good. You're back.
Yes, and I think we're up to here, aren't we? Don't we have this thing today, what we learnt today?
Well, we do it every week, where we, I ask everyone on the panel what they've learned today. Now, because it's grand final day...
I understand what's happened, Jeff. I'll just break in here, because there's that guy Ian owes $2,000 to.
I'm not going out there.
Wise choice, Ian.
I did see Gerard Fitzgerald down here, as a long-time friend of the program.
Yes. Hello, Gerald.
And he's in for the Adelaide and the Freo job, I imagine. He's coached everyone else, so why not ever go there?
That might be something else we learned today. But we do this every week. We've got to do it grand final day. Greg Champion, what did you learn today?
I learned that Mark Lee, the general, is still a cop, 20-year cop in Mildura. Never arrested anyone because he can't fill out the paperwork.
Billy Baxter, what did you learn today?
Well, I'm going to probably need Chris Hollow's help for this because as card master, I was looking at the back of the cards and I learnt that Greg Champion has recently bought a 2,300 watt convection heater. Have you got the cards there? Oh, they're not there. But it's nice to see you recycling the cardboard. How's the heater working for you, all right?
I saw that. That's very good.
That's you, Billy.
That is very good.
Torch McGee, what did you learn today?
Well, I learned from Craig Lambert. From Craig Lambert that Toby Green has no idea of the concept of time.
or actually how a back car battery works.
How to jump start a car.
I was wondering where the story was going, because when he said that bit about how we've got to meet you halfway, I thought Toby's going to ring up and say, I'll meet you halfway in the car. That's why it keeps breaking down.
Andy Belair's, what did you learn today?
Richo, I should have known this, given that I've worked here for almost 2 years, but I learned that the official capacity of the Melbourne Cricket Ground is 100,024.
Yes.
Yeah, remember that, everybody. You can amaze your friends.
I think that will be on the citizenship test.
I think it will.
Forget Bradman's average.
Yeah. Ian Cover, what did you learn today?
I learnt today that Cecily and Chris Vloston, parents of Nick, they didn't come from Victoria. They knew nothing about the footy. Right? Isn't that fantastic? So that gives hope to every GWS supporter, doesn't it?
And I learned from Shelley Haynes, Nick Haynes' mum, that even though he was a very good junior footballer, he took 3 years off football as a teenager to ride his skiffle board on the foreshore at Frankston. And only came back when his friends asked him to come back and play for the Frankston Bombers.
He's lucky he didn't break his arm again on the board.
Very dangerous.
Anyway, there you go.
That's what we've all learned today. But what would we know? There's only one place to go for true knowledge about football. That's the officers of Outside Football. He joins us at this time every Saturday morning. Sam, the sub down there at Outside Footy. Sam, hello.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
The typewriter's very loud today.
Yes, going hammer and tongs here still, Ian.
Hey, great, but we didn't have you last week. There was some young cadet came on the line and said that you were very busy and we didn't know where you were.
Yes, I finally found one that I can rely on, Ian.
Good. To say you weren't there. So last Saturday, well, that was before Collingwood played, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yep. They're not in the grand final, Sam.
Well, that might be the case, Ian, but it certainly hasn't stopped us from putting premiership pies on the front page. In honour of the VFLW Collingwood team's fantastic victory in the grand final.
Of course.
We've got player profiles on Erica Fowler, Chloe Malloy, Jamie Lambert and Grace Buchan, amongst others, so there's something for all football fans here, I think.
I met Erica Fowler during the week and I look forward to reading what she's got to say.
Yeah, she's a terrific girl.
Oh, they're a great side, that VFLW side.
That's right. We also look at the AFL Premiership today.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in particular, a lovely colour piece here from Chloe Quayle.
Yeah.
And everyone loves a villain, isn't that right, Ian? And we're looking at Toby Green through the eyes of the AFL fan.
Yep.
One giant creep for fankind. So that's a bit of fun.
That's a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's a bit of fun.
And of course the Limerick contest.
Yes. Last one for the year.
The grand final edition, Sam.
It's been won by Leonard Cobbledick.
Yes. He was a great artist.
He was a great artist.
Yep.
I don't know if it's the same one, but anyway. This is food for thought, really.
Okay. Well,
and he's won himself a couple of grand final tickets.
Well, they're rare to get today.
Yes, well, these are actually 2019 AFL grand final tickets.
What?
So if you can wait until I've come back from the game, I'll get those in the mail. He might like to mount them. Anyway, here we go. The grand final the AFL way. I'm sounding a bit like Leonard Teal. A grand final the AFL way to some may seem like a swell way to share in the dream of a time-honoured team, not one named after a Melway.
So half the audience here don't know what a Melway is.
Sam, there was a song here just before about Kevin Sheedy being a genius, but I think you might be one too.
Well, that's very kind of you, Ian, but no, you cannot join the publication.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Sam. It's been a great season. We really value your contribution.
Thanks very much.
Grand final day is huge for all of you down there at Outside Footy.
And we can pick one up, no doubt.
Yeah,
Yes, still at pre-Dimitri prices.
Okay, and we'll be able to get the special grand final edition straight after the game.
Correct.
Yeah. He's gone, Sam the sub. What would we be without him? Look at this. It's nearly midday. Nearly time for us to hand over to our grandstand colleagues who are set and ready to go. And wouldn't you know it, Torch, it's grand final day. We've got a full board of calls wanting to talk premiership football.
Oh, I can't wait.
And let's get through as many of these grand final calls on this special grand final edition of Coodabeen's Footy Talkback. First caller, you're talking to Torch.
Hello.
Hello, Cop.
Oh, who's calling, please?
Well, it's Sauce here, bloke.
Sauce, and where are you calling from?
I'm at the homestead today.
It's
in Sea Lake. If you let me finish,
Yes.
it's in Sea Lake.
Yes.
It's in northwestern Victoria. Don't expect you city people to know where places like that is, but it's just up the Calder Highway. Well, I say just up the Calder Highway. It's about 4 hours from where you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Sauce, are you going to be involved in watching the grand final today?
Well, we do have an occasion. We invite some local friends of ours. They've been in the district a long time, as we have. We invite them around. Marlene makes a lovely curried sausage casserole for the day.
Yes.
So we invite them around. But no, I'll be on the tractor today. Farmer's work never finishes. I don't expect you to understand that. You soft-handed, white-collar city people.
So, you're supporting one of the teams today, Sauce?
Well, no. But I'd just like to see a good game of football.
Yes.
I noticed that I heard on the radio that you've got young Jared Fitzgerald in the crowd.
Yes, we do.
That's
Yes,
correct.
he coached Sea Lake for a little while, but he's a school teacher. He was never a local. He's a school teacher. No, well, the local team won, so the Tigers of Sea Lake Nandaly won the premiership last week.
Congratulations.
And, so we think that the Tigers might win, but we just like to see a good game of football.
Okay, all right.
Well, thank you, Sauce. We'll go to the next caller, Torch.
Okay.
It's the grand final edition of Coodabeen's Footy Talkback. Hello there.
Hello.
This is Guru Bob.
Guru Bob, where do we find you today?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Touchy.
Yes.
Supreme Master wants to know.
What do you want to know?
Where is the live ladder the last 3 weeks? I'm putting out a new book.
Yes, what's it called?
Men are from Werribee, women are from Glen Waverley. I got some advice for the players today.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Number one. You ready?
Yes,
The past is already gone. The future is yet to come. There is only one moment for you to live, and that was it. You just missed it. And here's the other one.
Okay.
No matter how big your problems may seem, just remember you don't even know how big your problems really are. Think about that.
I am thinking about it, Guru.
One more. Last one.
Yes, far away.
Remember, a man cannot do what a man cannot do. Occasionally, a man can do what he cannot, and vice versa. Sometimes he cannot do what he usually can. I think you know where this is going, but I forgot.
Not really.
I think you should go to the next call.
Okay. Thank you. We will go to the next caller now,
We
Torch.
will.
It's grand final talkback here on ABC Radio with Coodabeen's. You're talking to Torch. Hello.
Hello.
Talksy doodles.
Oh, who's this?
Wayne, mate, that one turner you got down there.
Wayne,
He's on
yeah.
the wireless, are you, mate?
Yeah, we are, mate.
When are you finishing?
Pretty soon,
Because I
actually,
got
Wayne.
them tickets you wanted.
Now,
You're sitting next to the Lamberts.
Yeah.
But you've got to meet me outside the ground.
Oh, how will I know who you are?
I've got a scarf on. It's black and yellow. See you there, talk soon.
Thanks, mate.
Well, you're set, Torch. You've got your tickets. Next caller here on Coodabeen's grand final talkback. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Hello. Anybody there?
Oh, yeah, g'day, Torch.
Oh, who's calling?
Cliff Emma.
Cliff. And where are you calling from?
Clematis.
Oh, not coming down for the grand final, Cliff?
Why would I? But I've had a mate down there who knows another bloke who was talking to someone down there, and they saw your set up at the ground.
Yes.
And they said it just confirmed everything they thought about the ABC and your bias.
Oh, in what way are we biased, would you say, Cliff?
Have you had a look at the colours on your tent? It'll come up charcoal and orange in the photo he sent me.
Okay.
Right. Check out your own bias.
All right, thank you. I didn't even notice that.
Well, we're not responsible
No,
for it.
that's right.
We'll go to the next caller here on the grand final edition of Could Have Been Footy Talkback. You're talking to Torch. Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's a big sound in the... Oh, hey, Torch. Sorry.
Who's this?
It's Nige here, Torch.
And are you at the MCG today, Nige?
No, not just yet, Torch. No, we've got some... Gil's hooked us up with some tickets, so we're going to come down a little later. But all I've got to say to you is all we've been singing at AFL House all week. It's a big sound in the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants.
You're not afraid of being accused of bias, are you?
Oh, no, it's our team. It's our town. Western Sydney.
All right.
Go the Giants.
Okay.
Oh, they're very happy down there at AFL House.
I think so.
We'll go to the next caller here, talking to Torch on grand final day. Hello.
Hello.
Is it me, is it, dear?
Yes, it is. It is you. Who's calling, please?
It's Pearl, dear. He is.
And where are you calling from, Pearl?
I'm on the peninsula,
Down
dear.
on the Mornington Peninsula?
Well, I said the peninsula, dear.
Okay.
Now, I was ringing up to ask something, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Do you recall what it was?
No.
Now, I dialed the number.
Yes.
I've put my cup of tea down there. I know what it was. No, it wasn't that. Oh, yes. Now, one of the chaps there sings a song, that's the thing about football.
That's right.
It's quite melodious. I don't object to the tune at all.
Okay.
It's the lyrical content that has me puzzled somewhat.
Mm-hmm. Really?
I'm hoping for some clarification if it's not too much trouble.
Okay.
So could you do that for me?
We could. Is there any particular lyric that you're not sure
Well,
about?
I listened to the song and I still don't know the thing about football. What is that thing?
Why don't you keep listening, Pearl, and you'll find out very shortly.
Greg is going to sing the song as he does every grand final, and we hope we can clarify that for you. That's all the calls we've got time for. Thanks to everyone who rang on Talkback through the year. We're coming to the end of the show. Thanks to Chris Hollow, our producer. Thanks to Tim and Julian, who've done a fantastic job on sound this morning.
And I can see Paul Jaffe down through there. He's got a new book out, which I just got, about the totem poles of Oyen. I read the chapter about the Sorrento grand final against the Pines just last night.
Thanks to everyone who's listened to the show throughout the season. Thanks to everyone who's right here with us on grand final day. Lovely to have you with us. Greg's about to sing, and we want you to all help. And we're able to tell you that we can confirm the ABC will have us back next year for our 40th season on air.
I got my scarf, got my old coat. I got a footy game to go to. Footy's on, footy's here again. Back to greet me like an old friend. And hey, that's the thing about, that's what I like about. Hey, that's the thing about football. I'll meet a friend outside the ground. We'll watch the game, who's gonna win. He'll go for his team, I for mine. We'll watch him slog it out right till the end and show me the crowd and I'll take my place. I'm hungry for the taste of it. And hey, that's the thing about, that's what I like about. Hey, that's the thing about football.
Keep up
to date with ABC Radio.
Tweet us on Twitter.
Like us on Facebook.
And follow us on Instagram.
Catch the latest from ABC Radio.
Anywhere, anytime.
Mary McDonald with ABC News. Good afternoon. The AFL Grand Final kicks off in 2.5 hours with nervous Richmond and GWS supporters continuing to arrive at the MCG. Yvette Gray reports.
There is tight security at the ground where die-hard fans brave the cold to queue for highly sought-after MCC tickets, some even camping overnight.
When we get here, we have a couple of beers. That helps us sleep, of course.
We were really freezing. I mean, this guy's beard was solid.
Richmond supporters far outweigh Giants fans.
The crowd's going to be stacked in our favour, but hopefully the boys can come through for us. It's going to be a tough game.
The Tigers will be vying to secure their second premiership within 3 years, and the Giants their first ever grand final win.
The Treasurer Josh Frydenberg says a sweeping review into Australia's savings system will be crucial in determining the government's future policy positions. The government has commissioned the first major review of the nation's retirement income system in 3 decades on the back of a recommendation by the Productivity Commission. It will examine the interaction between the age pension, compulsory super and voluntary savings. Mr Frydenberg says the inquiry will report by mid-next year.
It will be very important in helping to determine future policy positions by creating a fact base of what is happening in the system, particularly as we have an ageing population, people are living longer.
Canadian police say the teenage murderers of 3 people, including an Australian man, showed no remorse for their actions. Glenn Moray reports.
In July this year, police found the bodies of Lucas Fowler, his American girlfriend China Deese, and Canadian man Leonard Dick on remote highways in British Columbia. Police say those responsible were 19-year-old Cam McLeod and 18-year-old Bryash Megelski. Today, police revealed the teens filmed themselves admitting to the murders and saying they planned to hijack a boat and go to Europe or Africa. In another video update, the teens then say they plan to kill more people and expected to be dead within a week. The killings are being deemed random, with both teens also dying after one shot the other and then himself in a suicide pact.
The Chinese Foreign Minister has told the United Nations General Assembly that the trade dispute between Beijing and Washington could thrust the world into recession. The 2 countries have been levying punitive duties on hundreds of billions of dollars of each other's goods, unsettling financial markets and threatening global growth. Wang Yi has also taken a swipe at the US President Donald Trump, saying the lessons of the Great Depression should not be forgotten.
Tariffs and provocations of trade disputes which upset global industrial and supply chains serve to undermine the multilateral trading regime and global economic and trade order. They may even plunge the world into recession.
The UK's Independent Office for Police Conduct has been asked to investigate whether the Prime Minister Boris Johnson should face a criminal investigation for alleged misconduct during his time as Mayor of London. The BBC's Daniel Sanford has the details.
The basis of these allegations is that while he was Mayor of London, Boris Johnson's friend Jennifer Arcuri received £11,500 in sponsorship for events organised by one of her companies, which came from organisations linked to the Mayor's office, and also went on 3 overseas trips with Boris Johnson, which originally she'd been turned down for. Now, the Greater London Authority Monitoring Officer has been looking at these allegations this week and noticed that people who went on the trips with Jennifer Arcuri felt that she seemed a bit out of place. Certainly we know that Boris Johnson's office intervened to make sure that she went on one of the trips.
Road safety barriers are being installed on 8 of the most dangerous roads in Melbourne South East in an effort to reduce the road toll. In the latest rollout of the flexible wire rope barriers, sections of the Frankston Freeway, Western Port Highway, South Gippsland Highway and the Murruduck Highway will have them installed next month. Roads Minister Jala Pulford says the safety barriers have already proven to be successful on rural and regional roads in Victoria.
The kinds of crashes we're talking about are ones that people rarely survive. And so if people hit a barrier instead, they'll get a frightful shock and they might have a bit of damage to their car and we might have a bit of damage to the barrier, but it's so much better than the alternative.
To the weather now, and there's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, isolated showers in the southeast, clearing by early afternoon, fine elsewhere. Cool and partly cloudy across the south. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. We're heading for a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or two developing, 16 again. Monday, cloudy, 15. Tuesday, a sunny day, 21. Wednesday, partly cloudy and 24. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
Picture this. ABC Radio in your car, streaming online, via the ABC Listen app, and now ABC Radio on your TV. ABC Radio is everywhere, anywhere, even on your TV. From RN and News Radio to Double J, ABC Kids Listen and your local capital city ABC radio station. Search your TV's electronic program guide to find your favourites. ABC Radio. Hear it on your TV.
Shrugs the tackle, gets a snap towards goal, bounces home! Crushes a tackle, snaps towards goal, outstanding performance!
Grandstand.
Kennedy kicks inside the attacking 50, big leap from Haney! Up in the air, he controls the sky!
Grandstand.
It's on its way, is it on target? It's through!
Grandstand.
Hello, it is Limo here out front of Gate 2 at the MCG for the 2019 AFL Grand Final. We've got a live crowd here. We have a massive show over the next hour. Photographer Michael Wilson will be joining us. Award-winning photographer, I should say. Ashes hero Nathan Lyon is going to swing by. Giants Community Liaison Officer and former Aussie cricketer Gavin Robertson will be joining us. Richmond tragic Waleed Ali will be swinging by. The SMS number 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. And we've got a massive team assembled here today for a massive game. First up, Ange Pipos.
Hello, Limo. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. What a glorious day.
And Ange, we should point out for people who don't know, you are one of the judges today for the Norm Smith Medal.
I am. I'm very excited about it. It's an honour to be asked to do it. It comes with a fair amount of responsibility, but I'm ready to get into the zone and to focus on the game. The only downside is I can't really have any champagne while I'm watching.
Hang on, who made that rule?
I'm very diligent, so I'll have a glass of champagne perhaps after the game. But it's great. The other thing is, how am I going to work in Andrew McLeod?
I think give Andrew McLeod 5 votes, Ange. That would really cause some controversy. We have to take our hat off to our next two regulars here. Both Collingwood fans have spent the week devastated, but they have picked themselves up, dusted themselves off. Michael Gleeson from The Age, Jake Noel, chief football writer at The Age. Hello.
Thank you, Leno. Champagne was helpful for that.
Yeah, indeed. And Jake, I believe you've been at a Giants function.
Yes, I've been at the AFL Official Commission lunch with the Giants cheer squad, which is called the AFL Commission.
Right. Is Gil McLaughlin wearing a Giants scarf today?
I didn't see Gillen, but there are a lot of officials with Giants paraphernalia. More Giants fans behind the glass at the game than...
When are we going to move on? When are we going to move on from that narrative?
Well, they gave back, quite incredible. Good on the club for what they've done internally, but they gave back to many of the people we see outside. 10,000 members' tickets were given to Richmond members that were in the Giants allocation. 17,000 each club.
They're just here to give, Jake.
Safe bet there'll be more Richmond fans inside the MCG today. And one of our grandstand favourites, Quentin Hull. Hello, mate. Oh, we might need to just turn your mic on there, Quentin.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm here. How are you?
There we go.
As many regular listeners know, I take any opportunity to bring in my roots in the Riverina, having grown up in Wagga, so I feel obliged that I'm almost a part of the greater Western Sydney outnumbered group today. So all Riverina references will be flowing thick and fast today.
We love that, Quentin. Now, that football right there, Quentin.
Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Quentin Hull is going to give that football away to someone in the crowd today. So Quentin, in a moment, is going to jump up, go around, chat to people. His favourite guest or person that he meets today will be the recipient of that football. So be nice to Quentin Hull as he makes his way out here.
Well embossed with the teams of the day. marking the day, Saturday, 28th September 2019. It's one of yours, if you can impress me in a short time.
Okay, so Quentin will be out there saying hello very shortly. To the people who are here at Gate 2, who is barracking for the Tigers today? It's a fairly subdued Richmond here today, isn't it?
Nervous. Pre-game nerves.
All right, who's barracking for the Giants?
Hashtag big sound here, Limo.
Have we got the two best songs in the grand final? I think we have. There are no two better songs than those two.
I was at a Carlton function the other day, and the people in your line of work, Limo, pointed out that Giant song sounds like a Soviet kind of song. It's got, Moscow, it's got...
It really does.
It does.
Well, Jake, I don't know if you saw the meme going around this week, but someone...
Which one?
Well, there were hundreds of them, yeah. But someone laid that music over a bunch of Russian army Cossack dancers, and it fit perfectly. So if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favour and search for that on your Google machine.
How good were those memes during the week? They were sensational. The Ricky Gervais one is my favourite one.
High Fidelity was pretty
Guilty as charged. I had to make one up for Hugh Grant's Love Actually dance. Was a bit bored yesterday, got totally sucked into it, and would you believe the timing of when he starts doing the jive to when he finishes with his hand going around, if anyone knows that very famous movie. Yeah, it works. It's out there if you want to check it out.
Someone has to teach me how to do a meme.
Or a dance.
I can dance, but I don't know how to put the two together.
We're showing our age here, Ange. I've got absolutely no idea as well. We're going to get Michael Wilson, award-winning photographer, in just a moment. But as he's making his way up to the stage, let's talk about the game. First off, what are I'll go up the line here. What are our sort of headline talking points? Perhaps Quentin will start with you. Your headline talking points ahead of the game today.
No one's surprised that Richmond's here. No one's going to be surprised if they win today, but they're coming up against a team which has built some unbelievable self-belief in the last couple of weeks. We know of its talent, and we questioned throughout 2019, are the individuals playing for each other? Well, the last couple of weeks have proved that, and to my mind, it's not so much the talent versus the talent today, it's going to be the reliability of the situation around you and whether or not the Giants have spent too much petrol getting here. I think the answer is yes, and I think Richmond will win.
All right. Jake, what are your thoughts?
Oh, look, I think one of the intriguing elements is how physical and indeed violent, I hesitate to use the word violent, but a grand final involving Shane Mumford, involving Toby Green.
Yes.
Just how heated that will be. And I think the umpires have been briefed. The umpires have been briefed to expect, something 1989 like. Now, that doesn't mean that'll happen. I hope it doesn't.
Even Jake, Luke Beveridge made a comment to that effect on the front bar this week when he talked about how interested he was in their strong arm tactics off the ball, which was unusual for a coach to bring that up. But
he doesn't like the Giants much, though.
No,
the Bulldogs. There's not a lot of love for those clubs. So, but I think the Giants can play very well, but can they run the game out? And I think Richmond's pattern in the two finals previously has been to overrun and to do it with speed. And I think if it's a running game, I think Richmond will win. If it's in close, the Giants have got a much better chance.
They've definitely had a tough 3 weeks, Michael.
The story of the game is not how the game will be, it's Marlon Pickett. It is this amazing story of this guy just making his debut. And first things first, his name's Marlon. It's spelled M-A-R-L-I-O-N. And I asked how you pronounce it, and they said, well, his nickname's Fish. So it's pronounced,
Marlon.
It's pronounced like the fish. So incredible story. And brave of Richmond to make what was probably the obvious choice in some ways. And I know you touched on this in a column, Jake, that if it wasn't the grand final, there'd be no doubt that he would be making his debut this week. But the fact of it being the grand final gives it that extra sort of doubt as to whether you would do it. But you'd look at him and say, well, he's making his debut, but he's 27. He's the best player last week. He's been one of their best players. The guy that he knocks out really undeserved, but Jack Ross probably was the most likely. He's only played 7 games and he's 19 years old, so it's not like you're knocking out Trent Cotchin to pick Marlon Pickett.
100%. It is an amazing story. The last Richmond player to debut in a grand final, Billy James in 1920. Richmond won that game and Billy James retired. 1 game, 1 premiership, I'm out of here. And so if Richmond win, I want Marlon Pickett to win the Norm Smith and then retire. 1 game, 1 Norm Smith, 1 flag.
Every Pickett that's played a grand final has won a Norm Smith.
It's a good stat. It's a good stat.
I can help you with the Norm Smith.
Ange, please. Oh, well, Ange, you're voting. Come on, Marlon Pickett, Ange.
I agree.
Ange, and I've voted before. You have to sign something that you won't tip people off what you're doing, basically.
Oh, no.
She hasn't signed it yet, Jake.
All sorts of betting out there. I hope you've signed it already.
I haven't signed anything. I totally understand all that, Jake. The story is Marlon Pickett. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's a wonderful story. The case for Richmond is an obvious case. That best side since the bye. They've won, 11 straight. So it's really hard to argue against that. But this is a grand final. And, I'm with Quentin. There is something very special going on out in the west of Sydney. And that momentum is building. They do feel like it's them against the world. And that is a very powerful force. If you harness that properly, like they did a week ago, we might just see them win. I mean, it's exciting. I think it's going to be close.
It is a massive day, and it has been a very big year. And the most impactful photo taken this year, Ange, I have no doubt that you'll agree with me, was taken before round 1 in the AFL. It was taken during the AFLW season by award-winning photographer. It was, of course, the picture of Taylor Harris. Award-winning photographer Michael Wilson, who joins us. Hello, Michael.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
First up, congratulations on the Taylor Harris photo, which is now a statue, mind you.
It is. It's unbelievable to think. Yeah, it is.
Is that your first photo that has become a statue?
Yeah, probably first and only, probably, I would say. Not too many photos get made into statues, so, yeah, very humbling.
Can you tell us how that photo has impacted your year?
I guess it's just had a really profound effect on, I guess, my profile as a photographer, and I'm really proud of the conversations that started and what that image stands for now. At the end of the day, it was just, everything aside, it was a great action picture. I don't think we should forget that. I'm just really happy with the stand that it made against online bullying.
Is it true that Taylor Harris worded you up pre-match and said, Michael, keep an eye on me because I've got a good feeling about my form and I'm going to give you a ripping photo?
Taylor did come up to me before the game. We sometimes have a chat. She said to me she had a goal-kicking issues this year. She said her first kick of the game, she's just going to boot the leather off the ball. Just be ready for it. And I said, okay. Fair enough. Within a second, she marked the ball within the first 30 seconds of the game. Kicked the ball from 50 metres out. It was a massive kick. She said she was just going to let all the shackles off. She did. Got the photo and, the rest is history.
You haven't had any conversations with any Richmond or GWS players about,
Not yet.
I'm going to stand on someone's head today, or I'm going to, get in a brawl.
Haven't seen any yet. Might take a walk out there during the warm-up and see if I can get some tips.
Congratulations on the year that you've had. At the base of the statue, it says more than a kick. What does it mean to you to be involved in such a significant moment in our history? Because you're right, she took a stand against online bullying, and this is all way more important than kicking a football. What does it mean to you?
It's very humbling, I guess, at the end of the day. Very proud that I'm associated with that photo and that movement. So there's humility and pride associated with that, I think, and that's the overwhelming emotions that I feel when I think of that photo now.
Did you see Ange Pipos try and recreate the shot, as many people did?
Not sure that I saw Ange's. I saw a few.
I did do the Taylor Harris challenge, and I didn't tear my hamstring despite being over the age of 40.
I thought you did a pretty good job, Ange.
It was great to be involved in the movement because that's what it has become, a movement.
And Limo, earlier today there was a longest kick competition on the other side of the ground. Taylor kicked the ball 61.5 metres.
Oh, did she?
Longer than Charlie Kerner.
Yeah, right.
She is a magnificent kick.
Yeah,
no
she
doubt
is.
about it.
Was that the sort of picture you were... when she says, I'm going to go for it, did you know the sort of image that you wanted to try and get from that?
Well, any kick that Taylor executes, you always capture. She's got such a unique kicking style and it's such an athletic pose when she hits that peak elevation. So I kind of knew that I wanted to get her at her highest point, and I actually, when she took the mark, I went a little bit deeper into the pocket to get a little bit more front onto it. And yeah, I kind of envisaged what it might look like because I've shot her a lot of times, her kick quite a few times, but this is probably the most spectacular. Yeah.
Let's talk about the grand final today. You'll be out there taking photos, no doubt.
Yep.
What's your focus today? Do you pick out certain players to train your eye on, or do you just take more of a general look at the ground? How do you do it?
Yeah, I guess you kind of do a little bit of research as to, the last time these two teams met. You got Mumford and Dustin Martin and Toby Green. You'll be keeping a close eye on those guys to see if there's any banter, any any mischief going on early on. But then you really just have to evolve with the match and keep up with any news stories that might be happening within it, injuries, that kind of stuff. So you do have one eye on what might happen, but you've also got to just be aware that anything could happen.
There will be banter.
There will be banter, don't worry about that. What's your dream photo today? If you could just pluck something from your dream book, what would it be?
Jeremy Cameron taking a spectacular mark with 2 seconds to go, 35 metres out, with a kick to win the match. That would be a dream.
I was sure it'd be a studs up Toby Green.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Can I just add a bit to your dream pick? Can it be in double extra time and he's 65 metres out and it's for the golden point to win the game?
Oh, that would make it even better. That'd be a photographer's dream.
It's interesting how the AFL have put out that list of instructions on extra time.
I did see that.
Yes. They were very keen to communicate this as though this is just going to happen. We're just expecting a draw today.
So, Jake, for people playing along at home, what are the extra time rules? So if we're even at full time?
5 minutes each way.
Yep.
You go to the end, you're in the last quarter.
Yep.
I think it's a 5-minute break before they
do
it. And then the big one, though, is if it's double extra time, first score.
That's just ridiculous.
So a point could win the grand final.
Yep. So a point in 5 minutes each end, and they just keep going, though. They don't stop the second overtime. They just keep going.
So what they're saying to everyone that's here and everyone that's come along and everyone's watching on at home today, that, you must have something else you want to get to. We'll just call it stubs there. It's all locked up. Nah, it's a bit like an Oz kick, Dad.
They can have a penalty shootout.
Next score wins.
We've had enough.
I've got a roast on.
Hang on, boundaries had nothing to do with it?
I mean, we criticised them in the World Cup, didn't we, when they had that ridiculous extra over. And we were going, well, the World Cup goes for 6 weeks, and AFL season goes for 7 months. But we haven't got another 10 minutes up our sleeve to properly decide a grand final. Michael, who are you tipping today?
My heart says the Giants.
Yep.
But my head says Richmond. Yeah.
Okay.
I just hope we get a tight one.
And give us a Norm Smith.
Probably Dustin.
Dusty. And a Paul Kelly song prediction.
It's got to be leaps and bounds, doesn't it?
Has to be.
Well, you would have thought it'd be leaps and bounds. Michael Wilson, award-winning photographer. Thanks for your time. Congratulations on the amazing year you've had. And I hope you get that Jeremy Cameron photo today.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
For Michael Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, doing some magnificent work for the AFL with his photography. So, Paul Kelly is, of course, playing today. Now, I believe, Michael Gleeson, that Paul Kelly held a press conference. Is this right?
Well, it was a briefing, yes.
Okay. So he had a sort of press conference / briefing, and he embraced a lot of
Paul Kelly way.
A lot of the cliches in AFL football. Let's have a listen to Paul Kelly embracing AFL cliches at his press conference.
Full credit to the boys and girls in the band for making it to the big dance. We have a full list, no injuries, so I expect we'll be cherry ripe to bring our best brand of music on the day. We know it's a big week ahead, but I would have thought we can strike the balance between shaking up the atmosphere and shutting out the external noise. At the end of the day, it's just another gig. We'll go through our process as per usual, focus on the 1%ers, make sure our guitars are tuned up, and give ourselves every chance. We can only control the controllables. And if things don't go our way, then I expect We'll get some learnings from it and come back better and stronger next year.
We'll get some learnings from it. He's really dived into the
I reckon he was listening to our program last week.
By the way, your aversion, Limo, to the big dance as a term for the grand final.
Yeah.
I saw, unfortunately, in The Age online, I did see the big dance referred to about a couple of days later.
Oh, I tell you what, it was a headline, I believe, in one particular article. I'll survey the people watching us here. Who dislikes the phrase "the big dance" as a description of the grand final? Yeah, a lot of hands have gone up there. I just call it the grand final, can we please? As we welcome to Grandstand one of our Ashes superstars, Nathan Lyon. Hello, mate.
How are you?
Very, very well, mate. Thanks for joining us on Grandstand. Let's get your footy credentials set in stone first. Are you an AFL fan?
Today I am, yeah.
Yeah, right, okay. Are you behind the Giants today?
Yeah, we're here with Mitch Stark and a few other boys. So Mitch is a mad Giant, so he's got me on the bandwagon.
See, I know a few of the boys tend to take a Sharon on tour. Do you have a dob while you're in between or warming up?
I think every training session we've got about 3 or 4 of them in our kit bag. So there's about four balls flying around each training session. So it's have a kick.
Now it's been a massive 18 months in Australian cricket. From all the way from South Africa and Sandpaper Gate through to retaining the Ashes. Can you just try and explain for us the joy that you guys felt when you secured the Ashes?
Obviously, it was a childhood dream to be able to retain the Ashes over there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to win the Ashes, but to stand at the Oval there and lift the Ashes up in front of a pretty hostile crowd it was pretty spectacular, to be honest.
You mentioned a hostile crowd. I mean, the booing of Steve Smith, even you blokes shaking your head at when he got hit by Jofra Archer and he came out and batted again, showing unbelievable courage. When they booed him then, I thought to myself, Steve Smith could rescue Prince George from a burning building and the Poms would boo him. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was full on, it was unbelievable actually.
But it changed, though, over the series. I mean, it ended up with begrudging respect, though, for Steve Smith, didn't it? Could you sense
took
there
a while.
was... It took a while.
It took about 1,000 runs.
It took a while.
Nathan, one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in cricket was that innings by Ben Stokes. Have you seen a better innings? Have you bowled to a better innings?
Not live. That day at Headingley was... One I need to forget about, but it's I can probably sit here and say I probably played in the best Test match ever played, and everyone has their day. And I think Jack Leach should buy me a carton of beer every year. But other than that, it's pretty good.
It was one of the best one not outs we've ever seen. I think that one.
You bowled a Steve Smith. Can you get him out?
I get him out all the time. I don't know what the problem is with everyone else, but hopefully he continues to grow and get better and better. He's unbelievable.
How's your finger?
It's all good. It's all healed. So I haven't bowled a ball in about 12 days or so. So it's been quite relaxing. So it's been nice.
When do you bowl the first ball this year, summer?
I play in about 9 days' time for New South Wales. So then we've got the T20s, and then we've got two testers against Pakistan and 3 against New Zealand. So big summer.
And the DRS, I find it dramatic just watching on my couch at home. I don't play cricket. I'm a long way away from the action. What do you really think of the system? Come on, tell us.
Just amongst friends.
I'm not a massive fan of Hawkeye. I don't trust it, but that's my view. But it's in the game. It's here to stay, and we've just got to deal with it. And we've got to get better at using the reviews. But at the end of the day, the umpires are there to make a decision, and it's pretty easy when you get to watch replay after replay. We've got 15 seconds, and by the time you finish the appeal, it usually ends up about 12 seconds. So it's quite quick that you've got to make a decision that can impact the game, I guess.
Do you always get a signal from the dressing room whether you got it right or wrong?
I always ask as soon as they see the replay whether it was out, so if it was out, I can go tell the umpire, mate, you owe me one, but that doesn't usually work.
Yeah, you might be owed a couple by the umpires from this series.
Hopefully Joel Wilson comes out here and we'll be right.
Joel, he had a stinker, didn't he? He really, you probably can't criticise the umpires, I can. He had a dead set stinker.
No, he actually has come out. He was doing it last week for the AFL in the Arc.
Oh, he was in the Arc last week. Hey, Nathan, you've just done the longest kick over the Yarra here. How's your form?
Pretty good. A couple of talks went over 61 metres or something, so I would have come 4th in the AFL competition, so I'm pretty happy with that.
That's right. See,
did you play at all?
I played soccer and No, I've never played AFL, no.
I've still got a question mark over his 61 metres, by the way. 61?
Yeah, 61 point something, so a little bit further.
Hey, Nathan, I just want to ask you about that photograph that was taken at the end of the series with both teams enjoying a beer together. It was really heartwarming to see a photograph like that go around. And it hasn't always been the case between the two countries, has it, that's been enjoyed? There was a period where that stopped. How close are you to the English players? Can you enjoy a beer with them?
Yeah, definitely. I think every year I've been playing international cricket, usually at the end of the series we go in or they come in for a beer. So the thing with the amount of cricket there is BBL, IPL, all the T20 competition, you actually get to know the guys quite well. I played grade cricket with Joe Root, so I know Joe Root really well. So then you look at Steve Smith's played with Stokesy and Butler just a couple of months before the Ashes. So we actually know each other really well. It's about trying to go over and have white line fever and just start competing and don't hold any grudges really. So
every test it seemed over there, the top order changed. How unsettling was it as a team to have just this constant rotation of players through the series?
Yeah, it's not ideal, and unfortunately we weren't able to support Steve and probably even Marnus, to a credit, enough in our top order. That's probably the big difference. We always said it was going to be the battle between the batters. Both bowling squads were pretty world class, so I think it was always going to be a challenge between our batters. So unfortunately we weren't able to do that, but it's a good opportunity for these guys, this Australian summer, to really put their hand up and really start supporting Steve Smith a lot more, I guess.
How's Dave Warner dealt with what was a pretty disappointing Ashes for him coming back?
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing for him personally, but he was coming up against some bloody good bowlers. Stuart Broad, that was probably the best I've seen him bowl in England. I think he started hitting the stumps, I think 19% more than what he has in the past. So when you're in challenging conditions playing against the best players in the world, you've only got one little mistake and you're back in the pavilion and you've got everyone criticising your technique. But Davey's a world-class player. It's great to have him back and it's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes here at Australian Summer.
Is it more satisfying to win a test match in England or in Australia?
Both. It doesn't matter.
Wherever you can win them. Ange mentioned that picture before of you guys all hanging out with English cricketers. Who's the most annoying English cricketer?
Oh, geez. Every time I go out the bat, I usually have about 5 guys come up and say something. So I think there's about 5 of them I could name. But
right.
But Johnny Bairstow, he's a good fella, but he usually has a bit to say beyond the stumps to me.
Is he pretty yappy?
Oh, no, he's good. We get along really well, so it's just good banter, so I don't mind it.
A good bit of banter. Well, enjoy the footy today. We appreciate your time here on ABC Grandstand. Congratulations again on retaining the Ashes. All the best this summer. I think we've got a few visitors this summer, haven't we? Sri Lanka, Pakistan, New Zealand, all in Australia at some point. So, Nathan Lyon, congratulations again, and thank you. Nathan Lyon, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, you can catch every ball of the Australian summer on ABC Grandstand. Every test, One Day International, T20 and the WBBL on ABC Local Radio, Grandstand Digital and the ABC Listen app.
And while we're talking about cricket, and we are at the MCG, I want to also mention that the Women's T20 World Cup is here in Australia next year, and the aim is to fill the MCG, 100,000 people, on International Women's Day for the final, March the 8th next year. So let's hope the Australians get through and win it.
Lock that date away. Now, the first game of the summer is tomorrow from North Sydney Oval. Australia v Sri Lanka. That's a T20 with Andrew Moore, Brett Sprigg, Joanne Broadbent and Michelle Goscoe. Coverage from 2 p.m. Very shortly we'll be chatting with Gavin Robertson, former Australian cricketer and currently with Greater Western Sydney. You are listening to Grandstand on ABC Local Radio and Grandstand Digital across Australia.
Will Anderson here. Have you ever watched Gruen on ABC TV?
Classic consumer psychology, starting me out with a question.
Thanks, Todd. Gruen is the show where experts tell us how advertising works and how it works on us.
It's genius.
Yes, it is, Russell. Now that there's more advertising than ever, we're coming back to unpick it all. So tune in.
Leave your call to action till the end or people will switch off.
Really, Dee?
This ad really needs a jingle.
Gruen, Wednesday night, 8:30 on ABC TV and iView.
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. Limo here with Ange Pipos, Michael Gleeson and Jake Noah out the front of Gate 2 at the MCG as the fans are milling around. The atmosphere is building ahead of the 2019 AFL Grand Final. And Quentin Hull is out amongst the people. Who have you got there, Quentin?
Well, the orange and charcoal stands out because it's a bright colour and there's not many of them around, but for so many years there's been the talk of the Giants being a soulless construct of the AFL to get broadcasting money. I've got a couple of people who can tell you otherwise. Jonathan and Warwick, great to see you here in your Giants gear. Jonathan, how are you?
I'm great, how are you?
I am fantastic. Tell us your story about being a Giants fan.
So we were in Canberra during the early 2010s, and they put a call out for inaugural members to get the club down there, and we signed up, and we were there in 2011, their first NEAFL game at Ainsley Oval against the Ainsley Football Club, and we've been with them ever since.
Did you have an AFL team before the Giants?
Still pretty partial to the Swans, but for today I'll be in the orange and charcoal.
And Warwick, how are you? Good to see you on Grand Final Day.
Bit nervous, actually.
You've got a connection to one of the many players that's come out of the Riverina that's playing today.
Oh, well, my wife comes from Leeton, and the Hoppers are a pretty well-known family. So Jacob's there, and he's just done so well the last couple of years, but he's really up for it today, I think.
And that part of southern New South Wales, just down the road, Narrandera, the home of Zach Williams. Yeah. I must admit, I've had a little sneaky something on him for the Norm Smith today.
Yeah, I think he's really up for it as well. He's just played so well this year and in the finals, and I think those players they're really up for it today. They've we were a bit nervous about it all, especially after that loss at home, the second last to the home and away against the Bulldogs, when quite frankly they got thrashed, and to see them here today is just unbelievable.
So you've been there from the start. How have you seen the Giants supporter base build, and how have you seen the club grow?
Oh, it's been unreal. The club are awesome. They're so nice. Supporters are great. It's a whole family community. So we're out there. So yeah, there's a lot of charcoal and orange marching down at the moment. So it should be a good day.
Have a great day, guys. Thanks for sharing a moment or two. So there you go, Limo and Ange. They're not just figurines cut out by AFL billions, these Greater Western Sydney fans. They're real, they're flesh and blood, they're footy people.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Quentin Hull. We'll cross back to you shortly to meet a few more fans as we welcome to ABC Grandstand former Australian cricketer and a man who's been there since day one, Gavin Robertson. Hello.
Very good. Lovely to see you all. Thank you for having me, and it's a great place to be, isn't it?
Gav, here we are on the biggest day of the year, the AFL Grand Final. Can you wind the clock back for us and give us just a little snapshot of those very, very early days with the Giants?
I think for me the scariest day was, the greatest day was seeing Kevin Sheedy speak, and I literally signed on a day later. That was, I wasn't sure a day before, and as soon as I saw him speak I said yes. I found him to be the most astonishing individual with regard to cricket or whatever. He's astonishing. So what he did early doors is a movie. One day that'll be told, but it's unbelievable. So my radio show was predominantly, 100% rugby league, and I had a couple of death threats and a few other things that was pretty funny.
They didn't like you jumping ship?
No, and it only took about 12 months for that to completely die, and now we have callers calling in about, even we get rugby league callers calling in saying, can you tell the rugby league what the AFL are doing?
Yeah.
Well, I find it hilarious.
It's extraordinary. I mean, people will make jokes about GWS and the number of fans they have, etc., but you've got 30,000 members, and in terms of the NRL, you've got more members than pretty much any NRL club.
Yeah, we have the strongest mum, dad, 2 kids in a blanket crowd in Australia. If you go to this is my guess, and help me out, Collingwood v Carlton, for example, or the West Tigers versus the Bulldogs in Sydney NRL game, it's very much, it can get a bit dangerous, to and from the ground, and you can get into the odd blue, but our ground's very much mum and dad, 2 kids in a blanket day, and that's really where we're heading.
Unless you're playing, in which case it gets quite dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I think the other thing about, one of the biggest things I had one gentleman call me, and he said, and I grew up with him, and he found an interesting way to make $1, put it that way. And he was a tough dude and told me what he would do to me. And he became, 3 years later, I convinced him to come to a Giants game. And he's not only a big rugby league man, he's now a Giants fan. But for people like them to turn around, they see They see the fun of the game. When you're a New South Welshman or a Queenslander growing up in the 60s and 70s and 80s, you didn't get to see a live game. Once you see it, you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't stay at home and watch, you go.
We're talking to Gavin Robertson, who is now with Greater Western Sydney. We might bring our very own Neil Cordy in here as well. Neil, I know you've been very engaged in the Giants story over the years. When you sit here today at the G and they're about to play out there, what aspect of the Giants story are you drawn to the most?
I think it's just the adversity, Limo, when you see the very early days. And it's interesting that Gav's here alongside me, because there was a fantastic cricket team that they could have put together at that stage, because Alex Carey was one of the formative Giants, was captain before when they played in the Neeple, won the best and fairest. But he had to train along with Jeremy Cameron, Dylan Shield, at the Rudy Hill RSL Club Gymnasium, along with every other punter in the western suburbs, and that was just the start of it. And then there's the floggings that they got. I mean, this venue here against Hawthorn in their second year, they got beaten by 160 points. And the 100-point losses were very common. So I guess the thing about when you sit here today, you think about the adversity and the guys that were part of that, and there's still a few formative players there as well.
Just one, Neil, you broke the story of Buddy Franklin going to the Swans when a lot of people thought he'd go to the Giants on that huge nine-year, $10 million contract. In hindsight, has that benefited the Giants, or did they miss the opportunity to get a bigger groundswell of people in the initial instance?
Without a doubt, well, one person it'd help is certainly Jeremy Cameron, because Jeremy Cameron, imagine playing alongside Lance Franklin. Look at how difficult it is to get a kick in the Swans forward line anyway. Jeremy Cameron would have been put on ice for, well, Buddy's still going around. He could be going around for another 3 years. And what would happen to Jeremy Finlayson and Harry Himmelberg? They wouldn't be getting a look in either in that forward line. So ultimately, it's been a short-term loss, but I think without a doubt a long-term gain for the Giants.
I think now's the honesty system of, I think we had 23 players who were like, no, we're all cool. We'll just run with what we got. We're happy. Now, that wasn't really chatted about too much, but I just remember thinking, I looked at them and thought, okay, we're on the right mark. When you got a group like that, you're home and hose.
Gavin, a month ago, people were looking at the Giants going, they're just not playing as a team. They look like a bunch of individuals who aren't particularly caring for each other.
Yep.
It couldn't be further from that right now. And I read during the week about a dinner that was held about 4 weeks ago where Heath Shaw got up and announced that Stephen Cornelio had re-signed. Were you at that dinner?
No.
But is that dinner a marker moment that bonded the group?
They basically are honest with each other, and then they had to confront some things on that night, which was great. I think there's always times with teams they go, how are we going? Geez, we're not sure, don't know when to talk about it. Once you confront it, you get over those hurdles. But numerous cricket teams, AFL teams, rugby league teams, they all go through that. Teams go through a commotion of lacking of confidence and then don't want to talk about it. That might last 2 weeks, 4 weeks or 8. That's about coaching and leadership, and someone picks that up. So that's how you fix those things.
Gavin, I want to talk about the dominant narrative of this club being Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
To quote Malcolm Knox, he used those words in his piece. Do you feel respected? Was there a moment, do you think, when the respect came, or is that still coming?
For me, yeah, I think that it started when we were getting beaten by 100 points in the first 2 years. Well, I think it was at 26 or 27 times or something stupid like that, because what happened was the fans started to follow seeing what parents went through. Once they started to hear that you're a parent of a child here, you go to the grocery store, you have 5 to 10 other parents who know that and start to jibe you about how your kid's going, how badly the decision was, and then they started to... Westies really grew from that, and they come together. And Westies are used to being not, the world rolling out perfectly for them. So that's really where we started to grow. Years 3, 4, 5, it really happened, and off the back of a bunch of young kids, but a bunch of parents. We forget about the parents and what they went through. The parents, the most difficult thing was not having every kid as your own kid. You just felt so deeply for them. We had numerous players in years 1, 2, and even a bit of 3, in tears at the end of the game. And Sheeds, we didn't talk about it a lot, but we shifted the player off with their parents. And their parents and they came back to the club 1, 2 or 3 weeks later and grew.
Do you get, though, when you talk about the adversity we've overcome and you're talking to the St Kilda fans sitting out here, we've got Melbourne fans, and they're talking about, spare me your adversity. I mean, you were given 20-odd first-round draft picks. We've been 70 years without a flag.
Yeah, I totally understand that, but, can you imagine being those 20 young people? The biggest thing was Kevin Sheedy. I don't know if any of you remember, we beat Geelong, I think it was year 2, it was 51-50 at halftime. We were 1 point ahead. We had a party on the Monday that you wouldn't have even understood. We won. I mean, we got flogged by 40 points or whatever, but so we were trying to tell 18, 19 and 20-year-old kids, imagine if you win 1 quarter against the best teams in the country, mind you. Imagine if you win 2. By year 3, we'd won 3 quarters. That's how you grow kids. It was one of the best things I've ever been a part of.
Gavin, what do you remember? Because he was there in the start about Israel Folau and his time, and what have you made of that extraordinary sort of culture war that came out? Could you ever have seen this happening from what you knew of him?
Well, we have 181 dialects in Western Sydney, and we just had other people getting involved and looking. And he just wanted to... he came... His body was broken. He was really struggling. And a lot of people forget John Quinn, who was Australian athletics, then Essendon, and then came to the Giants with Sheeds. He rebuilt Israel Folau. Now, Israel's hardly missed a game in rugby in the last 7-8 years, I think. His body has been incredibly well built by John Quinn. And I still love the fact that Choco and Sheeds had him kicking goals one day at training. And he was told, you're going to kick from 50 metres out. I'll never forget the 2 witches hats for 65 metres out. And he kicked 14 of 27 shots. And he told the boys, can you believe I kicked it from 50 out? He was 65 metres out. It was hilarious.
That's great. Neil, have you seen the Giants play as good a footy as they have in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned it, how disjointed they looked a month ago.
Yeah.
And how unconnected they were. But they've proven that like the Bulldogs did, like Adelaide did in 97, you can actually find form in the finals in September. Even the Swans in 2012, they lost 3 out of the 4 leading in, and now they've played absolute. It's not a pretty football. This is the thing. It's a style of football and this is what they'll try to do against the Tigers today. It'll be a stoppage game. It's not free-flowing football. If they've got to have a chance against the Tigers, they're going to have to stop their flow, and they're going to have to make it a fight like it was in Brisbane and like it was last weekend.
It's grungier than Nirvana. It's total stoppages, and it's not what we thought they'd be when they came through this. Go back to the year the Bulldogs won the flag. Your doggies, Neil. They were playing a more fluent brand, the Giants. It was sort of, they're getting down and dirty.
They are.
Which works for us, because when you see, Cords lives on the great side of the Harbour Bridge, and I live out the west. And the truth about surfers and Westies is true. I mean, I know Sheeds made something up about... Come on, boys.
Got some Giants fans getting excited here.
Now, there's always been a 100-year war between the surfers and the Westies. We're Westies.
All right, we have to let you go, Gavin Robertson. We know you've got a busy day, as you have Neil Cordy, but we have to get some tips off you first. Neil, we'll start with you.
I've got to, like the Giants, if they can get down and dirty and get it on their terms, I think they've got the team to win.
Norm Smith?
I like Toby Green.
And a Paul Kelly song?
Paul Kelly song, God. Leaps and bounds.
There we go.
High on the hill, looking over the bridge.
To the MCG.
Imagine the roar when he starts singing those words.
It's going to be amazing. Gavin, you, of course, are tipping your Giants. Yep. Norm Smith?
Look, I think I just got a gut feel about Jeremy. Either Cameron or Finlayson. I've loved Finlayson for 4 years. I wish I could run like that kid.
I love that Jeremy Finlayson went at pick 85 in the draft. I think some people forget that, and he is a super footballer.
Watch him run. Gifted.
Gavin Robertson, congratulations on what you've done with the Giants, and thanks for your time here today. Neil Cordy, thank you very much.
Thanks, Lena.
And we are going to go back. Let's hear it for Gavin Robertson and Neil Cordy, ladies and gentlemen. A bunch of Giants fans are walking past here. They're fired up. Oh, yes. Go the orange.
They're not Carlton and Collingwood fans in disguise.
Well, they could be, Jake. We've seen GWS merch flying off the shelves.
I'm not sure if Gavin organised that, but there were thousands of them coming down that hill there.
There were indeed.
It's a great colour too.
It was like the Rajneesh, wasn't it?
They stand out.
British people coming over the hill.
It's like they're all in high vis. Quentin, who have you got with you? Quentin Hull.
Well, we used the orange tsunami being Kelly, Cornelio, Taranto along the wing at Giants Stadium, but they've just come through the Yarra Park. It's been outstanding, and the great lines that football fans come up with. I've just put a photo on social media of a Giants fan holding up a poster which says, "Toby's got the eye of the Tigers." Back to our guys from before. We were talking earlier in the hour about this wonderful grand final football that we had to give away in Boswich, Richmond v GWS Giants, grand final 2019. Our friends who are the inaugural members, Jonathan and Warwick, are going to win the footy. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for these guys. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go Giants.
And I just noticed he's got a jumper which has got all the names of the inaugural members on it. Would you believe that 2017 Premiership Tiger Jacob Townsend's name is on this?
You'd have to believe it's true.
Oh, no, it's up near your chest. Enjoy the day, guys. It's been a long time getting to here.
Yeah, it has. Good journey. Loved every minute. So hopefully we get up today and big night tonight.
Norm Smith medalist, Warwick?
Oh, gee, that's... I think Zach Williams. I'd be putting money on him.
Okay, number 29 from the Narrandera Imperials.
Yeah, that's the boy.
Good on you guys. Go and join the rest of the tsunami. Thanks for being a part of the build-up to Grand Final Day on ABC Grandstand.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Quentin Hull. Congratulations. You can go and have a dob with that footy in Yarra Park now. Well, let's... Anne, should we talk about the game?
Can I just give a shout out to a wonderful woman, Lillian Marshall, who is turning 100 today, and her present from her kids is a day at the grand final. She's a lifelong South Fremantle supporter. She's been to nearly every Fremantle home game, and she's celebrating her 100th birthday. So congratulations to Lillian Marshall, 100 years young.
And she's at the game, Ange.
She's coming today with her daughter and son. It's fantastic.
Well, that is a magnificent story.
And she's listening to us.
A triple hello then, in that case. Well, look who's joined us here on ABC Grandstand, our favourite Richmond fan, Waleed Ali. Hello, mate.
How are you, mate?
I'm very well. How has your week compared to 2017?
Just relaxed. I mean, there's no lid on it.
Yeah.
You know, nothing significant happening this week, just another flag to be won.
I feel like there's a genuine air of confidence and relaxation about Richmond fans this year.
So can I say, this will make no sense, but it is absolutely true. I have been really confident and not nervous all week. And that's exactly what makes me so nervous.
yeah, I get it.
It doesn't make any sense to me that I would feel this relaxed about it. It's not that I don't think there's a real danger that we lose this game. I do. But for some reason, I just don't seem to believe it.
Is it partly, Wiley, because you're playing the Giants? If you played Collingwood, you'd have to deal with the fallout of a potential upset loss.
Yes.
Whereas if you lose, you're not going to be bothered at work by Giants fans.
No,
that's around the water cooler, nothing.
No, that's the most insightful analysis of it that I've heard. If we lose this, it's more or less silence. And everyone can just pretend it never happened, I'm sure.
There's Schadenfreude, though, from the rest of the competition that says, you know...
Yeah.
We've got some Centurions.
Yeah, this is
great. These
Richmond
two men
Centurions
are wearing full armour in front of us. You look great. Enjoy the day.
They're dressed like they're going to slay a lion, which is
I think
weird in the circumstances.
I think they're trying to protect themselves against Shane Mumford.
Yeah, you might need that. So, Waleed, what about the story of the week is the debut of Marlon Pickett, which is incredible and unbelievable at the same time.
It is. And is it the best story you've heard in footy? I can't think of a better story off the top of my head in footy.
It's a ripper.
Maybe it's just because it's happening now and you remember it, but it's genuinely extraordinary. And isn't it the kind of thing that if Richmond had done something like this 10 years ago, you would say that is just so typical that Richmond would do something like this. But when they do it now, you go, well, it's a perfectly sensible decision because it's a really well-run club.
One of the senior players, I gather, had said internally, if this was round 14, you wouldn't think anything of it at all.
No. Yeah. But the fact that it's not round 14 is exactly the point. Yes. that's what it is. But actually, someone made a really good point to me yesterday. You think it's choosing a debutant over some kind of seasoned veteran. It's not that. It's really him versus Jack Ross for that position. So you're choosing a one-gamer versus like a seven-gamer, and a 27-year-old versus a 19-year-old. So actually, it's a less crazy calculation than it might sound.
I get that he doesn't seem like the type of guy, Ange, that is going to be overawed by the situation. I feel like he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders.
He's got 4 kids. He has had his challenges and dramas with parenting, no doubt, over the years. Both teams play this high-pressure style of footy. Where do you think Richmond has the edge?
I actually think it's a really fascinating game because I think if you had to design a team and a game plan to beat the Giants, you'd probably come up with Richmond. And if you have to come up with a team and a game plan to beat Richmond, you probably come up with something like the Giants. So I think it's fascinating for that reason. The Giants all want to score from stoppage. We will want to score from turnover. They want to kick the ball. We will want to run the ball. When they defend, they'll probably defend the kick. We will run at them with handball and hopefully kick it over their heads through the goals. So it's these are teams that do opposite things and they're each strong at what the other one is weak at. And for that reason, it's far more coin tossy, I think, than people might think.
Where do you feel vulnerable?
Well, in a weird way, the midfield has kind of always been our weakness, which sounds like a stupid thing to say because we do have 2 Brownlow medalists in there. Our back line is great, but their forward line is lethal. But I have confidence in the back line. But I think it's ultimately going to be about the midfield. If they destroy us in stoppages, and I think they would have to destroy us, I don't think if they edge it, I don't think it matters. If they destroy us in stoppages, then we have a problem that we have to worry about. And De Boer is the one who really worries me.
I'm interested in your view on, if Richmond win the flag today, the whole narrative of the club is going to change. This has been an underdog sort of story since the early 80s, laughing stock, but a big club dormant, and a lot of tragedy about, not tragedy too strong a word, but a lot of pathos about the club. It'll be a bit of an empire in this little period, and hubristically, a lot of people who follow other clubs are already kind of saying, we've had enough.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
I actually think that's already happened in a strange way. And I don't mean to make that sound premature as though we are a dynasty when we've only won 1 flag, but I just mean the way that we're talked about, the way that Richmond's received. It feels like we're establishment now. And I feel like, hang on, no, Hawthorn got to win 12 flags in 5 years or something before they were establishment. Why is it we win 1 and suddenly we're no longer underdogs? But I guess because they have been the team of the last 2.5 years, shall we say. Like, I think quite comfortably, actually. There have been periods of difficulty and whatever, but ultimately we have been. And so for that reason, that empire, that idea of it already being an empire because of its history, I think it's already established. Win or lose today, and I think that's why the Giants probably have the sympathies of a lot of neutrals. But can I say this, if the Giants win today, you might be about to witness an empire that's unbelievably frightening.
Indeed, and you've got 100,000 members.
Yeah, there is that as well.
That helps as well. We have to wrap this up in just a moment, so let's all do it. In fact, before we do, have we got Quinton Hull there? Quinton, are you out and about with the people?
Look, it's a classic sound on any football day, but they only say one part of this on one special day, sir.
Get your grand final for the records! Don't miss out on your free records!
Oh, there it is. All right, Waleed, let's get you obviously on the Tigers. By how much?
Well, I've already done this officially, so I have to stick with it. So Richmond by 17 is my guest, and my Norm Smith medalist is Shane Edwards.
Shane Edwards, very popular player amongst Richmond fans, underrated it seems amongst other people.
He might be so underrated that he's now not.
And a prediction for a Paul Kelly song?
Well, he has to play, I remember. That line about the MCG and the Nilex sign and all that sort of stuff, you have to play that.
Waleed Ali, thank you, mate. Much appreciated. All the best today.
Thank you very much. I know you don't mean it, but I'll take it anyway.
Jake Niall, a tip, please.
Richmond by 32.
Oh.
And Norm Smith medalist Dion Prestia.
Yes.
And Paul Kelly, he'll play leaps and bounds, but Darling It Hurts would be good.
All right, thank you very much, Jake. It's been a fantastic year. Thank you for everything this year, Michael Gleeson.
Quick shout out to the man wearing the Gough Whitlam "It's Time" in orange t-shirt. That's very classy.
Time. It's only been 8 years. How is it time?
We have to wrap it up.
I've gone Richmond by a few goals, and I think Jack Rewalt.
Ange?
Richmond, 7 points, leaps and bounds.
It's been an amazing year. Thank you all. Every Saturday has been an absolute pleasure. Quentin Hull, a quick tip from you, sir. Oh, no.
Tigers and Edwards to win the Normie.
Yes. All right, I'm going the Giants by a golden point in double extra time following a controversial free kick. And Toby Green for the Norm Smith. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye.
My brother married an American con artist.
You marry someone, you feel like you really know them.
But he really didn't. By the end, my folks were broke and homeless. I've been on her trail and it's taken me all over the world.
She got on the wrong side of the local mafia.
She witnessed murder.
I'm Ollie Wards. Join me for Snowball, the latest instalment of the ABC's true crime podcast, Unravel.
She's walking just in front of me, bro.
Where? To listen to Snowball, subscribe to Unravel
I see her.
on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I see her.
Stand by. Cue audio.
Grandstand, AFL.
You're with Grandstand. Grandstand. The players are ready.
What an occasion we've got ahead of us.
Here we go.
The Tigers are trustworthy. Well, they're fresh, they're hungry. They can play harder for longer.
I've dreamt of it since I was a little boy, so felt like no one wanted us to get in, but we're excited to be here.
Grandstand, AFL.
Down to Rioli, who gathers for the Tigers, goes looking for Martin at full forward. Good mark. Worked it on to Daniel, popped it over the top. Chance now for Hopper. Goes back to Daniels. What a snap, wonderful goal. Bolton's a chance to run onto it for Richmond. To Prestia. What a season he's had. What a moment this is. What a goal.
You're with Grandstand.
It's sat up and an opportunity to go through and kick a goal. The Giants, they were the biggest of orange roughies going into this game. They're steaming away the Tigers. They are an awesome side. Bolton, great pick-up. Siren, celebration. The Tigers, they're into another AFL Grand Final. Oh, wow. Can barely look. If they did, they'd be horrified. Cameron goes and celebrates. Turns to the crowd. GWS is on the way to a Grand Final.
Grandstand, AFL.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2019 AFL Grand Final.
You betcha!
Richmond and Greater Western Sydney. On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
It is that one day in September when reputations are made and indelible memories created. After a season of engrossing, unpredictable football, two sides remain in the battle for premiership glory. Richmond has timed its run to perfection. 11 consecutive wins, another will secure the club its 12th flag, and the modern-day Tigers a place among the great teams of the 21st century. GWS sits on the cusp of football history. Once derided as fabricated and fair weather, the Giants have found a steely resolve that has them poised for a maiden premiership. Hello and welcome to the MCG. Welcome to Grandstand AFL on Grand Final Day. The stage is set. Alistair Nicholson with you, and alongside me in the commentary box, two-time Hawthorn Premiership player Brad Sewell. Hello, Sewelly.
Good afternoon, Alan. What a treat it is to be sitting here pre-game. The build-up to any grand final is electric, but when you have Richmond playing, there's a different flavour. And when you have the Giants for their first grand final, they've become a bit of a romantic story this week, and much commentary has been mentioned and spoken about. Had this have occurred a few years prior, it'd be a different feeling towards the Giants. But there is a real sense of endearment the Giants are gleaning from the football public, and I cannot wait for the first bounce. I think the Giants again, it's going to be on.
Last year we had the intrigue around Jeremy McGovern heading into the grand final. Today we have the intrigue around Phil Davis. With all his ailments heading into this grand final, we've literally just seen him doing a fitness test out on the MCG.
And as he finished that, he gave the conditioning staff a high five and a big hug. So it looked like he got through that as he's just left the ground now with 3 or 4 conditioning staff standing around him. So, I mean, that in itself was really interesting to leave it so late in the grand final week to consider the preparation that's required. They've got a huge faith. He knows his body. He's an experienced player. So he's obviously felt comfortable enough to let it run down to the wire this close to the actual game before he makes that call himself. And we've already seen this week the selflessness within the Giants and Canelio putting his hand up and pulling out. And you expect if Davis felt that he couldn't get through today, he would have done the same thing. And it's yet to be decided, of course, whether we will see him run out, but it looked like what we just saw then he certainly will.
Lenny Hayes coming up in a moment from the Giants side of things, and we'll also have Justin Lepich from the Tigers. We'll have all the entertainment, all the build-up to the big day, the grand final on Grandstand AFL. We want you to be part of it as always. 0437 774 774 is the number you can get in contact with us on. In the commentary box, let us know your name and where you're listening, your thoughts on the big game today. If you've got a Norm Smith prediction, we'd love to hear from you wherever you are around the country and around the world. Let's go down boundary side because other members of our team today on Grandstand AFL. Great to have Clint Wheeldon back with us. Alongside him, Mark McClure, and very shortly they'll have Lenny Hayes. It's down to you, Clint. Welcome.
Thank you, Al. Man who knows a bit about these days, Mark McClure. We just watched Phil Davis walk right by us. Bit of discussion upstairs about whether or not he'll play. We'll find out a bit more in just a moment. How do you feel on a day like today, Sellers?
I just feel fantastic. I mean, being down the boundaries, it's an awesome feeling. I mean, it's just the music's blaring, the people are rushing in, everyone's excited about the actual day ahead. We're all guessing. I'm telling you, we're all guessing at this stage, and we'll find out about 5 o'clock tonight who's the champs. But gee whiz, we've got Lenny Hayes with us right now, and he's one of their coaches here who've been of an awesome side, a great side, who've made a grand final for the first time.
Lenny, are we guessing on Phil Davis? What's the latest you can tell us?
Oh, look, the latest is, I mean, he just had a little bit of a fitness test then. It was always planned to give him right up until the opening bounce just to see how he was going. So he looked to be moving pretty well to me. So without getting the official word, I think it's still full steam ahead and he'll play.
And with your captain, obviously, so important. So the decision was, Lockie Keith, you have to be ready literally until the bounce?
Yeah, spot on. And I mean, we've faced a lot of that adversity all year, so it's really no different to us. But Lockie prepared really well. He'll have a role to play if Phil comes out of the team, and he'll be ready to go if he's called on.
Getting the likes of Greenback and Whitfield back, how much of a bonus is that for the Giants?
I think it's a huge boost for us. I mean, they're two of our most important players. Obviously disappointing that we couldn't have them out there last week. And we saw the reaction after the game of Toby and Lockie. We had him on FaceTime in the rooms. He was at home in bed recovering from his surgery. So, yeah, it's a huge boost to get those two boys back.
You've been here before. There are a number of players you have in the Giants side, but how important is experience on a day like this? And what sort of message yourself, Heath Shaw, Matt DeBoer, who've been here before, what can you pass on to the players where this is a first time on this enormous stage?
I think everything that we've practiced up until this point hold us in good stead. I think the way that we play is a really contested, hard brand of footy, and I think it stacks up on the biggest day. So the biggest part of the week was embrace the week, enjoy it. You don't know when you'll be back, so it was focus when you need to focus, enjoy it when you need to enjoy it, and our boys have done both of those things really well.
Lenny, you've got a bunch of kids in the midfield with Taranto and Hopper and Kelly and Williams and Daniels as well. They're only babies. You've worked wonders with them.
Oh, look, they're a joy to coach, mate. They're just sponges, and I think with Taranto and Hopper, there's opportunity there with a few of the off-season moves with Shield and Scully and a few of those guys going, and obviously Wardy and Cogs, and even Josh Kelly's missed time this year. So we always say if someone goes down, the next man comes in. But those two boys in their third and fourth year have been superb. And, we've moved Toby in there at times. Like I said, Brent Daniels, Zach Williams is going to play through the midfield again
Toby
today.
Will be there too, won't he? Toby will be there.
He'll have his turn in there, yeah. And I think that's every time we've made a little shift in our team, guys have embraced it and played really well. So we're going to need them to be at their best today because we know what we're up against.
You've recruited a hell of a lot of stars, and they were beautiful with their foots and skills and all that sort of stuff. But what you got now is a great balanced team of role players and really good players. And all of a sudden, you're becoming a tough hombre to beat.
Yeah, I think it's something we've prided ourselves on. I think over the last 3 or 4 years, our contested ball numbers have always been strong, but probably that relentless pressure with our tackling has probably fluctuated a little bit. this final series we've brought it every week, and we've brought it for the full 120 minutes. So again, we're going to need to do it again today, and because we know how Richmond like to play with that forward handball. They'll give us opportunity. We just got to make the most of them.
They're not going to change their style because you turn up, but you may change their style by the way you play, pushing and shoving.
Yeah, well, I mean, there'll be a little bit of that. I mean, it's grand final day, mate. You know what happens on these days. We're playing for keeps today, and we've done that all final series, so I think they'll be expecting it. They'll dish it out as well, so it's going to be a great contest.
If they get on the outside, are you in trouble?
I think you need to stop their slingshot style, no doubt about that. So, our chase pressure's got to be huge. We've got to come forward and nail our tackles and put them under pressure. So it's one thing to know how they play, another thing to stop it.
Does this bring back great memories for you?
It does up until probably 10 minutes to go in the game, but hopefully it goes our way today. But the thing I'm most happy about is, as a coach, you get to just see the enjoyment on Hopper and Taranto's faces that they get to experience this, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I think we're ready to take it.
Great job, Lenny. Fantastic. Have a great day.
Thanks, fellas. Cheers.
Take us down into the rooms. We're just watching them come out now. What is it like, the anticipation for this particular group, and you compare it to your own experiences as a player?
I think the way that, no one's really given us much of a chance throughout this season. We've had so many injuries and adversity, and we've just embraced that. We're the new kids on the block. We don't care if people don't like us. In fact, that we sort of enjoy that, so we just come out here, we play good, hard footy, and whatever happens, happens. We'll be the same today.
Someone, obviously major name here with St Kilda, but from New South Wales, from Pennant Hills, the west of Sydney, what would it mean for football in the western parts of Sydney for the Giants to get up today? How big a boost would that give the code?
Oh, it'd be huge. I mean, we've seen how we've been embraced this week, and it was one of the main factors for me going back, whereas I grew up sort of 15 minutes from where the club is, so I think it'd be huge. It's growing every year, and something like a win today would just be a massive boost for footy in New South Wales, which I'm pretty passionate about.
So you live in the area, Lenny? You live out near there, Blacktown, do you?
I'm sort of inner west, mate. I'm inner west, not right out west.
Not right on the beach?
Just, yeah. No, I'm in Concord, mate, so just around the corner from the club.
But it's not silly to say it would be a giant step for the code. The aim was to expand the competition. Now the Giants, after just 8 years, to be on this stage. The number of juniors, I would imagine, and the boost you get from this sort of appearance, and the media in Sydney, they've been on board this week as well?
Yeah, they have. I mean, I've got two sons. My eldest boy plays for the Concord Giants, and they run out every week to the team song. And it's, women's football's going great guns up there as well. And a lot of that's been around the success of the Giants footy team as well. So it's growing, it's coming. And, from a kid who two other kids at my school played AFL, it's come a long way, and I'm rapt about it.
Lenny Hayes, one last one from me. Why do you think you win it today?
I just think our hunger will get it done. I think we're going to try and suffocate them the way that we play. And I just think we've built some really good momentum. We're made of the right stuff, and going to have to do a lot right. I mean, Richmond are a great side, but I think we got the character to get it done.
I love your attitude. They don't crown Mr. Nice Guy. Let me tell you.
You got to take it.
Good luck. Go and enjoy. Lenny Hayes, thank you very much for joining us on ABC Grandstand. Al, it is spectacular down here. I haven't seen this much orange since the last time I was on a Pilbara mine site, but there's an awful lot of yellow and black around as well. We'll send it back up to you. Justin Lepich, not too far away.
Good on you, Clint. Good on you, Sellers. Yeah, Lenny Hayes, what a player he was. Loved the contested nature of big games. Won the 2010 Norm Smith in the first grand final. You would have played on him a fair bit, I'd imagine, as well, Sully, wouldn't you?
We played on each other a lot. And, the beauty about playing on someone like Lenny was he was just so honest. And he was hard, gave no quarter, asked no quarter, and you would literally shake hands, bash each other for 2 hours, and then shake hands at the end of the game again. It was fantastic duels. And, he's been critical to this Giants makeup, and that hardness within the midfield in particular, and the experience that he will have been able to share to those younger midfielders, those big-bodied inside mids, will have been really important.
0437 774 774 is the number you can get in contact with us on if you'd like to send us a text. Love to hear from you. Send us your name and where you're listening. That's in Australia, in Melbourne, anywhere around the world. You can get us, of course, on the AFL app. If your rallies are overseas, or anyone you know and they want to tune into the call today, you can do that through the AFL app. Robbo says, hi guys, I'm near Ararat driving to Perth. Be able to listen to your call all day. It's a fair old drive, Robbo. Enjoy it with us. Morning, lads. I'm going to call it now. Marlon Pickett
giant slayer, says Matt from Outback WA. And another listener, Sean in Sydney, says, look out, Melbourne. The Giants are bringing steel chairs. And Sully, you have, to be fair, been a fair critic of the GWS Giants. You felt like they weren't trustworthy, that their ability to compete when the game wasn't on their terms had been a huge question mark over that for some time. Have they won you over with their performances in recent weeks?
Yeah, they have. I was really critical of the Giants' consistency and performance, particularly when the game wasn't played in their terms, and they had been labelled for quite a period of time about their outside run and when they could get their game going and that orange tsunami off the half-back and run in waves. They were really dangerous, but they were forced to change the way that they played when some of their stars actually went out of the side. They were forced to actually bring some less talented, if you like, but players that had a bit more heart, a bit more determination and discipline maybe into the side to play these roles. And it'll be fascinating to see where some of those run with players, inverted commas, go to today, and if they have got the capacity to swap players, because you can't stop all of Richmond's playmakers. They've got them across every line. And so over the course of the last probably 4 weeks in particular, this hardness, and it looks like they've had some really honest internal conversations with each other, and the start's going to be critical today.
Alistair Nicholson and Brad Saw with you in the grandstand commentary box. Let's go back down to boundary level because Clint Wheeldon and Mark McClure are with Justin Leppich. Clint.
Thank you, Al. 3-time premiership player Justin Leppich is with us. One of the great stories of any AFL grand final ever has been what Marlon Pickett's been able to do coming into this side. How impressed are you with how he's been able to handle the last couple of days?
Well, he doesn't say a lot anyway, so if he's feeling nervous, you're not going to see it. So he might be twisting on the inside. I'm sure he is a little bit. He's had a long and hard life, hasn't he, to this point? But it's a great story for him.
What tips it over the line? We know he can play. We've seen him do that for South Fremantle and then in the VFL. With all the decisions you had to go through, what tipped it in his favour?
It was very close, but probably in essence his flexibility. He can play midfield, but also can play half forward and a half back as well. We feel we've got some more things we can do with Marlon on the day, not just be a good midfielder. So that's really a tight call. That's not saying Jack Ross can't or Camden McIntosh can't because he plays them back, but that's sort of the slight edge that he had.
The one, I guess, reservation that people would have is the step up from the State League, then to the AFL, and then to a final, and then to a grand final. Is that something you've had to address with him, the extra pace, the extra intensity that he will be facing today?
Oh, of course. You know, we're full-time workers now, so we do talk about every part of it, the good, the bad and the ugly, and you've got to know what you're getting in all that as well. We've got to know also what Marlon can't bring for us, and as well as Ross. And, you know, not every player's perfect, so we know what he will bring is a competitive player. There's never been one game in his life that he hasn't been competitive or physical, so we're confident he'll bring that.
The experience factor, so many of the guys were here in 2017 get another opportunity again. How much do you think that could be in terms of telling when it comes to it today?
Well, let's hope it is. I mean, remember my first grand final, they said they were playing Essendon, and they said Essendon had the experience, and we ended up winning that game. So, look, we're probably, you know, it sounds good, but really in the day it means nothing in my experience.
Well, you know how they play, and they know exactly how you play. Which one wins? Which system wins?
It's a good question. Their contested style and tagging style of system, they'll go after a few, as we know. They'll probably be Lambert and Martin are the two they'll target. You know, we've just got some things in place we have to manage in that part of it and then try and get the game on our terms, which obviously our outside run and speed will probably worry them, so they'll put some things to try and clamp that part of our game.
If you get it on the outside, and Basher Hooley's been the one who's done that, I'm sure they'll clamp down on him. They have to. He was so impressive last week.
Yeah, one thing about our half-back line, he can clamp Basher. I mean, I think Essendon did, and he still ran riot. People have tagged Nick Vlauston actually in the past because he's our number one interceptor, and Grimes is also a good interceptor, and Jaden Short isn't bad with his feet either. So we think we've got enough. You know, if they go after one of our backs, we've probably got enough to also get some strengths in other areas.
The whole world think you can win, but that doesn't mean you do. We're all guessing at this stage, so we'll find out at half-time if they can restrict you to a score, because that's what they look like they're going to do.
Yeah, that's what they're doing better than they have in the home and away season, is restricting scores. Probably haven't been scoring as much themselves, but I think they're the boxer that want to take it to the 10th round. I mean, that's the way they've been playing, so we have to sort of make sure that we stay with them, and hopefully our run in the end can overcome it.
But they do have some talent too. You got to stop a bit of that as well.
Yeah, well, they've got probably more number one draft picks than anyone in the game. So, and I think we've got more rookies playing than any team in the game. So we can street fight as well.
Yeah, but it's not about that. It's about the best team. It's not about actually if you've got plenty of stars. It's about how you meld together and put the game on the park. And you guys have done that well for a long time.
That's true. One thing we've got really good is good connection in our club. We play our system pretty well. Teams have broken us in games, and we know that. You know, Geelong game, they broke us for a bit, Brisbane a bit, West Coast here not long ago, but we've been able to overcome them and win. So we're hoping that's the case. No matter whatever the Giants throw at us, we can overcome it. But it's down to the boys now, isn't it? They've just got to do it, as you said, Mark. Let's do the job.
What were they like just before they had to come out here? Give us an idea of what it was like downstairs in the rooms.
Quite calm, to be honest. I didn't know what to think to be coming into the game, but the boys are really more talking about the game, what they need to do to try and win the game, more than worry about the emotion of the game. So that's always a good sign.
I spent a day with Alex Rance on Thursday at a luncheon. Let me tell you, pretty relaxed bunch. They're enjoying themselves, they have a great time, and that's a great way to play footy.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you can be too uptight, but then again, you can be too relaxed as well and go the other way.
I'm not certain about that. You look pretty good.
Oh, well, I always fall on the relaxed side. Lee didn't like it very much, but I always fell to that side of the ledger more than the other. But let's hope the boys can do that so they can go out there and play their natural game.
How much did you learn from Lee? Seriously, what did you learn about footy from Lee?
It's the biggest thing Lee taught us. I mean, he's not the sort of coach to go out there rolling balls in front of you and teaching you a lot of the skills of the game, but he taught you how to be a man and how to stand up in occasions. And I think anyone who learned under Lee knows that and knows sometimes that the calmer you are in these situations, the better, more than trying to do things that are trying to do too much.
That's probably a good way to finish, because it's exactly how you're supposed to be.
Where do you think you win it today?
I think with our outside run, I think if we can get our handball game up and going and break some lines and kick to an open forward line, I think that's the key to us. Give ourselves good looks. If the Giants are able to stifle us and pile it on and make it a real rugby scrum, it's going to be a real battle.
And you touched on it about them stopping Martin. Do you expect De Boer to go to him at the start in the middle?
Well, he's been sort of tagging in the midfield and then handing over if a player goes forward. So he might hand over to a core or something if Dustin goes forward and then go to someone else, like a Prestia or possibly. So, yeah, there's going to be a few little games played there, I think, today.
And building into one of these games, is it more nervous when you're the backline coach or the forwards coach?
Yeah, it's probably easier as a forwards coach because you don't have to stop the goals, you just have to kick them. But, look, I've really enjoyed this year as a backs coach. It's just sort of taken me back again. And these boys are such great to work with. The adversity of losing Rancy, we kind of fell apart for a few weeks early in the year as a backline group, missing him, and I had to pull our pieces back together again and realise there is life after Alex. And I'm really proud of the guys and their adaptation to their roles. And Dylan had to play a new role, and Nick had to play a new role. So it's really good that we've done that.
Best of luck. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, guys. All the best.
Justin Leppich joining us downstairs. It is a sight to behold. Alistair Nicholson, massive crowd in, as you'd expect. Can't wait for what is to come. Back to you up in the studio.
Good on you, Clint. Good on you, Sellers. Make your way up, lads. We look forward to joining you in the commentary box very shortly. Sully, you look around the ground and it is quite noticeable that there are some serious pockets of orange here, and naturally Richmond's going to have more supporters, you'd think. Today is a day for the neutrals as well, but there's good Giant representation here.
It helps that the orange stands out, right?
Yeah.
So it's very visible, but you're right. Clint had the line about the pilbara up his sleeve for a little while, hadn't he? Made to roll that out. But yeah, it's really obvious that the pockets and the bays that the orange is clearly Giant pockets. And as I said, I reckon the neutrals are jumping on board the Giants storyline. They have had a tough year. They've lost so many of their star players to injury, and the style of play that they're running with at the moment, notwithstanding some of Toby Green's actions, it's enthralling to watch, and you know it's going to be a genuine battle.
Yeah, there was this romanticism around Richmond of 2017, hadn't won a premiership for 37 years. I'm not sure that still surrounds this Richmond side in the eyes of the neutral. In fact, one of our texters on 0437774774, Tiger from Bendigo, a Carlton supporter, kindly reminded me that it's been 37 years since Richmond were runner-up, he says. So that was back in 1982 when Sellers was playing under David Park, and they won in 81 and 82 after winning in 79 as well. 0437774774 is the number. Katie Griffin been listening since leaving Falls Creek this morning on the way to Sydney, just passing Yass. Thanks for the ramp up to the final. Wish it have been the Pies though. Shout out to Damo for his birthday. Good on you, Damo. Damo shares a birthday with Josh Caddy. It's his birthday today as well. Go Tigers, says Katie. We're driving from the beaches to Olympic Park in Sydney, ready to join the other Giants fans. Very excited. Go the Giants, say Michael and Sasha. So
Let us know your name and where you're listening around the country. We'd love to include you in the coverage today on Grandstand AFL. Marnus Labuschagne, Australian batsman, is going to be joining us in the Grandstand box very shortly. So that's coming up. We've got all the action leading into the grand final, of course, with some fantastic performances to bring you. Tones and I, Dean Lewis and Paul Kelly, all performing live in the lead up to the grand final. Now, the teams have dropped. We saw Phil Davis going through a fitness test here at the MCG. He high-fived the fitness staff after the completion of that fitness test. The teams have dropped. No late changes for either side. So that is good news for all concerned. And Lockie Whitfield coming back from the keyhole surgery to remove his appendix. Davis banged up in just about every part of his body, Sully. But it is the kind of game where if a player like Davis is even 85% right, that you would take him in.
Yeah, particularly down back. That stability, and as the captain, of course, is really important in the back six. And we saw him go through that fitness test, went off the ground. Then he came back out with the team. He was wearing tights or leggings. He didn't do a hell of a lot during that next phase of the warm-up. But importantly for the Giants, he is named. He will be playing, and we know he's a critical plank of the back six, which will get stretched today for the Giants.
We've got a welcome to country coming up here at the MCG, so let's take you back outside to ground level.
Wominjeka, welcome. We are all gathered here by the banks of the Birrarong, the river of mist, of our ancestors' country, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people. A gathering place, a place for ceremony, a place of celebration. The presence of the scar trees located not far from here are testament to that historic connection and the connection of my family. The Wurundjeri people have come here in more recent years as athletes, observers, and now formally as the leaders of ceremony. Our people have struggled, but we have survived. Through that survival, we can share and tell our stories so that as a country we can learn. Through this great game, we can heal. I pay my respects to those who have also stood here before me. I pay my respects and welcome elders from other nations across Australia and other cultures. I feel very honoured and proud to be here today. Congratulations to Richmond and Giants, who are going to battle it out for the premiership. Good luck and may the best team win. Thank you.
The welcome to country here on grand final day at the MCG. The crowd is filling in here all the way up to the top of the southern stand and around the ground. You can see minute by minute there are less vacant seats. Alistair Nicholson and Brad Sewell in the commentary box. Mark McClure and Clint Wilden have made their way back upstairs, having chatted with Justin Lepich and Lenny Hayes. We're now seeing the motorcade of retiring players going around the MCG, and what a crop of players we've got again this season. A cumulative total of 4,288 games, 17 premierships. Jared McVeigh, Jordan Lewis, Jared Ruffhead, Brett Deledio, and he'll love to be out there today. Dale Morris and Liam Pickin, part of the Bulldogs premiership winning team of 2016. Nick Smith, a premiership player at Sydney. The tallest of all, Aaron Sandilands. Daisy Thomas, a premiership winner with the Magpies. Sean Grigg, Michael Riscatelli, Kieran Jack, Sam Gilbert, Mark Lacroix, who got the ultimate prize here last year with West Coast, Heath Grundy, Scott Thompson and Daniel Wells. It really is a terrific gathering of great players of this great game, making their way around the ground at the moment and being recognised by the fans who are in here at the MCG some 1 hour or so away from the first bounce in the 2019 AFL Grand Final. Repeating, there are no late changes for either the Giants or the Tigers. GWS looking to win its first ever premiership, and the Tigers looking for their 12th and second in the space of 3 years. Well, when I got off the train at Richmond Station today, the bottom end of Yarra Park was absolutely heaving. Tickets have been tricky to get if you're a Richmond fan, and they've got the live site going at Punt Road today. Cast of thousands were waiting to get into that about 2 hours ago. Well, Corbin Middlemass has managed to get in there, and he's in position at the moment to set the scene. How's it going down there, Corby?
Okay, Sal, the contrast between the two teams represented in this year's grand final is stark. You've got the GWS Giants, of course, who are representing an area of Australia, one of the biggest growth areas. A lot of people new to this country and new to our game. Well, where I am at the moment at Punt Road Oval, this is Aussie Rules heartland, just spitting distance from the Melbourne Cricket Ground and, of course, the birthplace of Australian rules. The ground looks an absolute picture. The entire playing area is already filled with Richmond fans. There's so much yellow and black around. The beautiful old Jack Dyer stand is filled as well. There are big screens around the place. We have a number of food stores, the porta potties. So a great atmosphere down here with the Richmond supporters watching on who couldn't get a ticket to the game. I've bumped into Brett Sprigg. He's down here as well. G'day, Spriggy.
G'day, Corby. Yeah, as you say, it's nice to have a first-time grand finalists in the Giants, but to come here, a scene like this reminds you of what a heritage club this actually is. Let's go and say g'day. A few fans over here. What's your name, sorry, guys?
Yeah, Eric.
Scuba?
Ebony.
How do you feel? We're an hour or so away. How do you feel about today?
Oh, we're going to win easy.
Pretty confident? Oh, very excited about it, yes. Compared to a couple of years ago, I mean, you know, broke the drought, here you are again, so you're pretty confident this time around?
Very confident. They know exactly what's going on, what the day's all about.
Well, the other one, we broke a 37-year drought, and that was 37 years of disappointment, so this is completely different. We expect to win.
2 years later, okay. I want to get this entire section here. I'm going to count you in on a 3, 2, 1, yellow and black. Okay, guys, here we go. 3, 2, 1, yellow and black! Nicely done.
So there you have it, Al. We'll be in the rooms post-game. Good luck with the call, guys.
Thanks, Corbin. Corbin Middlemass and Brett Sprigg down at Punt Road, bringing us a little of the flavour and the colour from Richmond's fabled home ground. The motorcade of retiring players continues to make its way around the ground down beneath us. Absolute stars of the game down below. Daniel Wells and Scott Thompson, teammates there at North Melbourne for so long before Wells made the move to Collingwood. They're down beneath us at the moment. Mark McClure and Brad Sewell on Grandstand AFL, the story of Marlon Pickett. Absolutely extraordinary to think that we have the first player since 1952 when Keith Batchelor made his debut for Collingwood, making his debut in a grand final today on the back of the Norm Goss medal in the VFL last week.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it? And having spoken to a few people that worked at the game and saw him play last week, they didn't feel like he was actually going to get a game. He was good, obviously was best on ground by the awards, but they felt like his game wasn't stand out enough, notwithstanding the two players that the Tigers held over. But it goes some way to explaining the story that is Richmond at the moment, the emotion and the feeling, this momentum and groundswell they've got within the club. And Sellers, it's just a fantastic story, isn't it?
Oh, it's super, and it's just another one to add to the week. I mean, standing down the ground, and then you don't have to be a player in this Coliseum to feel the atmosphere and feel the hits and all those other things. That's what's so great about our game. You know what I mean? You're right on top of it. You're right there. And Marlon Pickett's going to be right in the middle of it. No, he's not going to play a massive part in this game, and we all understand that. They didn't pick him to win the grand final for him. They picked him to play a role in this game. He's a good player. Don't worry. Plenty of people have missed him. They missed Kelly as well. They missed another couple as well. Pick the bloke from Parker, from St Kilda. Here's another one they missed. And the whole thing is about, hey, listen, just give us a hand here. We don't need you to do too much.
Well, someone who was very aware of his talents. He won a couple of best and fairest at South Fremantle. Corbin Middlemass has been able to catch up with the South Fremantle coach, former Bulldog Todd Curley. Corbin.
Todd, it's grand final day, and yet we're learning about a player for the first time in Marlon Pickett. What can you tell us about him?
Look, he's a great story. He's a fierce competitor, but he's got this sort of unflappable quality about him that he can take things in his stride. So he's obviously overcome a bit of resilience this year. It's been shown with his busting his finger twice, and obviously made a pretty big impact at Richmond in such a short time. So it's pretty exciting for him.
In your time coaching him at South Fremantle, what was the biggest growth that you saw in him?
Oh, he just grew as a person, I think, in that time. Obviously becoming a dad and having 4 little kids. He was super determined to become a better person and a better man, and for his kids and his family. And he grew from a guy that trained super hard and hit super hard and played really good footy to, by the time we left him, he become a real leader within our group. Would speak his mind, doesn't say a lot, but when he does speak, it's from the heart, and his teammates listen. So it's no surprise to us that once he's got in the system that he's made a really big impression.
How do you think he'll handle the occasion?
as I said to you, like, things can be. I've seen him in games where it's pressure situations, and it seems like he's got an ability to sort of just flick off the switch and remain really calm. And I think he actually can. That mood can go across his teammates as well. So, looking at him in the parade yesterday, sort of kicking back and waving to people, he looked as relaxed as ever. So, I don't think it'll faze him too much. And, I think he'll just enjoy being out there. And he just loves playing footy, and he loves his teammates.
You've got the family here. A young bloke wearing number 50 today. There wouldn't be too many kids with number 50 on their footy jumper.
No, he had me running through the merchandise store yesterday at Tigerland, and there's no way they're going to have any there at that short notice. So, yeah, we legged it back into Rebel Sport in the city, and found a Richmond jumper that fits him, and he was adamant that we had to get number 50 on the back. So he'll have 4 little jumpers, obviously, that his kids will have on, but Aiden will have one on as well.
Congratulations for your part in it as his senior coach at South Fremantle, and importantly, enjoy the day.
Yeah, thanks. It'll be a great day.
Good on you, Corbin. Corbin Middlemass there with Todd Curley, who knows all about Marlon Pickett, and we're about to find out about him a little more this afternoon. John Williamson's on the stage here at the MCG as the motorcade continues to go around. We're joined by, someone who really made an impression during the Ashes series. Marnus Labuschagne has made his way into the grandstand commentary box, Australia's star batsman from the Ashes campaign. Great to see you, Marnus. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Alistair. How you going?
Really well, thank you, mates. Have you been to an AFL grand final before?
No, this is my first, and obviously looking forward to it. I haven't seen the MCG packed out 90,000 before, so it's going to be a different experience.
Well, you have got the Boxing Day test to look forward to coming up potentially with your form. You look like you've locked down that number 3 batting spot in the Australian lineup. Congratulations on retaining the Ashes and being such an important part of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's obviously, you're still pinching yourself at the moment, really, that we've actually gone over there and done that. It's a great experience to have obviously played some sort of hand in retaining the urn.
You played a big hand in it, really, an unexpected one when you think about it. Steve Smith getting hit at Lords, you come out and you're facing the fire of Jofra Archer as well, and batted so well, averaged 50 in your 7 innings across the Ashes series. How do you reflect on that period in your cricket career now?
That whole summer I really had in England is probably one of the greatest summers I've ever had. It's hard because I haven't really had the time to reflect on the sort of series, and because I've been straight back into one-day cricket for Queensland. So just thinking back on it now, it was amazing. Obviously, the way it happened, obviously getting an opportunity in unforeseen circumstances, and then obviously, playing some sort of part in that and that first game in that game at Lords. It's amazing, really, to think back.
And you've got the summer coming up here, Pakistan in a couple of test matches, and you've got New Zealand as well. Do you feel like the Australian team's in good shape ahead of the home summer?
Oh, look, I think we're really getting some stability in that side. I think our bowlers in that whole Ashes were just tremendous. I mean, even the guys that weren't playing, we had some real stars on the bench, which is really good for Australian cricket, because it means we got so much guys waiting in the wings to perform. So, even look, the bowlers are set, and I think, we've obviously got some batters in form, and I think, some guys, obviously Matthew Wade batted brilliantly in that last test. Steve Smith was fabulous, and I think it's going to be a big summer for Davey as well.
Now, you can't come to Melbourne. Everyone who comes to Melbourne gets asked this question. Who do you barrack for?
In terms of...
Who's your footy team?
Oh, look, I have to... I've been a Lions supporter for many years now. The boys will be teasing me if they hear that.
What about today? What are your expectations of today?
Look, I know the odds are probably heavily favoured to Richmond, but I like the underdog. I like the Giants. I think Mitchell Starc will be very excited today. So it's going to be great. Like I said, the atmosphere here is just going to be amazing to actually just watch and see what 90,000 or 100. Is it 90,000?
Yeah, they get the best part of 100.
100,000 people just in this cauldron. And obviously, the 2 very good sides going today, so it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Marnus Labuschagne, thanks for popping by for a chat. All the best for the summer of cricket that's not too far away.
Thank you, Al.
That's Marnus Labuschagne, one of the heroes of the Ashes series. Australia retaining the Ashes with Tim Payne and co having a superb series in England. Now, the summer of cricket, footy season now, but from tomorrow, the summer of cricket starts on ABC Radio with the Women's T20 International between Australia and Sri Lanka at North Sydney Oval. That's live from 2 p.m. on ABC Radio, 2 p.m. Eastern States. Commentary team of Andrew Moore, Brett Sprigg, Joe Broadbent and Michelle Goscoe. And this summer, as is always the case on ABC Grandstand and ABC Radio, you'll get every ball of the men's and women's international matches. Australia's women up against Sri Lanka. The Australian men play Sri Lanka and Pakistan in T20s. And then the Test series between Australia and Pakistan and New Zealand against Australia. We'll also have all of the WBBL action for you across the course of the summer, which has been the long tradition. Live and commercial free on ABC Grandstand. We have one more day of football, though, to bring you, and we are building up with great anticipation to the grand final. We're about 50 minutes away from the bounce. No late changes. The Giants and the Tigers. We're about to get into the entertainment phase here, the live performances. Tones and I, Mark McClure. What do you know?
I got no tone, and I've never heard of them. How's that sound?
Tony Watson, known professionally as Tones and I, is the Australian pop singer-songwriter. Originally from the Mornington Peninsula, she has made quite the impression. And we're going to bring you some live action now. Live performance on Grand Final Day, Tones and I.
All the same, but they're the ones to blame. Speaking of the young, as if we killed someone, but we don't need your guns. We're all too busy on the run, trying to be someone. Kids are coming, the kids are gone, the kids are running, the kids are coming, the kids are coming, the kids are gone, the kids are running, the kids are coming for you. Is not the only way to change things. Now you're gone and done it, and we locked you in the basement. Marching through the streets is not the only way to change things. The kids are coming, the kids are gone, the kids are running, the kids are coming, the kids are coming for you. They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hands, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. Oh, I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. Oh, 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 oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, yeah. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. Oh, 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 oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
That's Tones and I. And that song, Dance Monkey, released in May 2019, reached number 1 on the Australian, Belgian, Danish, Dutch, Finnish, German, Irish, New Zealand, Norwegian, Swedish, Swiss, French and Austrian singles charts. 13 countries. So Tones and I performing there. Dean Lewis is coming up, and later on, of course, an Australian icon in Paul Kelly. Alistair Nicholson and Clint Wheeldon in the commentary position alongside Brad Sewell and Mark McClure, who's just had his first taste of Tones and I. You enjoyed that, Sellers?
Actually did. She was very good. I like her. She's different. She's pumpy, and she's, she gets you sort of...
I see your
nice
toes
stuff.
tapping there, Sellers.
Well,
No late changes here for either the Giants or the Tigers ahead of the big game on 0437 774 774. Lots of your SMSs coming in. Pam says, go GWS, you show them Vic's what you're made of. Matt from Yanchep, WA, is driving a truck between Perth and Adelaide, currently on the 90-mile straight. Thanks for the great call all season. Even though I'm an Eagles fan, I'm backing Richmond for my old man. Keep up the great work. Good on you, Matt. Enjoy the drive, and thanks for your contribution on 0437 774 774. I'm sure Mark McClure's heard this song. Let's hear some Dean Lewis on Grandstand AFL.
It's not the fact that you kissed him yesterday, it's the feeling of betrayal that I just can't seem to shake. And everything I know tells me that I should walk away, but I just wanna stay. And my friend said, I know you love her, but it's over, mate. It doesn't matter, put the phone away. It's never easy to walk away. Let her go. It'll be okay. It's gonna hurt for a bit of time. Two bottoms up, let's forget tonight. You'll find another and you'll be just fine. Let her go. To be here. This is a song of mine. It's called Wave. It's a swelling storm, and I'm caught up in the middle of it all. and it takes control of the person that I thought I was, the boy I used to know. But there is a light in the dark, and I feel its warmth in my hands and my heart. Why can't I hold on? It comes and goes in waves. It always starts. It always starts. And we watch as our young hearts fade into the flood. Oh, into the flood. And the freedom of falling, and the feeling I thought was set in stone slips through with my fingers. I'm trying hard to let go, but it comes and goes in waves. It comes and goes in waves. It carries us away through the wind, down to the place we used to lay when we were kids. Memories of a stolen place. We're caught in the silence, in an echo lost in space. It comes and goes in waves. It always starts. Always starts. And we watch as our young hearts fade into the flood. Oh, into the flood. And the freedom of falling, and the feeling I thought was set in stone slips through with my fingers. And I'm trying hard to let go, but it comes and goes in waves. It comes and goes in waves. It carries us away.
That's Dean Lewis on Grand Final Day at the MCG. You're listening to Grandstand's coverage of the 2019 decider. There are no late changes for either GWS or Richmond. Phil Davis is playing for the Giants. Alistair Nicholson and Clint Wheeldon to call the action for you alongside Mark McClure and Brad Sewell. Gee, we need to duck back outside again. The one and only Paul Kelly.
High on the hill, looking over the bridge to the MCG. Way up on high, the clock on the sign will say 11 degrees. I remember, I'm breathing today, the month of May, all the burning leaves. I'm stumbling around, my feet don't even touch the ground. I remember, I go on east and bound, I go on east and bound, down past the river and across the playing field. The fields are empty, only for the burning leaves. I remember, I go on east and bound, I go on east and bound.
Number 23, Andrew McLeod, 97, 98. Never stops me from going through these things twice. I see the knives out shining bright, turn my back. I hear that train coming, stay right on that track. In the middle, in the middle, in the middle of a dream. I lost my shirt, I pawned my ring. I've done all the dumb things. Yeah, melted wax to fix my wings. I've done all the dumb things, and I threw my hat into the I've done all the dumb things. Well, I thought that I just had to sing. Yeah. All the dumb things. Dumb things. Yeah, 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 yeah. Stupid things.
Sometimes you find the best of grand final entertainment in your own backyard. Paul Kelly there on grand final day 2019. Alistair Nicholson, Clint Wheeldon, Mark McClure and Brad Saw with you in the grandstand commentary box. So we are told there are no late changes. Still just a fraction of uncertainty surrounding Phil Davis. We're told Lockie Keefe is stripped and ready to go, and Davis has been in one of the meeting rooms with Leon Cameron and Cal Ward and others. So perhaps it's one of those situations, Brad Saw, where you literally wait to see if he runs out onto the ground.
I think they will be leaving it right to the very wire. O'Keefe will be preparing as though he's playing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a late change. That being said, I'm sure they'd much prefer to have Davis out there. We know how critical he is in their back half.
So we're half an hour away from the bounce. We are seeing some shots of Phil Davis up on the screen at the moment.
He doesn't look good. He doesn't look confident on the television. He's hugging a few blokes and he looked a bit down to me, but I could be a poor reader of his well-being, but I'm not certain.
So half an hour until the bounce. We'll wait to see what happens. The two teams will be running out on the ground in around about 13 minutes' time. We'll see the GWS Giants, and not too far after that we will see Richmond. Corbin Middlemass has been wandering all over the MCG. He's got himself in with a few GWS enthusiastic supporters, although I reckon this bloke is a little bit torn. He's with the former Australian opening batsman Simon Kadich. Corby.
Simon, you've got a clear link with both clubs, a Richmond fan at heart, but obviously your involvement with the Giants in their inaugural days, and we saw you as a runner there. Where are the allegiances today?
I'm sitting on the fence today, Corbin. It's, I'm very, very torn because my son here is a massive Giants fan. I spent a couple of years working full-time at the club in 2014 and 15. Know a lot of the players well, so got a lot of mates there. But I'm a lifelong Richmond supporter. I got to come to my first grand final 2 years ago, and it was one of the best days of my life. So, yeah, very torn today, but hopefully the best team wins. And for Xavier's sake, I hope he has a great day. His first grand final, so he's pretty lucky.
And Xavier's got the jumper on, so he's been a Giants fan from the jump?
He has. I've taken him in a lot of games in Sydney when I was working there, and even now, since I finished up, he loves going to the games and plays Auskick. So, like any young kid, it's just a great opportunity to be able to come to a grand final.
So they weren't a finals team when you were there, but obviously a number of the guys were at the club, the playing group, that have now made it to that point. What have you thought of their journey, the Giants, and their progression to get here today?
Yeah, look, really proud of them. They deserve the credit they get because of all the hard work they put in and all the sacrifices they made. A lot of people that probably haven't had the opportunity to be inside the club don't realise how tough it was there in the early days, copping all the floggings and being a bunch of kids really playing in a men's competition. So to their credit, they've stuck together. A lot of them have stayed true to, loyal to the club. And now they're getting the rewards, so hopefully there's a good run for them coming up.
And when you were Xavier's age, do you remember what it was like following the Tigers and I guess your early grand final memories?
Yeah, I was too young to remember the 1980 premiership because I was only 5, but I sort of had some tough times at school during the early 90s, growing up in Perth, given the West Coast was so dominant. So I'm getting my time back now, and it's been great to watch the boys at Richmond play so well in the last couple of years.
Oh, it's very special to share it with a young bloke today. Enjoy the day.
Pleasure.
I'm here with Jeremy Finlayson's parents, Carol and Gordon, on the obviously just hours away from the start of the grand final. How are you guys feeling?
Very excited, and very proud. Watch our young bloke go around, and the whole family's here to witness it, and
we are very excited. Yep.
How do you think he'll be handling these moments in the couple of hours before the game?
Actually, he's pretty calm, very calm. Yeah, no, he's been calm right through the whole final series. He's lapping it up. He's loving it. He's very excited.
And what have you made of his year? He probably had a career best year, obviously going forward, and has kicked a heap of goals.
Yeah, that's excellent for him, and the move's done him good. And as I said, he went into the draft as a forward, and then they moved him down back and developed his skills a bit. And and he got that lucky break in the forward line, and he's made the most of it.
And Carol, how do you go as a footy watcher, particularly with your son out on the ground? How do you handle the nerves?
Last couple of weeks have been pretty bad, pretty stressful, so hopefully it won't be too close. I hope they can just blow them off the field.
Well, enjoy today. It's a very special day for all family and friends, and good luck to the Giants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go to Giants.
Good on you, Corbin. Corbin's been out and around the place with Jeremy Finlayson's parents there. You might be wondering what all the cheering is about. They're trying to set a world record for the loudest stadium cheer. And if any venue's going to do it, it's probably the MCG on grand final day, Mark McClure.
Oh, that was spectacular. Everyone cheered together, so it's not just the Tigers or the Giants, it's all. Fantastic.
On 0437 774 774, Deb from the Surf Coast says, Paul Kelly for the Norm Smith. It was a terrific performance, wasn't it? Go Tigers, currently driving to Boulia, listening to you on ABC Western Queensland. That's from Fraser. Good on you, Fraser. Thanks for your text message. Meatloaf, we miss you, someone says. Lynn and Gino from Victoria on a bucket list camp trip, driving the Nullarbor to get decent reception at Kimber. Free campsite, receiving now loud and clear, and proud to be Australian. Go the mighty Tigers. You can do it. Thanks, Lynn and Gino. Angus from the Blue Mountains, driving with the family from Sydney to Broken Hill. Go the Giants. And hi, boys. Harry Starcevich, Craig's nephew. Me, Mum and Dad are on the drive to Broome. Hope you have a good call. Thank you, Harry and Craig. A very important part of our grandstand commentary team as well, a 1990 premiership player with Collingwood. So not too far away here. A little bit of suspicion building that Phil Davis might be a late out for GWS. The Giants are due on the ground in 8 minutes' time, so we'll know more then. But certainly the shots we were seeing from the rooms painted a fairly grim picture for Phil Davis, who did come out and do a fitness test. He high-fived the fitness staff before going back to the rooms. No late changes on the team sheets, but we suspect there may be when the Giants run out onto the ground. Grandstand AFL on grand final day. It's the Tigers and Giants. We wait to see exactly what transpires as the Giants look for their first premiership and the Tigers, they're going for their 12th.
Hi, I'm Costa Georgiadis from Gardening Australia. Everything the ABC does is for you, and you can help shape what we do with our online feedback community, ABC Your Space.
I like being able to have a say on my favourite programs.
It's good to know they're paying attention to us.
Love our programs? Help shape the ABC. Join Your Space.
Every Australian has a stake in the ABC.
It's only fair that we get to have our say.
Visit abcyourspace.net.au.
This is ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2019 AFL Grand Final.
Kick looks straight! Oh, brilliant!
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
It is one of the great days on the Australian sporting calendar. AFL Grand Final day at the MCG. Blue skies above. We're expecting a top of around 16, 17 degrees today as GWS looks to make history. A maiden AFL premiership. Richmond, though, on the back of 11 consecutive wins. The Tigers will start favourites today in this grand final as Richmond looks for a 12th premiership. Mike Brady's going to be performing up there, Kazali, very shortly out in the middle of the MCG. 40 years since that famous football song first appeared, with Mike Brady still going strong. He'll be out there shortly. Now, we're told, if you've just joined us through Radio Australia throughout the Pacific, great to have you with us. We are told that there are no late changes for this game, but there is suspicion Phil Davis will be a late out for GWS. If that were the case, Mark McClure, Brad Sewell, Clint Wheeldon alongside me, Alistair Nicholson, how significant an impact do you think that is for GWS?
Al, last week we saw the impact that O'Keefe had when he came back in to the side. You feel like if Richmond are going to get it done today, Sellers, it's going to be off the back of Lynch and Riewoldt in particular. And for them to lose their captain, one of the key generals down back in their back six, that's a significant blow, I would have thought.
He took Mychek and kept him to zero almost. He only had 1 or 2 possessions for the game, so you'd have to chance your arm with him. You'd have to give him a go. I mean, he did a really good job last week, but he's up against a different kettle of fish with Lynch, because Lynch would be his man, wouldn't be Jack. So Lynch last week played on a bloke who's 33 years of age and didn't touch anybody. And to me, that's the problem. You've got to have body on body with Lynch all the time and keep him active. I think he could do that. Keith could do that quite comfortably.
Kelly Underwood's part of our call team today. She's going to be down on the boundary, and she's been doing her best to get some information out of the Giants' rooms. Firstly, welcome to you, Kel. Great to have you with us.
Thank you, Alistair. What a spectacular occasion, isn't it? Fantastic. Down at ground level, looking around, almost jam-packed, blue skies above, meant to be 16 degrees and cloudy. Well, that cloud has cleared, and this is perfect. Just very quickly, I'm hearing from in the rooms that Phil Davis has his mouth guard in and is doing the warm-up. So that's the latest news from the Giants' rooms. He's got his mouth guard in and he is doing the warm-up. I'll let you know if anything else changes.
Thank you, Kelly. Mike Brady's ready to go here. What an anthem this has been in football for 40 years. Here's Mike Brady with Up There Kazali.
Whatever turns you on, go out and clear your mind. I like football, there's a lot of things around. When you line them up together, the footy wins hands down. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Up there, Kazali. In there and fight. Up there and Adam. Show them your might. Up there, Kazali. Don't let them in. Fly like an angel. You're out there to win. There's a lot more things to football than really meets the eye. There are days when you could give it up. There are days when you could fly. Well, you either love or hate it, depending on the score. But when your team run out or they kick a goal, goes the mighty roar. Roar! Oh, up there, 'cause I in there and fight out there and Adam, show them your might. Out there 'cause I don't let him in. Fly like an angel, you're out there to win. Come on! Out there 'cause you're out there to win. In there and Adam, don't let him in. Out there 'cause show them your hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. In there and fight, out there and Adam, show them your might. Yeah, out there 'cause show them your hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. The crowd is on your side.
Oh, what a song it is. It stood the test of time, no doubt about it. Mark McClure, that song came out the year your team won a premiership here against Collingwood with the famous Harms Sheldon moment. 40 years on, Mike Brady's still going strong.
Yeah, and we had another reunion on Wednesday night. We've had 4 this year in 1 year, which is a hell of a... I've had enough almost. But, yeah, look, it's been iconic and it's been fantastic. And I must say, I haven't said it yet, but it's a privilege to be here and work on the ABC and in the best seat in the house, Surely, with us and try and call a game that's just loved by so many.
It certainly is, and you're exactly right. It's a genuine privilege to be sitting here as the crowd builds. There aren't many spare seats now, and those orange pockets that we see, the bays speckled around the ground, they're going to make some noise today.
On the SMS 0437 774 774, Nick from Hobart says, Dear team, loving the call. Thank you, ABC. Hands down, the biggest day of the year in sport, regardless of who plays. All the best to both clubs. Working today in the great southern region of Western Australia. Thank God for ABC WA. Looking forward to the call. Richo in Ravensthorpe, thanks for your text. Lisa in Dayton, have a great call, gents. Thanks for a great show each week this footy season. Tigers by 17. Hooley for the Norm Smith. Thank you, Lisa. Jody's on the drive from Ballarat to Adelaide, hoping to see the second half. Enjoying the coverage. So thanks to everyone who sent us a message wherever you are around the country or around the world. 0437 774 774. Sellers mentions the privilege. It is the privilege to be here, but also the privilege to bring you the action. The umpires are out on the ground here at the MCG. Matt Stevick in his 6th in a row and 7th grand final overall. Sean Ryan is officiating in his 8th grand final, and Razor Ray Chamberlain, his 3rd AFL grand final. His last grand final was actually the return match in 2010. He officiated the first, and then he went through to do the second as well. The Giants banner is up, and huge news. Guess who's leading the Giants out onto the MCG? He was always going to be there. He's been there from the start. Phil Davis will play for the GWS Giants as they try and win their first ever AFL premiership. Just a few boos, but plenty of pockets of orange around the stadium as well. They stand on the MCG, prepare to break the banner. And how much of a lift does it now give GWS to see Phil Davis out there?
I'm really proud of him because I know he's sore, and we all understand that, but he'd be filled up with some painkillers. And it's a day of your life. His first time out in this ground with 100,000 people, and a chance to win a premiership for his team, with his team, not for his team, but with his team. And I think he's a star, Phil Davis, and he's a great fullback, and he's been fantastic for the game. And I hope he makes it right to the end. I'm not certain he will, but I hope he does.
And Sully, when you think about it, the evolution of this team. First 2 seasons, 10 times beaten by a margin of over 100 points. You go back to 2012, Hawthorn, your old team did a number on them by 162 points, but the first win came against Gold Coast in round 7 in Canberra. Davis was there. He'd been there for the first match. Davis, Cameron, Kennedy and Green, who played in that first win, will all line up for the Giants today.
Yeah, and that resilience that they've built over the course of the last decade, almost, if you like, not quite, is so important to the DNA within this group. And those dark days that they've experienced galvanised the club, galvanised the families around the club to what we see out there today.
The Tigers are about to make their way out of the ground as well. Gee, look at all the Phil Davis masks down at the city end of the ground. Heaps of Giants fans in here. In fact, this ground almost looks like a tiger at the moment because you've got the yellow and black and then you've got the pockets of orange and bits and pieces of white as well. And here come the Tigers. Those jungle drums that are a feature of Richmond games at the MCG. They're banging away. The mascots are out. The Tigers, who felt last year that they were in good shape to go back-to-back, bowed out in the prelim in 2018 after winning the flag in 2017. They're through to the big one this year. And they have big ambitions as they make their way out onto the MCG. Here is the roar of the Tiger. Dustin Martin's at the top of the banner. The Flames go into the MCG sky. And the Tigers are out on the ground in yet another big match. They'll pose for a premiership photo. We're not too far away. Repeating the news that we have confirmation now of no late changes for either Richmond or GWS. Brad Sewell, Mark McClure. Let's get a bit of a game preview from both of you before we get into the rest of the formalities here on Grand Final Day.
Well, Sal's, in keeping with tradition and what we've seen over the course of the last month, the first quarter at the start of the game becomes so critical. It is a gear up from the prelim last week because the lead up in this week is so different. And for both of these sides, to a lesser extent Richmond, they've been here before, of course, but certainly for the Giants, going through the parade and how they've handled that, it's critical that the nerves settle early. You get some body, get a tackle, you sort of wake yourself up and get into the game early days. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this midfield battle plays out, Sellers, because if the game gets on the outside, and you alluded to it to Lepper down there before and to Lenny Hayes, if the game gets on the outside, it's hard to see the Giants being able to stop the game when it's played on Richmond's terms. That being said, Giants lock it in. You feel like they've got some bigger bodies around the ball. We're genuinely guessing.
We are. We always guess until the end result. But we can talk about how they play. So we know how the Tigers play. They're not going to change their style at all. What they do is they score from turnover and from back half, and that's where their big push is. And then they run in waves. We know how they play. They know how they play, and they're not going to change because the Giants are coming with a different style to what everyone else has got at this stage. They have lots of handballs, Tiger. They just clean it up with lots of handballs, and they run in waves. And we'll see it again and again and again. And this is held up for a hell of a long time, their style. I don't see why they have to change one iota. And then we have the Giants, who they understand how they want to play with difference, real difference to what they have. They score from stoppages, and the last week they had 50. They had 54 clearances to 35. Mumford had 16 hit-outs and Grundy had 75. So, I mean, it's not about actually who hits the ball. It's about the guys on the ground. And when you have a look at Taranto, who's 20, Hopper 21, Kelly 24, Williams 25, Daniels 20. They got some youth in that midfield. And they're tough and they're hungry and they're keen. And they really want to actually have a crack here today. And I think that is... And they're going to block a few off too, mate. A couple of... they have to knock off Hooley. He's the one who gives them that outside run from half back. They've got a few things that they're going to do, and they did last week, and restricted Collingwood to 3 goals at half-time. That was an enormous effort.
Of the Richmond midfielders, Sellers, who do you clamp first?
Oh, you go to Dusty first.
Yep.
And I think you've got to get Prestia. And I would, and once Dusty goes forward, De Boer would probably pick up Koch and run with him. So you're going to cut him off at the neck. That's what you've got to do, and try and hurt them in that way, because they did it last week against Pendlebury and Sidebottom. Knocked them over completely. They lost their whole equilibrium because of those things. They've got to do it again.
On the SMS 0437 774 774, Karen's driving from Perth to Kalgoorlie. Not a huge fan of AFL, but have to go for the underdogs, she says. Go GWS, loving the broadcast, keeping me awake. Stay awake, Karen. It's going to be a lively afternoon at the football, I'd reckon. Thanks for the AFL Grand Final broadcast. On my way to Cooper Pedy, South Australia, says Lee. Thank you, Lee. We've got a listener in the airport in Dubai on the way home, so plenty of you listening around the world as well. If you are listening on the ABC Listen app at the moment, we're now going to release you, but if you want to keep listening, go to the AFL app. So change from the ABC Listen app to the AFL app, and you can continue to listen to the build-up to the match and the live call on ABC Grandstand. So switch over now. And for everyone else, Brad Sewell and Mark McClure continue to preview the 2019 Grand Final.
And we watched them last week, Sully, and the Giants. They play ugly. They don't play, they're not coming here to play fair. They're going to play any way they possibly can to win this game. And you know what? They still give you the trophy if you do that.
So do you feel like the Giants, to that remark, Salas, are prepared to do some things that the Tigers aren't?
Oh, well, they're keen. They're hungry. They haven't been here before. The Tigers have been here, and last year they actually dropped off slightly. They weren't quite as desperate as they were the year before against Collingwood, and they got beaten. They'll be desperate again. They've got a whole new bunch of new faces in. They've blooded some new players in their side, and they'll want to win a game because they've set first time in a grand final. But they've got 18 or 22 blokes who've never played in the grand final, and that gives you some sort of not an advantage, but an opportunity to work yourself into the ground. And they did last week, right to the last minute. The last 15 minutes of that game last week against Collingwood, where GWS was just spectacular. Loved every second of it. It was just a battle. And they did it for 25 or 30 minutes. It was unbelievable.
And that's what we keep talking about with regards to last week's game between the Giants and Collingwood. But it was the third quarter that set it up for the Giants, wasn't it, where they really came to life. Whether Collingwood dropped off slightly or not, but the Giants took their chances, made the most of the opportunities, and that's going to be really important out here today as well. Those swings and momentums we know are going to come, they're going to occur. Whichever side can make the most of those opportunities and hit the scoreboard, kick their goals, is going to go a long way to making a difference in today's game. The ruck duel is going to be really interesting. Mummy was knocked around a little bit publicly up until last week. Again, his last quarter was huge.
Oh, great.
Was absolutely, it was phenomenal. So all of a sudden now he's playing against two established ruckmen. They've got to really work Mummy over. They've got to really crash and bash. We know he's not great moving away from the stoppage. His power impact for the Giants side is when the ball's in his area, when it's really tight. His ability to tackle and try and hurt some of those Richmond midfielders. But once that ball gets out, it's going to be really important for the Tigers to try and expose him.
I would have gone with one ruckman as well as the Tigers.
Yeah?
I think Soldo is probably the one that you would go with because you need more run. You need more speed. And that's how you're going to get the GWS. Once you get it into space and you've got speed and run, they should win this game. But you know what? The opposition don't want them to do that. They want to lock them in and bash them up and push them down and try and destroy their confidence. And that's the key.
I feel like it's odd saying this because obviously Richmond's game style stands up in finals, naturally. But I feel like Giants' game style is a little bit stronger, a little bit tighter, a little bit harder on the inside. So whoever, again, we're guessing, but whoever can get the game played on their terms becomes so important, so critical. And that's why the start becomes is the most important aspect, because whoever changes style, whoever's forced to change because of scoreboard pressure, that's a blink.
Yeah, maybe. But no one's played like this before in the competition for a while, because we've got a lot of sheep who run around and follow each other as teams and coaches. And this is a breakout for me. Really rude footy. It's actually, they're into it, they want to win it, and they're trying to brush that tag of superstars and clean footy. And they're rough and tumble, and I like that. I think it's a difference we haven't seen for some time.
It feels like the Giants are playing on the sense of us against them mentality. It was the AFL's team for a period of time, but that's crossed over now, it feels like.
No doubt about that. And look, I like what they do. I think Himmelberg and Cameron and Finlayson will play a huge part up forward. That's their key forwards up there. So that's the big key for me. And down back, Haynes and Davis are key in their intercept marking. They've got to bring the ball in slowly, GWS, into the forward line. You can't kick it high because they just rush it straight back out through Hurley and their talls down there. So it's going to be an interesting cat and mouse game. And we'll see who wins around about 5 o'clock.
This stadium is chockers. The players have completed their warm-ups. They're making their way across to the members' side of the ground. Kevin Sheedy is out there at the moment, an integral part of GWS in the early days, and the late Tommy Hafey's wife, Maureen, she's out there as well. They'll be presenting the cup later. Stevie Johnson's about to bring it out onto the field. Let's go downstairs. Hamish McLaughlin is our MC, and the national anthem not too far away.
Australian rules football. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a man who knows about grand finals. Premiership Cup ambassador, Stevie Johnson.
Stevie Johnson, a Norm Smith medalist, of course, played in 3 premierships with the Cats, a couple of seasons as a player at GWS.
And would you now welcome our cup legends, Maureen Hafey from the Richmond Football Club and Kevin Sheedy from the GWS Football Club. They now present the Toyota AFL Premiership Cup. May the best team win. I now ask you all to please be upstanding, remove your caps and join with Conrad Sewell as he performs the Australian National Anthem with the St Albans East Primary School Choir.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
That's a big, big sound after the national anthem on grand final day. The deafening roar. And now the premiership dreams to be realised. Richmond and GWS break. The Tigers go down to the punt road end. The Giants down to the city end. Kelly Underwood, this ground is chock-a-block. Down to you.
It is heaving, Alistair, isn't it? Look, I could reach over the boundary fence right now and touch Callan Ward, the co-captain of the Giants, on the shoulder. I've been watching him for the last few minutes in the polo top. He has not let go of the Sharon. It was a goosebumps moment during the national anthem, and the 2 Giants officials either side gave him a hug after. He's going to take his place at the back of the bunker here. You've got to feel for him, of course. We saw it a couple of years ago, didn't we, with the Western Bulldogs injured captain Robert Murphy. The starting benches this afternoon, they're all first-timers for the Tigers. On the bench will be Liam Baker, Marlon Pickett, Ivan Soldo and Shea Bolton. And for the Giants, it'll be Perryman, Lloyd, Tomlinson and Kennedy. 14 degrees. I'm sitting in the shade, maybe a little bit warmer if you're lucky enough to be on the southern side of the stadium. We're expecting that maximum of 16 degrees. First time we have ever seen orange on grand final day at the MCG. It looks spectacular, Alistair. Good luck with the call.
Thank you, Kelly. Trent Cotchin has just won the toss. The Tigers will kick to the city end of the ground. Dylan Alcott, great friend of ours on the ABC, Grand Slam champion tennis player, tossed the coin, and the Tigers are going to kick into a nest of orange at the city end in this first quarter. And the Tigers cheer squad waits expectantly down at the punt road end of the ground. Not too far away here on Grandstand AFL. Your SMSs have been coming in thick and fast from all over the world. Talon, Estonia, Bill's listening in. Narelle and Janina with a bunch of other Aussies on a cruise ship in Italy. Great to have you with us wherever you are. Around the world, around the country. If you're down the road at Punt Road at the live site, enjoy the call with us on Grandstand AFL. The Tigers looking for premiership win number 12. The Giants looking for a slice of history. Phil Davis is playing for the Giants. Toby Green makes his way through the middle of the ground. He'd be pinching himself. And with the memory of his late cousin Finley deep in his heart. A giant slice of history or another tale of Tiger triumph. It's the GWS Giants and Richmond for the 2019 AFL Premiership. Clint Weldon's going to get us underway on Grandstand AFL. 100,000 in. Enjoy the ride with us. We're in for a huge afternoon.
And so it all comes down to this. Traditional powerhouses, the league's newest club, who emerges victorious with the 2019 Premiership. Good bounce of the footy to get us underway. Nankervis is there, wins it down. Martin with the first hand pass away. Pressed here for the Tigers, couldn't gather. Worked out by Kelly. It's the Giants inside forward 50. Daniels turns it over. Defensive mark taken by Broad. He'll go short, right back to fullback, and an opportunity for the Tigers to take a bounce and come beyond defensive 50. It's worked the Blostone from short. Short marks at right half back. Richmond come down the commentary wing. Long kick towards the wing itself. Front position Lynch. And he takes the mark for the Tigers.
Here he is. It's come in 12 months of being a Tiger, playing on the big stage of a grand final. Lynch goes in the Rewalt direction, bursting out, launching and marking. Not quite. Wasn't paid. Came out late, he couldn't believe it. Davis, a clearing kick for the Giants. Back towards the members' wing. Daniels runs into Hawley. Nailed in a bear hug tackle. A ball up on the AFL logo.
De Boer, as expected, went to Martin. Now Martin went to push forward. De Boer let him go. Martin's now sucked back up to the contest.
Mumford wins it down against Nankervis. Hurried kick away from Hopper. Commentary wing again. Intercepted by Short to Ellis. Well tackled by Williams. Ball's there again for the Giants. Whitfield tries to lend some support. It's been held in to the chest of Hopper by two Tigers. A ball up the decision. Right on the logo beneath our broadcast position. Mumford with the more telling tap from the bat. Umpire spots a free kick. Coming the way of the Tigers here. Back towards Martin. He'll have it.
It's on De Boer, against De Boer on Martin holding. They'll be red hot on that.
Early call on that. Something to watch throughout these early stages. Martin will put it high. Inside forward 50 for Richmond. Great defensive mark. A really solid effort coming across. Arms up high. Taylor, young player from Swan Districts. He takes the mark in the left back pocket. No score opening 2 minutes of the grand final of 2019.
Taylor kicks to the members' wing. Cameron and Asprey. Asprey pushes Cameron under the ball. It gets to the back. Hawley collects. Defensive hand pass of 25 metres to Flostone. He sends it to Cochin behind the logo. Kicks into the middle. Lovely pass to Rioli. Can the Tigers open it up from here? Rioli kicks to the edge of 50. Not a bad ball. Marked by Caddy. On his 27th birthday, playing in a grand final, 60 metres from goal. He goes to full forward. Lynch and Core off hands. Reid got back to see it through for the first score. A rush behind. Tigers one behind. Giants yet to score. We've played 2.5 minutes.
Giants can't afford to give that much space to Rioli through the middle part of the ground. He will cut you up when he's afforded that much time and space.
Core with the kicking duties. The Giants long towards the southern wing. Mumford between two Tigers. It bounces back for Richmond. Castagna on the logo at left half forward. Wheels around and sends it deep inside forward 50. Going up again. Taylor won it to ground. Kick quickly forward. Castagna again up into the air. It'll bounce or there's a free kick going back. It's a high shot, the decision. It's coming back to be taken. Davis who gets the free kick it is. Got one around the head.
I don't mind that. Lynch made those Giant defenders earn it. We know Davis could be a little bit sore.
No, it's not Davis.
It was Davis who got one, but the free kick's going to be Taylor. did think it was Davis on the way down who did cut one high. Taylor was front position. He was also cleaned up. They move it to Himmelberg, who's at right half back for the Giants. He'll glance inboard, elects to move it short. And this will be interesting as Daniels has it right up against the boundary in the sunshine as he'll look to head down the southern wing for GWS, who trail by it behind early stages opening turn.
Daniels to the southern wing. Up in front, Broad knocked it down. It comes the way of Prestia, kicks the Tigers back to half forward. Here's Rewalt, takes the mark, 65 from goal, open forward line. Lynch the target, the kick partially smothered on the way forward. Haynes is in the way. Martin tries to tap away from him. It's knocked over the boundary line. Heath Shaw playing the percentages. It'll be thrown in the left forward pocket for the Tigers down at the city end. The Tigers by a point through the early stages.
You can see the Tigers want to get on with it. They mark and roll and keep moving and put you on the back foot.
They're in their forward 50. Nankervis tried to take clean possession, got tackled. Chuck's got a hand pass away. Came down to Prestia, hurried it forward towards full forward. Cole put his head over the top of the football, was well tackled. Was held to him by Lynch. Tigers appealing for holding the ball. They won't get it. Ball up the court, full forward for Richmond.
Giants need to continue to absorb this pressure by the Tigers here.
Prestia works. He stands next to Hopper. Lynch will do the ruck work. Tap down by Muffet to Martin at the back, just tackled by Haynes. He lost the footy holding the ball. Haynes had to be desperate as well. Free kick for the Giants.
Has not moved.
Haynes to Davis, off to Shaw. Shaw by hand to Taranto on defensive 50. He gives a hand pass off to Daniels. He releases Kelly by hand. Back in field with his hand pass towards Whitfield. Cochin got in the way, knocked it down. Mumford picks up, caught by Cochin. Take that, big mummy. He's dragged down. Umpire's found a free kick. One over the shoulder. He's given away a few, mummy, this season. 78 to be precise. And he's got an early free kick himself here. He kicks to the defensive side of the southern wing and finds Williams.
These next possessions are really important for the Giants here. They can't continue to kick it forward into the Tigers' number. They need to be a bit more constructive and find their own spares.
Martin is up. Did have to be attended to by a trainer, but he's okay at the moment as Shaw moves it down the southern wing to Kelly.
They're just going to hang on to this. They're going to hang on to it as long as they can and just chip it around because they don't want to kick it long because it comes straight back out.
Back to Shaw. The experience of a 2010 premiership. He takes on Caddy, ran into him, got a hand pass away to ball. Oh, strong tackle. Absolutely wrapped up. The ball's there again to be won. Sensational tackle. He was clattered. Lambert got him. Great stuff downstairs. Kelly Underwood's on the boundary.
Yeah, great news for Tigers fans. Dustin Martin up and about. He either got a poke in the right eye or he was taken high to the right side of the face. He's all good.
Hopper tried to run away from the pack and Prestia nabbed him. Holding the ball. Richmond free kick, defensive side of the southern wing. Dion Prestia, what a season he has had. At least 28 disposals in 11 of his past 12 games. The kick went to the wing, turned over. Williams got it away. Hopper lost it. Hooley had a go, couldn't win it. Taranto caught by Hooley, another holding the ball. The Tigers thought about playing onto advantage, and it's going to come back to Hooley, centre of the southern wing. Basher Hooley, a short pass to Prestia. Prestia, who along with Tom Lynch has played every game for Richmond this season, goes to defensive 50 in Grimes. Grimes a floating kick into the middle, it bounces. Nankervis picks up, hand pass almost turned over. Daniels tries to go through. He's over the ball. He's got plenty of Tigers for company. A rolling maul, and umpire Chamberlain surely will not.
He's not.
No, Ray. Ray. He's paid a holding the ball decision on Daniels and a Richmond free kick on the back edge of the square.
As the Lemonheads once said, it's a shame about Ray. Right half back. It comes through Ashbury. He'll move it on to Vloston for the Tigers. Kicks towards right half forward. Good mark. Lynch had two goes at it, was able to bring it down. He's 60 from goal, puts it towards right full forward. He wants Martin. He can't mark. The pressure came from Taylor behind him. Downstairs on the boundary is Kelly Underwood.
What a moment. Number 50 for the Tigers. Marlon Pickett started on the bench. He's just run inside 50. Keep an eye on him, guys.
Spun back into play. Soldo got the tap, went to the ball, worked the hand pass out. They couldn't get it away through Reed. Tigers players surround the football. It's going to be held in. Ball up the call. Eventually. A ball up inside Richmond's forward 50. They lead by the only behind of the game so far. Mumford crashed into, bounced off his head. Reed underneath it for the Giants, slapped it forward. Edwards put it back from whence it came. Punched over his shoulder by Reebok. Inventive. Back there to gather was Whitfield at fullback for the Giants.
Goes as far as he can. Kicks out towards half-back, off the pack. Pickett got it, he's tackled, got a hand pass out the side to Caddy. He's nailed by Cameron. Ball spills out. Short's got it for Richmond. 65 from goal. He kicks to full forward. Soldo trying to impose, went through his hands. Punched away. Prestia gets it, 35 out. He kicks backwards 25 metres. Caddy marks, goes from 50. Awkward kick all the way to the goal square. And it's punched through for another Tiger behind. We've been going 9 minutes in this grand final. And we've had 2 Richmond behinds, both rushed. The Giants are yet to score. Grandstand AFL on the national broadcaster. The AFL Grand Final of 2019.
Sellers, if the Giants keep giving Richmond these repeat entries, you feel like their talls at some stage are going to get their hands on the ball.
6-1 it is at this stage. 6-1 inside 50s.
Dominating at the moment, Richmond, but they can't hit the major opening. As it comes to short, left half back, and then chopped off by Hooley. He punches it forward, up into the air to right half forward. Spilled to Rioli, worked it on to Castagna. His shot at goal was poor. He had it from about 35 out. It was in the right forward pocket. He missed to the left. It was all there for the Tigers, but again, they can't hit the scoreboard. They're 3 behinds. The Giants yet to score into the 10-minute mark of the opening quarter.
Call goes in short, very short. Taken down low by Perryman. Marked in front of Rioli, still deep in defensive 50 at the city end. Comes to the back flank members' side. Bolton rises, couldn't pull it in on the back of Haynes. It's gathered by Hawley off the Prestia, started brightly, kicks to Lynch. Not quite. On the deck, picked up by Perryman. Hand pass to De Boer. Away to Taylor. Taylor kicks through the centre square. Broad comes to meet it. Bashes it down cleverly. Prestia again. His kick partially smothered. Baker goes through. He's hard at the ball. Knocked it out the side though. Green runs onto it. His chip kicks a beauty to Daniels. 4 to the circle for the Giants. He can try and set them up. He kicks on the lead. Williams. He marks right on the Richmond logo on the 50. He's got a powerful leg. He's a chance to kick the opening goal against the run of play.
Critical win by the Giants in the middle part of the ground because Richmond started sucking forward. Offensively, they went a little bit too early. It just took a smart knock forward by the Giants player. I missed who it was, so I'm not sure if you saw. Perryman.
Yeah,
and they had
great contest in the middle.
Short pass. He didn't go for goal. He wanted Toby Green, and Asprey got a hand in there. Green now fights for it at ground level. He's tackled. They sit on him. Umpire Stevic says mine. A ball up. 45 metres from the Giants' goal. Williams has got that distance, surely.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? The Giants haven't settled yet. They need some composed possession.
Leaping up Soldo, won it down straight to Whitfield though. Ugly kick into the right forward pocket. Ashby was there, worked it out to Pickett, got a hand pass away, and then over the boundary line through the hands of Short for a throw-in.
They're well drilled, the Tigers. They understand what they're trying to do. They understand the short passes. They've chopped off 3 or 4 of them already. But they continue to do it, GWS.
Pickett with 2 early hand passes to get involved for him for the Tigers. Soldo again won it down. It's back to Hooley in the left back pocket. Forced to kick quickly. Up into the air to land at left half back. Leaping up and marking Kennedy. One of the inaugural Giants from their very first game. He looks to hand it off. Gives it to Cameron. Bumping kick inside forward 50. Leaping. No mark paid. Came down at the back. Out after it. Taranto can't gather. From hard up against the boundary. Lloyd had a go. It's ricocheted into the post. Going to be a minor score. Their first score of their first grand final. They trail by 2 points. 12 and a half gone in the first.
From the kick in, Tigers work it through Short. Ellis. Baker. Kick to the wing off. Hands out of play in front of the interchange. Dustin Martin preparing to come back on.
9-3 inside 50s. We talk about momentum, making the most opportunities. Richmond haven't done that. The game's been played in their half. They've been unable to hit the scoreboard.
Soldo wins it against Tomlinson in ruck. Down to Prestia, who is absolutely racking them up early. Near the boundary line members' side. He kicks to half forward. Lynch loses an opponent, but Core came again, knocked it down. Taylor rose for the Giants. A hand pass to Whitfield. He goes short to De Boer. He marks it left half back for the Giants. Goes infield to Taranto. Had a superb season, Tim Taranto.
No movement up forward, no movement at all from the Giants. They're just chipping the ball around, holding the ball as long as they can.
He does it again by going right back to fullback, where Shaw takes the mark, and then a bounce into the right back pocket, sends it beyond defensive 50. Chance for Davis. He marks, pauses for a moment. And with the number one team in the competition for uncontested marks, and we're seeing that style again in the early stages of the 2019 Grand Final. It came through Shaw, right back to Core, between fullback and centre half back. It opens up in front of him. He can kick towards the commentary ring, but he'll turn it over. Leaping up, Ellis got a fist to it. Won it to ground. Kelly went out after it, slapped it back, tried to find Perryman, couldn't quite gather. Soldo picked it up. He got tackled. More players will pile in. Kelly tries to work it away. He's tackled the ground as well. Be a ball up just forward of the wing. Commentary side of the ground. Giants just ahead of the halfway point. 3 behinds to 1 behind the Tigers lead.
Soldo the tap, pick it after it, can't win it. Picked up by Reid of the Giants. A hand pass to Taranto, kicks to half forward. Himmelberg a couple to beat. At least brought the ball to ground and knocked it over the boundary line. So a boundary throw in front of the Olympic stand. 65 metres around from the Giants' goal at the punt road end. We've been going almost 15 minutes in the AFL Grand Final without a goal.
And Presti has had 8 already.
Thrown in, another win for Soldo in ruck. Lambert's after it, got Kelly for company. Hand pass straight to Hopper, top of the 50 for the Giants. Hopper goes deep. Himmelberg lost his footing. It goes out of play in the left forward pocket, 20 metres from the Giants' goal.
Hopper had Kennedy on his outside. He should have gone to him, would have given him more time and space. Period of run to run and settle, then have a set shot.
Soldo against Finlayson for the ruck battle. Finlayson was able to shove Soldo out of the way. Umpires say play on. Racing through. Pickett, lovely hand pass. Was able to work it on to Edwards. Tackled by De Boer. Taken high, though. Free kick to the Tigers. They'll have it just inside their defensive 50. It's at right half back, and it will come back to Edwards. De Boer giving away the free kick. Richmond 3 behind. GWS 1 behind. 15 gone over the turn.
Edwards floats the kick. Flostone ran into oncoming traffic. He managed to lay a strong tackle and dislodged the ball from Hopper. Now it's back into the mess and a holding the ball decision. Taranto's free kick against Bolton. Taranto goes by hand to Whitfield. Left foot kick to the pocket. Green! 47 metres from goal. Well, what a moment this would be. Toby Green, a chance to kick the first goal of this year's Grand Final at the 16-minute mark.
We're seeing a game of the Tigers' pressure against the composure of the Giants. Now, if the Giants can continue to hold on to the ball, maintain possession in their back half, construct the build-up going forward, they've looked dangerous.
Toby's getting a familiar MCG reception. As he comes to the 50, kicks at goal, it fades away to the right. It's a behind of the Giants. Richmond 3 behinds, GWS 2 behinds. 16.5-minute mark first quarter, down to Kelly Underwood.
Brent Daniels came off about 5 minutes ago. He's got a corked right knee. He's been on the bike. He's trying to move his way through it. He's just back out on the ground with a bit of a limp.
Basher Hooley with the kick in finds Grimes. Left full back for the Tigers. Gets told to play on. Kicks it long towards left half back. Leaping was Whitfield. Might have gone before acceptances. Spilled down there to Martin. Quick hand pass to Broad. Hurried kick towards centre wing. Southern side of the ground. It's gone out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Giants. Momentum starting to shift GWS's way. Kicking is short to the ball. As right back towards Haynes. He'll look to switch play in the left back pocket. The skipper is there in Davis. He'll head towards centre wing. Perryman waits and marks and goes short with his kick. Leaping up into the air is Reid. Got the dartboard tattooed on his side, but he can't hit a target. In fact, he's turned it right over. It went to Lynch in the middle of the ground. On in turn to Edwards. Now to Martin. Hand passes back to Lynch. Kicks inside forward 50, and that's a poor kick as well. Will it sit okay for Bolton? It will. In the left forward pocket, sends it towards goal. Davis just keeps it in. The goalkeeper, last line of defence. Gave it to Haynes in the right back pocket.
Goes for territory to the half-back flank. A couple for Lloyd to beat there. He can't do so. Caddy gets a hold of it. And then a strong tackle from Lloyd holds it up. 65, 70 metres or so around from the Richmond goal. 18 minutes played of the AFL Grand Final without a goal.
Tom
Curvis
Sorry.
knocked it to the back. Caddy gets a hold of it. Whitfield gets him. Got a hand pass away, but it's over the boundary line. At left half forward for Richmond. Tigers 3 behind. Giants 2 behind. Mark McClure.
Just a bit of an indecision there by Lynch in the middle of the ground. Had the ball clear. He dodged, he weaved. What are you doing? Get rid of it.
Nankervis just got a hand pass out, but ricocheted off Koch and spilled down towards Whitfield. Now the Giants through Reid. Thumping kick down the southern wing. Vorstone was up. Got a touch on the footy. Spilled to ground. Over the top of it, trying to work it out was Lloyd. Worked it back to Kelly. Now to Tomlinson, and he'll turn it over. Down the throat of Broad, who marks defensively for the Tigers at left half back. Into the left back pocket. He finds a teammate in Ashbury. Takes a bounce. Got a hand pass away again. This is short. Beyond defensive 50. Up to Baker. And he marks it right half back. Richmond's lead is a point. 19 gone in the opening term. Liam Baker from Pingering. Town of 76 people in the wheat belt. Now playing in front of 100,000 at the MCG.
What's the Tigers' defence? They set up perfectly down back. They had no one to kick to, the Giants then. Had to go to Grimes, and Grimes just ran it out.
Short to Hawley went Grimes. Hawley, long kick to the members' wing. Lynch is up, got hands to it. Punched away again. Reid gets it for the Giants. A hand pass to Hopper. High kick to the edge of 50. Cameron marks on his chest in front of Grimes. 55 from goal. Decision time. Does Jeremy have a ping? Or does he look for an option? Cameron's eyes are darting.
And there's 2-on-1 in the goal square.
The Coleman medalist is going to have a go here. He's got 55 in him. Has he got the accuracy? Another Giant who was there right from the start when major pain was inflicted. Here he is on the big stage of a grand final with a glorious drop punt for the opening goal. He flexes his muscles and runs to the bench with a little piece of history to his name. The first Giant to kick a goal in an AFL grand final. It's the first of the game. It comes in time on. 1-2-8 GWS. Richmond 3 behind at the 20-minute mark.
Huge kick. His teammates looked to go and support with him, but he ran straight to the bench. The Giants have just settled a little bit more that if they're constructive and can hold on to the ball going forward, Richmond's defensive zone, if you like, they need to squeeze up, get that ball to turn over and bounce around. Otherwise, Giants, when they're moving forward slowly, kick mark, they're switching the ball, finding the spare, they look dangerous.
The Coleman medalist delivers the first goal in the 2019 Grand Final. Mumford up against Nankervis. Mumford won it down. Williams out after it. Tackled by Koch and was able to tap it out. Nankervis got there, went through the legs of Castagna, burrowing through Lloyd. Gave it to Williams. Kicks high up in the air towards left half forward. Green went to ground. Surely was held. Umpire says play on. Green tries to soccer it again. Baker got in the way. Had a second go at it. Put his head over the football. Tackled by Green. Ball's going to be held in. Umpire will eventually ball it up.
So this is what we're talking about at the start of the game. The big bodies of the Giants, they're one-on-one contested ball. They're winning those contests. They're keeping it in and they're knocking it forward their way, which means Richmond are getting offside ahead of the ball.
Mumford taps it down, but Lambert gets it for Richmond. Clearing kick back to the members' wing. Intercepted by Haynes.
They're controlling the ball now, GWS. They've had 10 minutes of really good footy of pushing the ball forward, and they've scored, and they're feeling good about themselves, and they look good.
Haynes for the Giants. Kicks them back towards the edge of 50. Out comes Mumford. Got a hand to it. Couldn't mark, and off the boot of Himmelberg, it skids out of play. A boundary throw in 55 metres from the Giants' goal down at the punt road end. Kelly Underwood.
Phil Davis has just come to the bench for the first time in the game, but no trainers, no doctors, straight on the phone for a very lengthy discussion to the coach's box.
Mumford with the left, won it down. The ball hacked it out of mid-air, only as far as a Richmond player in short. Kick towards centre wing. Martin looked to tap it down. Rioli couldn't get there. Cameron does. Hand pass up in the air to Shaw. Not a great hand pass. Goes behind Whitfield. The ball was able to gather. Oh, Daniels almost wrapped up in a tackle. Was able to bounce away. Kicks towards Mumford, who drops it across half forward. Spilt the ball when he should have taken the mark. More players will pile in. Umpire will ball it up.
So that defensive play by Heath Shaw to win that ball, bring it to ground against Dusty is so important. Keep the ball in tight. Then the Giants get their hands on on it.
Short should have completed the tackle on Daniels, to be fair, as it comes out to Mumford again. A hurry kick inside, forward 50. Himmelberg couldn't take it, waiting for it. Baker, he's over the top of the football. It's going to be held to him. The umpire will ball it up between centre-half forward and full forward for the GWS Giants, who lead on the scoreboard after 23 minutes by 5 points.
Tossed in the air. Nankervis knocked it down. Unable to pick up for the Giants was Tomlinson. Little hand pass by Lloyd, who got it to Kennedy. 45 out. Sends it into the pocket. Daniels has got it again. He's caught this time by Short. Cochin dives in. He's over the ball. Knocked it out the side. Lloyd had it, lost it. Reid has a go. Umpire spotted a free. It's going Richmond's way in the left back pocket. And their inspirational captain will take it. Trent Cochin. A short pass to defensive 50 to Jayden Short, who didn't play in the Premiership. One of 6 Tigers out there today who didn't play in the 2017 decider. Kick to the wing. No mark taken in the pack by Riewoldt, but it comes to the side to Ellis. Ellis, a hand pass forward, hits the deck. Lambert tries to run onto it, couldn't get it. Reid for the Giants. Hand pass to De Boer. He flips it out wide to Whitfield. He's fallen down from behind and gone. He was taken by Lambert. Tigers onto advantage. Dustin Martin out marking on his chest directly in front. 30 out. Jack Riewoldt pounced when he saw the opportunity. Martin goes for goal. Dusty delivers. The MCG on grand final day. That's his domain. The Tigers in front. Their opening goal comes at the 25-minute mark. Richmond 1-3-9, the Giants 1-8 on Grandstand AFL with Brad Sewell and Mark McClure.
Well, GWS have controlled the game for the last 10 or 15 minutes. They've kept pushing it in forward. They've made a couple of little mistakes. That was a massive mistake there in the middle. And once you get in fresh air with the Tigers, they just chew you to shreds. Dusty's too quick off the mark. Strong, powerful, off his opponent. In clear space, no one around him. Easy goal for the Tigers. But that's their first. It's taken them 25 minutes to get it. This is an awesome game of footy. It's up and down the ground, and there's no scores. 1 goal 2 to 1 goal 3.
Lambert has made 2 massive tackles, enormous tackles. That one ended up in a goal. He's got 3 tackles for the game so far, but he's been influential. Soldo wins it down. Ball still in dispute. Socked forward by Edwards, getting back there and trying to gather. Is Bolton got a hand pass away quickly, mopped up nicely by Pickett. He'll deliver into the right forward pocket, leading out towards it. Lynch got hands to it, couldn't quite complete the mark. It spills away over the boundary line. 45 out from the Tigers' goal at the city end of the MCG. 4 disposals for Marline Pickett. On debut in a grand final, the first player to do so in 67 years. It's thrown back in again. Mumford might have given his opponent a nudge. It came out to Prestia, though, the Tigers. Back to Edwards, 50 from goal. Back again to Prestia. Kicks towards Soldo. Couldn't mark. He spilt it down to Mumford. Gives it to the Giants in core. And then back to Haynes, who marks in the right back pocket. Still the Tigers by a point. 27 gone in the first.
Composed build-up here by the Giants. They need to get their numbers forward. Find the spare.
Nick Haynes' mum Shelley was on the Coodabines earlier today. You could hear the nerves as he kicks out towards the half-back flank outer side, and it's off hands out of play.
See how critical those one-on-one contests are when the ball is in transition.
70 metres around from the Richmond goal. Tigers by a point at the 27-minute mark of the grand final. Soldo takes it out of the ruck. Then he's caught by Mumford. Must be pinged. Umpire lets them go. Pickett gets a hold of it. Scrubs a left foot kick towards centre-half forward. Core couldn't get it. Rioli could. Emerges. Goes for home from 50. It's a Rioli's playground. The MCG. He goals on the quarter-time siren. Daniel Rioli puts a serious pep in Richmond's step going to the quarter-time huddle. And the crowd erupted. Took them a while to get the opportunity. We didn't get the first goal in the grand final till the 20-minute mark through Jeremy Cameron, and Martin responded at the 24-minute mark, and right on the stroke of quarter time, Rioli slots it from the 50. So goals to Martin and Rioli for Richmond, and a goal to Jeremy Cameron, the first of the grand final for GWS. Quarter time at the MCG, the Tigers 2-3-15, the Giants 1-2-8. Your SMSs are coming in on 0437 774 774. The University of Western Sydney sends GWS Giants wishes. Who does Mumford flatten first, says one of our texters. As a Geelong fan, I'd like to congratulate Shane Mumford and Josh Caddy, says Malcolm. Enjoy, guys and girl. Looking forward to a top call as always. That's from Mike in Kyneton. Thanks for all your contributions on 0437 774 774. This is the AFL Grand Final. Richmond leads at quarter time by 7 points on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital around the country and through Radio Australia and streaming through afl.com.au.
The ABC, celebrating the UN Year of Indigenous Languages.
Did you know the original name of the Bundaberg suburb of Wangara is Wangara in the Tarablang language, and it means burning mountain? Find more place name stories at abc.net.au/thisplace. For news, local stories and to find out what's happening in our region, stay tuned right here on your radio, online or on the ABC Listen app.
The 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand.
A giant slice of history or another tale of Tiger triumph. It's the GWS Giants and Richmond for the 2019 AFL Premiership. We've been going almost 15 minutes in the AFL Grand Final without a goal. Long kick to the members' wing. Lynch is up, got hands to it, punched away again. Reid gets it for the Giants. A hand pass to Hopper. High kick to the edge of 50. Cameron marks on his chest in front of Grimes. 55 from goal. The Coleman medalist is going to have a go here. He's got 55 in him. Has he got the accuracy? Another Giant who was there right from the start when major pain was inflicted. Here he is on the big stage of a grand final with a glorious drop punt for the opening goal. He flexes his muscles and runs to the bench with a little piece of history to his name. The first Giant to kick a goal in an AFL Grand Final. It's the first of the game. Reid for the Giants. Hand pass to De Boer. He flips it out wide to Whitfield. He's moved out from behind and gone. He was taken by Lambert. Tigers onto advantage. Dustin Martin out marking on his chest directly in front. 30 out. Jack Rewalt pounced when he saw the opportunity. Martin goes for goal. Dusty delivers. The MCG on Grand Final day. That's his domain. The Tigers in front. Pickett gets a hold of it. Scrubs a left foot kick towards centre half forward. Cole couldn't get it. Rioli could. Emerges. Goes for home from 50. It's a Rioli's playground. The MCG. He goals on the quarter time siren.
The 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand on ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Great to have you with us. The 2019 AFL Grand Final on the national broadcaster, live and commercial free, with Alistair Nicholson, Clint Wilden, Mark McClure, Brad Sewell and Kelly Underwood. Corbin Middlemas and Brett Sprigg will be in the rooms after the game as well. 2-3-15 Richmond. The Giants 1-8 at quarter time. Now, it is worth mentioning that there was an incident involving Toby Green. Can you believe it? In the first quarter, we've seen footage of this incident involving Liam Baker, where the hands again go to the face of an opponent. Before we get your thoughts on that opening term of football, Sellers and Sully, what do you make of that incident that we've just seen some footage of during that little break?
It almost seems ingrained in Toby a little bit, doesn't it? It says his mind snaps.
It's almost ridiculous in a sense. Why in the hell would he do this again?
Yeah, who knows? The question remains whether the GWS can play 4 quarters of that intense style of play that we saw in that last quarter against Collingwood last week. We know Richmond just need a slight gap in pressure, and those midfield turnovers that we've seen 2 of, which resulted in the Dusty Martin goal and then Rioli goal, and they're probably unlucky on a couple of other occasions not to have hit the scoreboard. That's the concern for mine. Those turnovers, their ability to win the 1-on-1 ball is critical. And when you've got Dustin Martin playing out of the goal square against Heath Shaw, that's a worry for the Giants. In not one aspect of the game is Heath a better player than Dustin Martin. He's stronger, he's better in the air, Dusty, he's quicker and harder on the ground. That's a worry for mine, Sellers.
An incredible game. First goal came in time on. Every goal was in time on. And then the last little bit, you know, the 2 goals they got, which really, if you're going to keep at it, the little mistakes they make, all of a sudden they pounce because they are really good in space. And Rioli and Martin are the two stars at it with pace. But apart from that, it's been a really interesting game.
It comes down to, and it is so basic and simple, who is harder for longer?
20 minutes first goal, 25 minutes second goal, 26 minutes last goal.
Susie sent us a text from the Y Caravan Park. She's loving the call on 0437 774 774. Chopper and Sleepy Eleanor. My daughter fell asleep in the car between venues and I'm relying on Grandstand's coverage to keep me updated. Brilliant stuff, guys. Keep it coming. Thank you, Chopper. Wake up, Eleanor. Wake up. Hi, guys. Ronnie here, working in Bayswater, WA. As per usual, great coverage. Keep it going. You're getting me through the day. Good on you, Ronnie. Great to have you with us. Second term about to get underway in the AFL Grand Final. The Tigers by 7 points. Williams out of the middle, somehow worked it to Taranto. He gets a floating kick for the Giants. Up goes Green at half forward, can't mark. Knocked away from the pack. The Silky Kelly with Hawley for company. Tackled. Got a hand pass to Taranto. Away to the ball. He's caught. Edwards got him, got a hand pass clear. Baker swoops. Hand pass missed the target. Going by Himmelberg, paddles to his own advantage, picks up, gives to Kelly, slick hands to the ball. All on the members' wing for the Giants. Back towards Green at half forward, 2 Tigers to beat. Flostone and Broadseed out of play on attacking 50. Down to Kelly Underwood.
Well, the Giants' docs are busy. The Tigers' docs just twiddling their thumbs, Alistair. Brent Daniels playing through this cork right knee. Jacob Hopper has a cork right thigh. Came off late in that first term. A couple of tablets on the bike. He's back out there. And Phil Davis, I've had the binoculars on him. I haven't seen him sprint yet. He came off, jumped up and down on the spot. There was a grimace, but nothing's going to stop him in these final 3 terms.
Soldo won the tap. It bounced down, though, towards Cochin. Picked up. Taranto, clever. Threw it on the boot. Into the right forward pocket, and Himmelberg could take the mark.
Well, that's what they're good at. See, when you come here and we actually study all the statistics, clearances are their go. They want boundary throw-ins, they want ball ups, they want chaos. And that was another one in the same boat. In front, Himmelberg, right spot, chaos kick, in there, hits him on the chest.
They just decided to throw it on the boot and hope for the best. Good mark. Well done to the Giants. Can Himmelberg convert? From deep in the right forward pocket, kicks on its way. It's veering left, it misses left. Very gettable shot. 1-3-9 the Giants move to. Remaining 2-3-15 the Tigers. Opening 2 minutes of this second term. It's Richmond still by 6 points.
Hawley brings the ball back into play. Goes as far as he can. Martin's a chance here. He comes to the front. Didn't really try and mark. Brought it to ground instead. Flostone had it. He was tackled by Kelly. Ball goes out of play. Flostone on the ground, pushed by Kelly, who's keen to show a little bit of intent.
It looked like Martin couldn't see it. The little sun over the top of the stands there.
It is a beautiful afternoon for football. Not overly warm, about 16, 17 degrees. From the stoppage, Martin gets it. Hand pass off to Cochin. From right half back, he kicks the Tigers to the wing to Lynch. Lynch with Core for company, who affects the spoil and taps it back. Shaw bumped off it by Rewalt. Tigers win it. Lambert a hand pass to Castagna. Bursts away at pace. One bounce through the 50. Still going. Goes for home and misses. His legs were going a little faster than the brain could keep up with, perhaps. It's a behind of the Tigers. The Tigers by 7 points again at the 2-minute mark of the second quarter.
Interesting, Cal mentioned Phil Davis. Now, he was on the goal line there, which effectively means, and was well out of the play, effectively means that throughout the rest of the contest, it's 17-18 in Richmond's favour.
Whitfield kicked to himself, ran to right full back, sent it beyond defensive 50. Going up was Astbury, kicking back inside forward 50. Flying up Rebolt, thought he was being infringed. He'll get the free kick. Davis pleads his case. But it will be a chance for the Tigers to have a shot on goal from about 35 metres out in the left forward pocket. Having another look, Davis into the side of Rebolt and knocked him to the ground.
Well, Jack's had a pretty lean couple of weeks.
Lucky on that occasion too, I think.
He'll kick around the body here, Rebolt. He was lucky. He won't care. Neither will the Tigers Army. They've got their third of the game. And it comes in the 4th minute of the second term. Richmond 3-4-22 to GWS 1-3-9.
And that was an interesting decision by the officials.
Well, it's not much we can do about it now. It's just done. There's no good arguing about it and no good crying over spilt milk. It was a genuine contest. The umpire thought it was a push in the back or the side or whatever, pushed him out of the contest. He kicks the goal. Don't worry about it. Get on with the next one, GWS, because they're looking a little fumbly right now, the GWS players, as we speak. And the Tigers look like they're getting stronger and more powerful.
Mark McClure alongside Brad Sewell. De Boer's dumped Dusty behind the umpire. If you're going to fall over like that, Dusty, you need to be in front of the umpire so they can see you. Umpire Ryan lays it down. Soldo had a go, didn't really knock it, but gathered it instead. Gave to Pickett, a pirouette, and a kick inside the 50. Castagna launches on the side of Davis and takes the grand final screamer. 30 metres out to the left of centre.
If you didn't see Marlon Pickett play, well, have a look now. The kid's got some talent.
Marlon's dizzy after all of that.
And a super mark. That is huge. Over Phil Davis, who's 6'6".
Pickett's a beautiful smooth mover, isn't he? The blind turn was in slow motion almost.
Castagna with 2 behinds in this grand final. 40 out. Kick on its way. Hits the post. He's got 3 behinds. Richmond starting to take control though. 3-5-23 the Tigers. The Giants 1-3-9 through 5.5 minutes of the second quarter.
At that moment, the Tigers showed why Marlon Pickett's been picked for this game. Giants beyond defensive 50. They turn it over almost. Hooley should have taken the mark. It's good down to Taranto. It's the deck again. Caddy's able to gather for Richmond. Sent it back towards full forward. Ball bounces in front of Davis, who'll provide the shepherd. Allows Taylor to get it to Core. A switch of play. Out of bounds on the full. Looking to put it into the left back pocket. He couldn't find a teammate. And this will result in a shot at goal for the Tigers. Ellis will have it.
Sorry, mate. This avalanche of pressure by Richmond at the moment is just overbearing. It's a bit too much for the Giants. They just need to compose possession, hold on to the ball a little bit.
The Tigers' lead is 14 points. Brandon Ellis, in what's expected to be his last game in the yellow and black. Can he kick a goal in the grand final? He'll look to work it around. He puts it right back across the face of goal, and that's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to GWS at right full-back. No change to that score. Richmond 3-5-23. The Giants are 1-3-9. 7 gone in the second.
Core goes short to Heath Shaw. Shaw playing his 27th final, goes to equal 15th in most finals played in the history of the game. Giants out wide to left half back. Haynes arches the back and runs away and goes short to De Boer at centre half back. He'll bring it back to the members' side. Whitfield marks. Hasn't skipped a beat on return from having his appendix removed. He goes short. Perryman takes it on the bounce near the boundary line on the members' wing. He gave to Shaw, who gave it back. Perryman goes to Daniels. Nankervis spoiled. Row front and centre by Pickett. He looks the part, that's for sure. Hand pass to Lambert. Defensive hand pass to Flostone. He kicks to the wing expertly to Castagna, who feeds the hand pass back to Pickett.
Pickett will put it inside forward 50. He wanted Martin coming out. Taylor missed it. It's there for Martin. He gathers, wheels around, runs it along the ground, and he's second. It's Tiger time at the moment at the MCG in the grand final of 2019. Their lead is out to 20 points. 4-5-29. The Giants 1-3-9 on Grandstand AFL.
Again, that midfield turnover by the Tigers and that smooth-moving Pickett, who again got his hands on the ball. He's run and carry.
He has 8 possessions already. He came on halfway through the first quarter, and knocked up 8, and they've all been special.
3 inside 50s, and even then, just time and space. The smarts to get a bit of penetration on that left boot, and really clever play by Dustin Martin not to commit to the ball. Sucked back, Taylor fell over, and the rest is history.
Kelly Underwood's on the boundary.
Well, everyone was celebrating that Dusty goal. Cochin and De Boer in the centre of the ground, standing up in a wrestle, push and shove, a bit of feeling in it. A couple other players came in and were involved.
Nankervis went early, knocked it down to Pickett. He's tackled by Hopper. Ball knocked out on hands and knees. Green got it out, but pinched by Edwards of Richmond. Off to Pickett. He is dominating. Another balk. This time he's caught. Just got a hand pass away. Tomlinson's caught by Rioli.
Ball spills to Green, all under the pump. Hand pass to Davis. He kicks out to the wing. Hawley up to spoil away from Kelly. It bounces for Tomlinson. Hawley goes at him and nails him. Ball dislodged. Rioli swoops. 70 out. Kicks to Lynch. Got it. Right forward pocket, 35 metres from goal.
Oh, the tackling and the pressure from Richmond is just elite. They've just got them on the back foot. They just can't handle it. They're in big, big trouble, GWS. They've just got to find a way soon to hold the ball for as long as they can.
Much like the first quarter of the game, thus far has been played in Richmond's half in the second quarter. 6 inside 50s to 1. Disposals, Giants have actually had a few more, 27 to 23.
Tom Lynch had dreamed of this moment to play on the MCG in front of 100,000 in a grand final. That's what it's all about. The Tigers fans roar, another Richmond goal. Worrying signs for the Giants. 10 minutes into the second term, it's Richmond 5-5-35, GWS 139 on Grandstand AFL.
Well, they don't know what to do now, GWS. They don't know where to go, or they can't get it out of the middle anymore. They're getting beaten in the contest. Marlon Pickett's been special in the way he's actually played. They just put him in the middle. He can stay in the middle. He does that. Martin up forward, huge. Lynch on the lead. They just continue to win the contest after contest. And all of a sudden, the Giants are on the back foot and in real trouble.
Can they respond?
Have now had 10 shots to 4 for the game.
The Bunyip Boilermaker, Shane Mumford, up against Nan Curvis. What can the Giants do? They wait. They've got the telling tap down, but Edwards going through, gathered the footballs, tackled by Hopper. Ball up just on the outer edge of the set of circles. Still a bit of push and shove. Mumford got it down to Hopper. Hurried kick towards centre half forward. Round the throat of Hawley, who takes the defensive mark. Moves it out to short. He's at left half back. Will put the Tigers back into attack through Lambert. Could take the mark before he was closed down. Bounce back up. Look for an option and sent it long towards left half forward. Front position is Davis up against Rewalt. Got a fish to the footy. It came to Green. Kelly with some grace, moving it on. This is through Perryman. Then to Taranto. Under pressure. Got a hand pass back towards the boundary line. It's over for a boundary throw-in. Not much going the Giants' way at the moment. Richmond lead by 26. 12 gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Giants can't handle Richmond tackle pressure at the moment. They're closing really quickly. Tigers around the ball.
Mumford and Nankervis. Knocked down to the front. Taranto throws it on the boot, holding on at half forward. Himmelberg should get the free kick for the Giants. It's against Asprey. Attacking side of the members' wing for GWS. Cameron leads to the pocket. Flostone fills the hole. Cameron up, it gets to the back. Lloyd's a chance. Hand pass to Green. Green bananas for home. He misses on the near side. From 20 metres out, hard on the boundary in the right forward pocket. Toby hasn't been able to have a major impact just yet. It is Richmond leading the grand final by 25 points at the 12-minute mark of the second quarter.
The Giants are a kicking team. They have had more handballs than kicks because of the pressure.
Boston beyond defensive 50. Core front position up against Lynch. Couldn't take the mark. Lynch trying to get it out. He gathered, got tackled. One way was Hopper and the other was Perryman. It's going to be balled up instead at right half forward for GWS. They trail by 25. Giants fans in the ground try to lift their team. Then Curvis won the tap, went back to Caddy. Nice hand pass to Edwards. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's a non-controlling umpire. Which way is it going back to Caddy, who was dealt with afterwards? So he'll still have it. And from left half back, he'll move it towards the boundary line to Vostone, who marks. Richmond 5-5-35, GWS 1-4-10, 13 gone in the second term.
Vostone from left half back kicks the Tigers to the members' wing. Lynch is charging towards this in the pack. Punched away. Pickett gathered, ran into Kelly, dragged down. Pickett has made such an early statement, the Norm Goss medalist from the VFL Grand Final against Williamstown last week, making his debut. First Richmond player since Billy James back in 1920 to debut in a Grand Final. Taranto off the pack, kicks towards half forward, but standing in the road is Grimes. It's off hands and out of play, but I wonder whether Grimes has been paid the mark here. Umpire Ian Burrows comes in to confer with Matt Stevick. Umpire Ian Burrows is an employee on our level in the offices of the ABC here in Melbourne, working for Asia Pacific. He's going to throw it back into play. Umpiring in his 8th grand final. His first was 2008 when Sully dominated for the Hawks against the Cats. Flick to the back. Lambert punches it Richmond's way. Cochin goes after it. Paddles to his own advantage. Then he runs into oncoming traffic. Kennedy got him, bumped him. Ball goes out of bounds on the full, off the boot of Kennedy. Kennedy pushed and Cochin will take the free kick with a wry smile on his face as he kicks towards Martin around the wing. It's punched away by Taylor and into the interchange area down beneath us.
The reason why the Tigers are in front, their defence is just special. The way that they set up, you watch them all guide each other in the back half. Asprey, Broad, Grimes, all the other guys, they're brilliant.
Soldo tapped it over his head, but Taranto was waiting. Hand pass back into traffic. Tomlinson couldn't take it. Ricocheted back to Soldo. Tackled immediately by Taranto on the commentary ring. Ball up the call.
What the Tigers have been able to do defensively as well, Sal's, is they've got Vlosten spare. And it's not Vlosten, it's Hooley, both of which are capable of being the architect in the back half of the Tigers.
Soldo down to Martin. Lovely hand pass to Prestia forward. Popped it onto Pickett under pressure. Still was able to get the kick away towards left half forward. Taylor front position for the Giants. Gave it to Kelly. Then back to Haynes. A hurry kick up in the air. Tomlinson one way, Soldo the other. Neither could take the mark. It's there again for Edwards. Sweeping it forward to Lambert. On in turn to Bolton. He'll look to kick around the body. It's offline. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Giants at left full back. Richmond have kicked 3 goals, 2 in the term. To GWS 2 behinds. The Tigers by 25. 15 and a bit gone in the second quarter.
The Tigers led by 7 at quarter time. Short pass from Reid to Shaw. A bounce through the right back pocket. He goes short to Kennedy on defensive 50 in front of the Olympic stand.
The Tigers are loving this little short pass stuff because it just gives them a chance to set up behind.
Kennedy changes the angles and kicks to the southern side of the ground. Out towards Haynes. He takes the mark back edge of the square and plays on with a short ball into the centre corridor. Well used. Lloyd plays on. He thumps it as far as he can. Himmelberg's the target. Back with a flight though. Soldo intercepts. Becoming a Richmond cult figure. Soldo kicks to the members' wing. Cochin takes the mark. A hand pass to Ellis. Ellis goes short to Martin. Oh, they are lining up Richmond at the moment. Martin marks near the interchange.
Giants have just got no answers. Finlayson has yet to get his hands on the ball.
Ominous signs. As far as the Giants are concerned, Martin will kick long towards left half forward. No mark taken. Taylor took front position down to Haynes. Immediately tackled. Revolt was one of 2 Tigers in there, the other Bolton. And it's locked in at left half forward for Richmond. They've got an awful amount of work in front of them, GWS, just to get back into this contest. As Mumford against Soldo. Soldo tapped it down looking for Pickett. Couldn't take it. Neither could Kennedy. Ricocheted out towards Ellis. He has it at left half forward for the Tigers. Kicks the full forward. Lynch at the back. Couldn't mark. Bounce might favour him though. He sets out after it. Got tackled by Reid. Ball split out to Davis. Quick hand pass away for the Giants. It finds Perriman in the left back pocket. And he goes beyond defensive 50.
Towards half back. Caddy got hands to it. Couldn't mark. Lloyd took possession. Caddy nailed him. Holding the ball. Well, this is relentless from Richmond at the moment. Caddy 60 metres out at right half forward.
That's going inside 50 for the 9th time, Tigers. Giants only 3.
Not a lot of movement here for Caddy. It might be the long bomb to a dangerous position about 30 metres out. Rewald launches, hands in the back, perhaps couldn't pull it in. Comes the way of Taranto.
Set up again.
Clearing kick to half-back, punch back in by Broad. Pickett's over it. Taranto over him, flipped it out the side to Williams. Williams a hand pass away to Taylor. He's bumped by Cochin as he got a clearing kick. Himmelberg knocked it down, bashed back the other way by Ellis. Baker couldn't trap it. Tomlinson picks up for the Giants. A hand pass to Williams. Away to Kelly. Can he hit a target? He goes to half forward. Bounces its way towards Grimes of Richmond playing in front of Cameron. Dished off to Vlostone. Got it to Broad. Broad a hand pass to Prestia on defensive 50. Goes to centre half back and Hooley. They'll open up the ground here, the Tigers.
Oh, dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Getting back there, Lloyd. Lambert was cool, got tackled though as he was brought to ground by De Boer. Spills down again for Lloyd, puts them inside forward 50. The Giants, Finlayson can't mark against Grimes. Did really well to spoil it. Broad's able to gather and he'll find Lambert, who's at right half back. Richmond Lambert's kick is poor. He wanted Hooley again. Missed it. Kennedy got in the way. Was able to work it back. This is Perryman on in turn to Shaw. Short build-up. Looking to work it forward. Haynes, who has it between centre wing and left half forward for the Giants. GWS have to do something, and they need to do so quickly. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Plenty of numbers up. No mark taken. Spill down to Nankervis. Dangerous hand pass across half forward. Whitfield was there. Giants everywhere. De Boer has a shot on goal. It's going across the face and bouncing through for a minor score. They move to be 1-5-11 GWS. Richmond are 5-5-35. The Tigers by 24 points. 19 and a bit gone in the second.
Costone to kick in for Richmond. Goes very short to the right back pocket. Grimes has taken the mark. Without Alex Rance, he's come out of the shadow this season, an All-Australian. Grimes goes to the half-back flank, southern side. Lynch is there, knocked away by Kennedy. Rode by Williams. Hand pass, loop to Taranto. Taranto wants to dish it off. Daniels gets it. Slick hands, too slick for Kennedy. But there's one over the shoulder. And a free kick going the way of Daniels of GWS. About 42 from goal, directly in front.
Not too much in that, but he's done well to milk it. These are the opportunities the Giants have to take. They're 1-5. They've had their chances. And as the momentum you feel it's slightly swinging back their way, they have to kick this goal here to ensure that it carries through to the centre bounce.
He kicked the clutch goal to down Brisbane. He kicked the clutch goal last week against Collingwood. It doesn't get much more clutch than this. Daniels away to the right. It's a behind. And the Giants are 1-6-12 to Richmond 5-5-35 at the 21-minute mark of the second quarter in the 2019 AFL Grand Final on Grandstand AFL.
Another miss. Himmelberg had a great chance earlier on too in this turn. As Hawley moves it short. Astbury with a kick beyond defensive 50. Core flew at it, got the spoil. But it's down again for the Tigers. Lovely play. Castagna arched the back, broke one tackle, got away for a second. Kicks towards centre half forward. Nankervis goes down onto one knee and takes the mark. Long sweeping hand pass to Pickett. Tries to step away from Kennedy. Not a great hand pass that time. Coming the other way, Haynes couldn't take it. Oh, Bolton spun one way. Hand pass to Ellis in the left forward pocket. Spent it before he had it. Dropped it to the ground. Giants have numbers over the football here. Shaw looking to work it out. Taranto's with him. It's going to be held in the left forward pocket. Ball up will be the decision. It's at the punt road end, the way that Richmond are heading in this term. They could have had themselves another, the Tigers then. 5-5-35 to GWS, 1-6-12, 22 gone.
Thrown in the air in the pocket. And Curvis dropped it at his feet. Then went to Soccer at forward. It's in the pack. Rumbles to the side. Tomlinson's there, top of the goal square. Hand pass off to Haynes. Call went instead and fumbled. He cleans it up though. Gives to Haynes, who kicks the Giants out to half back. He misses the target of Perryman. It skids out of play. They'll just be happy to see it outside defensive 50 anyway. A boundary throwing 65 metres out from the Richmond goal at the punt road end. The Tigers by 23 points. 22-minute mark, second quarter of the AFL Grand Final.
Half-time break can't come quick enough. The Richmond pressure's getting big on the Giants at the moment.
They are just hanging on, GWS, and they'll have to repel another foray forward as the Tigers send it inside forward. 50 up and marking Revolt. Caddy threw it on the boot. Revolt leading out from full forward. He marks 40 from goal. This would be a telling blow.
Those chaos kicks are so dangerous, aren't they? We saw the Giants get a goal from it in that first quarter. And when you allow someone like a Jack Revolt time and space to jump into the ball like that, it makes it very hard to defend.
Jack Revolt, 2 goals in the 2017 Grand Final. Can he make it 2 in the 2019? The Tigers don't miss the bright side. Helps them along to the brightest of starts. They're up and about. 6-5-41 Richmond, 1-6-12 GWS. And this game is getting away from the Giants as we head towards half-time at the MCG.
Well, if you watch the way they set up the Tigers, they are perfect. Caddy was set up behind the pack on on the defensive side. They punch it towards there. All of a sudden, out of the ruck drill, Caddy just bangs it in quickly. All of a sudden, Jack's in front. They set up perfectly around the back half as well. You can see Grimes set up well. You can see Vlosten set up well. Behind the ball, they're always in the right spots, and that is just spectacular for a set up by the people who organise the defence and the boundary line and ball ups.
Hopper stands Martin at this centre bounce. Mumford knocks it to the side. Martin maybe being held by Hopper. Ball spills to him, but he's immediately tackled, and umpire Stevic will ball it up again. Dustin Martin immediately up to say, are they really allowed to do that to me? Thrown in the air. Mumford takes it out of the ruck. His hand pass was to Prestia, who dropped it off to Martin. He went to kick it clean, missed it. Still in dispute in the middle of the ground, and there's going to be a holding the ball decision going GWS's way. Taranto sat on top of Prestia. Prestia didn't release, and it will be Taranto's ball in the centre corridor. Now what's happening here? It's going back the other way.
Green dealt with Grimes off the ball. Grimes was down, and that's the reason for the free kick.
So Green did it?
Yep. It was a long way when the whistle went too. Smart in that respect, but the umpire spotted it as the Tigers move it towards right half forward. Tomlinson got in the way for the Giants. Missed his target first time. Here's Green again. Giants had plenty of numbers here. Daniels to Mumford. On the southern wing, it comes to Kelly. Pops it over the top to Taranto. Best bit of play they've had in a while, GWS. The kick towards left half forward. Cameron worked underneath the football, tracking it towards the boundaries. Himmelberg, he couldn't get there.
Hopper is down and hurt at half back. Kelly Underwood, what have you seen down there?
Yeah, he's hunched over, isn't he? And he's not moving. He's got two trainers out to him at the moment. He's had a tough day at the office. He got a corked right thigh in that first quarter, and he was off about 10 minutes ago getting a blood nose, just plugged by the medical staff, and now he's down. He's up, but he's limping. He's not in a good way.
Nankervis won it down. Green stole it. Nankervis drove him into the deck. Or up inside the Giants forward 50. Collision with Edwards, the problem for Hopper. Nothing untoward about it. One down by Nankervis. Came out towards Rioli. Hand pass was meant for Castagna. He bounces off Reed, gathers again, spun one way, then the other, and got a kick away. But it's down the throat of Kennedy, who marks it left half forward for GWS, who trail by 29 points. 26 gone in the second.
Sends it deep to full forward. Big pack of players. Up they rise. Knocked down by Lloyd. Ellis bashes towards the boundary line, and Grimes takes it over in the left forward pocket for the Giants. 20 from goal.
You just got to watch their defence, how they push their opponents out of the way. They clear the area so that the Tigers get the best chance. It's just really good to watch.
Toss back in. Giants deep in attack. Nankervis knocks it down. Went through Hopper. He's okay. They spill in on top again. Another ball up. 20 metres from the Giants' goal. 6-5-41 Richmond. The Giants 1-6-12. 26-minute mark, second quarter. Himmelberg knocked it down, but rode by Edwards of Richmond, who bangs it back to the southern wing. A marking contest. Lynch is held there by Corneau. Free kick. Martin tapped to his own advantage. Definitely held by Shaw. Free kick, Richmond, centre of the southern wing.
What a bad result. Just to slow the play up, let the Giants get back defensively. Otherwise, Dusty was out.
That was the best result.
Has a couple of goals today, Dustin Martin. Norm Smith medalist from 2 seasons ago. The kicks into the right forward pocket and marked by Revolt. Kelly Underwood downstairs.
So his direct opponent is Phil Davis. I've been watching Phil. I think he's trying to do a Cooper Cronk in the NRL Grand Final last year because he cannot run. He's trying to stay with Revolt. He's pointing. He's barking instructions. He's the on-field coach out there. It might have worked for Cooper Cronk in the Grand Final in a completely different code for the Roosters last year. It's not working for Phil Davis right now.
Well, if he can't compete, he shouldn't be there.
Jack Revolt from 52 out. The kick looked pretty good off the boot. The crowd reaction will tell you where it went. He's got 3. It's all the Tigers as we close in on half-time. 7-5-47 is Richmond's score. The Giants stuck well and truly on 1-6-12. 28 minutes gone in the second term. Jack Revolt, a 3-time Coleman medalist. He's now got 3 in the biggest game of them all.
Well, silly, they've broken the game.
Yeah, the Giants have been blown away by the Tigers' intent and pressure, and they're just not flinching, Richmond, across the field.
had Mumford there and Davis, and they still couldn't get a hand on any part of Jack. I don't understand that.
GWS has to find something very quickly. Probably half time's the nearest thing of positivity at the moment. Out of the middle, Edwards for Richmond, a hand pass to Prestia, who started the game so brightly. He kicks to half forward. Taylor comes out, nudged forward, couldn't mark. Martin underground, hand pass to Bolton, 60 out, kicks inside the 50 again. Tomlinson takes the intercept mark for the Giants. He's at fullback down at the punt road end. He goes to the left back pocket. Shaw takes the mark. A premiership player here with the Magpies in 2010. He goes out to left half back where the mark's taken by Taylor.
Richmond have kicked 7 unanswered goals. Giants last coming in the 21st minute of the opening term. The ball's on the southern wing. Hurried forward by Perryman. Himmelberg's hand pass was short. It was meant for Green. He was set upon immediately. Absolutely locked in. Great tackling coming from the Tigers. Hooley one way, Edwards the other. And he gets up and gives Green an extra shove for his efforts. Soto against Mumford. One down by Soto, came to Green. Got it in turn to Kelly. He kicks the full forward. De Boer's up there, but floating back in front in the right spot. Boston takes the defensive mark. Well, often you see Matt De Boer forward, at full forward for GWS. Shows the stripe they're in. They trail by 35 points, half an hour gone in the second.
Boston's kick goes out to the southern side. It's punched away from Lynch and over the boundary line. A throw in. GWS's attacking side of the southern wing. Richmond in a commanding position, a 35-point lead. Giants would have to do a Carlton of 1970. Knocked down. Green got it. Hand pass to Daniels. Daniels away to Perryman. One last entry forward. Not quickly enough. Richmond fans out of their seats at the MCG. The Tigers have got right in the face of GWS early. They have tethered them on the big stage. 7-5-47 Richmond. GWS 1-6-12 at the half-time break. Jack Riewoldt, by his own admission, a little quiet in the final series. He's kicked 3, all in that second quarter. 2 goals to Martin, singles to Rioli and Lynch for Richmond. GWS's only goal was the first goal of the game. It came at the 20-minute mark, kicked by Jeremy Cameron. Richmond 7-5-47, GWS 1-6-12. Tony from Warrnambool reckons you can almost call it. The Tigers are going to win. Hello again. We've just docked in Santa Margarita for the day, but we can't leave the cruise ship. It's just magic listening to you all. Thanks for the commentary. That's from Narelle and Janine. Christine and Shonny, as well as Robbie, are listening while they're watering 10,000 trees. That'll keep you busy. Hope you got plenty of water there, guys. Alistair's in Kazakhstan. Owing to the miracle of internet streaming, you're my link to the Aussie rules. To the whole ABC team, including those voices I don't get to hear, thanks for the great coverage throughout 2019. Thank you, Alistair. Appreciate your text message all the way from Kazakhstan. And Sindel and Bronx are listening in South Kensington and loving the work of Kelly Underwood on the boundary line. It's a 35-point lead to Richmond at half-time here. How's about some work from Mark McClure, Brad Sewell in the half-time break?
Well, we're seeing a footy team at the peak of their powers, as far as I can see. I mean, from the 20-minute mark of the first quarter, where there was no goals until that moment, and then all of a sudden they've knocked on 7 goals to 1 or 2, and 7 goals to 2 in that period of time. 7 goals to 1, sorry, in that period of time. Now they lead by 35 or something like that points. It's an enormous lead in a game, and you can see how they're doing it because they're just controlling their defence. They're now controlling the midfield in that area there. GWS have lost their composure completely. They can't move the ball. They get caught with the ball. They're fumbling it. They're not running in numbers as they did last week. I mean, you need to have people around the ball. And then you watch the Tigers. All of a sudden it goes into their defence. There's 3 or 4 all around, helping, pushing, shoving, making it easy for each other. It's a total team effort from the Tigers. It's been fantastic. I love what they've done. They're in full control. They're confident in each other. They understand what they're doing. They've been here a million times at the MCG. It's pretty unfair, really, because GWS hardly ever play here, but it's not unfair to watch them play because it's spectacular, Sully. They have been superb.
So we get caught up in Richmond's ability to run forward and their waves of numbers, and they flick it around and tap it forward, which is beautiful to watch. But the one thing that I feel we've slightly undersold Richmond on is their pressure around the contest.
Oh, they're strong.
It is today. They have completely caught the Giants off guard, and for the last 4 quarters of football that Richmond have played, it's 15-13 to 3-10. Given the second half against Geelong and the first half of what we've seen here, and all of that is underpinned by that pressure around the ball that the Tigers bring to the game. And what that means is that when the Giants actually win the ball within the contest, the Richmond defensively are pressing in so hard, their tackles are sticking. When the Giants do get into a bit of space, they get the ball forward. Because the pressure has been so good, it allows the Tigers to drop off defensively in their back half a little bit, which is why we're seeing Boston and Hawley in particular, those architects, get back, create space. If they're not marking the ball, they're first at the drop of the ball, which means they're getting the handball received, they're sweeping it, they're cleaning it up, and then they're starting their foray from there.
They totally are, but then I just put down the people with speed and power, and you look at Martin and Shane Edwards, and then you've got Pickett, who's actually stood up pretty well in this game.
Been good.
Shea Bolton, who's got speed and power. Daniel Rioli, you've got Castagna, who's been special. Preston is through the middle of the ground as well. They have actually knocked up. They've destroyed them in that area. Their midfield's been really poor. Popper and those sort of guys haven't been in the game at all. Kelly's hardly touched it much. You know what I mean? They have been beaten in so many positions, it's ridiculous. And the scoreboard's showing it.
So we're talking about the Giants' midfield before the game starts and their bigger bodies and their ability to keep the ball in tight. And for the first 15, 20 minutes, they did that.
Did a good job.
But you have to do that for 4 quarters, and they haven't been able to. And Richmond, as I said, we've undersold that pressure. So I just wonder if that wasn't something that Dimmer might have just barbed them with a little bit in the build-up to the game, because they have completely blown the Giants away around the ball.
They certainly have, and they're enjoying themselves. And I feel for the GWS guys, because they are now on the back of a real hiding, it looks like to me, unless they can change the way they play slightly. There's too much handball in the game. They're usually a kicking side, but they have to handball because the pressure's so high, and that's the killer for them.
So that kicking side that you're talking about, in which the Giants are, that invites the Richmond pressure, and because that's slow kick mark, and has enabled the forwards for Richmond to get up through the middle part of the ground, create that pressure, and we've seen Lynch on a couple of occasions just get his hands on the ball. And when that ball spills, Richmond is swarming. They're pressuring so well. They're knocking it forward to advantage, and that's their game.
GWS don't use the corridor at all. They're not going up the middle of the ground because they're too frightened. Because if it turns over, they just get bowled over with the speed and power. And when every time it goes in the forward half, I mean, the noise rise from the Tiger fans, and so it should, because they've got so much talent in that area and speed and power that they score.
So one of the strong conversations we had before the match was about Phil Davis.
Yeah,
and the fitness test he did 20 minutes before the game, his demeanour in the rooms and the way he carried himself, the way he ran out and the way he warmed up, he just didn't look
It's not
alert.
Phil Davis, is it?
It's not the Phil Davis that we know. So all of a sudden he's been shown up a couple of times in the marking contest. He's allowed Jack Riewoldt to run and jump at the ball, and when Phil Davis is playing good football, he doesn't allow that at all. So all of a sudden, if he is carrying something, you've got he and both Mumford, they're key tools, who when the ball hits the ground are
useless. Absolutely useless.
And if Phil can't impact in the air and he can't put body on someone like Jack before the ball arrives, then all of a sudden the Giants are 2 down.
See, Jack was in average form, I would call it, prior to this. Last week he was just okay. But he did a lot of team things that I really like, knock-ons and bits and pieces. Today was a day where you actually give it to him hard and body on body. He cannot get a body on him. Can't get near him. Can't touch him. And there was 2 of them, Mumford and Davis there, and Jack just stood there and took the mark. No touch. I go, what are you doing?
So we've spoken about the first half.
Yep.
What needs to happen in the rooms for the Giants?
A miracle.
In the second half.
Sorry to say it if you're a Giants supporter, but you're going to have a miracle. You're going to have to complete change of style of play. They're going to have to actually try and boot it up there, put some numbers around where the ball is in their defensive area. You can't play with 5 forwards and 7 backs because they just beat you every time with the extra behind the ball. So they're too good at that.
So we've seen the Giants' ability in that last quarter in particular, that pressure game against a Collingwood that were coming for them hard. And they withheld and they maintained. But when they haven't hit the scoreboard, they're giving up 6 goals.
I'll tell you one thing I love to watch, Dylan Grimes. Dylan Grimes is one of the most special players you'll ever see. He's an awkward-looking player, but he is an awkward-looking player. But you know what? He's so effective and he's so smart and he sets their defence up perfectly. He's telling them where to go. He's pushing them into spots and then he gets on his own and all of a sudden they block for each other. Or it's just a beautiful thing to watch if you understand the game slightly. He is a special player, broad down there as well, doing a good job. So for mine, they just can't penetrate.
Between Himmelberg, Cameron, Finlayson, they've had 8 disposals.
Yeah.
They've kicked 1-1. Finlayson hasn't touched the ball yet. Now, you can be critical of those forwards not having an impact, but the ball has not been down there a hell of a lot. And when it has been down there, they've been dirty entries and they've been playing against an extra Richmond number.
So where is the GWS midfield? Are they gone missing?
Well,
I'd say so.
They can't sustain the pressure that Richmond have got, and all of a sudden they're on the back foot. They're getting overshadowed by it.
Yeah, and their defence is, Haynes and Davis don't take those intercept marks that they usually do. So they're in a world of pain, and they're going to have to change a lot, or else they're going to walk away with their head between their tails.
Half-time at the MCG in the AFL Grand Final. Richmond 7-5-47, GWS 1-6-12. So many of your text messages coming in from all sorts of far-flung places. Charlie and Denise from Bustleton, WA, are listening from our cousin's farm in Calabria in Italy. Well, Grandstand team, I've lost my mojo. All I wanted was a close game. How disappointing for football. Tragics. Think I'll go out and mow the grass, says Maury. Oh, Maury, don't miss the miracle if it's going to unfold. Robbo's nearly at Bordertown, driving to Perth in the truck, enjoying the call. A van load of St Bede's Tigers are roaring on our way from Ella to Marissa in Sri Lanka. Luke Beveridge's old club, St Bede's. Hope you're enjoying the call, guys. Enjoy the trip and enjoy your break. That sounds fantastic. Listening as we drive through the high country. Thanks for the call. When I hear it above, are we nearly there yet? Pedro here, listening on Edinburgh's Royal Mile. Great calling team. Tigers making the Giants look minuscule. Suspect they will be celebrating early on Swan Street. The Royal Mile in Edinburgh, Pedro. I reckon you might be about to go on a bit of a whiskey tour. We're about to go to the news on Grandstand AFL. The Tigers are 7-5-47. The Giants are 1-6-12. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital around the country through Radio Australia and streaming through afl.com.au around the world. It's news time.
Adam Story with ABC News. The Shadow Treasurer Jim Chalmers has expressed concern about a sweeping review into the nation's retirement income system, saying it could delay planned changes to superannuation. The Productivity Commission last year urged the government to undertake the review before increasing the superannuation guarantee rate. The guarantee is the amount of compulsory super that must be paid to employees and is due to rise gradually from 9.5% to 12% by 2025. Dr. Chalmers says he's concerned the review will hold that change up.
The government's obviously gearing up to cut superannuation by slowing the increase of the superannuation guarantee which is legislated and which Australian workers need and deserve if they're to have an adequate, dignified retirement.
Police say a woman is in a critical condition after being assaulted in northwest Melbourne. Officers say the assault, which occurred early this afternoon in Keilor Downs, was not a random attack. The woman was flown by air ambulance to Royal Melbourne Hospital in a critical condition. Police are investigating. A West Australian woman released early from prison after a rare intervention by the state government says her first priority is reconnecting with her family. Jodie Gore had served 4 years of a 12-year sentence she received after fatally stabbing her ex-partner in 2015. At the time, the court heard he had subjected her to years of domestic violence. Western Australia's Attorney-General John Quigley has now remitted the remainder of her sentence. Ms Gore says the good news has come after years of suffering.
I was happy, smiling, but inside I was hurt and pain and suffering, what I've been through, I could have wasted years, but I see I got a block of land there, and I couldn't live out there because of violence. I had to go live in town because for safe, be with my family and the police.
Canadian police say 2 teenagers who killed 3 people, including Sydney man Lucas Fowler, showed no remorse in a video they filmed after the murders. Mr. Fowler was killed in July on a remote highway in British Columbia, along with his 24-year-old girlfriend China Dees. 64-year-old Leonard Dick was also found dead 4 days later on another highway. Kevin Hackett from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police says there was no known motive.
We believe that no other suspects were responsible for the 3 homicides or were involved in any way. The murders appear to be random and crimes of opportunity with no known motive.
The United States Special Envoy to Ukraine has resigned amid the latest scandal surrounding the White House. Kurt Volker has been caught up in the whistleblower complaint over President Donald Trump's dealing with Ukraine. That's now the subject of an impeachment investigation instigated by senior US Democrats. It follows disclosure Mr. Volker connected President Trump's personal lawyer Rudy Giuliani with Ukrainian officials to investigate business dealings involving former Vice President Joe Biden and his family. The UK's Independent Office for Police Conduct has been asked to investigate whether the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson should face a criminal investigation for alleged misconduct during his time as Mayor of London. The BBC's Daniel Stafford reports.
The basis of these allegations is that while he was Mayor of London, Boris Johnson's friend Jennifer Arcuri received £11,500 in sponsorship for events organised by one of her companies, which came from organisations linked to the Mayor's office, and also went on 3 overseas trips with Boris Johnson, which originally she'd been turned down for. Now, the Greater London Authority monitoring officer has been looking at these allegations this week and noticed that people who went on the trips with Jennifer Arcuri felt that she seemed a bit out of place. Certainly we know that Boris Johnson's office intervened to make sure that she went on one of the trips.
Britain's Prince Harry has met with a landmine victim during his tour of Angola, 22 years after she was held by his late mother, Princess Diana. Sandra Tikaka was 13 years old when she met Princess Diana in the capital, Luanda, in 1997. Princess Diana was famously photographed with the young girl and other amputees to show the destruction caused by landmines in the country. Prince Harry says he found the encounter in the British ambassador's residence very moving.
This trip to Angola was always going to be very special and very emotional for me to be able to follow my mother's footsteps. But we've had an incredibly productive last 2 days.
And a study has revealed that more than half of Europe's native tree species are at risk of extinction. The International Union for Conservation of Nature says 15% of them are critically endangered, just one step away from becoming extinct. The report identified a wide range of threats, including pests and diseases, competition from invasive plants and deforestation. The weather for the capitals, a shower or 2 in Brisbane, 31, Sydney mostly sunny, 18, Canberra sunny, 19. It's partly cloudy in Melbourne with a top of 16, partly cloudy in Hobart and 16, partly cloudy in Adelaide, a top of 18, mostly sunny in Perth, a top of 24, and mostly sunny for Darwin with a top of 34. This is ABC News.
Picture this. ABC Radio in your car, streaming online via the ABC Listen app, and now ABC Radio on your TV. ABC Radio is everywhere, anywhere, even on your TV. From RN and News Radio to Double J, ABC Kids Listen and your local capital city ABC radio station. Search your TV's electronic program guide to find your favourites. ABC Radio. Hear it on your TV.
The 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand.
Kicking back inside forward 50. Flying up Revolt. Thought he was being infringed. He'll get the free kick. Davis pleads his case, but it will be a chance for the Tigers to have a shot on goal from about 35 metres out in the left forward pocket. He'll kick around the body here, Revolt. He was lucky. He won't care. Neither will the Tigers Army.
He kicks to the wing expertly to Castagna, who feeds the hand pass back to Pickett.
Pickett will put it inside forward 50. Wanted Martin. Coming out, Taylor missed it. It's there for Martin. He gathers, wheels around, runs it along the ground for his second. It's Tiger time at the moment at the MCG in the grand final of 2019.
Ball spills to Green, all under the pump. Hand pass to Davis. He kicks out to the wing. Hawley up to spoil away from Kelly. It bounces for Tomlinson. Hawley goes at him and nails him. Ball dislodged. Rioli swoops. 70 out. Kicks to Lynch. Got it. Right forward pocket, 35 metres from goal. Tom Lynch had dreamed of this moment to play on the MCG in front of 100,000 in a grand final. That's what it's all about. The Tigers fans roar. Another Richmond goal. Worrying signs for the Giants.
The reason why the Tigers are in front, their defence is just special. The way that they set up, you watch them all guide each other in the back half. Asprey, Broad, Grimes, all the other guys, they're brilliant.
Norm Smith medalist from 2 seasons ago. Kicks into the right forward pocket and marked by Revolt. From 52 out. The kick looked pretty good off the boot. The crowd reaction will tell you where it went. He's got 3. It's all the Tigers.
The 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand on ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
A dominant first half in the 2019 Grand Final from Richmond. The Tigers 7-5-47. The Giants 1-6-12. GWS coming from 35 behind at the halftime break in their first AFL Grand Final. On the SMS 0437 774 774, Peter and Christine from Perth are listening from Zagreb in Croatia. Eagles supporters, but supporting the Tigers today. Sue says, just loving your call and your passionate knowledge of our glorious game. I'm a Tiger tragic in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and your call takes me all the way home. Great to hear, Sue. Peter Pittard driving home from Perth, loving the call. Go Tigers. We've got the Listers, the Laws and the Tilburys. We are on Lake Argyle on a barge and enjoying listening to the footy. And just left Ayers Rock and heading to Adelaide. The whole family is loving the coverage. Go GWS, David, Cass, Olivia, Molly and Hannah. So many of our listeners are in amazing places around the country and around the world, and it's so good to be able to bring this great game to you through the services of the national broadcaster on ABC Grandstand. So the Tigers by 35 points here over the Giants at half-time. Clint Wilden, Alistair Nicholson, Brad Sewell, Mark McClure and Kelly Underwood bringing you the action. Clint, a few of the numbers to half-time.
So having a look at total disposals, GWS 183 to Richmond's 156. Individually for the Tigers, Prestia's had it 15 times, Edwards and Martin 11 apiece. So too Pickett, remembering on debut, 11 disposals, 5 kicks and 6 hand passes for Marlon Pickett. Hooley's had it 9 times, Lambert 9, Lostone and Castagna both with 8 apiece. While for the Giants, Taranto leads the way. 18 disposals for him, Heath Shaw with 14, Kelly and De Boer both with 12, Haynes, Perryman and Green with 11. In terms of disposal efficiency, the Tigers running at 72%, the Giants at 70. The marks to GWS 45 to 38, but a lot of that would have been early stages where they were just working it around with their short passing game. Richmond 40 tackles to GWS's 39. Worth paying attention here. Edwards with 6 tackles, 5 for Hooley, 4 for Caddy. They've been terrific in that. Contested possessions for the Tigers, 70 to GWS's 66. The clearances to Richmond, 21 to 19. And remember, GWS were the number 1 team for clearances in the competition. The Tigers ranked 18th at the home and away season. They lead the way today. Inside 50s, Richmond dominating here, 27 to 19, and the free kicks to Richmond as well, 13 to 7. Just repeating that half-time score, Richmond 7-5-47. And for Matt De Boer, a touch of deja vu. GWS's score 1-6-12, the same as Fremantle scored in their first half back in 2013 when he played for the Dockers.
The two teams are back out on the ground here at the MCG. It hasn't been all bad news for the expansion clubs. At least one of the expansion teams won the grand final sprint. Ben King won the grand final sprint from the Gold Coast Suns. Sully, so
what is this, 200 centimetres?
Yeah. Yep.
Should not be allowed a bloke can move like that when you're that tall.
You reckon they put what do they put on trotters, sellers, to stop the...
lugging pole.
There you go.
Straight. And a harness their legs so they don't...
Maybe you needed that to make
trot.
it fair.
That'd be the first bit of silverware they've got in the trophy cabinet. I'm not being unfair when I say that, but that is something they've got.
Q-Clash cups apart from that.
Oh, well, yes. That's like getting...
They will take every win at the moment, and Stuart Dew and everyone working hard behind the scenes, and the word is that the AFL is ready to roll out a suite of early draft picks 1 and 2, we believe, to the Gold Coast Suns.
The big stats that we just read out then before, the contested possessions, they're winning that 70 to 66. Okay, that's a victory. Then they have tackles, they're winning that by 1, but they're not usually a huge tackling side. The clearances is a massive one for them, 21-19. They're poor in that area, and they're dominating that area.
Well, They were the worst team.
Yeah, I know that. They're poor in that area and they're dominating that area, and that's the key to the whole game. They get first hands on the ball, and then they have 27 to 19 inside 50, so they have 8 more in that area there. But it's not the 8 more, it's more the impact of that 8 more. They had more impact in their forward half than most other sides do. So if you give them enough chance, they'll beat you.
Got a ripper of a text message here on 0437 774 774. Travelling through the middle of Australia in our caravan convoy. One of our cars can't access your channel, so we are relaying the game through UHF. Love the call from the Mills family. Great improvisation.
Not bad.
Just leave the UHF button pressed down and you can get the call of the game from one car to another.
That's great Aussie ingenuity.
Yep,
like that.
Love it. So many people are on holidays. Now, Grant's one of our regular texters from Hobart, but today it is G'day Al, Grant here in Hamburg. I've given up on listening to the 2019 AFL Grand Final. Thanks to the AFL, have no idea what the score is. Don't care. Thanks. Gee, Grant, you're on board early. He's maybe just readying himself for Carlton's revival next season. And good to see you've stopped work on the bus for once. And I do remember Grant was chopping a few gum trees down at one point during the season as well. So he's a man who deserves a holiday. Brad Sewell, Mark McClure, how did GWS find a way back from here?
Oh, fellas, we're both looking at each other with our hands in the air. First and foremost, they've got to get back into the game around the contest. They need to be able to absorb the pressure that Richmond are continually throwing at them, keep the ball locked in. They need to be patient with their build-up and make sure that when they're spreading the ball, they're switching it, actually taking ground, slowly inching their way forward. They need to make the Vlostons and the Hawleys accountable so that when the ball does go forward, at the very least, they've got equal numbers and the ball's hitting the ground. And Richmond just need to maintain.
They don't want to waste the moment. That's the problem. It looks like to me they've wasted their moment so far. They just don't want to do that. I mean, one of the things you've got to do is you've got to walk away with your head held high. And I think everyone in the ground would like to see them sort of kick back in. So why don't we just release yourself and have a bit of a dip? Because the way you're playing, you're going to get beaten by 100. And the impact of the players, impact of Richmond is just so solid. Their defence is unreal, and you'll never stop that unless you actually get it in there with a bit of haste. There's no haste in getting the ball in forward. To me, it's a sad sign with the heads. You've got to watch their body language in this quarter to see where they go and where their heads go. Because if the Tigers kick a couple early, she's Red Rover. It's done.
Second half about to get underway on Grandstand AFL. Richmond 7-5-47. The Giants 1-6-12. Tiger fans roar expectantly. They can almost feel that 12th premiership. It'll take a giant comeback to stop them. Here's Clint Wilden.
Mumford looks across the centre circles, sees Nankervis. The bounce to get us underway in the second half. Nankervis won it down. De Boer was there, dragged it in, then lost it. Cochin steals it. The Tigers have it. They'll send it inside the attacking 50. Going back, Davis was able to get the spoil. It's back towards Revolt. He actually decides to shepherd, allowing Caddy to soccer it forward. Ball, or rather a free kick. Must be kicking in danger, I think. It'll come back towards the Giants. It'll be taken by Taranto, who'll have it at right half back. Caddy soccering off the ground. Those officials saying that wasn't quite what they were hoping for. Taranto did his hands on the football, so the right decision as the kick is towards the southern wing. Front position, Nankervis drags it in. Plays on quickly by hand. Chance for Lambert to go inside forward 50. Castagna, or Caddy it was rather. Castagna marking about 45 out from goal. His boots will cross the Giants logo painted on the ground when he heads towards the big sticks.
Caddy's kick was just brilliant. Straight in front of him. Drew him back to the ball. He was going back towards the goal, but the little short pass pulled him up and there was tons of space. Had a big game already, this kid, hasn't he? Castagna?
Been terrific. As he has most of the season. Castagna, for a goal in the opening few seconds, not with that.
That's
missing
not good.
badly to the left-hand side.
I'll shut up then, won't I?
Good bit of commentary curse from both of us fellas. We did really well. Richmond lead by still 35 points, 90 seconds gone in the third.
It's all about teamwork. Out of defence, Haynes to half-back. Himmelberg leading up, takes the mark. Right half-back for the Giants. He kicks to the wing. Taranto's the target, but it doesn't quite get that far. It's knocked down by Caddy.
Picked up by Short of Richmond. A hand pass to Hawley. Away to Nankervis. All on the southern wing. Off to Cochin by hand. Off to Hawley by hand. Loops it into the middle. Edwards next. Can he hit a target inside 50? On the lead. Of course he can. Lynch streams onto the ball. He's got it 47 from goal on a slight angle to the right.
Surely we talk about waves and running. Waves to players. That was just a beautiful piece of work from the Tigers.
And the Giants defensively didn't get a hand on ball or Richmond player with the ball in that transition from half back.
Tom Lynch has played every game in his first season as a Tiger. His partnership with Jack Riewoldt has looked more dangerous and more dangerous the longer the season's gone on. He kicks from right on 50. He's pushed it out of bounds on the full. So a couple out on the full early here.
Well done, Al. Good job.
Welcome to the club, Al.
Yeah, that was a solo mission, boys. 7-5-47 Richmond. The Giants 1-6-12. 3-minute mark. Third term.
Haynes. Beyond defensive, 50 towards left half back. Mitchell's front position.
Got the mark.
Has he been held, or has he paid the mark? Take it either way, he'll get the mark at right half forward. So, too far out to score himself. It's a congested looking forward 50. He'll pop it towards the teeth of goal. Flying Davis couldn't get any real leap off the ground. Down to Martin, the big don't argue on Hopper. Oh, he kicks the fat of the football right in the middle. It's up into the air. It'll bounce at left full forward. He was looking to curl it around, not to be. Shaw was there. Gave it on in turn to Core, now to Whitfield. Gets the Giants beyond defensive 50, but only as far as Hopper, or rather Grimes, who marks it left half forward. He'll look to go back to Cochin in the bright sunshine on the southern wing for the Tigers. Cochin will move it inside the attacking 50. The big lead was on from Riewoldt. He got away from Davis. He's cooked, Phil Davis. Riewoldt, easy as you like, sprints it away, completes the mark. He'll go back and have a shot from about 49 metres out, starting around about from a metre in from the boundary at left half forward.
Oh, Jack's having a ball on Davis. Just running away from him, and he cannot keep with him. And I admire Davis for playing, but I really wonder about his call.
Jack has 3. This to make it 4 in the 4th minute of the third term from 49 out. Not to be another miss to start this third quarter for the Tigers. 7-6-48 they are. 1-6-12 the Giants. 4 and a bit gone in the third on Grandstand AFL. Talking about Castagna before. 3 behinds and 1 out of bounds on the full. Imagine if he'd been with his kicking boots on today.
Core kicks into Haynes at right half back, kicks to the southern wing for the Giants. It bounces obligingly for Mumford, gave it off to Daniels. He's caught, got a hand pass away, but straight to Lambert. Lambert off to Prestia. Prestia, bullet pass onto the chest of Tom Lynch. Directly in front, 35 out Sellers.
You going to pump him up?
Yep, he won't miss from here. The Tigers are really enjoying themselves out there now, aren't they?
You're Sully's turn. The only bloke who hasn't made a mistake yet. You may.
Yeah. We'll be down to Kelly Underwood very shortly, I'd imagine, Sully. It'll be her turn.
There's a bit of weight on this kick now.
Tom Lynch to the city end. He's kicked 1 this afternoon. Tiger Tom, they've called him. Tiger Tom is an accurate kick on this occasion. Nails are starting to go in to the GWS coffin. The first goal of the second half goes to the Tigers. 5 minutes into the third quarter. It's now the Tigers 8-6-54. The Giants 1-6-12. Lynch has 2. Riewoldt has 5. That dominant duo in the Tiger forward line. 3. They have 5 between them. Those two. This is getting way out of hand for GWS.
This is turning into a shellacking, isn't it? And the previous couple of set shots was because of the pressure coming out of the defensive view. Rioli chase and tackle. And you get the sense now the Tigers are going to enjoy it. They've got a genuine buffer. And when they're enjoying their footy, the Tigers, we've seen it before, they pile on the goals. And this is the worry for the Giants here now.
Bounce to restart in the middle. Mumford won it down, but it was straight to Pickett. What a debut he's having. Runs through the middle. Kicks long towards full forward. No mark taken this time. Back there and getting a hand pass away was Core. Gave it for the Giants to Haynes, and it's a short pass. He moves it to Davis. Davis will kick beyond defensive 50. Daniels backing back. He marks it right half back. Puts GWS down the southern wing. Leading up was Cameron. Cameron marks right up against the boundary. He'll move it inboard. That's dangerous, and he turned it over. Bolton was able to take the intercept mark away from Whitfield. Nothing going the Giants' way. It's moved short to Hawley. Pops it over the top for the Tigers. Chance again to go back and send it deep inside forward 50 through Caddy. Or Voston, rather. And Voston will take a couple of steps inboard. He'll send it into the left forward pocket. Flying was Jack. Got hands to it. Spills down to Rioli. Hard up against the boundary. Hand pass to Martin. Martin will kick around the body. Oh, that is sensational. A breathtaking goal from Dustin Martin. A third for him. The Tigers have got their lead out to 48 points. 8 minutes into the third term. Rioli wouldn't let it go out. Martin, something truly special. 9-6-60 to GWS, 1-6-12. Grandstand AFL.
You can see the confidence rising amongst the Tigers players. They're not getting hurt by anyone. They're not getting hit by anyone. They've done nothing. There's no dare coming from the GWS side. They want a little chip pass somewhere else, and then they bring it inside and turn it over straight away. And then Rioli on the boundary with a little footwork and chip inside, a little handball inside, and then Dusty. Brilliant, as we know he is. He's had one in every quarter. Dusty's got 3.
Kelly Underwood on the boundary.
Frustrations, emotions bubbling over down here. Heath Shaw is on the bench. He's yelling, he's screaming, he's pointing. I feel sorry for Matt De Boer, who's sitting next to him.
Out of the middle, Prester, a little kick. Pickett ran onto it. Casually kicks to half forward. Knocked down by Haynes away from Bolton. Haynes gets it, gives to Perryman. He's in a bind with Martin close by. Fell to Taylor, off to Reid. GWS still in possession, a hand pass. Lloyd got it off to Williams, back to Perryman. He's dumped by Rewalt, got it away. Another hand pass to Kennedy, defensive hand pass to Davis. Kicks to the southern wing. His intended target slipped over Himmelberg. He's got support, Tomlinson. A hand pass to Lloyd. One out wide. Himmelberg back on his feet. Kicks to the edge of 50. Cameron takes the mark. He'll come up for just possession number 5 in this grand final. He's 60 out. He thumps it long to full forward. Taranto over the top of Hawley. Couldn't take the mark. Baker at ground level. He's pulled that in. The umpire says mine. A ball up at full forward for the Giants down at the punt road end.
That's their best bit of play for a quarter and a half.
One down by Himmelberg. Soldo looked to work it out. Diving over the top, Hooley. Tapped it out again. Williams got a hand pass away. No one can get it cleanly away. The umpire spotted a free kick. It's going the way of the Tigers. It'll come back to be taken by Castagna between fullback and centre half back. Williams gets up off the deck holding his head. Got the knock in that most recent contest, and Castagna by hand is short. Wobbly looking kick beyond defensive 50. Bounces over the top of Shaw. Sat there beautifully. Clever. Tapping it on beautifully. The Richmond sider away through Pickett. Got it from Lambert. Pickett kicks it inside forward 50. Martin! Dusty on a 45-degree angle to the right of centre can go back and have a shot from 45 outs.
What about the composure of Pickett?
Unbelievable.
His ball handling, awareness of space in and around and what's close to him.
His ability to kick the ball with a slice then to get it into the right space for Dusty was brilliant.
Tap on from Bolton was good too. Martin looks to centre the football, and he's been able to find what could be the redemption story of Australian rules football. Marlon Pickett right in front and 35 out. Don't tell me he wasn't looking for him either. He spotted him free. How was he free is another genuine question.
What a day he's having, Marlon Pickett. What a ball. Be enjoying himself.
So Marlon Pickett, the first player to make his debut in a grand final in 67 years, from right in front. Every Tiger runs to him. What a moment to remember. A true story of redemption. He spent 30 months in jail, came back through the WAFL, picked up in the mid-season draft, kicks a goal in a grand final, and on his way to an AFL premiership. Something to savour. 10-6-66 the Tigers. GWS 1-6-12, 11 and a bit gone in the third.
some stories themselves are bigger than the game, and this is quickly becoming that. For the Tigers to have the trust and belief in Pickett to come in and play a role, but more importantly, just the group to have that trust and belief. And we're getting a glimpse of what is making and what has made Richmond such a special place over the last 3 to 4 years.
Brad Sewell on Grandstand AFL. Umpire Chamberlain will lay it down in the middle of the ground with Soldo to go up against Finlayson. Green gets it in the middle, squeezed a kick through a couple of Tigers. Baker intercepts, he pushed out Kennedy though.
That was push.
Free kick GWS, attacking side of the centre circle. Now a player's gone down behind the play. The whistle's been blown. Umpire Stevick's come in. Grimes has been put down at fullback for Richmond. What are they doing, GWS? It's completely unravelling. So the ball will be back with Baker in the middle of the ground.
That's 2 free kicks they've given away for just ill discipline.
Short to Caddy. Caddy comes to the members' wing. Mark taken by Castagna in front of the bedraggled and disappointed GWS bench. Castagna back to half forward. Soldo the target, but Taranto fills the hole. Surely at least he can do something here. He's had a very good game, but he scrubs this kick into the middle. Baker gets a hold of it. Hand pass to Edwards. Off to Lambert. Lambert from 45 outs. Yes! There is a big, big sound. It's the sound of the Tiger Army roaring and adoring. An absolute demolition. 11-6-72 Richmond, the Giants 1-6-12. 11 straight goals for Richmond in the grand final. We're at the 13-minute mark of the third quarter.
Well, they kicked the first, GWS, but from that moment on, they've just been demolished. Completely demolished. From the 20-minute mark of the first quarter, they haven't scored a goal since then. It's been everyone's chiming in now. They're all running to the packs. And then Lambert comes in. They've kicked 4 or 3 this quarter already, and we've gone 14 minutes. They're just in total control, the Tigers.
Is Geelong's record win of 119 points against Port in 2007 in danger? The Giants, can they get the clearance? They can through Finlayson onto Taranto. Hurry kick inside forward 50, running out to meet it. Himmelberg got tackled, wrapped up and got a hand pass away. Boston was there. He mopped it up for the Tigers and kicks towards the commentary wing. Spoiled from Haynes up against Castagna. Green goes into lender hand. Forced to sweep the hand pass backwards to Davis. And Davis fires a pass into the chest of Hopper, who marks on the wing, and he'll move it back towards Haynes, a little bit forward of the wing. He's right up against the boundary.
A little bit of dare wouldn't go astray.
Kick sideways to Kelly. Kelly with a long entry for the Giants. Is Himmelberg being held? He played for the free kick. Cameron swoops. Left foot snap, didn't come back enough. He misses on the near side from 25 metres out. Cameron with 1 goal, 1 this afternoon. Richmond by 59 points at the 15-minute mark of the third.
Baker sweeps it beyond defensive 50 for the Tigers to Ellis. Still with it short. He's at left half back. Spins around in a circle and then gets it on towards Ellis, or meant to. He actually missed him by hand over the top. Giants with a chance to intercept. Taranto, then to Lloyd. Just forward of the logo, Green. You can tell by the boos that echo around the MCG. Kick towards right half forward and Himmelberg marks. Hard up against the boundary, about 60 from goal. The Giants without a goal since the 21-minute mark of the opening term, as Himmelberg puts it into the right forward pocket. He wanted Cameron backing back Grimes. He would have heard the footsteps, courageously stood his ground and completed the mark. He's got it deep in the left back pocket for the Tigers, whose lead is 59 points, 16 gone in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Asprey's kick out to the southern side of the ground. Haynes reads it well in the air and he comes in to take the mark. In fact, Himmelberg, 70 from goal, goes back to the middle to Haynes. He plays on through the centre corridor. Short pass to the top of 50. He finds the chest of Taranto. Taranto probably just too far out to score. Man on the mark, 50 from goal. Taranto looks sideways. Indecision everywhere at the moment. He goes to Shaw. Shaw from 60 out. He goes long. Out they come. In front, Nankervis hands to it. No mark. Rode by Lambert. Got it away to Hooley. A bounce to the half-back flank. Kicks Richmond to the wing. Lynch leading towards the ball. It bounces, he gathers. He's taken over the boundary line by Taylor and almost forced into a seat on the Giants bench.
That gives you an idea how they're travelling, surely. Got a 50-metre kick, and they kick it 45 metres sideways out to the sideline, and then kick another one into where it's supposed to go in the first place. They just got no dare at all and no confidence in themselves.
Nankervis wins it down. It's back towards the boundary line. It will tumble over again.
And with good reason, Sellers. Their system and their style of play has been completely broken down and shattered by Richmond in terms of how good their pressure has been, the Tigers, at the source.
Nankervis again against Finlayson. One down by Nankervis. Straight into traffic. Worked out of there quickly by Pickett. Giants, though, inside forward 50. Mopping it up again is Short. Gave it to Hall. Moved it on towards Cochin. He's at right half back. And pass was awry. Chance here for Green. Scoops it up for the Giants. Went to Finlayson.
That's another touch.
Stolen away by Baker. Moves it on again for the Tigers. A streaming forward. Castagna now to Pickett at right half forward. Centering kick towards the teeth of goal. He wants Remote, who flew. Went a bit early. Davis was able to tap it out towards Tomlinson for the Giants, who sends it towards the boundary line. The umpires will think about it. Ball in the call. Tiger Army unhappy with the decision, but probably just. 18 gone in the third term. Richmond lead by 59 points in the grand final of 2019.
Only player hasn't had a touch, Finlayson. Not one.
Thrown in Nankervis, the tap down to Prestia. Prestia's hand pass didn't make it to Lambert. Taken by Williams, who worked a hand pass to Lloyd. Rode a tackle, gave it back to Williams at defensive 50. Well worked to Haynes. Back point of the square. He has a bounce and a second. A third bounce to the members' wing. Where's he going next? He turns around and goes backwards by hand. Whitfield. He chips along the line of the square to Shaw. Thought about a hand pass. Dishes it off now to Williams. 60 out. Throws it on the boot. Kick smothered by Baker. It falls for Caddy. Caddy chips to Short. Now the counter-attack is on. Richmond so good at this. Short, 3 bounces around the members' wing. Kicks inside the 50. Not quite marked, but that's a free kick. Surely to Lambert in front. Prestia sweeps anyway, kicks towards goal. It's marked on the last line by Davis. And Davis is allowed to play on. So GWS will maintain possession. A short pass to Tomlinson in the right back pocket.
So Finlayson's spoil okay, according to the officials. Tomlinson, beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Hooley front position. Spoil down to Nankervis. Nankervis' hand, it went to Hopper. Kicks the Giants towards the southern wing. It's over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. Still in the bright sunshine. Perfect conditions for football. Blue skies above the MCG. Ought to be thrown back in. Southern side of the ground. Mumford takes clean disposal. Got it onto Kelly. Hamper straight into Lambert's chest. Lambert said, thank you very much. Got tackled though and lost it. Ball bobbled up. Nankervis got it to Ellis. Clever hand pass over the shoulder to Cochin. They're away again, the Tigers. Castagna arches the back, runs the 50 out, heads towards goal, but he misses to the left. Back to an even 10 goals.
How many points has he kicked?
4 and an out of bounds on the full. 11-7-73 to GWS 1-7-13. Richmond by 60. We've travelled 20 minutes in the third.
Quarter kick in for the Giants. Runs through the back pocket. Goes to the southern side of the ground. Himmelberg out to mark on his chest. Looks laterally. Can't see an option. He's got Mumford long down the line. Himmelberg now goes defensively. Mark taken by Davis at full back.
Not a problem giving those ones away.
He kicks to Shaw at left half back. He comes to the members' side. Tomlinson will be playing his last game for the Giants. He goes short to Daniels. Daniels marks on the wing. Still on the members' side of the MCG. GWS just don't look at all certain with ball in hand. The kick hangs in the air for Williams, spoilt by Broad. Williams does gather, gives to Daniels. Daniels a hand pass to Cameron, now to Tomlinson. His kick inside 50 is dreadful. Intercepted by Vlostone of Richmond. And he kicks to the corridor. Pickett's had a blinder. He's away again.
Takes a bounce, Pickett. Heads towards centre wing and then stabs the pass towards Revolt, who marks. Just shy of right half forward. He'll put it back inside forward 50. He wanted Nankervis. Stretched with the left but couldn't mark. Is able to gather from the left forward pocket. Wobbles it towards goal. He misses to the left. 61 points the Tigers lead. 21 gone in the third. Kelly Underwood's on the boundary.
David Asprey's been off. He's got a corked left thigh. He's had it heavily strapped and he's just hobbling around out there as he comes back onto the field. Toby Green having some quiet time on the bench. He's had 15 disposals, 2 behinds, hasn't had any impact on this contest whatsoever. It's been a dirty day so far for Toby Green.
From the kick-in, Core went to the southern wing and Himmelberg went up but couldn't mark. It's out of play. Southern side of the MCG, glorious afternoon, but a game thoroughly dominated by Richmond. Tossed back in, picked up by Hopper. Hopper to Green, possession number 16, a high kick around the body. Himmelberg crashes the pack, it spills to Perryman. He runs into a tackle from Pickett. He's getting better and better. It spills to Ellis. Ellis to Hawley, kicks back towards half forward. Cochin can't mark, right front and centre by Edwards. Hand pass on the bounce, collected by Castagna. Castagna off to Rioli. He's got another good look, runs inside the 50 and Rioli pulls his kick. Just got a fraction too close to the man charging towards him. He pulls it away to the left. Richmond's lead is 62 points at the 23-minute mark of the third.
They've had some chances to absolutely blow the Giants away on the scoreboard. 11-9.
They've kicked 4-4 for the quarter.
They have, to the Giants, one behind. GWS have it through Finlayson, who's about to get his first disposal of the game. So from the commentary wing, he finds the ball. Oh, the ball dropped the mark he should have taken. Hopper looks to clean up. And a hand pass away to no one in particular. Grimes is back there for the Tigers at right half back to Broad. On in turn to Hawley. And Hawley will move it short to Nankervis, who leapt up into the air and he takes the mark at right half back.
They're just so organised, aren't they? Whenever there's a failure or a fault, he just cleans it up quite comfortably.
Kick went back to Grimes inside defensive 50 for Richmond. I reckon he could ring the Vineyard at Mount Macedon and tell him to get out the premiership port that he's had on the go. Short pass to Hawley. Hawley to Martin. Martin plays on. He kicks towards half forward. Bolton takes the mark. Open forward line. Lynch is there, but he goes short first to Edwards. Front point of the square for the Tigers. Edwards hand pass to Martin. Fends away from Shaw. Shaw clings on. Dusty spun 360. Pinged holding the ball. A rare win for GWS. Now, the ball was kicked inside the Richmond 50 and now a 50-metre penalty for
and
GWS.
That's fair enough, because he actually blew the whistle and you're not supposed to do that. That's exactly right.
Tigers by 62 points, 24-minute mark, third quarter. Grandstand AFL on the national broadcaster, the 2019 grand final. Very one-sided on Grandstand AFL.
Tigers have kicked 11 unanswered goals. Can the Giants get their first here since the 21-minute mark of the opening term? Tomlinson has taken the mark at left half forward. 62 points the margin. Tomlinson will send it long to full forward. Pack of 6 underneath. Giants, 2 of them went to ground. Comes down to Lloyd. Gave it to Hopper. Hopper snaps. The Giants have got a goal. Just their second of the grand final. It comes at the 25-minute mark of the third term. But something for those in fluoro orange at the MCG to celebrate. GWS 2-7-19. Richmond 11-9-75. 25 minutes, as I said, gone in the third on Grandstand AFL.
The Giants have been completely picked apart and pulled in out of sorts, and that goal only became apparent because of Dustin Martin undisciplined 50-metre penalty. We haven't seen anything like that from Richmond all day, let alone for the second half of the year.
Kelly Underwood downstairs.
Giants have got no leaders out there at the moment, Alistair, because Phil Davis, obviously the co-captain, but the captain today is on the bench. And Josh Kelly, he is a co-vice captain with Steve Cornelio. We know Cornelio's not out there. Josh Kelly has a sore right hamstring. He's just doing some run-throughs on the bench. Doesn't look overly convincing.
Mumford out of the middle for the Giants. Gives to Hopper. Hopper sends them forward again. Out they come. Broad knocked it away. Taken by Caddy of Richmond. Kicks into the middle towards Prestia. Green gets in the way but couldn't quite complete the mark. Prestia over it, fighting for the footy with Hawley. Cochin goes through, can't win it. Taranto did, spins away. Hand pass back inside the 50. Baker's there to clean it up for the Tigers. He's nailed as he got a defensive hand pass to Asprey. It's coming back. Baker has been completely flattened. He's slow to rise, but he's up and okay. He's a bit wobbly. Was Cameron the offender there?
He was.
So Asprey's going to take the free kick, or Baker. Baker was on his way off in the arms of two trainers, but he's...
It wasn't bad as it sort of seemed. He was in air, and it's hard to stop when you're in the air, and fell straight into him.
Baker took it, gave to Jayden Short, who turned it over to the members' wing, and Kennedy takes the mark for the Giants.
Kennedy back inside forward 50. Kick didn't have enough on it to find Himmelberg. Hooley front position, won it to ground, dived over the top a second time, got taken high by Green. And he'll get the free kick for the Tigers in the right back pocket.
Coming up for his 19th disposal, Bashir Hooley, he's been fantastic, and it's something we knew at the start of the day, that if the Tigers were to go well, he was going to find the ball off half back and be that architect, and he's done that all day.
And disposing at 78% efficiency as well. Kick to a pack at right half back. No mark taken here, and over the top of Edwards. It's been held to him. Kennedy, one of the Giants involved. Tomlinson, no, Court was rather, the other. Throw up instead.
Hey, GWS is going at 72, but it's so easy because they only chip passing.
Leaping up, Soldo said, I'll go, and then gave it to Lambert. Kick towards Bolton, couldn't take the mark. It bounced in front of him. Spills down. Castagna again. The Tigers can do no wrong. Castagna looking for Martin at the back. Shaw is able to outpoint him. Couldn't take the mark. It was off Martin's hands. Works at the on-defensive 50. This is Lloyd at right half back, and he turns it over. Into the middle of the ground. It's taken by Short. Kicks a little bit longer than that, though. Found Caddy inside forward 50. Stretching Soldo. And he started it all down here on the commentary wing, and now he can go back and try and have a shot on goal.
Well, Soldo's just outrunning Mumford, but most people are going to outrun Mumford, and we all understand that.
Mumford, right?
No, I couldn't actually. I could outwalk him probably, but I couldn't outrun him. Let me tell you that, and it's such an easy one for him to do. Soldo, he just runs to the forward line on his own, and it's about time he started to do that and test his opponent, and he's doing it and hurting him.
It's a moustache that harks back to the great Richmond eras of the past. In just his 22nd game, his first grand final. As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, Soldo kicks the goal to stretch Richmond's lead even further. The Tigers unstoppable, and their lead at the final change out to 62 points. 12-9-81. GWS 2-7-19 on Grandstand AFL.
Wow. GWS has just never been in this game, and they've already closed Swan Street, we're being told. They're preparing for a premiership party. The goal kickers to three-quarter time. Martin and Riewoldt have 3 each for the Tigers. Lynch has kicked 2. Singles to Pickett on debut. Soldo, Lambert, Rioli as well. Well, for GWS, the Giants' only goals, the first of the game at the 20-minute mark of the first quarter through Cameron, and Hopper kicked a goal at the 24-minute mark of the third quarter. So they went essentially an hour of playing time without kicking a goal. On 0437 774 774, Lara's listening from Zurich, Switzerland. I'm a navy blue, but Dad in Hobart is yellow and black, so it's his day. Go Tigers! Loving the broadcast. Thanks for making it easy for us expats. Thanks, Lara. She's listening in on the AFL app. Finlayson hasn't done much in the eyes of Will from Victor Harbour. Rick from Richmond just landed in Berlin to run the Berlin Marathon tomorrow. Would love to be at the game today. Go Tigers. So just a few of those text messages of many that are coming through here. 12-9-81 Richmond, the Giants 2-7-19. The Tigers are half an hour away from their 12th premiership. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Grandstand Digital, Radio Australia, and streaming through afl.com.au.
Will Anderson here. Have you ever watched Gruen on ABC TV?
Classic consumer psychology, starting the ad with a question.
Thanks, Todd. Gruen is the show where experts tell us how advertising works and how it works on us.
It's genius.
Yes, it is, Russell. Now that there's more advertising than ever, we're coming back to unpick it all. So tune in.
Leave your call to action till the end or people will switch off.
Really, Dee?
This ad really needs a jingle.
Gruen, Wednesday night, 8:30 on ABC TV and iView.
The the 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand.
He'll set it into the left forward pocket. Flying was Jack. Got hands to it. Spills down to Rioli. Hard up against the boundary. Hand pass to Martin. Martin will kick around the body. Oh, that is sensational. A breathtaking goal from Dustin Martin. Martin looks to centre the football, and he's been able to find what could be the redemption story of Australian rules football. Marlon Pickett right in front and 35 out. Don't tell me he wasn't looking for him either. So Marlon Pickett, the first player to make his debut in a grand final in 67 years, from right in front. Every Tiger runs to him. What a moment to remember. A true story of redemption. Picked up in the mid-season draft. Kicks a goal in a grand final. And on his way to an AFL premiership. Tomlinson will send it long to full forward. Pack of 6 underneath. Giants, 2 of them went to ground. Comes down to Lloyd. Gave it to Hopper. Hopper snaps. The Giants have got a goal. Just their second of the grand final. It comes at the 25-minute mark of the third term. But something for those in fluoro orange at the MCG to celebrate.
The 2019 AFL Grand Final with ABC Grandstand on ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Three-quarter time in the 2019 AFL Grand Final. Richmond 12-9-81, GWS 2-7-19 on Grandstand AFL. Cons listening in from Cyprus, loving the call even if the game is a blowout. Darren from Bustleton in WA, enjoying the call, listening this morning in Sierra Leone in West Africa. Another text from Billy from Parkville. Your commentary team is sensational. You could call a federal election and make it sound good. We'd have a crack. I'd love to hear Sellers do that, actually. I'd love to hear Mark's special comments on that, says Billy. Oh, we're on the same page there, Billy. Good stuff, mates. Plenty of you listening nearby as well. Hi, enjoying the call this morning in Sierra Leone in West Africa. Yeah, that was Darren. Very proud of number 50, Byron Pickett's cousin, exclamation mark, says Andrew from Port Adelaide. In football, nothing beats a big tackle. Stuart in Kalgoorlie, currently listening while his family and here on the way to Bunbury. I'm a Fremantle Dockers supporter, but today going for Richmond. Wireless rules, says Kate in the Mallee. I love the entire broadcast. Thank you so much to all of you out there for being part of the call today. Brad Sewell and Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL.
Sellers, I can tell you there is no more an enjoyable period of time than this last 30 minutes that Richmond players will ever experience on a football field. When you know the game is won and it's a grand final, and when you're playing with such harmony and everybody's contributing and playing their role, doing the team things, running forward, as long as they continue to do that, this is just pure ecstasy for them out there for the next 30 minutes.
And there's no worse feeling being on the other side of it, I can assure you. And GWS have been below par, I would call it, well below par. I'm almost calling for the mercy rule in the sense because they have been atrocious in how they've played. The Tigers have just beat them at every aspect of the game. They're a fantastic team. Seriously, a fantastic team, and I've loved watching them play. I don't think they'll like the review of this game, GWS.
Kelly Underwood down on the boundary.
Well, Leon Cameron doesn't want the mercy rule introduced. He was in deep conversation with Adam Kennedy as he made his way from the centre of the ground, walking to the bench, and then he goes down the stairs to jump in the lift and head up to the coach's box. Just his second AFL Grand Final he's been involved in. The other was when he was an assistant coach at the Hawks, and they lost to the Swans.
Final quarter of the 2019 AFL Grand Final. Richmond by 62 points. Umpire lays it down. Nankervis rises on the side of Mumford. Tapped it down to Edwards. He clears the centre square for Richmond. Goes long to full forward. Cochin back with a flight on Haynes. Was he dragged down? Umpire said no. Rioli's over it for Richmond. He's tackled. Umpire watches, waits and pays a holding the ball. GWS free kick at full back. It'll be taken by Heath Shaw. He goes out to the left back pocket for the Giants. Core takes the mark and comes back infield, still in defensive 50 to Whitfield.
Whitfield moving it to Williams, marks on the logo at left half back for the Giants. On in turn again to Core, hard up against the boundary.
What we haven't seen is GWS mark and roll. They've done none of that. That's what they need to do.
Poor kick. Edwards was able to knock it down.
Got it back from Lambert. Now sends it inside forward 50. Taylor underneath it. Good defensive mark. Needed to be made. Rioli was right behind him. So between full-back and centre half-back, he'll switch the Giants out to right half-back where Haynes marks and takes a bounce and then stabs the pass to Tomlinson.
Stagnant, aren't they?
Short pass again to Williams. Goes down the line. He wants Green. Boos echo around the stadium again. Pigeons flying into the air as Green moves it towards centre half forward. Out marking is Cameron. He's not too far out to score, but he'll put it into the left forward pocket. Front position, mark being paid. Himmelberg's got it.
Toby Green's kick there was just special. Just a beautiful kick into that area. And then the roll on straight away. That's the key.
He snaps and Himmelberg kicks the goal. He's got the Giants third. Had some earlier chances he spurned, not on this occasion. Harry Himmelberg with a goal in a grand final. Richmond's lead cut to 56 points. The Giants move to be 3-7-25. Richmond 12-9-81. 2 minutes in to this final term. And just a chance to, I guess, for GWS to do something on the scoreboard in this final quarter.
So I was hitting nail on the head. It was that constant movement, wasn't it? And there was no risk in the ball in the way that they moved. But it just meant when there was a mark, they moved off their line, they rolled, which meant the players up the ground were forced to make a position. And this is the result, unfortunately, a little bit too late.
Brad Saul alongside Mark McClure in the experts' chairs on Grandstand AFL. Mumford the tap down. Taranto had a fumble though, but won it again. Gave to Hopper. Hopper off a step, kicks inside the 50. Grimes and Cameron wrestle. It gets to the back. Finlayson knocked it, but straight to his opponent, Asprey. His hand pass into the bread basket of Hawley. He's tackled. Ball comes free. Well done, Hopper. Evaded a tackle. Off to Williams. Williams balks once, twice. Hand pass to Tomlinson. His hand pass will hit the ground in the pocket. Green gets it. Snaps. Under pressure. Not a score. Short gets it. His kick smothered by a desperate Himmelberg. The Giants willing themselves, despite the scoreline here, to try and fight this out. A throw in right forward pocket.
One of their mottos is stand tall. They need to battle this one out for their supporters. Nankervis, though, won it down. Oh, Castagna, beautiful evasion, then moves it towards left half back. Marked there by Revolt, or Prestia rather, I beg your pardon. Skipped away from his opponent. Was able to work it towards Revolt, who marks. And he sends it high up in the air. Coming in from the side, from the pack, was Mumford. Got a fist to the footy. Taranto got tackled, lost it. Came out to Lynch, sweeps it onto Bolton. Tigers away through the middle. He's got options to Nankervis. Oh, the look away hand pass over the shoulder. It's showtime for Richmond. He found Martin. More sensible hand pass to Lambert. Gave it back to Martin. Fires it inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Haynes marks. Going to ground was Lynch. Mark's been paid to the Giants. He'll move it into the right back pocket. Mark taken by Tomlinson. He'll switch play again to the left back pocket where he finds Whitfield, who marks. The Tigers' lead remains 56 points, 4 gone in the fourth.
Whitfield shields the sun from his eyes and goes across the goal square to Core. Core plays on under pressure from Castagna, almost turned it over. Reid gets a hold of it though. At half back for the Giants, he turns it over straight to Broad of Richmond. Members wing. Goes short to Caddy. And Curvis on in the middle of the ground, and that's where the kick goes. Edge of the centre square. He goes defensively behind the centre circle to Grimes. Grimes looks forward. Doesn't see much on offer, so he goes sideways to Flostone. He's on the southern wing for Richmond. No need to hurry. Tigers well in control. 56-point lead. Kick goes out wide and a juggling mark is taken. Short just clung onto it near the boundary line. Centre of the southern wing. The shadows creep across the MCG on a beautiful afternoon. Short has kicked that well wide and out of bounds on the fuller free kick to Kelly of the Giants.
Kelly back into the left back pocket. Still in bright sunshine. He's able to find Haynes. Goes to Call. Then to Shaw. Giants advancing out to Davis. He marks it right half back. Short hand pass to Shaw, who continued his run. Kicks down the commentary wing. Wrestle on there, allowing
Boston to get in front of the two rucks, Mumford and Nankervis, and Boston takes the mark. He's at left half back for the Tigers. The kick's down the wing. Good spoil coming from Reid. Punches it for the Giants over the boundary line. Castagna was the Tiger waiting underneath it. Couldn't take the grab under the pressure from Reid. Richmond by 56 points. We head past the 6-minute mark of the final term. The Tigers with a chance, you'd think, to really enjoy this final quarter. And the ruck, ball hits the deck. No one can get a clearance. Hopper was tackled. Ball up on centre wing.
Knocked down to the side. Picked up by Bolton. Hand pass to Lambert. Lambert of Richmond. Defensive hand pass to Caddy. Caddy near the interchange. Daniels pursues him. He chips short on the bounce towards Pickett. He's pushed off it by Kennedy. Kennedy over the ball. Caught by Caddy. Perhaps never had it in the end as it popped out. And Caddy took a hold of him and then took Kelly, who'd taken possession. A ball up. Left half forward for Richmond. The Tigers going to the punt road end. Mumford tapped it down to Kelly. Kelly's banana through the pack was creative. He spotted Perryman. Defensive side of the wing. Hand passes to Hopper. Hopper loops one over the top to Green near the boundary line. Wants to feed another hand pass. Can't really see an option. Instead balks around Flostone. Kicks to half forward. Finds Cameron. Cameron 65 from goal at right half forward for the Giants.
They're in the wide away jumper, GWS. They don't want to wave a white flag. The game's beyond them. They'd like to finish strongly as the kick is short to Green, who marks. Gets some advice from Baker, who stands on the mark. Green looks behind him, gives it to Cameron. He's about 60 from goal. He'll send it towards the top of the square. Big pack underneath it. Ellis, best position, takes the grab defensively for the Tigers and pops it out to Riewoldt in the right back pocket.
Riewoldt plays on, touches down, feeds the hand pass to Basher Hawley. Almost collided with his teammate Short. Gives the hand pass to Rioli. Rioli onto Short, defensive side of the southern wing.
Look at this number.
Another hand pass to Lambert. Lambert off to Martin. Got Tomlinson for company. Floats the hand pass back to Rioli. Kicks from the southern wing towards half forward. Castagna the target over his head. Mumford, what a ground ball pickup. His hand pass knocked down though by Pickett, who gets through a pack. Hand pass to Castagna. Castagna should goal. He balks. Snaps on his right. Misses.
Another one?
Jason Castagna has kicked 5 behinds and 1 out on the full in this grand final. He could have easily had a handful. He's yet to kick a major.
Why did he go wide?
57-point lead to the Tigers.
They'll get another opportunity. The turnover. Lynch gathered, went short, found a teammate in Bolton, and Bolton can go back. The spoil came from Edwards off the Perryman kick, but Bolton is right in front. He's no more than a metre or two to the left of centre. He should be able to kick this.
Oh, they know their fate now, GWS. They certainly do.
In fact, he could almost throw it over. Shea Bolton adds his name to the list of goal kickers and puts his name on the list of Richmond Premiership winners. A chance to celebrate for the 20-year-old as he gives Richmond a 63-point lead at the 10-minute mark of the final term. Richmond 13-10-88, GWS 3-7-25. Kelly Underwood's on the boundary.
Well, Clint, I was just going to whisper this because Heath Shaw is absolutely blowing up down here on the interchange bench. He's only a few metres away from me, but he's just run back out onto the field. And the 3 other Giants players, I can talk normally now because I was scared he was going to turn around. Tim Taranto, Finlayson down here and Daniels have all breathed a big sigh of relief because he was absolutely teeing off Heath Shaw, and it's not a pretty sight.
Get some courage, Kelly, please.
Yeah. I'm not taking on Heath Shaw, McClure.
From the bounce, decisive knock, Soldo. Cochin's after it. Arm was held by the ball. No free kick. Then Perryman dumps Koch, and the ball still rumbles towards half forward. Castagna off to Pickett. Kicks to full forward. At the back, Martin waits. Of course it got to him, but it ricocheted off his chest and went through for a minor score. Even Dusty showed he was mortal then. Another behind to the Tigers, a 64-point lead at the 10-minute mark of the last. He was in the right spot. He knew it was coming. Perhaps the sun got in his eyes. I don't know.
Must have been. That was quite remarkable. Almost chesting it down and through. Whitfield beyond defensive 50. Cameron front position. That's a good mark.
Good mark.
Haven't seen much of that today from Cameron, unfortunately.
Bob's up, and that's a poor kick. Straight down the throat of Edwards. Like he was looking for him. He was always in the best position. Kicks across the centre circles to the outer side of them and finds Hooley. This will be disposal 23 for him. Was so close to a Norm Smith medal, beaten by Dustin Martin in 2017. He'll be right in the mix again today, you'd think. Went short to Baker. Baker from the centre square, heads the full forward. They come from everywhere. No mark taken, down to Lambert. Got a hand pass to Castagna. Kenny now! No! Got a hand pass away. He gave it to Pickett. Snaps around the body into the goal square. It's sat there for Rebolt, who puts it through. He's got 4, Jack. And he punches the air in celebration in front of the punt road ends. He stands up on the biggest occasion, Jack Riewoldt. 14-11-95 to GWS 3-7-25. Richmond by 70 points, and there's still a line from Don Quixote. Those things yonder are no giants but windmills.
No, they sure are. But poor kick inside at a crucial time, and then bang straight up forward. They are just awesome in the way they actually handle the ball, the Tigers. They haven't made any mistake. You make a mistake on them, they hurt you. And again, they did.
Pickett again got his hands on the ball as that goal resulted. He's had 20 disposals. He's had 8 inside 50s, most of anybody on the field. He's had 9 score involvements. Everything he's touched,
he's unbelievable
today, has been class, silk, and has almost resulted in a goal.
Could he actually win them?
Could you imagine winning the Norm Goss and then the Norm Smith in consecutive weeks? Could you imagine?
Cochin out of the middle, almost kicked that over his shoulder, and it's been marked as well. Lambert playing in front of Kennedy. Peggy O'Neill said on ABC Radio in Melbourne yesterday that Kane Lambert was her favourite player. Goes short to the wing. Members side, Flostone marks. He kicks inside the 50. Lynch can't impose. Riewoldt gets a hold of it. Hand pass whilst being tackled, but that is straight in the direction of the opposition. Hopper's under the pump, knocked off it. It spills out the back to Reid. His kick partially smothered by Martin. Hawley runs at it. Bounce evades him. Taylor gets a hand pass for GWS to Tomlinson, who goes short to Green. Riewoldt was felled in all of that, and Green has got it at right half back for the Giants. Richmond fans leaning over the fence to let Toby Green know. Fingers are being clawed over the fence. Bit of nasty gesticulating going on there. Short towards the wing, and Big Soldo's up to take the mark for Richmond. He goes defensively to Flostone at left half back. Richmond leading the grand final by 70 points at the 13-minute mark of the last.
They're toying with them now.
They are. Chance to just get a few more disposals. It comes to Grimes, then to Boston at left half back. Kicks towards left half forward. Riewoldt there. Front position. Nicely worked as Haynes going through to take the mark. 90% of the ground in shadow now. Haynes thought about going back inside his defensive 50. Instead, he'll kick long towards right half forward. Leaping up Himmelberg. Front position and standing strong. He would not be shifted as Soldo. He'll go short back to Hawley. This will be disposal 23 for him. Back inside the defensive 50. Finds Baker, who's been busy. Now into the right back pocket, and a chance for Astbury to mark. He'll trot back, assess the options in front. Richmond's lead is 70 points as it's out towards right half back.
Marked by Caddy. He's got birthday celebrations and premiership celebrations tonight. His kick out towards the wing. A fumble from Prestia goes over the boundary line. Throw in centre of the southern wing. Dion Prestia's had the 20 disposals for Richmond. Umpire sets himself. Soldo and Finlayson will contest in ruck. Hurled back into play. Finlayson's been very quiet. The ball hits the deck, beat both ruckmen. Shaw bangs it to half forward for the Giants. A bouncing ball. Hawley's there to pick up. His hand pass towards the boundary line goes out in front of Baker. And it'll be thrown back in at left half forward for the Giants' southern side. Richmond 14-11-95. GWS 3-7-25. 15 played, final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Spun back in. One down by Soldo, came out there to Kennedy, gave it to Whitfield, kicks the Giants into the left forward pocket. Himmelberg attacked the footy. Ball ricocheted out the back. Daniels chases it to the boundary line. Can he keep it in? He can. Had 2 goes at it. Came to Hopper in the left forward pocket. Hand pass too hot for Daniels. Back there for Perryman. Pops it up. Wanted to try and find Himmelberg under pressure. Couldn't drag it in. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. 48 out from the Giants' goal. They're kicking to the right of our broadcast position in this final term. 15 minutes gone in it. Richmond lead by 70 points on Grandstand AFL.
You'd imagine there are about 15 minutes to go, and that'll be 15 minutes of fame for Richmond. Soldo from the stoppage tackle, got a hand pass clear. Bashed back the other way by Shaw. Attacking 50 for the Giants. Taranto tackle, dispossessed. Numbers around the ball. Edwards gets it, gives to Martin. He got through 2 Giants. Cut a path through them. A hand pass to Bolton, one over his head. Didn't get back to Martin. Knocked by Perryman to Reid. He's caught by Rewalt. Got a defensive hand pass to Taylor. Off to Perryman. Perryman to Shaw. Hemmed in near the boundary line. Off to Daniels. He's caught. Ball spills out. And that is a throw, says the umpire, a push in the back. It's going to be a free kick on the outer side to go the way of the Giants. Daniels. And he is attacking side of the southern wing for GWS.
It's just about respectability on the scoreboard for the Giants. Can they do some of it? Not with that. As a great mark flying through. Grimes had eyes for the football, attacked it, leapt into the air and dragged it in. Great contested mark for him. He's in the right back pocket. Baker's in space. Marks between fullback and centre-half back and pops it out to Vlosten, who marks in the left back pocket. They'll switch play again.
I'll be surprised if Grimes is not in the Norm Smith voting. Even though he's had 12, he's just such a player.
Ball's moved to Cochin, then to Broad. Just onto the field. Castagna has to move it on quickly. Being dealt with after he took the mark was Lynch. It's about 70 from goal. Between left half forward and centre half forward. He'll put it long towards the goal square. Davis is up. And he takes the mark. So he's got that win against Rewalt. And he'll pop it into the left back pocket again to Shaw. Kelly Underwood's on the boundary.
Oh, they've already started hugging down here on the bench, the Tigers play. Brandon Ellis just turned to Marlon Pickett. A big, long squeeze, a big bear hug, and now they've both run out there to enjoy these final few minutes.
Giants out of defence through the middle. Kennedy gets a hand pass to Lloyd. He kicks inside the 50. Green's the target. Flostone's there with him. Edged him out. It gets to the back. Asprey with Green for company. Couldn't pick up, but he shepherds him out of it. Flostone, well, the umpire says that's a free kick coming back here. No. A Richmond free kick? No. Play on. Asprey kicks out to half-back. Lambert up, knocked away from him. Rove by short of the Tigers. He's got Ellis if he wants to feed the hand pass. He does. He runs to the members' wing with a bounce. Perhaps a second. Perhaps a third. Ellis up to half forward, feeds it to Pickett. Pickett confronted. Good hand pass. Great vision of Lambert. Lambert kicks inside the 50 to Lynch. It's knocked down by Haynes. Rewalt comes out. Perryman there. Rewalt tried to soccer it away from him. Flipped up by Perryman. They've lost it.
Couldn't miss it.
Prestia pings. Misses on the right-hand side. Mark McClure 2 from 2. 14-12-96 Richmond. GWS 3-7-25. 18-minute mark final quarter on Grandstand AFL. Down to Kelly Underwood.
Baker is embracing Big Ivan Soldo down here. So the celebrations, the party has begun. Great scenes, Baker and, of course, Soldo in their first grand final, about to celebrate their first premiership.
There's a mismatch when it comes to a cuddle. Oh, well, that helps. Soldo sitting down. Certainly does help a little bit. Taranto kicks towards right half forward. The Giants had the numbers here. Mumford was looking for a free kick as the ball was punched away from him and over the boundary line for a throw-in. The other option, of course, put Baker on a step ladder. Richmond's lead is 71 points. It's going to be another enormous party in Tigerland tonight. Mumford won it down for the Giants. Got there and through towards Caddy. Moving it on again. Comes this time to short. Kick wasn't great. Stretching and unable to drag it in. The skipper in Cochin over the boundary line for a throw-in downstairs where Kelly Underwood is sitting.
Nearly got me.
That's a contest that I'd be backing you for, Kelly. It's thrown back in again. Nankervis punches it forward for the Tigers. Williams provides the shepherd. Did well to get in the way. He saw it over the boundary line despite Whitfield's best efforts. Williams on Prestia.
Well, who would you be giving your 3-2-1 to, Sellers?
I'm looking at Marlon Pickett. He's had 10 inside 50. He's had 9 score involvements, the most of anyone in the game.
Thrown in down beneath us. Mumford won that tap. It was taken by Williams of the Giants. Gets a hand pass away to Reid. Reid back to Williams. Runs from the AFL logo. He balks around Caddy. He's run a mile. He kicks inside the attacking 50. Cameron stretches, takes the mark. To the right of centre. 20 metres out. A free kick.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing going the Giants' way. It's going to go to Asprey in the left back pocket. What was the free kick for?
It's pulling in the contest.
Asprey comes to the half-back flank. Mumford and Nankervis. Mumford knocked it down. Perryman underneath couldn't get it. Pickett flicked it out the side to Edwards of Richmond. He hand-passed over his head, but pinched by Taranto. A hand-pass to Hopper from half-forward. Kicks the Giants back inside, attacking 50. In front, Flostone knocked away by Lloyd. Cochin got it, though. A hand-pass to Hooley, a hand-pass to Martin. Fends away from De Boer. I'm sick of the sight of you. And he bounces through defensive 50. A third bounce. Martin sweeps a long hand-pass. And Broad can get the Tigers moving down the southern wing.
Pauses. And then disappointingly for the Tigers, Army goes back to short. And he'll send it right back inside his defensive 50. Grimes backing back. He takes the mark. Sends it out towards Nankervis, who marks. There was an emergency, of course, with Sydney when they won a flag or played in a grand final a number of years ago. Now will be a premiership play with the Tigers. The ball to Short, who marks and plays on beyond defensive 50 to Boston. Has it about 52 out from his defensive goal at right half back. He'll move it down the commentary wing again. Broad will mark. Pauses for a moment. Assesses the options. And they're just moving it around. It's a bit like keepings off as it comes towards full-back to Asprey and out into the left-back pocket to Caddy to mark again.
Well, if they don't pick you up, you're able to do this. And that's the problem with GWS. They're sitting there waiting. They're waiting for the siren. That's what they're waiting for.
Caddy kicks to the members' wing again. Nankervis with Taylor for company. Nankervis knocked it down. Taken to the full by Perryman. Hand pass to Taylor, off to Hopper. Hopper off to Williams. Kicks the Giants inside 50. Too high that kick. Intercepted by David Asprey. Asprey kicks out to the right back pocket. Broad, who didn't even know the Tigers were in the grand final when he was concussed last week. He needed to look it up on the internet. He goes out wide. Ellis, who kicks to the wing where the mark's taken by Rioli. Rioli's southern wing for Richmond. The Tigers leading by 71 points at the 23-minute mark of the last. Kick to Cochin, superb in the corridor.
Go on your
he
own.
plays on with a bounce, runs to 50. This would bring the house down. What a passage of play to watch from Captain Koch. Every Richmond player gets to Richmond's inspirational leader. Dustin Martin turns to the Tiger faithful and flexes his muscles. Richmond has flexed its muscles and pounded GWS. 15-12, 102 to the Giants, 3-7-25. Cochin ran from the centre corridor and slotted it from 50 on the fly.
Well, that's the joy of sharing the ball around. They just share it so well with each other. They just chipped around and held the ball and no one came to him. In the end, they had to go through the middle of the ground and there's Cochin. Why wouldn't you kick it to him? How good is he? What a player and what a captain.
Official crowd, 100,014. So for those who like to play these things at home, 8 less than last year. There were those 8 people. As the Giants get the clearance through Green, who rode the bump from Edwards. He sends it inside forward 50. Another defensive mark.
Yeah, protected well by his teammates.
Asprey was terrific. He gave it to Caddy, moves it across, half back again to Prestia, and then out to Broad. In a weird way, fitting this grand final, the VFL AFL's first ever expansion club in Richmond when they joined in 1908 against the newest expansion team in the Giants. But the extra 111 years or so, it's going to pay off as the Tigers go inside forward 50 again. At the back, Reid from the marking contest. He got a hand pass away and Taylor sees it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Kelly Underwood downstairs.
Oh, we're in full party mode now. Up come the assistant coaches one by one. Justin Lepich embracing. The whole bench is up, the Tigers bench. But one thing, Marlon Pickett is on the bench. There are a few fans, Tigers supporters behind me saying, get him out there so he can win another Norm Smith. Just check, Alistair, most metres gained on the field this afternoon, because I think he might be leading that stat as well.
560 for him. He is leading that one. It is one of the great fairy tales. The Tigers, they might get one more. Boston kicks towards left half forward.
Coming out together. Oh, Shaw couldn't take it. Behind him was Martin. Martin for the sealer! In an unbelievable result. They have absolutely crushed the Giants. That's the icing on a massive cake. Martin with 4. They'll be celebrating in Richmond long and hard. A second premiership in 3 years. 16-12, 108 to the Giants. 3-7-25, 26 gone. Kelly Underwood on the boundary.
Yes, and here he comes, the man of the moment. Damien Hardwick's just made his way up the stairs at the interchange gates. First player he embraced, Liam Baker. The second player, Marlon Pickett. And just to watch the two, Damien Hardwick, what a selection it was. Such a bombshell court selection during the week. And they are hugging and they're embracing and they don't want to let go of each other right at this minute.
I'm tipping it won't be his last game either, Kel.
Oh, dear. What a week it's been in football, as they used to say. Out of the middle of the ground, Nankervis. So Richmond finds Riewoldt on his chest directly in front. He might have the last kick of the game for his 5th. 45 metres out, Jack Riewoldt. Goes back into the centre square. Spins the ball in his hands to the punt road end fittingly. Jack Riewoldt comes through the centre square as the seconds tick down. Kicks from 52. Not a bad looking kick. That is absolutely brilliant. Jack Riewoldt's kicked 5 in an AFL Grand Final. He said he was an honorary member of the Killers after his performance on Grand Final Day a couple of years ago. Well, every Richmond player has been a trained killer today. GWS has been completely slaughtered. 17-12, 114. Plays 3-7-25. 28-minute mark, final term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, there's only a couple of seconds left in this game. Nice and fitting for the Tigers to finish off with a very good last quarter when they've piled on 5 goals to demolish the GWS. They'll never forget this game, GWS. You never leaves you when you lose one like this. Never leave you.
It's been flawless from start to finish. Absolutely flawless from Richmond. It's a premiership masterpiece from the Tigers. All in yellow and black. How rich a time to be a Tiger. A 12th AFL flag.
In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win forever in Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
GWS kicked the opening goal of this game, but it was all Richmond from there. And there are scenes of celebration on the MCG. Tigers leaping into one another's arms. They came to a prelim last year and they bowed out against Collingwood when back-to-back premierships beckoned. But a second flag in 3 years for the Tigers, who'd gone 37 years without one prior to that. What scenes of jubilation for the Tigers.
A fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
Richmond wins the 2019 Grand Final by 89 points. Kelly Underwood, what scenes at ground level?
Oh, incredible. What I'm watching right now, Alistair, there's about 8 little kids wearing number 50 on their back, making their way to the centre of the ground. 4 of them are Marlon Pickett's kids, and they are frantically looking for their father right now. They're looking around in the centre of the ground. Just keep an eye on them. They're still lost, looking for Dad. They'll get there eventually. So it's almost like the Tigers crash from downstairs has been let out onto the ground to celebrate with all the dads.
So Marlon Jr., who's 9, Latrell, who's 8, Shanakwe, who's 4, and Levi, who's 2. Pickett's 4 children with him, and his mum and dad have made the trip across as well. It is a truly wonderful moment in Australian sport.
Mark McClure and Brad Saul, this is a hell of a football team that we've been lucky enough to watch today.
Yeah, it certainly is. They were clearly the best team for the second half of the year, and their last 6 quarters of football have been nothing short of phenomenal. As I made the remark during the call, we're so enamoured about their tap-on, knock-on forward waves of running, but it was their pressure game that really brought the Giants undone. And the Giants they matched them for 15 minutes, and that was about it. And then it became a slow burn. The Tigers sort of gained control, and we're used to seeing waves of momentum throughout a game, but it was just one wave, and it was all yellow and black. Unfortunately, there was no orange wave to counter any of that, and it was one-way traffic. And the result is probably befitting the Tigers, given the year that they've had.
Oh, no, they're terrific. They're the most watchable team in the competition, and they have been for 3 years now. They've been fantastic. After they won their first grand final against Adelaide and broke their hearts as favourites, they lost the preliminary final last year, but this year they made the grand final. They pushed Geelong out of the way. Geelong's a highly talented side, and they pushed them out of the way. And then all of a sudden, away you go. They pushed themselves into the grand final. And they took on I would say, limp, ill-equipped, and not quite up to a grand final side in GWS at this stage. They made it, but you know what? They weren't quite good enough to do something. I love the way their numbers are behind the ball. And every time you go to a contest, there's not 1, there's 2, 3, 4 around that area, pushing and shoving. And that's what you call teamwork. Some people say a handball to someone. Sometimes you've got to help someone else. But their teamwork is A-grade in the competition. Some of the other coaches should look at that style and try and follow that style if you can, because let me tell you, it works and they win.
Now, Kelly Underwood down at ground level, I think Marlon Pickett may have found his kids.
Oh, finally he's been reunited, has he? They were taking a while, the 4 little kids. They look completely overwhelmed and very, very shy. We can see Peggy O'Neill just embracing Damien Hardwick right now. A very long hug. I know that Trent Cotchin is in the middle there. He's kneeling down and he's got his 2 daughters either side. And, of course, the newborn son who's been held, I think it's by his wife out there, and also Basher Hooley with a couple of his little girls on either hip. So great scenes in the centre of the MCG, and it feels like the stadium is still full. The Giants fans are sticking around to watch this presentation, and the Tigers fans behind me absolutely just dancing in the aisles at the moment. Why wouldn't you?
It is the 3rd biggest margin in AFL VFL grand final history. So Geelong by 119 in 2007 over Port Adelaide, Hawthorn in 1988 by 96 points over Melbourne, and now Richmond by 89 points over GWS in the 2019 AFL Grand Final. We'll bring you all the presentations during the lap of honour. Hopefully Kell will be able to get a word with a player or two. Then we'll get you into the Richmond rooms. We'll have Brett Sprigg in the Giants rooms as well as we wrap up the 2019 decider. The final score here at the MCG, Richmond 17-12, 114. The Giants 3-7-25. The grand final played in front of 100,014. The goal kickers for Richmond, Jack Riewoldt kicked 5. That's a career high equal in a final. He kicked 3 in the second quarter and 2 in the last. Martin kicked 4. Would have to be every chance of winning a second Norm Smith medal. Lynch kicked 2. And he'll get that premiership medallion that he so sought around his neck very shortly. Goals to Marlon Pickett, who had a superb debut in an AFL grand final. The first player of a Richmond variety since 1920, and Billy James to win a premiership in his first game.
Damien Hardwick showing the sort of quick movement that most of his players had today, almost avoiding the sport drink shower that Nankervis and Martin tried to put all over. He did really well to back away, but he got a few bits on the ends.
Along with the single goal of Pickett, also singles to Soldo, Bolton, Lambert and Cochin, who kicked a magnificent goal on the run, bursting through the centre square a couple of minutes before the final siren. For GWS, only 3 goals in this AFL Grand Final. Hopper with 1, Cameron with 1 and Himmelberg with 1. Lessons will be learnt, disappointment will be felt. Richmond by 89 points. The two groups of players are getting ready for the presentations here. It affords us the opportunity to get a few more thoughts from Brad Sewell and Mark McClure on what we witnessed today.
So there's a foregone conclusion for the second half. What I really liked about the Tigers, bizarrely, when the siren went, that every single player in their squad was down the boundary line and was wearing their Richmond jumper with their number on the back. Now, it's cold down there, so beneath that jumpers invariably they had their hoodies on and whatnot. But it gives you some sort of insight of what Richmond have been able to build over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, because those players that weren't a part of the 22 that played out there today, they sprinted onto the ground when the siren went, and they were as much a part of that, and they are right now down there on the ground with the 22 that played.
They're the ultimate team, and the ultimate team wins. And I mean, you played in great teams, Brad, Sully, and you know, I mean, you know what it feels like. It's a great feeling. You know, you don't want to let anyone down and all that, and that's how they play. Their defence is just spectacular to watch how they operate and organise themselves behind the ball. And Grimes is a general in that area. And then you go to the midfield and Cochin's the general in that area. And you go up forward, you know, Jack's the general there. They actually understand and how to use space, have space, and work for each other and share it and care for each other. That's the key. Unfortunately, GWS haven't learnt that yet. And they're a long way off at this stage. But you know what? I'm proud of them getting there, to tell you the truth. And their fans for coming down. They were just a little ill-equipped to actually take on a team with the balance and style and poise of Richmond.
Speaking of balance, poise and class, to be honest, Sellers, Trent Cotchin has just left his celebrating teammates to make a solo mission over to all of the GWS players and exchange a handshake with Phil Davis. So as much as they revel in celebration here, still sparing a thought for the opposition. That sums up the Tigers in a way. They're a classy outfit.
They're good citizens. That's what they are. That's why they work. You know, I mean, ratbags don't do that. So it's about being a good citizen, a good person, and they are that.
I mean, the Giants all season had battled manfully and coped with the losses of the superstars that were on the boundary line and were injured throughout the year, but it caught up with them in a real rush today. And that's invariably what happens. I mean, they've probably got, 3-4 of their starting 18 out?
Yeah.
That would have, led this side in a completely different manner. But as I said, unfortunately, it's just caught up with them today.
Taranto battled gainfully in the middle of the ground. He's on his own, though, really, when you think about it. There was no one else for the midfield. Zach Williams didn't have a lot. Hopper hardly touched it. It was just ordinary. But he was on his own in the middle. He worked hard. Very good player, Taranto. Strong and tough. And really and truthfully, they got beaten in an area where they usually win, which is a clearance area. And you can't do that.
Let's go down and join the presentations here. Hamish McLaughlin is in charge.
Toyota, represented today by the President and CEO of the Toyota Motor Corporation Australia, Matthew Callahor. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd now like to invite 1975, 76, 79 and 1983 Grand Final field umpire, 303 games in total, Kevin Smith, to present the AFL umpires Grand Final medals, and invite field umpire Sean Ryan to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
So Sean Ryan officiating today along with Ray Chamberlain and Matt Stevic. Stevic in his 7th grand final, Ryan his 8th, and Chamberlain his 3rd.
Well done, Sean and team, and thank you, Kevin. The Giants, they had a magnificent season and were gallant in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome the captain of the Giants, Phil Davis, to say a few words on a very tough afternoon.
First of all, Damien, Trent, the whole Richmond Football Club, congratulations. You've been an outstanding club for many years. You set the bar again this year. To the Giants Footy Club as a whole, to the fans, thank you so much for all your support this year. We might be small in numbers, but we've got a big heart. To the players, we'll be back.
Always speaks so well, Phil Davis, in victory or defeat.
Thanks, Phil. Please join me now in welcoming Simon Black to present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judged as best of field in the 2019 Toyota AFL Grand Final. And the winner of the Norm Smith Medal is number 4 again, Dustin Martin.
What an inspired performance on the biggest stage again. 4 goals, 22 disposals, 12 contested possessions, 4 inside 50s, 372 metres gained. This will be short and sweet.
I'd just like to thank the AFL and their major partners. Thanks to all the fans for coming out. Thanks, GWS. Yellow and black!
It's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 22 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition for the NAB AFL Auskick program. They'll now present medallions to each player of the winning team. Richmond's number 1, Nick Vlauston.
He has had a key influence in all of this for Richmond. A defence depleted without Alex Rance. He's been one of the intercept kings back there for the Tigers. Nick Vlauston with a 2nd premiership medallion.
Number 2, Dylan Grimes.
A 2nd premiership for Dylan Grimes, and he adds a premiership medal in 2019 to his All-Australian honour. 14 disposals today and 11 marks for contested possessions.
Number 3, Dion Prestia.
What a season, what a final series. 22 disposals today for Dion Prestia. He too wins a 2nd premiership, having made the move from the Gold Coast Suns.
Number 4, Dustin Martin.
There is almost nothing this man cannot do. A dual premiership player, a dual Norm Smith medalist. He was outstanding today with 4 goals and 22 touches, 3
Number
clearances.
5, Brandon Ellis.
If it is his farewell to Richmond, he farewells the Tigers in style. Gold Coast have made a very lucrative offer, and Ellis leaves the Tigers with 2 premierships.
Jack Revolt.
One of the Tigers' most popular, and again, one of their best. Today, with 5 goals, 8 marks, 13 disposals, and he brings Poppy up on stage as well.
Number 10, Shane Edwards.
They used to say he was an underrated player. Not anymore. He's one of the true greats of the competition and a much-loved member of this Richmond side.
Good stuff, Waddy. Number 11, Jason Castagna.
Had 20 disposals today as he picks up a 2nd premiership, but what could have been 5 behinds and 1 out of bounds on the full. It will matter not as he receives his medal.
Number 12, David Asprey.
What a partnership he has formed with Dylan Grimes as the two key position players in defence. Had to step up in the absence of Alex Rance. Done a superb job.
Number 14, Basha Hooley.
No one touched the ball more today for the Tigers. 26 disposals, 14 kicks and 12 hand passes, 9 contested possessions. It's a second premiership and he adds to his 2019 All-Australian honour.
Number 15, Jaden Short.
Didn't play in the 2017 grand final. A rookie in 2015. Here is his moment as he's presented with a premiership medallion.
Number 17, Daniel Rioli.
You need a Rioli to win a premiership, it seems. And a second time that Daniel has won one with the Tigers. A goal today for Daniel Rioli. On top of that, 12 disposals.
Number 19, Tom Lynch.
The huge off-season signing. He kicks 2 goals in a grand final for Richmond. He kicks 63 for the season. Tiger Tom, the premiership forward.
Number 22, Josh Caddy.
Influential today with 6 inside 50s from his 19 disposals. And what a way to celebrate your birthday. A second premiership for Caddy.
Number 23, Kane Lambert.
Richmond's running man. Another player who had to fight for his opportunities at AFL level. He has taken them. A second premiership for Kane Lambert.
Number 25, Toby Nankervis.
And a second premiership for Nankervis as well. The 25-year-old in jumper number 25. 17 disposals for him today and 5 marks.
Number 29, Shea Bolton.
Another of the half dozen out there today for Richmond who have tasted premiership success for the first time. Everything he does looks so casual, just coolly, calmly wandering up onto the stage to collect the spoils of victory.
Number 35, Nathan Broad.
A former plumber who's so adept at fixing any of the leaks in Richmond's defence. A second premiership for Nathan Broad. 13 disposals today, 5 marks as well.
Number 47, Ivan Soldo.
Listen to that. Don't they love him? Ivan, more reason to cheer as Soldo goes up. One of the Tigers' cult figures. The first premiership medallion for Ivan Soldo.
Number 48, Liam Baker.
A first premiership for Baker from the tiny WA wheatbelt town of Dingaran. They'll be celebrating there tonight.
What a story this is. Number 50, Marlon Pickett.
Listen to that. The Norm Goss medalist in the VFL, the premiership for Richmond seconds last week. On debut. On grand final day in the AFL, he is a premiership player. That is the definition of an extraordinary story.
Premiership captain again, number 9, Trent Cotchin.
And for the second time, Cotchin will climb the steps to receive a premiership medal and the Premiership Cup. 13 disposals today with 8 marks.
And the coach, Damien Hardwick.
How satisfied this man must be.
Would you now please welcome Mark Williams to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2019 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Damien Hardwick of the Tigers.
He wrote all of his players a letter in the lead up to the prelim. He's given them gifts all year. The greatest gift he's given is his coaching ability. Here's Trent Cotchin.
Yeah, first and foremost, well done to the Giants. An amazing year, an incredible final series. You continue to show up, and I'm sure at some stage in the near future it'll be you guys standing here. The AFL partners and Channel 7 obviously do an amazing job supporting our great game, and I just wanted to say thank you to you guys. Our partners, Jeep, Nib, Puma, Otterbox, Swinburne and Host Plus. Football clubs don't run without the support from you amazing organisations, and we just wanted to say thank you so much for your ongoing support. To the Richmond staff, our families and our players, we really are blood brothers, and I can't believe we've done it again.
Thank you. To our opponents today, GWS, you're incredibly brave. To come from where you did through adversity throughout the season, very similar to our tale. Wasn't quite your day tonight, but we admire your club very much and wish you all the best for season 2020 next year. To all the major partners of the AFL, we thank you for putting on the great show. To the fans, we thank you for coming out. To Jeep, to Nib, to Host Plus, to Puma, we thank you for your continued support. You've been wonderful for our football club. To Brendan Gale and Peggy, you are superstars. To our wonderful playing group, 1 through 55, whatever numbers we've got, you are simply stunning as a football side. You are wonderful to watch, wonderful to coach. And finally, to the Tiger Army, we'll see you at Swan Street.
They've already closed it, Dimmer. Look out, Richmond. Now, while all of this is going on, Marlon Pickett's kids are in the middle of the MCG playing their own game of football, all 4 of them.
Tiger Army, so thank you.
The final thank you, Trent Cotchin. So the Pickett children, all 4 of them, tackles left, right and centre, balks. Let's go back to the presentation.
And Damien Hardwick.
Maureen Hafey, the Hafey name, so strongly etched into the history of the Richmond Football Club. The great Tommy Hafey. Maureen, his wife, there to present the Premiership Cup to Trent Cotchin and Damien Hardwick as the Tigers confirm their place as one of the great teams of the 21st century. The 12th time the Tigers have lifted a Premiership Cup. Their second in 3 seasons. Every player piles onto the stage. The yellow and black confetti goes everywhere. They disappear behind it. And the Giants slowly, gut-wrenchingly disappear from the MCG, having kicked just 3 goals, but learnt plenty of lessons from their first trip to the MCG on grand final day. The Tigers winners 17-12-114. The Giants 3-7-25. We'll just keep an eye on a couple of the Giants here as they go off the ground. Heath Shaw among them, playing in his 27th final today. We wonder what the future holds for players like he and Shane Mumford. They're just wandering off the ground as we speak. At the back of them all, is Heath Shaw, and he looks like a man who is contemplating post-football. He's looking at the ground. He's being consoled by officials.
He was in tears with Stephen Cornelio in the centre square while some of the presentations were going on. So whether that's just the emotion of this or something more, I'd lean towards something more. Kelly Underwood downstairs.
And it's a great point. There were a lot of little side issues happening while the presentation was happening. One of them was Alex Rance, who's wearing the number 18 jumper, his jumper over his tracksuit top. He made his way into the Giants huddle and he found Brett Deledio, and they hugged and they hung on and they hung on and they hung on. And Alex Rance was wiping tears away from his cheek, and Deledio was in tears as well. So there's always these stories, isn't there? Amid all the celebration and the euphoria, there is the heartbreak. But the two of them on the edge of right at the back of the Giants huddle, two former teammates, two great mates, who really finished tonight with a very, very different feeling to what these Tigers premiers are feeling at the moment.
And he went to shore as well, Alex Rance, to see Stephen Cornelio, who you would know as a West Australian junior, but a big hug as well, as you could see the glassy eyes from Heath Shaw. So the Giants are off the ground. The Tigers head to the punt road end where the Tiger Army waits. And this will be a mighty cheer when they raise the cup in front of them again, Al.
It's a special moment for Richmond, and it does confirm this side's status as a very special team. Brad Sewell and Mark McClure, when you think what they've achieved across the last 3 seasons now. We talk about the Brisbane side of the early 2000s, Brad Sewell's sides during the 2000s as well, and Geelong, and now Richmond, having won 2 premierships in the past 3 years. And they go down to the punt road end to celebrate. The cup is being lifted high in the air. Shane Edwards has got a piece of it at the moment. They're sharing it all around, and now they'll share it with the Tiger Army.
Complete no domination, fellas.
Yeah.
The second half of the year, in particular, they had...
Is it 13 straight?
I think
how many?
12
straight.
Yeah. And I mean, they just had to get through that first half of the year. They had a lot of injuries early, off the back of a really disappointing prelim last year. And you could see that was driving them to a certain extent. And they just slowly built themselves over the last 8-10 weeks in particular. And as I said, they primed themselves. The timing and the peak condition that the side was in, and the unison and the dynamism that they were playing with is something I don't think we've seen.
Well, they were 19 points down at the half-time last week, at half-time. And from that moment on, they just demolished that side. They kicked 2 goals after that, Geelong. And these blokes have kicked 3 in 4 quarters. 5 goals kicked on them in 6 quarters. That is extraordinary work on its own. And the defence is so solid. But they are a very good side. And who says they can't win it again? There'd be a brave man who could say, hey, listen, I'm going to back against them, because they are just in great form. They've got a good bunch of players. Lynch should be pinching himself. I've gone to the right place. He thought he was going to go to Collingwood. Oh, no. I went to Richmond, and they delivered, or they helped me deliver. And this is a very humble lot. You know, the Richmond guys, which is good.
Just looking
What's
down here,
Jack
Sellers. Jack's come over to Carly, his wife, and little Poppy as well, who's in the arms of Carly. So all the Richmond players posed for a photo, sitting on the fence down behind the goals at the punt road end with the cheer squad in the background. And Jack wanted to get across to the family and share a moment with them as well.
Said, I should have won the Norm Smith.
He had a reasonable case with 5 goals, but Dusty got it done again.
Their record here is, and I know it's a home ground for them, but it's nothing short of sensational. If you go back since round 1 2017, the start of this run, they've now played 45 and have won 40. That is a remarkable effort. And that's not about the home ground at the MCG. That's just about how good they've been as a football club over 3 seasons. It is staggering to think about that.
There's no denying them. And today was powerful. Powerful display.
Basher Hooley and Trent Cotton are now making their way over to their families as well. As the players make their way around the ground, so we're hoping Kelly Underwood will be able to get a chat or two as they parade their premiership medallions and the premiership cup around the MCG, this glorious Richmond side that has brought so much joy to so many, and the Tiger Army, it being so strong and a vibrant force again in football, has just been superb for the game, what they bring.
Can you think of a better story in Australian sport than what Marlon Pickett can present to everyone now? From what he's had to overcome to just play at state league level was a major achievement, and he dominated there and then got an opportunity thanks to the mid-season draft, and then became the first player in nearly 70 years to make his debut in a grand final. And it was a debut that if it was round 4 against some team in the middle of nowhere, you'd still go, that's a great debut. This was the grand final, and he would have been in calculations for the best player on the ground, the Norm Smith medal. It is one of the true fairy tales of Australian sport.
No doubt about it. He's in calculation for the biggest roar.
Yeah, he was.
By far.
Hands down.
Absolutely. So they know his name now. Hasn't taken long.
No, he will become talk about the cult heroes, and they've got a few of them. He's instantly put himself down as one of the cult heroes.
It'll be
for the Richmond Football Club.
It'll be a trivia question in 30 years' time.
Kelly Underwood, what can you see downstairs?
You're watching Jack Revolt at the moment. He's such an introvert, isn't he? He's standing on the boundary fence. He is the only player doing this. He grabbed the Premiership Cup. He was a little bit wobbly. He got the boots stable. He stood up on the boundary fence at the punt road end in front of the cheer squad. He turned to them and he held both hands up in triumph. The right hand had the Premiership Cup, and he just sneakily looked over his shoulder and made sure all the snappers captured that moment. He is on cloud 9 at the moment, Jack Revolt, and that is a very scary thought, isn't it?
He deserves the spotlight, doesn't he? I mean, he's contributed during the finals in a different way, and there's a really selfless aspect to the way Jack Revolt has played his football in the last 5 years or so. But there's still that want within him to be the star as well, naturally, and to kick 5 in a grand final, that's a seriously special day.
You have to fill your side up with all different types, I'm going to tell you. You can't just have boring people inside, and you can't just have introverts and extroverts, and you've got to have. There's 1,000 people make up a village, and you need all types, and he's one of them.
And that's
unique.
That's what Richmond have done, isn't it? And he's probably the antithesis of the turnaround of this side. His persona from the outside looking in, I don't know him personally, but his persona from the outside looking in, he was a bit of a rat bag, bit of a rabbit, bit of a selfish type player.
He was early, no doubt about that.
And that's my point. The moment he turned that around, and obviously that came from the club in some capacity, that's when the club turned around. And you spoke about the need for a club to be a community, and for community to be all of these different personalities, different individuals. Richmond have embraced those individuals, and they have let these individuals grow and flourish and be themselves within this group, and this is the result.
Yeah, but not on the field, they don't. No. They can do it anytime they want, anywhere else, but not when you're on the green grass.
Yeah.
What's this moment like, Sully, as you make your way around the ground with the Premiership Cup, and all your fans they've flooded as close to the fence as they possibly can to cherish the moment with you?
This is the most remarkable moment, almost of my career. In the 2008, I've seen photos of my face that I haven't, a look on my face that I've never seen before, and it's just complete and utter elation. And I guess the moment you can absorb it and soak it in, there is nothing else like it. It's just pure ecstasy.
Can you see your family and friends in the crowd? Are you looking for them?
You can pick out and point out a number of different faces that you recognise, and you've got an idea of where they're sitting. But a lot of the time at this point, I'd say the families are trying to make their way down to the rooms, because the rooms will be overflowing. They'll be jam-packed. And they're having a great time themselves. Don't worry about that. They've had a few under their belt too, and they're enjoying it as much as the players are and amongst their friends.
How long does the buzz last for?
Quite a while, in terms of it being 3 or 4 days of you actually staying together. But the moments that you share now with the group are really sparse, and they're hard to get because you get pulled in so many different directions. So all of a sudden, once these guys leave and they go downstairs, they're mobbed, they're swamped. And then they'll have a 5-10 minute period in the coaches' room where Dimmer will address them, and then you get pulled out again. And that's almost it. As that group of 22 or the 50-odd or whatever it is, it's hard to actually get that time together and share in it and spend it amongst each other.
I haven't looked at the text message line for a while. It's pretty much blown up. Plenty of texts coming in from all over the place. Many celebrating this Richmond triumph by 89 points, 17-12, 114 to 3-7-25 as the Tigers make their way around the ground at the moment with the Premiership Cup. We'll turn to a few of your messages on 0437 774 774. Dusty gave the best acceptance speech, says one Tigers fan. Congratulations, Richmond. 2019 AFL Premiers. Go Tigers from Elaine, the cake maker from Toowoomba. Congrats, Tigers. For Giants and all others weeping and gnashing of teeth in Melbourne Primal Scream Room, followed by intensive garden exercise program. All with peace and love, says one listener. And John from Caulfield reckons, well, we may not have a Tasmanian AFL team yet, but Tasmanian Jack Rewalt kicked 5 goals in a winning team. So the Tigers continue to make their way around the southern side. And a big fence has gone up for the post-match entertainment that we're going to see here at ground level. So maybe there's some hurdling to be done in just a moment. As the Tigers go around the southern wing, they've created a block. So they're going to have to get through the fence and keep going around to the city and wait to see what transpires there in just a moment. There is yellow and black confetti all over the MCG. And lots of the Tigers youngsters have been out there having a heck of a time playing and all of that. The footy match that the Pickets were playing has ceased.
Which does go to prove kids will be kids. And this presentation isn't gone on too long.
Has Dad got his medal yet?
Yeah,
right. Okay.
Yeah, chance to
Let's go kick the footy.
Let's have a go.
No problem.
Brilliant.
Completely oblivious to the 100,000 people watching on, being thoroughly entertained by it all as well. This is some celebration for Richmond, a 12th premiership. After they'd waited so long. It did have a different feel about it this year with Richmond, didn't it, when you think back to 2017 and the 37-year drought and the outpouring of emotion from club greats who'd waited so long to see another premiership. And you look at the list demographic, Mark McClure and Brad Saul, there's nothing to suggest that Richmond's going to do anything but succeed in the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I agree. Again, the thing that stands out for mine, and there's an article in today's paper about an exercise Richmond did at the beginning of the year. It's that genuine feeling of gratitude and empathy and the love and care that they've generated within the group. And there was an article written a little while ago, I can't remember who wrote it, but the premise of the article was generally that trust and care within a group you build on field. And that's built over years and years of playing together, and then you sort of carry that off field. Richmond have actually done that in reverse, and they've built that brotherhood and that bond and the blood brothers I think Cochin referred to in his acceptance speech. They've built that off field, and that translates so clearly on field into the manner that they play.
Yeah, but you're trusted and respected on your actions too. Off the field and on the field.
Oh, of course.
And that's how it operates. And if you start to mess them up, you know what? You lose it. You lose that ounce of that trust. I don't want to be with you anymore. We want someone who can. And there's people being moved out and some are coming in. 6 different ones today played in their first grand final from 2 years ago, which I think's great. You've got to turn over 20% a year, I reckon, in most sides. And I'm sure that the Clarkson would have said that to you as well.
Yeah, and presumably that'll occur again. There's already talk of Alice moving on and potentially being another club. And the realities are you cannot keep a group together because at some point in time, these players are going to get offers from other clubs, whether it be via opportunity or money, that you just can't say no to.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does, but then they don't want to go, some of them.
Yep, and they won't begrudge each other for that either way.
But you didn't want to leave your club.
No, of course not.
And I didn't want to leave my club because we're a ball.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Sellers, you won your last premiership in 1982, and obviously you wouldn't have had a concert after the grand final and that type of thing, but...
Oh, I had a little concert.
Did you? Who'd you have?
Oh, we had our...
You had a sing-along?
No, we just had our own sort of fun. We made our own fun in the rooms.
We went to the lodge.
I'd like to know about that.
Went
Sort
up
of
to the
fun,
lodge.
fellas.
You did go
Hey,
to the lodge.
Let's sort
You've
of
been to
fun
the
with
lodge,
that.
Sellers?
No, I
Sully?
missed out on the lodge experience. You've
Lodge
still got
is
a crockery at
fantastic.
home, haven't you?
I have not.
Hey?
Wayne Hart's
You
got
some
plenty of it. Don't
you got
worry
some
about
knife and forks just on the
it. I do
mantelpiece
pay
somewhere?
taxes, you know. I pay taxes. I'm allowed to do that.
How are the
Little
metal
souvenir,
detectors going at the airport,
I'm all
Sellers?
for it. Look, it was interesting to do and great to do and experiences that you don't get elsewhere or any time else. So I don't take it for granted, but had a lot of fun and enjoyed. But I tell you what, these guys from GWS will never forget their day at the MCG.
Well, you look at it, I
When
mean,
you have a loss, and you've had a loss, you can't. You sit there in your bed. I should have done this. I could have done that, and it goes through you all the time. It lasts for years, years, and years.
will they get back there? Will they get another opportunity
We'll see.
to right it?
Will see.
I think so. Given who wasn't on the park for them today, and how deep and how well they went this year, albeit they're a little bit scratchy into the last month, but they gave themselves an opportunity. I think they'll get back here again, and they'll be better for it.
You
They'll
think of
have
that
a
West
lot-
Coast
They'd have
side
to be.
that came in 91 to Waverley and got pummeled by Hawthorn and then returned the following year and did a job on Geelong and then won another premiership a couple of years later as well. How much do you learn from the losses on the big stage, especially when it's your first time in that environment?
It's obviously important that it does sit within them and they take it into their pre-season. They've got proud players. They've got a number of proud players. They're becoming a proud club. And their performances today, a lot of these guys are going to wrestle with over the course of the next couple of weeks and then carry that into pre-season.
So was playing Davis a mistake?
I can't say that. I'm not saying that. I don't think that was the right, but he didn't have much body contact on Jack. He couldn't keep the pace with him. But is it a mistake? That's not up for me to say. It's up for them to say. They'll know. And I tell you who'll know better? He will. Davis will know whether he was capable of competing or not. I didn't see a lot of him competing.
Paul from G-Town on the SMS 0437 774 774. He says GWS will win the next 3 premierships. Mark my words.
Where's that bloke from?
G-Town. Is that Georgetown? Giantstown?
Giantstown.
Giantstown?
Geelong?
He might be a bit biased.
That's from
Might be. Let's go down to Kelly Underwood, who is down at ground level. Gee, they're doing the old slow lap. They're soaking it up, Kel. We hope they make it round to you shortly.
Well, this is the big question, Alistair. I'd hate to see a Tigers fan revolt down here, but just to point out that people are listening, the fans were obviously, the team was on the podium and then they headed straight to their cheer squad at the Punt Road end, and they've started their lap of honour right around the southern side of the stadium, and they're they're at the end right behind the city side goals at the moment, but they're near the top of the race, and it looks like they might be ushered down the race into the rooms, which means fans down here, they're about 4 or 5 deep, waiting and waiting on the northern side of the stadium, and if they skip them, I don't think the fans standing around me will be very happy indeed. So we'll wait and see what happens, but it looks like they could be ushered down the race into their rooms.
If they do, we'll be with them very shortly, and that's the other part of the celebration. You have the on-field celebration and then that moment where you go into the rooms with your teammates afterwards and you almost shut the outside world out a little bit. Sellers, there are plenty of friends and family and those that have contributed to the success.
You know what's going to happen here if they don't? They're going to walk, all of them are going to walk straight past the Channel 7 broadcast, and they could very well swamp the entire desk.
Well, Koch has just gone and sat down at the desk with one of his daughters on his shoulders.
Well, they probably asked him to.
So
I think Jack will be standing on the desk, won't he?
lying across the side of it.
Hey, look at me.
I think they're bypassing. They're trying to go around, aren't they? They're trying to make their way towards the members' side of the ground. But you then get the opportunity to take the cup into your rooms where you've got the key people who've been involved, not necessarily on the field, but involved with the club, who are such an important part of your premiership success as well.
Yeah, they really are. There's so much that goes into putting that 22 on the park every week, from the entire support staff, from the property stewards to the medical team to the conditioning staff and the dietitians, the entire periphery, and they are as much a part of it, and they enjoy, like they're a team within a team. They get as much enjoyment out of it as everybody else, as well they should. So, as I said, it's hard to steal little moments with the exclusive group because you get pulled in so many different directions, and you're sharing it with all of your family and friends at the same time.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Look, those people deserve a touch of you and a feel of you and a chat too. And everyone wants that, needs that. And until they get that, they don't feel satisfied. And that's fine. And I mean, sometimes some people are brushed, but that's not the way it should go. It's about, being kind to people. And I think that's where the Tigers are really good.
Who were the winners for GWS today? So we'll stick with the Tigers a fair bit once they get into the room. So from your perspective, Sellers and Sawley, who could put their hand up today for the Giants and say that they actually played a really meaningful role on Grand Final day?
Taranto was very good. Oh, no, he was solid. Had 30-odd possessions. He had 15 contested. So he was, really, really solid in that area there. So his clearance work was strong. His tackles were high. He had 7 tackles. He wasn't. He holds his head high. He hasn't got many partners with him. He sure plays down back. Ball was there a lot. Green was okay without being fantastic, just average. Williams, same. Look, it gets pretty ordinary. I mean, Josh Kelly had a really poor day for him on about 14 possessions. That's well below par for Josh Kelly. He's a 30-plusser, and he'll be hurting himself too today. There's a lot of hurting, I tell you.
So you look at, disposals alone, 362 to 361.
Yeah.
But if you were to name the 20 most influential players on the field, how many would the Giants have?
17 or 18.
Yeah, they
don't have any. Richmond would have 17 or 18.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't have many with that, and that's just a complete weight of numbers. Isn't it? Moralisation.
Although I taught a lesson today.
Jason Castagna is the only player who's decided to break with convention and pork his way through those ushering them down into the rooms. He came across to his one of his relatives, Kelly, right down near you to have a hug and a bit of a moment, but they're being kept at bay, these Tigers.
They are. They're taking their time. They're in no rush. Why should they be, really? And look, these fans around me will wait probably all night just to get a glimpse or touch one of the premiership heroes. So they've only really gone half the ground so far. They haven't come around the northern side whatsoever. But yes, Jason Castagna broke away, sprinted over towards us. He was clearly looking for a relative in the crowd. There was a big hug. There was a selfie or two, and now he's back with his premiership teammates.
Signatures are being signed on the grand final record. There are selfies being taken. There are celebrations being had. There are moments being savoured. This is such a special time for all of those players and everyone associated with the Richmond Football Club. They have over 100,000 members, the Richmond Football Club. The crowd today is always a point of interest as to whether we get over the 100,000 mark, and that was achieved today with a crowd of 100,014. Richmond led by 7 points at quarter time, 35 at half time, 62 at three-quarter time, and in the end won by 89 points. The Tigers are making their way across towards the members' side of the ground as we speak, so see how much longer it takes to get down into the rooms. But Corbin Middlemass is stationed down there. We'll bring you the song. We'll bring you plenty of interviews from the winning change rooms as well.
In 1973, Richmond won the under-19s, the reserves, and the senior game. This year they've won the VFL and the AFL. That's huge. That's big. Great effort. I mean, it's never been done too many times before, one club.
It's a thriller last week when Richmond's VFL side just hung on against Williamstown, and they could just really celebrate the second half here, the Tigers. The margin was 35 at half-time, but the Tigers very quickly took the game away. They led by 60 by the 13-minute mark of the third quarter. Nick Flostone's making his way around the ground with Nathan Broad. A few high fives are taking place. The Richmond players deeply satisfied with another premiership here at the MCG. Dylan Grimes is with Kelly Underwood.
He is, thank you, Alistair. Dylan Grimes, you're a two-time premiership player. Has it sunk in yet?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's a bloody good feeling, though. I'm just so proud of the boys. We did it the hard way, through injury, through form stuff. It was just unreal.
And, I mean, how do you... I know it's still so early on, but how do you compare the two?
Oh, I think 17 we've come from being, underdogs, haven't won a final in so long, and haven't won a flag in 37 years in 2017. So, yeah, this year we come in with a bit more experience. Obviously a bit more knowledge of what the week was going to look like, and just, execution on the day was brilliant.
Is there a premiership port brewing at home?
Not a port.
What is it?
I've got a bottle of Penfolds Grange put away. I think I might crack at some stage during the week, but first is a beer, I think. I'm looking forward to it.
You deserve it. Go and enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
He's an absolute ripper, isn't he, Dylan Grimes? What a player he's become. He speaks so well. And in the lead up to the grand final, he didn't make it about him. Let's go back down to Kelly.
Josh Caddy, happy 27th birthday?
Yeah, correct. 27 today, so it's a pretty special day.
When did it sink in? At what point in that game did you say, we have got this?
It sounds silly, but you never quite allow yourself to think that. But three-quarter time was going to be pretty tough, but we knew that you want to finish it the right way. And the last sort of 10 minutes of the last quarter were pretty enjoyable, that's for sure. And it's a special day.
You started your career on the Gold Coast Suns with Tom Lynch and Dion Prestia.
Yeah.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah, it is. The three of us started together. We'd all just turned 18. We're really close up there. And to have thought that 9 years later we'd all be playing in a flag together at Richmond is obviously doesn't cross your mind at the time, but it's really special. And just absolutely wrapped for Lynchy. Obviously made a decision to come to us, and it's paid off for him today. And he's a massive reason as to why we're here as well.
And last one, just you personally, does this one mean a little bit more? I mean, I think I'm right in saying you're leading goal kicker in 2017, or right up there. You were in and out of the team this year, struggled to find your spot, and in the end, Damien Hardwick put you on the wing.
2017 was obviously very special, but they're all special. But yeah, to face a little bit of adversity personally, it was sort of reflective of our whole year as a club as well. And yeah, it's pretty special. I think we were 7-6 at one point or something like that. And, didn't lose after the bye. So they're all special, but they're always won in different ways, and it's just the best feeling ever.
What a birthday present! Go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Kelly. Josh Caddy down there with Kelly Underwood. I was going to say about Dylan Grimes, in the lead-up he paid tribute to Alex Rance and the influence he had on him, and how he had helped him become the defender he is, an all-Australian defender now at Richmond. I mean, for so long people talked about this player who was underrated, but I know people like you, Mark McClure and Brad Sewell, had often talked about just how good a player he was. It was just that he wasn't necessarily the star of that back line, and without Rance there, the spotlight really shone on Dylan Grimes.
It's the type of character, I guess, who is happy to let Rance, and that's Rance's personality too, isn't he? He's a big personality.
Huge.
And it was probably a bit more offensive than what Grimes is. Grimes just doesn't lose a one-on-one.
Kelly's got Jack Rewalt.
Jack Rewalt, I interviewed you in the rooms after the prelim final last week. You told me you played like Dave Warner. Today, sir, you played like Steve Smith.
Thanks, Kelly, it's amazing. That's amazing. Our football club's in a fantastic position with the VFL Premiership last week, and obviously capping it off with an AFL one today. I'll remember this for a long, long time. Just the moment of everyone in their jumper. It's a photo. It's going to be very special, and it's going to be a very special celebration too.
And you spent the last half hour cradling Poppy. Does that make it even more special? You win it this time as a father.
It is what football clubs are built around, family, and she's my family, so.
McClure thinks you should have won the Norm Smith.
Maybe if I'd kicked a couple more. Probably missed one I should have kicked over there, but played my role.
And do you know any Paul Kelly words to his songs?
I know a lot of Paul Kelly songs.
Get up there, get up there, get up there. There you go, guys.
Well done, Kel.
He'll be there for sure.
There has to be a player in Richmond that can actually read on the axe as well. On the guitar. And if Jack can't, I reckon he might fake it anyway.
The drums, he'd be doing the lot. Be one-man band.
They almost look like they're going to do a second lap now after we wondered whether they'd actually get around. Now they're going on past the punt road into the ground again.
Here's Rance and Grimes just walking through the confetti together, arm in arm.
You mentioned about what they make and what they mean as a club and as a group. What about the decision of Sean Grigg during the year, which actually freed up a spot on the list and allowed them to get Pickett in because he made the decision that he would retire? That's just, it's emblematic of what they're like as a footy club.
Yeah, it is. So that in itself was an incredibly selfless move. And he's struggling with injuries. It was a back at some point in time as well. So again, this essence that somehow Richmond have managed to distill has made them the envy of all clubs within the country.
Because it would have been an easy thing to stay on the list. We'll see how we go. Maybe eke another game out here or there. But no. And his decision has led to, I wasn't saying that Pickett was the difference today, because that would be silly, but he still played a significant role.
Yeah, and that just adds to the whole Richmond story, doesn't it? Pickett, them having the trust and the confidence to actually pick Pickett, and the story always, when I say pick, I actually mean to draft him in the first place, and then be him to get his body and the fitness required to give himself an opportunity to play AFL, let alone in the ultimate match.
And again, just like they did with Sydney Stack, this was a player that everyone spoke about, and having watched him play for a number of years in the WAFL, and even with Sydney Stack the year before, everyone knew the talent, but no other club was prepared to take the risk. Both on Stack, who has repaid that, and then on Pickett. Other clubs, and we know this to be true, other clubs had a genuine look and were worried about the history, and they've been able to back themselves, Richmond, and this is the result they've been able to get as a group.
Look at the Tiger trio. The key defenders are sitting in the confetti, just having a nice old chat. It's almost like they're sitting in the park. So Rance is there along with Asprey and Grimes, just sitting there discussing life at the moment. That's a lovely image down there. And I noticed Jack Graham just walking past us down on the members' side as well. His contribution in the preliminary final to go back out there with a dislocated shoulder. We saw on the flank on the southern side of the ground in that game, he went to try and take a mark. He couldn't even lift his right arm at all. He was still laying tackles right to the end. That's the kind of courage I'm sure that would go through a group completely, wouldn't it?
So up until this point in time, the 22 receive a medal, and that is it. I hope, and I get the sense that Richmond might push for it, but I hope that they somehow expand that, because for the likes of Graham, for the likes of who else has played throughout the year, Sellers, that wasn't out there today, but their ethos in terms of all of their players, their entire squad, putting on the jumper and running out to celebrate with the players is really symbolic in my mind.
I understand all that. At the Olympics, they give a medal to everyone in the hockey team. They give a medal to all the people who've participated, who have had a run. But we don't do that here.
Why not? Should we?
I don't know. I don't run the joint. I'm just telling you what happened.
If you did run the joints, fellas.
Oh, it'd be brilliant.
I probably wouldn't do it.
I think Leon Davis is the only one who...
I think I'd leave it as it is. The 22 play, they win the day, and then there should be another medal for the other ones after, which is not presented on the day, but it's there for you.
A squad
You're
medal.
a part of, as a part of. And I don't mind that, but you can't change the tradition today, as it is. I don't mind the other stuff.
Yep.
The 22 pick up a medal and the rest
well
as well.
You run the joint, so if you say
I
that,
run
then
the joint.
Fair enough.
Why don't you have a crack?
I'm a big advocate for it. Good. Squads win premierships.
So how many games do you need to play to qualify? And I'm not trying to be facetious when I ask that.
This is the point.
I genuinely ask the question: what impact do you have to have? So I mentioned Leon Davis has one. Played in the drawn grand final for Collingwood, got dropped, didn't play in the one they won over St Kilda, but actually is the only player that I can think of that has a premiership medal, having not played in the actual decider. So where do you draw the line? And again,
does Alex Rance? Does Alex Rance deserve a medal?
Well, so you would say no, because he hasn't really had any impact throughout the season.
No, you actually,
but
this is where
on
you're
field,
wrong.
No, I was going to say on field.
Off field, he has a massive impact.
Absolutely. But so where do you draw that line?
So
I don't know.
I'm going to suggest you draw the line at the end of the squad. Because what invariably happens is when you've got a young midfielder, for example, and throughout match play, training during the week, throughout pre-season training, you're pitted against him, and that's how you hone your craft.
Final score here at the MCG in front of over 100,000. 100,014. Richmond won its 12th premiership, 17-12, 114 to the Giants, 3-7-25. The celebrations are going to continue. The Tigers are making their way into the change rooms. Corbin Middlemas has been very patiently waiting down in the rooms. Corby, as they're about to make their way in, we'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Alistair. There's a hum around the Richmond rooms, as you can imagine, and like everything that the Richmond Football Club does, they do it en masse. There are so many people in here, family and friends, and I can see the Premiership Cup in the distance as it makes its way through the door of the change rooms. There's a huge circle and a space left in the middle of the room, the rest of it filled by waiting media, family and friends. Plenty of cell phones out taking pictures and filming videos, and Trent Cotchin places the cup down in the middle of the room with those yellow and black ribbons on it. And the team start to make their way in. There were massive roars for every member of the coaching staff who walked through the door. The front office staff were the first people in the rooms. And so every member that has played a role in this premiership team received a huge round of applause and a big cheer when they made their way in. None more so than Damien Hardwick, now a two-time Jock McHale medalist. He links arms with a couple of the squad members in front of me, so this is going to be all-inclusive. Just to follow on from the chat that you were having moments ago, so just about every member of the playing squad. There are a few children in the song as well, along with the rest of the assistants, and one of the best songs in the competition. I think it was voted by one media report as the best club song in the land. It's going to be pumped out pretty loudly here on the back of a second grand final victory in the last 3 years. Now a dynastic run for this team, having finished in the Final Four in all of those years. Of course, a minor premiership last year and not quite, but two of the last three premierships to one of the biggest football clubs in the land. Just waiting for the last of the team members to make their way through the door. I'll let the players give you the soundtrack here, the Tigers premiers in 2019. A few players just swapping positions, making sure they're linked up with a couple of their best mates in this team. The Premiership Cup still sitting in the middle of what has become a rather large circle. There's not much room behind them. And they're not going to start singing until every important member is part of this circle. Brendan Gale is one of those who's just been called in by Damien Hardwick. And I think there's cries now looking for...
Just lost the feed from the room downstairs. Just with us, Richmond by 89 points. We're about to take the Richmond Club song down in the rooms. Here it is.
They are magnificent scenes in the Richmond rooms. Gee whiz. I've been down there post-grand finals in the 2017 decider after the game. Honestly, it was just such a crush down there and people literally everywhere.
hardly any room for anyone to move. The Premiership Cup's been lifted up in the middle. Jack Rewald's got his hands on it again. He's having a lot of fun.
You wouldn't read about it, would you?
He's having a lot of fun. He kicked 5 in a grand final, so he goes down in history. A bag of 5 in a grand final's one of the great performances, and we don't see the key forwards kicking massive amounts of goals these days. Let's go downstairs to one of the great stories of this AFL Grand Final of this season. Corbin Middlemass.
I've got Marlon Pickett alongside me. Marlon, how do you put this into words?
I probably can't. So I'm over the moon. Debuting Granny, it means a lot.
Can you describe the feeling when the final siren went?
Nah, not really. Just it's really happy that we did win. A good team effort.
You produced an indelible moment when you were able to come up with that 360 spin in the middle of the ground and deliver it lace out into the forward line. Talk us through that moment.
I can't really remember the moment. Just doing what I've got to do and just enjoying footy.
The obstacles that you've had to overcome to be here, how much were you reminded of that during the week and how far you've come in a relatively short space of time?
A lot. It probably is the reason why I'm here doing what I'm doing, because the obstacles I have faced in life, and the kids, it's been non-stop loving.
Was there a moment where you thought it may not happen?
Yeah, there was, but if it didn't happen, I was happy to play 150 back at South Fremantle.
What do you think the reason is that you've been able to turn it around? What was, I guess, a couple of the things responsible to turn around your situation to be here?
Probably sacrifices I had to make and put my family first.
What were those sacrifices that you made?
It's all about family and doing what I've got to do to get through life, and
Well done, Marlon. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good on you, Corby. Corbin Middlemass downstairs with Marlon Pickett, and he's had a superb debut. There's no two ways about it. 22 disposals today. He kicked a goal, 560 metres gained. He couldn't remember that spin in the middle of the ground. We all can, Mark McClure.
Oh, yeah, he was showing off, actually, in a sense. In his first quarter on the ground. I loved it. He's a great player. There's got to be more of them around. He's not the only one in the world who's hanging around, who's been a great player and doesn't get a run. There's got to be more.
They're finding more of them now, though, aren't they? I mean, you look at Tim Kelly and what he's been able to do at Geelong. Pickett's just another example.
Just go to South Freo.
Yep. Well, you've been watching these guys play the waffle all the time.
And there's a few of us that have said for a long time, is there any danger that the club that used to train at the same ground that they play at could pick them up?
So who's next?
A guy named Chad Pearson. I reckon he's a really good opportunity. I reckon if he
so
plays in defence, good solid player, strong, can play tall and small, disposal skills are good.
And so is he actually on the radar for any of these clubs, or is it?
I'm unsure on that front.
Yeah.
Because again, from having seen a number of these guys go through, where everyone from the media to the South Fremantle coach was saying, any danger that these guys might get picked up.
So why are they getting overlooked then?
Well, I would imagine with the likes of Pickett, it would have been the background story that concerns club, and I think. While I don't
not unwarranted.
agree with that, I can understand the reason behind it. That was a long time in the past. Tim Kelly was bizarre that he was overlooked for as long as he was.
Did he have a questionable background at all?
Not to that point. No. I mean, there'd been one or two little issues, but no, not at all. So the fact, I think a lot of those ones, sometimes these guys do just develop a little bit later.
Let's go back downstairs. Corbin is one of the men that missed out today, but geez, the heart and soul in many ways of this exuberant Richmond group. Corbin.
I've got Jack Higgins alongside me. Jack, you're not part of the 22 today, but what a roller coaster ride you've had in your short AFL career. How does this make you feel?
Yeah, it's pretty special. Seeing everyone win the flag, it's unreal, and I've had a pretty roller coaster year, as you said. So, just good part to a bad 2 months, 3 months. So, it's awesome.
Your health, importantly, you're sporting quite a large scar on your head. It was great to see you back on the track at Punt Road during the week. How is your health?
Yeah, my health's getting better. It was awesome to get back to the club. I almost had a few scary moments. I didn't think I'd live for a bit. Had an AVM that was bleeding, so I was really scared, and my family. So football sort of took a second thing, but now we're back and we're sort of getting better every day. So yeah, there's worse things that happen to people out there, and I'm just grateful that I was a survivor.
Has it changed your perspective?
Yeah, it's definitely changed my view on life. Definitely, I thought at the time when I did have it, I thought I'd never play footy again or thought I'd be handicapped or anything. So, no, it definitely has. But this is awesome seeing the boys win today. So, yeah, it's unreal.
And what kind of reception did you get when you were back at Tigerland during the week?
Yeah, I haven't really been in the club for about 3 months, so I was a bit nervous. It felt like it was my first game, but no, it was pretty cool seeing all the boys get around me and stuff. I had to introduce myself to a few other boys, so no, it's cool.
Enjoy today.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
That's Jack Higgins downstairs with Corbin Middlemass. Plays the game with a smile on his face, always cracking gags. He's had difficulties to contend with bleeds on the brain. That surgery they hope will correct, and we'll see an exciting young player for Richmond out there again next season. Deb says on the SMS 0437 774 774, Pickett has fulfilled every kid's AFL dream in one day. AFL debut, play in an AFL grand final, kick a goal in a grand final, and win a premiership medal. Absolutely, Deb. Now,
that's perfect, Deb.
Billy James back in 1920 played in a grand final for Richmond on debut, won the grand final, never played for Richmond again. There's a bit of a myth that he was injured in a shooting accident. It actually happened 4 years later. He was out rabbit hunting and got shot in the foot, but that wasn't the reason that his VFL career didn't continue. He just went back to Kyabram to be with his 6 siblings.
Well,
so
Pickett's apparently been offered a new contract for next year, so I'm not sure that'll happen.
He might yet get to 100 games the way he's going, and he'll entertain us and delight us with the way he goes about it. Vivian in Murrumbina says, did anyone else notice how Dusty tucked his Norm Smith under his Guernsey? I did notice that he only had one medal on when he was coming around the ground, so that's again symbolic of the it's about the team, it's not about me.
Yeah, as soon as it was placed around his neck, he came off, he tucked it into his jumper. So when he went up to actually get his premiership medallion, you couldn't see, you could just see the blue ribbon outside of the jumper.
1967 Richmond Premiers. 2017, 50 years on again, Premiers. 1969 Richmond Premiers. 2019, 50 years on. Again, Premiers. Follow the sequence. Looking forward to 2023 and 2024. Both 50 years, 1973 and 74, says one of our listeners who's calculating and looking forward to some more Tiger success. So thank you for all your contributions today on 0437 774 774. We love having you part of our coverage wherever you're listening around the country or around the globe. Now, don't forget, if you're listening to us on ABC Radio in New South Wales, ACT and Queensland, Radio Australia or on Grandstand Digital at 7 p.m. tonight, you are off to the NRL preliminary final with the Sydney Roosters up against the Melbourne Storm at the SCG. The Raiders, of course, already through to the grand final, so the Roosters or the Storm to play them. If you're in Melbourne, you can get the call on News Radio. That's the frequency of 1026. Back to Corbin Middlemass in the Richmond rooms.
I have Shay Bolton alongside me. Shay, how does that premiership medallion feel hanging around your neck?
Mate, it feels unreal. I'm so speechless. I'm so grateful, I've won a premiership. Mate, I love this club, love all the boys, and mate, it's so unreal. I'm so speechless, mate.
I remember your AFL debut vividly. It was against GWS. You had a chance to ice the game. It got overturned on the video review at the showgrounds in one of the most outrageous games. How do you reflect on that moment?
Mate, to be honest, I don't really care about that game. As long as I got this in my hand, mate, that's all I care about right now. And all the boys, we had a great win, mate. I'm speechless, but I'm so excited to celebrate and go out tonight, mate. It's unreal.
That's the right answer. The game itself, how did you guys do it today?
I just think we kept fighting no matter what. We kept fighting for the outside, and we just played to our strength. And we always sit here and talk to each other, just keep going, keep going, keep going. And that's what I think, just our fight.
Your own personal footy journey. You're a son of an AFL footballer. Your old man Darren played for the Dockers. How does a kid from country Western Australia end up here on Grand Final Day?
Oh, mate, I don't know. I'm just so speechless, mate. All my family back home would be proud. Shout out to all my family. But yeah, to be honest, this year I just focused on me getting fit, and I'm finally happy that I got a grand final.
Go and enjoy it.
Thanks, mate.
Shay Bolton,
hang on.
fire away, Corby.
Sorry, mate. I've got Nathan Broad here as well. Nathan, congratulations. What can you describe the feeling on the final siren?
Oh, yeah. Even though there was a fair few points in it, just that when that siren goes, it's just such a relief. And you don't know what to expect first time round, but now knowing what to expect, it was just such a big stress off the shoulders, and it feels good.
You were running around playing for Swan Districts not that long ago in the WAFL, and now here you are, a two-time AFL Premiership player. How did that happen?
Oh, I said to Marlon before, I said, screw all the doubters. No one ever wanted us. We missed that many drafts and everyone just, put a line through us pretty much. But now here we are. And I said to someone before, 2-time premiership doesn't really sit too well with me. You know, a bit of battler from the waffle will just play my role. But, I think it'll sink in eventually.
The culture in this group seems phenomenal to be able to bring in guys like Sydney Stack and Marlon Pickett along the way. And they play such a pivotal role. Where does that character come from?
Oh, it starts with our recruiters. They see beyond the talent. They see what the kid or the person that they are, and that's a credit to this club. We don't just draft you off ability and skill. You need to be a good bloke and caring. And like Sydney Stack's a ripping kid, Marlon, you see with his kids here today. I think that's one thing Richmond do really well, and that's why we've got a VFL, AFL premiership, I think.
How does this one compare to the previous premiership? You had to overcome a fair bit of adversity in season to get it done, having been outside the 8 at the halfway mark. What was the turnaround?
Oh, I don't know. I guess we just stuck fat as a group. We always knew that Jim has said just get to the bye and be even wins, even losses. And I think it was 7-6, and he said our best footy will come. We'll get soldiers back. We'll be right. And it's turned out right. We didn't lose a game after the bye, and we stuck fat. There's such belief within this club that if we just stick to the process and our system, we can win.
No phones tonight?
No. I've learnt my lesson. I definitely have. So I'll be well behaved tonight.
Go and enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Cheers.
Subtly done, Corby. Subtly done. Final score here at the MCG. Richmond 17-12, 114. The Giants 3-7, 25. It was the third biggest margin in AFL, VFL Grand Final history. 89 points with Jack Rewalt kicking 5, Dustin Martin kicking 4, and Clint Wilden winning the Norm Smith medal. And Grandstand Zone Angela Pipos on the voting panel. How did the votes go?
Every judge, all 5 of them, giving Dustin Martin top votes. So 15 votes for him. Basher Hooley finished with 6. So substantial.
Again, right up there.
Yeah, finishing just second again, but a big difference again. So Martin, just like it was back in 2017, and Basher Hooley finishing with 6 votes in second spot. Pickett with 4. Marlon Pickett with 4. Jack Rewalt with 3 votes. Dion Prestia with 2. The judges, they voted like this. Alistair Lynch, the chair, and these are 3, 2 and 1. So Martin, Hooley and Rewalt. Chris Johnson, Martin, Prestia and Rewalt. Matthew Lloyd, Martin, Hooley and Pickett. Bruce McAvaney, Martin, Hooley and Pickett. And Angela Pipos, Grandstand Zone, Martin, Pickett and Rewalt. So, fairly comprehensive in terms of wins for Dustin Martin, picking up his second Norm Smith medal. Every judge giving him the maximum 3 votes.
So he's got a Brownlow medal. He's now got 2 Norm Smith medals. He's got 2 premierships. That's an illustrious company now for Dustin Martin, as much as we've acknowledged already that he is a star of the modern game. Yet when we look back in 20 years' time on this period of the game, we're going to regard him as one of the all-time greats, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, he was regarded there for the year he had in 17 as the greatest year a player has arguably ever had. So he's already held in esteem, but to hold a player in the clouds, it needs to be done over a period of time. So longevity becomes important. So now that he is, 2 Norm Smiths, 2 premierships, and if he can keep himself motivated, who knows what that means over the course of the next couple of years for Dustin Martin.
And a milestone 250th goal for him today as well.
He's an impact player.
Yeah.
Gets in his area, he impacts straight away.
And that goal in the left forward pocket, talk about an impact.
Oh, yeah.
That goal in the left forward pocket.
Well, Gary Ablett's probably the biggest impact player I've ever seen. This bloke's right up there with him. He's going to be a Hall of Famer and right in the Legends area too, in years to come.
It's been brilliant. Dion Prestia had 22 disposals today, which was down on his output at the back end of the season. But his influence early in this grand final, he really got the ball moving forward for Richmond early on.
So De Boer went to Martin at the very first bounce. And then what happened after quarter time, when De Boer would then hand Martin over. And so at the start of the second quarter, De Boer then went to Prestia and was following Prestia around for a period of time. So when the game was really tight and there were no momentum swings for the first 15 to 20 minutes, that's when Prestia got most of his ball. I mean, I think he had 8 in the first 5 or 6 minutes. And so that's a really important point to make, I think, is that when the game is on an even keel, he was the one that was doing a lot of damage and accumulating for the Tigers.
We might run through a few of the numbers here just to sum up the game. We'll get some more reaction from the Richmond rooms very shortly. Brett Sprigg is in the Giants rooms as well. Hoping to be able to hear from Heath Shaw in just a moment with Spriggy down in the rooms as well. But just a run through of the stats here in the 2019 AFL Grand Final, Clint.
So Richmond by 89 points. They only had one more disposal than the Giants, though, 362 to 361. Looking through the Tigers ball winners, Nasha Hooley with 26, 14 kicks and 12 hand passes, had 7 marks and 9 contested possessions as well. On top of that, Boston with 22 disposals, Prestia with 22, Martin 22 and Pickett with 22 as well. Edwards 21, Lambert 20 and Castagna with 20. While for the Giants, Taranto with the most on the field, 30 touches for him, 14 kicks and 16 hand passes. Heath Shaw with 19 kicks and 10 hand passes, had 29 disposals. Haynes with 24 touches, Green with 23, Williams 21, Perryman 21 as well. In terms of the team stats, the disposal efficiency for the Tigers at 76%, for the Giants at 73%. The marks went to Richmond, 113 to 107. We'll have more in just a moment on the stats. Let's head back downstairs. Corbin Middlemass.
Got the Richmond captain, Trent Cotchin, alongside me. 2-time premiership captain. How did you do it today?
Much like we have all year. Lots of guts, a lot of determination, but just sticking to process and everyone playing their role, and that's why we've become a special organisation.
At the halfway mark of the season, you were outside of the top 8. How were you able to turn it around into be the team holding the cup today?
A lot of belief, a lot of role players. You look around the rooms and everyone's had a moment throughout the year where, they've effectively been a leader and committed something a little bit special to the group. So, I'm just grateful to be, I'm very, very lucky to be the leader or a leader of such a special group of guys that do amazing things.
Can you compare them 2017 to now? And I guess what are the major differences?
Not much. Our greatest strength is still love. And, if that's a big part of your life, whether you win, lose or draw, it's still a pretty special environment, and that's what we're real proud of.
The culture in the club seems amazing, that you can bring in guys like Sydney Stack and Marlon Pickett along the way and they just fit in so perfectly. What is it about that culture that it doesn't matter who the individual is, that you're able to be such a tight-knit group?
Yeah, look, I think first and foremost we allow people to be themselves. That's we give them permission to do that. And then from there it's, we're not strict in the values that we set. We want people to be themselves within, effectively a paddock, and they find their own way. I think it's just a credit to the guys that draft these guys but do a lot of research and bring tremendous people in.
And just lastly, Marlon Pickett, debut in an AFL Grand Final and have that kind of impact. Did it surprise you at all?
It didn't surprise me. He's a special player, special person. I can't wait for more of his story to come out. I'll let him share that when he's comfortable, but amazing reward for someone who's very worthy of it.
You're a worthy 2-time premiership captain. We always appreciate your time on ABC Radio. Thanks for having the chat.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
Trent Cotchin with Corbin Middlemass. I can vividly remember the 2015 elimination final. It was on a Sunday here. North Melbourne played Richmond. I reckon Trent Cotchin had about 8 disposals in that final. He's almost played like a man possessed from that moment onwards. That left a real scar, and he has been an inspired leader of the Richmond Football Club.
And sometimes you need to almost feel that hurt or embarrassment, and he's obviously very proud, very good player, and as you said, Al, almost from that point in time he has had that single-minded focus, and the way he's led the club, not just the team but the club, and the way they've all galvanised and got behind him. And he spoke about love a couple of times there, and that runs deep within this club.
Just finishing off some of the numbers, the tackles went to GWS 56 to 53, but they were chasing tail for most of the day. Contested possessions to Richmond 134 to 115, which was a telling stat that we spoke about before. They were 18th to the home and away season for that. The Giants were right up the very top, and yet Richmond won today 134 to 115. The clearances to the Tigers 35 to 32. The inside 50s again dominated by Richmond 59 to 41, and the free kicks to the Tigers 20 to 13. Contested marks worth touching on too. Richmond 14 to GWS 7. Rewalt had 3 of them today. Lynch with a couple as well. Richmond by 89 points.
The Giants' rooms. Brett Sprigg has been in there for quite some time. Shortly, I think we're going to be hearing from Heath Shaw and uncertainty surrounding his future at the GWS Giants. But Spriggy has been waiting down in the rooms. He's with the Giants players. Come in, Spriggy.
Yeah, g'day, Al. G'day, guys. Yeah, well, when the players came in about half an hour ago during the Richmond Lap of Honour, there was stunned silence. Obviously, a lot of family and friends in here, which greeted the players as they came in. A lot of tears for the players and their loved ones and the fans that are in here tonight as well. But they went off, had their team meeting, came back, and I guess that was about 25 minutes or so ago. So that stunned silence and the occasional round of applause for the players as they made their way in has given way now to, a bit of chatter and maybe the occasional pragmatic smile looking around the place as well. But certainly the players do look devastated. The chat has lifted, but I think they'll look at this as a bit of a year of growth. The Giants, they talk about long strides and high leaps, and they've certainly gone to a new level this year, Al, albeit they have fallen one short. But there are questions that need asking and answering about today, about the future, and in particular the future of a couple of players. And Heath Shaw spoke to the media a short time ago.
It's a tough pill to swallow, and you sort of forget about the previous 25 weeks because that 1 week was so disappointing. But I think for this group, the journey to get to here was really good, and the 3 previous weeks were really good. But for a quarter and 10 minutes, we played the way we wanted to, and then the Tigers took over. They're a very good team. They're obviously a quality team, and when they went to the next level, we didn't, and that was pretty much the story of the rest of the game. They were at the next level, and we didn't get to that level, and then in a way we tried to force things that weren't there, and that sort of escalated to make it a little bit worse. So,
Troy, without sounding sensitive, obviously important moment there with your family. Is there anything that you're happy to shed light on in terms of your future at this stage? Or?
To be honest, mate, I spoke to Dave Matthews when I was walking off the ground, and he said, mate, you can't go anywhere. You have to come for 1 more year. So I said to a few of the boys, if we won a premiership, that I'd retire, but we didn't win it. So we'll figure it out in the next couple of weeks, but I'm not going anywhere, and got a little bit of unfinished business. So, great news.
Why couldn't you find another level play as a team? Was it a case of running out of juice? It's been a pretty gruelling few weeks for you guys.
I don't know. It might be a combination of things, but as I said before, and a lot of teams before us, Richmond are a quality outfit, and they have been for 3 full years. Premiership, prelim, and now premiership. They are a quality opposition, and we couldn't get to that level today. In patches we showed some things, but we couldn't do it for 4 quarters. And as disappointing as that is, as I said before, the journey to get to here was amazing for this group, and as disappointed and upset as everyone is in that back room there, and it's hard to sort of put your arm around and say it's going to be okay. We've had a good year. We've had a really, really good year. To get to a grand final is an amazing achievement, and that won't be forgotten. It's forgotten right at this moment, but we understand that it takes a quality and a lot of character to do what we've done this year and get to this point, and we're not going to forget that.
What do you say to them?
There won't be a lot of words, because looking at guys, and you put your arm around them, and probably see now the eyes well up a little bit, so it's hard to say anything, because you know how they're feeling, and even a 33-year-old gets a bit upset with and how that game panned out. But I love this group, I love this club, and we are a tight group, and we'll bounce back. It might take a little bit of time for this one to sink in, but we will bounce back, and as much as 12 months is a long, long way away, that's our focus.
How do you make sure it doesn't linger, Shorey, after that result? Sometimes that can linger psychologically, that sort of stuff. How do you make sure your guys use it for a positive and go the other way?
A lot of what I said before, like we have played some really good football. We've been resilient this year. We've played some awesome games, and we've stood up under a lot of pressure. Today was tough, and they were really, really good. And so you can't forget that. And yes, we will look at this game, and we'll look back and say we don't. There's ways that we'll be able to try and fix that and the way it panned out. But as I said before, this group is amazingly unique. Girls, you would have seen them behind closed doors. These guys are amazing, and as much as it's hurting now, and everyone's getting around their families, this is a great club. This is a family club. We'll get together, we'll stay together, and next year, in 2020, we want to go one better. And I know it's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to get back to this spot, but this group is good, and we'll get there.
Heath Shaw speaking there a short time ago. So in case it wasn't clear, Al, he is playing on. He said if they'd won the grand final, he would have retired a premiership player, another premiership player, of course, now with his new club, and would have called it quits. But he says there's unfinished business for next year, Heath Shaw. So he will play on. Questions around Shane Mumford. I will catch up with Josh Kelly very shortly, the Giants vice-captain. So a few questions to ask him about how the day played out from his point of view, and indeed perhaps about the future of Shane Mumford, who you were describing coming off the ground as well a short time ago. But that's Heath Shaw. That's the picture from down here in the Giants rooms, Al, and I'll bring you some more reaction with the Giants vice-captain Josh Kelly shortly.
Thank you, Spriggy. Brett Sprigg down there in the Giants rooms, and I'm sure on a difficult day that is some good news for Giants fans that Heath Shaw, with 308 games to his name, will be adding to that tally. Corbin Middlemas is still in the Richmond rooms. He's with a player whose name is well known on grand final day. Corbin.
Daniel Rioli, two-time premiership player. How does that feel?
Oh, it's amazing to have your name written down now, and as a two-time premiership player, it's pretty special. And yeah, it's a great result in the end. I just can't believe it, to be honest. So it gets better and better every year.
Your name's synonymous with this day. Obviously, your family member and Willie Rioli has had his troubles recently, in a beautiful tribute that you gave to him. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I obviously dedicated my game to him. He's obviously going through some tough times now, and I just want to let him know that I love and miss him. And that goal celebration was to let him know that I'm always there for him, and I love and miss him.
You do carry such a famous surname. How many of your relatives have you spoken to in the brief time after the final siren?
Well, before the game, I spoke to Cyril. Just give me some tips to how he performs, and because he's obviously I've been there, done that, and So I don't know. It's pretty special.
Well done on another magnificent season. Congratulations. Appreciate your time.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate.
Daniel Rioli with Corbin Middlemas in the Tigers rooms. Richmond winners here, 17-12, 114 to 3-7-25, an 80.9.1, an 89-point win to Richmond in this year's AFL decider. The Tigers claiming a 12th Premiership Cup in front of over 100,000 people here at the MCG. Now, don't forget, if you're listening to us on ABC Radio in New South Wales, the ACT and Queensland, on Radio Australia or on Grandstand Digital, at 7 p.m. tonight, so that's in around about 20 minutes' time, so 7 p.m. in the eastern states, you are off to the NRL preliminary final with the Sydney Roosters taking on the Melbourne Storm at the SCG. The Canberra Raiders, what scenes last night as the Raiders progressed to the grand final, and tonight we find out who they play. Will it be the Sydney Roosters or last year's champs, the Melbourne Storm at the SCG? That match is taking place tonight, and we'll bring the action to you in 21 minutes' time. If you're listening to us on ABC Radio in New South Wales, the ACT, Queensland, on Radio Australia or on Grandstand Digital. If you're in Melbourne and you want to listen to the Melbourne Storm tonight, you can do so on News Radio through the frequency of 1026. And if you're in an area that I haven't mentioned, you can get it on the ABC Listen app, where all of our NRL broadcasts are available to you. Of course, cricket's coming up tomorrow as well from 2 o'clock Eastern Time. You can access this via the ABC Listen app or on ABC Radio, wherever you are around the country. We've got the first of the T20 internationals between the Australian women and Sri Lanka. That kicks off a huge summer of cricket here in Australia, and of course you will hear it all ball by ball and commercial free, as has always been the case on ABC Grandstand. Let's head back into the Giants' rooms. Brett Sprigg promised us Josh Kelly, and he's with him now.
Josh Kelly, commiserations on the result. Where did it fall apart for you guys today?
Yeah, it's a bit too early to say what the specifics are. We're hurting. You know, we didn't play the brand of footy that we wanted to play, but full credit to Richmond. They brought the heat, they brought the energy, and they played an outstanding game. So, yeah, we'll hurt, but learn from it.
How did the experience differ from what you were expecting individually?
Individually, I didn't want the game to go like that. As a collective, you know, for our team, you know, we felt our preparation was good. We've had a good, hard, tough final series. It's just disappointing that we couldn't come out here and play the footy we wanted to play. So, as to how we review that and learn from it, you know, that'll happen over, you know, probably as we come back to pre-season, maybe the next week. But you know, we understand we just got to learn from this hurt, but understand that it's part of the ride.
You're a leader in this group. The drama with Phil before the game, how did it transpire from your point of view?
It wasn't too much drama for us. We gave Phil every chance, and you know, that was all just a bit of background noise for us. We were confident he'd get up, and you know, in the end he did and played his role. So, you know, that wasn't a distraction at all for us.
It feels like the AFL community broadly has learnt more about the Giants in the past weeks and months, and you guys have gained new respect. You've always had that belief within you, but do you feel like you've yourself learnt more things about this group and this community around it?
The support over the last week especially, but the broader final series has just been outstanding for the club. We've got 30,000 members. The club's growing rapidly, and we're in a position to, you know, continue growing and continue that support. So, I mean, I feel like the club's heading in the right direction, and you know, we just got to continue to perform as a football team. Come back pre-season, you know, more determined and hungry than ever, and you know, hopefully that support is, I guess, you know, the same off the field, because it's been an amazing week. We let the fans down a bit today, but you know, we'll be back stronger.
There's obviously a bit of emotion down here anyway, but coming off the ground, Heath was pretty emotional. He's since said that he's not going to be retiring. Shane Mumford, do you know what his future holds?
No, I'm not sure what the specifics are. I can't comment on that now. I haven't had a chat to him, and I'm not too sure.
Josh, bad luck today, and thanks for your time on ABC Grandstand.
No problem.
Cheers.
He's been a star for the Giants, Josh Kelly, downstairs with Brett Sprigg in the Giants room. So just a few minutes to close things out here at the MCG before we send you to some of the highlights from the 2019 Grand Final. So we've already talked about Richmond. You both think that Richmond are going to be thereabouts again next year, and GWS a chance to contend again. Brad Sewell and Mark McClure, for all those listeners, hopeful listeners out there of the other 16 clubs in the competition, who do you see rising next season and emerging as a contender in 2020?
I think the Pies will hang around. They're not going to be far away. I think that there's no doubt about that. And we know that West Coast are a really strong club. But who's going to come from the running pack underneath? That's the key for us.
The Blues?
Just settle down a bit, Al, okay? I'm not so certain. Their actions need to change a hell of a lot from what they did in the last 15 or 20 years. But we saw them win a few games on the way home. And can they get better? Of course they can. They certainly can. If they pick up a couple of players on the way through, they can see some rise. But that's all done with actions, okay? Let's have a look at that first. Some of the other clubs who should get up there. Will Essendon stay there? Will Essendon go up? Johnny Worsfold's announced that he's going to hand the reins over, and he should probably let them go a little bit, and so that the new coach in
Ben Rutten. He'll get his hands on the team, and
you'd hope
will
so.
Support, you'd think, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll just mentor, and I think that's good.
Well, you think Brisbane can take it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Brisbane was stiff. They should have beaten
GWS?
GWS, yeah, they should have beaten them. Yeah, they should have beaten them there at home, and maybe it was different, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty hard to beat Richmond today. They were just unreal. Look, so to me, there's lots of different stuff down there that can improve, but everyone's trying to improve. And I'll tell you what to improve. Try and play like Richmond do. Try and put yourself in a team aspect for a start. Try and do that sort of stuff and get yourself in a mode that, hey, listen, we're all together and we live and die together. that sort of stuff. And that's how they run, that's how they operate, and they are so successful at it. It's been great.
How significant the loss of Luke Hodge do you think? Now that we have restrictions on runners, they may be relaxed a little bit next season. We wait to see what takes place there. But to not have his on-field leadership in that young group at Brisbane?
No, he'll still be involved. He's going to stay on, I think, in some capacity in the coaching capacity. Daniel Rich took his game to another level off the back of having Hodgie on his back shoulder, I think, out there. So that'll be important. Brisbane have got so much upside. They really do. And they underperformed in the two most important games. And they were so close to notwithstanding. But I really like the Bulldogs. I think they're going to be really exciting next year.
Maybe with Josh Bruce.
Definitely
yeah.
Josh Bruce.
So, Bevo's done it before. He knows what it takes. So, I'm really bullish about the Bulldogs.
Saints. Brett Ratton, who's done it before and coached. So, there's some chance there. So, there's lots of people have hope. You know what? We all start equal today.
Richmond are the premiers, and now everyone else has got to try and make up the grounds. Just a few thank yous before we go. To Sellers and Sully, terrific to work with you across the course of the season. To Nick Morris, who's the head of sport at the ABC, for all his support. To Tim Verrill and Andrea Williamson, who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to get our broadcasts to air. To our techs as well, to Stuart Baker, to Matt Drew here today, to Stuart Birchmore, who's been involved in getting our programs to air. Jules Hayes back in the studio. Aaron Bryans has done so much tireless work in the studio as well. To all our commentators across the country, the success of ABC Grandstand has always been built around having the best callers in every state across the country to bring the action to you, and we are so blessed to work with some of the best minds in the game on a weekly basis. Most of all, though, we thank you, the listener, for being part of it all. It really is a privilege to bring the footy to you every weekend. That's a wrap from the MCG. The Tigers are premiers. Relive some of the action with us.
It is that one day in September when reputations are made and indelible memories created. Welcome to the MCG. The stage is set.
It all comes down to this. Traditional powerhouses, the league's newest club. Who emerges victorious?
Caddy marks, goes from 50, awkward kick all the way to the goal square, and it's punched through for another Tiger behind.
We're dominating at the moment, Richmond. They can't hit the major opening.
We've been going almost 15 minutes in the AFL Grand Final without a goal. A hand pass to Hopper. High kick to the edge of 50. Cameron marks on his chest in front of Grimes. 55 from goal. Decision time. Does Jeremy have a ping? Another giant who was there right from the start when major pain was inflicted. Here he is on the big stage of a grand final with a glorious drop punt for the opening goal. The first giant to kick a goal in an AFL grand final. It's the first of the game. It comes in time on. Reid for the Giants. Hand pass to the ball. He flicks it out wide to Whitfield. He's gone down from behind and gone. He was taken by Lambert. Tigers onto advantage. Dustin Martin out-marking on his chest directly in front. 30 out. Jack Riewoldt pounced when he saw the opportunity. Martin goes for goal. Dusty delivers. The MCG on grand final day. That's his domain. The Tigers in front. Pickett gets a hold of it. Scrubs a left foot kick towards centre half forward. Core couldn't get it. Rioli could. Emerges. Goes for home from 50. It's a Rioli's playground. The MCG. He goals on the quarter time siren.
Whitfield kick to himself. Ran to right full back. Sent it beyond defensive 50. Going up was Astbury. Kicking back inside forward 50. Flying up Riewoldt. Thought he was being infringed. He'll get the free kick. Davis pleads his case. He'll kick around the body here, Riewoldt. He was lucky. He won't care. Neither will the Tigers Army.
They're looking a little fumbly right now, the GWS players, as we speak. And the Tigers look like they're getting stronger and more powerful.
Pickett will put it inside forward 50. Wanted Martin. Coming out, Taylor missed it. It's there for Martin. He gathers, wheels around, runs it along the ground for his second. It's Tiger time at the moment at the MCG in the grand final of 2019. Their lead is out to 20 points.
It bounces for Tomlinson. Hawley goes at him and nails him. Ball dislodged. Pioli swoops, 70 out, kicks to Lynch. Got it.
Oh, the tackling and the pressure from Richmond is just elite. They've just got them on the back foot. They just can't handle it. They're in big, big trouble, GWS.
Tom Lynch had dreamed at this moment to play on the MCG in front of 100,000 in a grand final. That's what it's all about. The Tigers fans roar. Another Richmond goal.
Giants can't handle the Richmond tackle pressure at the moment. They're closing really quickly. The Tigers around the ball.
The reason why the Tigers are in front, their defence is just special. They're brilliant.
Up-time break can't quick enough. The Richmond pressure is getting big on the Giants at the moment.
They are just hanging on, GWS. And I'll have to tell another foray forward as the Tigers send it inside forward. 50 up and marking Rewald. Jack Rewald. 2 goals.